wannan kawukan wasu shanu ne aka yanka a cikin Northwest. An fito tafiya muna ta lalace. Yalla bai! Yalla! A wani can ya ibu nasu guda biyu. Mutumi na! Sadaka ce? Kai ba kai kai biyu na samu. Kai biyu? Wallahi tallahi. Sadaka ce ko kuwa? A'a, namu ne dama. Me ya faru so? Mota ce a Northwest aka yanka da gwamnati ne suka lalace. Ka ga da mutane suke yi ba? Masha Allah, an yi layya. Yalla bai sadaka ce? Sadaka ce aka yi a nan. Kowa yake diba mutuwa. Inna lillahi wa inna wallahi kayan gwamnati ne. Yalla bai sadaka ce wannan? Sadaka ce? Yalla bai sadaka ce wannan? Wallahi ba sadaka ba ce. Ko za ka biya ne kare ne? A me ce me ne? An yi bada iba an tafi da wasu.
Na, ele, president, alikama haka no.
O man me yon gbe ama.
Oye, akase ba akaye ogun. Somebody say something before.
The elders say there are three categories of madness. There's the one who is mad, walking about naked. And they said that's the lowest category of madness. Why? Because if you are walking along the street and you see that fellow coming, you move to the other side. That one is easy to avoid. Category 2 is the one that is fully dressed. I mean, three-piece suit. Some of them riding in the Rolls Royce. And yet they are crazy. Just one of them demonstrated his craziness and the economy of the world crashed. You may have PhD and still be mad. Some who are apostles by title, and they are crazy. And there are many of them now on YouTube. And all you need to do is say a word, and you silence them. The category 3, the worst type of madness, according to the elders, is the one who pays attention to a madman. A madman is dancing, and you are watching. You are category.
Will be presented here, and I would then invite my counterpart, Minister Kanu, to proceed with that portion of the program. Thank you very much.
Watch out. Nene Tinubu. Yabali Yanazu. Then about Tinubu. Chai. They're going to president in the Nigeria about Yanazu. On Archie can I yeah? On Archie Mark can I want to follow on. Huh? Huh? Hi. Hi. Jehovah, oh. The work on Aquaka, the work on Akuziaka. The work on Akuziaka. Hi. Oh.
Senator Akpabio says Nigeria might not be experiencing banditry today if the country had not changed its anthem in 1978. He made this remark during a visit to the Nigerian Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies. Senator Akpabio highlighted the recent National Anthem bill as one of the 10th Assembly's most appealing pieces of legislation. He also mentioned the Students' Loan Bill as another significant bill passed by the Assembly.
Whatever you do for us here, you do it for National Assembly, you do it for subnational parliament.
The bill that was sent to us by President Tinubu on students' loans and scholarship program to enable Nigerian vulnerable students, the less privileged, to obtain higher education. And as I speak to you now, over 30,000 Nigerian students have already been selected to benefit from that. That is one of the bills that I would say appeals to me the most. The other one of social impact is reverting to our old national anthem. A lot of people are not aware that there was a panel set up, made up of Nigerians to receive input from all over the world in 1959. So when people are saying, oh, we are bringing you colonial anthem, please look into the history of the Nigeria we held in. If we kept to that national anthem, we probably would not have banditry today in Nigeria. But if you take your neighbor as your brother, you will not want to kill your brother, would you? Yes. If you take your neighbor as your brother, you will not want to go into the farm to behead your brother.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend my...
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Like, stop it. Be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you all right?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amore, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this what I think I've said, why do you people want me to be making commentary, editorial commentary on this? This is your chance to speak. But you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we think that, hold on, Pansa, hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on. Everybody hold on. Why do all of us think that we are that important? Anybody, whoever you are. Why is this? Do you think this election will... I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know how you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing. This is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk this way. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this as like a classroom. I teach a class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. But I just know that this is, I want to engage. I want people to have conversation. I want to make it free. I don't want to start putting people, banning people, stopping people from talking. I don't like that, you know.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me
You can
respond
speak
to
for
him
anybody,
one
but
second
do not
there.
defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No,
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Yeah, KJ, you have to unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Hello there. It's good to see every one of you on this platform. Have your say, where your voice matters and your opinion counts. Join us today as we tackle the pressing issues, the hot topics, either in our home country or around the world. You are welcome. My name is KJ, and here we allow you to express yourself, tell us how you feel about it in a cool, calculative manner. And I'm just moderating. I don't have a view here. I'm only going to try as much as possible to keep all of us in the goal that we set for ourselves this afternoon. And so while we get ready to ride off, I'm sure you have seen all the videos that we have played at the beginning. If you have further matters or issues that we didn't capture, this is the time to also tell us about it so that we can bring it in. But for now, you are welcome. I'm just going to take my time and bring all of you in so that the show can start. Thank you very much. Remember, this is Have Your Say. This program is run by Dr. Damages. And so I'm just standing in for him. My name is KJ. Thank you so much. Now let's roll. Let's get it going. Thank you. I'm going to bring people in right away so that we all can start a conversation. Welcome, Mr. Paul.
Oh, thank you, KJ, and good morning.
Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And we also have our forefather here. We have hello. So you're all welcome. You have seen what we have seen. You have heard the video or seen the videos, heard the audios. And so let's kick off today's discussion. I don't want to have a long all what we need to talk about has already been talked about. So we don't have to, I don't have to give you any more head starts. The head starts is there. The videos speak for themselves. And so let's just get it going. I will call on from the order of which we have taken them in. Mr. Paul, what do you have to say? Did we capture all that you wanted to capture, or is something that we would miss that you may want to bring in? And remember, it's not your full statement. They're just taking just a sneak preview of what we have introduced so far.
Yeah, I think basically you've visually captured everything, other than maybe just didn't touch on the satire type that makes us laugh a little bit, the Adiola one.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't touch on the Adiola one. For us just to use it to challenge those guys to publish their statement. If they are so transparent and they're almost bankrupt that they can't take care of their family with their take home, how come they are not confident enough to let us know how much they are making?
Oh, great. Okay. Yes. Let's hear from Pastor. Pastor, what's your view?
Yeah, I think Paul is right. I think there has to be a greater degree of transparency in respect to their earnings, and it should be made public if they are truly representing the people. I watched the second video of Adela where she's giving the breakdown or making correction. Maybe, down the line, I will weigh more into it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jagun, we don't have. Can you have your camera on so we can come to you, sir?
I really didn't want to come on, but I did want to congratulate you for your opening. It was wonderful. I wish you good steering in today's event. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You can take me off if you want.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, then let's go into it. Yes, last week was full of events in our home country, and I'm sure that Mr. Paul, who has a very, I like your view, so I'm sure you already ready to take the first. So where do you want us to start from? Will you want us to start from the trillion naira jet, or where do you want to start from? So let's kick it from you.
Yeah, I think we both discussed this. The presidency buying 2 jets, and when I see the Air Force guy talk about the jets, it makes me laugh because I just went home some 3-4 weeks ago, Nigeria, to go bury my uncle who worked in presidency nearly all his life. He worked 33 years in the Nigerian Air Force, or nearly all his life. The better part of his life as an Air Force and work in VIP presidency. This makes this man travel far and wide, travel to Brazil, travel to Pakistan, travel to the US, travel to Germany, Switzerland. All these things, these travels are just meant because of aircraft, servicing, maintenance, and everything. And that brought my mind, give me a better knowledge how, when you want to buy aircraft for the presidency, how they go about it. My uncle was telling me, he said, say like now the president, they want to buy 2 aircraft. These 2 aircraft they want to buy, let's say the aircraft, one is a Bombardier aircraft made by the Canadians, and maybe the second one is a Boeing aircraft made by the US. They're going to send technician engineers there while they are putting this aircraft together. These guys will stay with them. They will see everything about the aircraft, so that after they buy the aircraft, for national security and for security of this aircraft, these guys will know how to fix the aircraft, how to do nearly everything about the aircraft so that the aircraft cannot be compromised. So this is how it goes. So sometimes if a president want to buy aircraft, sometimes my uncle will travel 2-3 years living in Canada just because of they want to buy 1 aircraft. 3 years living in Brazil just because of they want to buy 1 aircraft. So they followed this thing from scratch, like the Americans would say. They follow everything about this aircraft so that when they get hold of this aircraft, they know the aircraft very well. They can fix the aircraft. That is the reasons. That's how they buy aircraft. It's not something that you just go buy because somebody can sit down somewhere and press 1 button to control that aircraft. So this is how far you can go for the security of the president. So I'm so shocked when I see the president come out and say, we want to buy aircraft. Then I see the Air Force also come out and said, those aircraft that we have right now is unserviceable. It just makes me laugh because as an aviator, I don't understand the concept of saying an aircraft is unserviceable. It's not done that way. The aircraft you buy in 1940 and the likes, it has nothing to do with 1940 other than you bought that aircraft 1940. Nearly every part on an aircraft, wear and tear, they all have expiring dates. You don't make those parts go bad. Once they expired, you change them. So you change. You understand? This is what you do. So when they want to give this excuse with what happened in Iran to Nigeria, even though you hear it from the Iran, that they refuse to sell parts for them. So they start doing all type of calibration and the likes just to keep those their shoppers together. But a situation where you can buy this part, you can do everything. You change and change and change. So saying the word unserviceable, I don't think is the right word. You might say we want to upgrade. I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah. You will bring a lot to the table for us today. I thank you because by your experience, you can speak, facts about these issues because as an aviator, you already know those things. For the layman like us, I want to ask, how long does a plane fly before you can say it is unserviceable? Because the oldest of those planes, I think, is 19 years old or thereabouts.
You need to go look. Which aircraft now? I forgot the aircraft name now. Look, there are aircraft. Aircraft can fly forever. Aircraft is not bad like human being that they age out. So many of the aircraft they use today in the US, when you use it as commercial aircraft, you use it for so long. What do? You just move this aircraft because of advancement of technology. And not that you move the aircraft, that you scrapped this aircraft. Very many of them, you see that they move the aircraft to cargo. And just ask yourself, if they move it to cargo, is it not still flying? It's still flying. And even when it's still moving in cargo, which means it's still even carrying more weight and it's still flying. You understand? So it's just the luxury of advancement. Thank God, KJ, you are a senior man. You are not like Gen Z. You understand what it takes to say an iPhone 14 and an iPhone 15. I believe you stand with me. You say you don't see the difference. But the young kids will want to see the difference because they just want to enjoy the luxury of, oh, this one is the new model. But to you and I with our age, I can spot the difference between a 14 and a 15. That is how this thing is. So if government say we want to, just for the luxury and the advancement of new technology, I agree. But the lie, I disagree. Then aircraft itself, aircraft has nothing to do with this date, other than just say you want to advance. Just like I said again, if you take a commercial aircraft and you pull this aircraft out and you move the aircraft speedily to cargo, to even carry more weight than human, and the aircraft can still carry this thing, this aircraft can still fly. Why do we want to use age with aircraft?
Going to my next question to you, Paul. So what is the national security when a president flies a commercial jet, as at a private jet? Because I remember before the death of Queen Elizabeth, she was flying British Air. So what is the implication when a president...
Which is not even owned by the British government. British Airways is not even owned by the British government.
You are an aviator, you know those things. Maybe there's something the public don't know that So please help us understand this issue.
Thank you. Nigeria started buying surplus of presidential aircraft back in the days because Nigeria, we are the big brother Africa. So many of our aircraft, we use it to carry other neighboring presidents and everything. And the big revenue for it, sometimes we help some countries with it. You understand? So when we have surplus, that's when this concept started with buying 1, buy 2, buy 3, buy 4, to the tune of 10. You understand? So to some extent, like I said, we make revenue, we train people, and those aircraft that Nigeria bought, when you look the aircraft, they all come, they scattered with different brands. It's not like all these aircraft are all Boeing. We have the Bombardier, we have the Boeing, we even have the Brazilian aircraft, the Embraer. You understand? Even when the world did not even really trust the Embraer, Nigeria started buying the Embraer and everything. And this aircraft worked for us. So this, but because of how do I want to put it? They understand the demographic very well that very many people may not understand this aviation thing. So it is easy for them to fool people. But what just pains me is that you can explain that we want to buy this aircraft. It's going to take another 3 years. So we have to pay this money bit by bit. And then, but it's not like the aircraft is coming today. I think that can, to some extent, that would be a little bit much better. But lying that this aircraft is unserviceable, that is one. Then two, commercial aircraft. Very many countries of the world fly commercial aircraft. What is wrong in flying commercial aircraft? Yeah, see, if the president is coming to Lagos, Lagos is losing 9 billion naira. If the president is coming to Lagos, because where we abused our aviation industry in Nigeria, if the president is coming to Lagos, normally you close for presidency, you close the airspace, 15 minutes to landing. But Nigeria, the president has not even taken a shower in Abuja. They closed the airspace. Now you close the airspace, and remember this aircraft, they do quick turnaround. An aircraft that fly from Abuja to Lagos is landing to Lagos to quickly pick another passenger to Owerri. And from Owerri, is moving again, maybe from Owerri to Lagos, from Lagos to Calabar and everything. Now you disrupt the system, you close the airspace, everything shut down on that day, and just because of the president is coming. That is not the type of national security that we are talking about. So when we talk about national security, yeah, these are the things that national security you plan. You save the airspace for the president to land, not by telling people all type of lies. You know, the lies is just too much. The president can fly commercial aircraft.
Okay.
Once you close the airspace, the president is good to go. That is just it.
Thank you so much, Paul. Because there's so much secrecy, that is around Nigerian governance, the governance in Nigeria, especially Nigeria. I don't want to, open it up to Africa, especially Nigeria. So much secrecy. I will come to you, Mazi Prince. So far, what have you heard, and do you want to make your initial contribution this morning?
Yes, KJ, good morning. Mr. Paul, good morning. And
good morning,
KJ,
my brother.
Thank you so much for anchoring this program. Pretty much what is written, what I've seen so far, encompasses most of the stuff that I read. But I would have loved you also to add the GMO being introduced to Nigeria. Okay.
That's a good one.
Pretty much.
Hey, can you do me a favor? Sorry. Can you just put me on the backstage small? Let me just quickly also eat my GMOs.
Good. The GMOs, they are really going at it, and they are very serious in what they are doing. I think so far they said they've distributed some seats to about, is it 11 states? And they would not mention the states, and if I want to use this platform also to appeal to my state governor, which is Oboriweri, please, we don't need that in Delta states. We don't need that in Delta states. That's a lot going on. And they are also being aided because from some source that I have certain things today, Dangote, they are dragging Dangote into it, and it's nothing but the fact that they made it straight, to Dangote, that for him to succeed, he has to join them, and I think he has joined them too. He's gonna be part of that. So some of the products that will be coming from Dangote, don't be surprised. It will come, it will be a GMO. The thing is this: why is Nigeria accepting something that other countries are rejecting? And we are saying GMO, I don't know if I should go. Let me reserve that by the side. I'll let her go into full details what it is.
All right.
Yeah, let me reserve that. And then another one is also Burkina Faso is making headways. They are standing tall in terms of security. I don't know what they are doing with Russia, but they are really a threat to, they are standing their ground and they are protecting their people. So that guy is gonna be something else. I don't know if it's good or I don't know if it's gonna be for bad reasons, but that guy stands tall and he's doing well in terms of securing his country, Burkina Faso. Um, we then go into internal politics, which is when you talk about river states, to me, whatever that is going on there, Wike is still not giving up, which is, I don't know, what kind of a country a man will want to control another person with all the atrocities he has in his baggage. He still wouldn't stop. He continues to perpetrate those things.
Okay,
What?
sorry, can I butt in a little bit while we
Sure.
organize ourselves? Now, won't you say that Wike has actually learned this his style from the previous politics being played in around Nigeria? I mean, because this was not, we don't know this before in the East, but now it has become rampant in this East and in the South. Won't you say that Wike is a good student of what has been going on around the North and the West?
Um, to me, to me, yes, he's a good student of what is there, but it's kind of like he is now going beyond what he learned.
Yeah, while you're answering that, also I want you to think about the fact that, can you lace into your answer if you think that politics is actually for the good of the ordinary man in Nigeria?
What politics in the real sense, in as much as I really, at some point, I wanted to go into politics. However, from what I'm seeing, politics right now, especially that of Nigeria, scares me. It scares me. Um, the thing is this, politics is always gonna be there, whether we like it or not. It's even in our families. It's in our immediate family, father, mother, children. There is politics going on. You know, um, but it all depends on how you play it. And so far, so good. It has not been in favor of Nigeria. And it's sad to say that Nigerians should open their eyes. Let's take away all this tribalistic, religious, and all these things these politicians are putting right in front of us. And we focus on that while they are perpetrating their acts, because it might be what meant. I just took, for example, you said 24.33 in 3 months. In 1 year, we've used about, this present government has used about 40.1 whatever, which is in total of what the previous government used, which is in 8 years, they use about 80 point something trillion. Now, if in 1 year, the government has used 40 point some 40 point, I believe 40.1 something, you know that means, which is half of what a particular government used in 8 years.
Okay.
They times it by 8 now.
Okay.
So if they're gonna get to 8, then it's gonna be like 64 or something.
Okay. Thank you for your initial comments, Mazi Prince. We will dive to my brother AY, who just came in, and I hope you have rested, that you have calmed down so that you can now give us your own view.
Oga KJ, I say make a join, make a call greet my Oga.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
You are the commander of the armed forces today.
Well, we are drafted. We are soldiers, so we are drafted to this platform right now.
Nice one. I actually like the idea of getting more people to moderate. It's really good.
Thank you. Yes, your first initial comments on these issues.
So which topic are you guys? Because I heard
we actually just not there yet. They're just touching on what we have played as videos. Okay, so if you have you can make your comment.
Yeah, I heard him talking about the River State politics with the Wike and Fubara. Yeah, like I know we discussed this at some point when this whole issue started. I think Wike is playing with fire, to be honest. It to me, honestly, like with the level of experience, and I don't know why he's trying to get into this fight, but I tell you, he's not going to survive it. There is no two ways. So 2015 is actually different from 2024. It's different in the sense that 2015, the issues were different. Rivers people love Amechi, but because Amechi was supporting a candidate against their son, they have to go after Amechi. So the people were not really with Amechi. The people wanted Goodluck Jonathan, especially the Ijaws. So the people were not in support of Amechi. So Wike was able to use the military, use everything to hijack the power. But I tell you, in 2037, it's not going to survive. I tell you for free, it's not going to survive. I don't know who is advising them. River State is the most corrosive state in Nigeria. If you know, you know. Paul know what I'm talking about. Apart from that, it has some resources. The governor have a lot of resources, and the other factor is the governor is from the Ijaw. Ijaw has never ruled River State since 1999. So these are issues. The Ijaw, not only in Rivers, in the whole of Niger Delta, they are fully behind Fubara. I tell you, that fight, you got to bring out the military. There is nothing you can do. The people will tell you this is who we want. As long as the people are interested in that election, Wike escape route was when the president intervened, he would have quietly looked for a way to work with the governor and just like chill out. Just allow him be. Stay in Abuja. Allow your boys to work with him, just make the peace. Hey, hi, let the governor be. If he continue doing what he's doing, trust me, it's going to end in disgrace. There is nothing he can do to the governor. It's a big mistake.
Thank you so much, everyone who has contributed so far. I just want to say, for the record, Dr. Damage's program, Have Your Say, is we are all here to find a way for good governance. We are not against anybody who is in power or supporting any party who is in power. Our concern is for the Nigerian people, because the Nigerian people deserve to have good governance. We deserve to have electricity. We deserve to have good road. We deserve to have a government that cares for the people, that is concerned about the lives of the ordinary Nigerian, the ordinary citizen of Nigeria. A government should not be about just the people who are in power, but it's about the people that you are supposed to be governing. That's why democracy is for the people, by the people, and for government of the people, for the people, and for the whatever it's called right now. But I can't see to put that thought together right now. But all I'm about to say in this program is, when you come with an open mind, this program Have Your Say is Have Your Say. So indulge us, allow people to say what they need to say. I'm going to stay out of everybody's contribution, but I'll try to moderate it, like I said earlier. So please come in and let's discuss. As we let it go, we're going to let it go with the very first video on our chat, and after that we'll discuss. Thank you.
Other six privileges. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my privilege has been breached by one Adeola Fayem, who alleged on social media and Instagram that I, a member of this house, collect basic salary of 2.5 per month, furniture allowance 7.5 million per month, newspaper allowance 1.2 million per month, wardrobe allowance 621,000 per month, research allowance 248,000 per month, accommodation allowance 4.9 million per month, utility allowance 828,000 per month, personal assistant allowance 621,000 per month, and so on. And very interesting for you to know that this Adeola Fayehu does not reside in Nigeria, he's in UK. And this is the same person, December time, when one of our colleagues, maybe by mistake, said trailers of rice were given to members of National Assembly. This same lady was spreading it everywhere that you should ask your representatives, where is your trailers of rice? So if this house does not take a stand on this and take a if the house cannot take it as a case against her, I, Elder Leke Joseph Abejide, will take it up with her. Because in my own constituency, this is what is now spreading around, that I take this amount channels at a time, I put up my salary to the whole world for them to see. What is it that we are hiding? We are not hiding anything in this holy chamber. I want to bet it with you. There are some members that cannot survive more than 5 days with their salaries. Even before the end of the month comes, the request from your constituent has already taken over everything. And somebody who does not reside in Nigeria will be instigating the general public against us. And then we will be quiet. This is the privilege that has been breached against me, and I believe by extension to all members of this house. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues.
Thank you.
Okay, there you've heard it. You guys who are the diaspora are now becoming a problem because you raise an issue, and the issue is now being discussed as a privileged information because you are asking for good governance. I will go through the way we have come in, and I will ask Mazi Prince to make his comment while we go around. When I get to Olumide and Wale, you can equally make your comment if you have any other initial before we get into what you want to discuss. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, KJ, and welcome on board, Mr. Wale. Olumide, my guy. But you are not Akpatao, you are just Olumide, my guy. Eh? On this particular legislature's statement, first, I find it very, very disappointing that of all the problem Nigeria got going on, of all the issues that need to be legislated upon, he will stand there to talk about. He couldn't even mention her last name very well. I know it's what's her name? Adeola Fayehu. And whatever he said there, being a man from Kogi State or wherever he's from, he didn't even mention that name very well or pronounce it very well that it's supposed to have been. My own thing is, how is he gonna go about? Is he gonna sue her? What a shame! What a shame! And you are standing there telling them, first and foremost, you said, oh, that she's inciting the people against the legislature. Okay, then let us see what you guys are being paid. Can we see? Because I don't, believe you me, so many numbers are being thrown up. And the numbers that are being thrown up are very, to me, Very, very high. They even earn legislatures in Nigeria earn more than the president of America. At least I know what Biden earns and what any other president or even my congressman. I know what he earns. But them, I don't know what they earn. I can't see a reason why some people just for being in that seat will be paid millions a month. Before he became that legislator, what was he? And now he's dragging his agbada. Look at him. I'm legislating, as if he's Oba. And then also said, oh, that he agreed that one of their colleagues made a mistake. She went by what she had. It's not her fault. If she said, as your legislators, where is your rights or your palliative? One of them said it. If it's true or lie, I saw it too. Because this is what they've reduced the masses to paupers, beggars in their own country. What a country! I rest my case. If I were let me show my face. If you want, he can sue me too. Let's meet in court. Elder my foot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes. AY, what's your take?
So I actually listened to the clown before now. You see, this thing, these guys are very funny. To be honest, right? So if we want to rebuild Nigeria, if we are serious in rebuilding Nigeria, one of the things we need to do, when we want to do restructuring, get rid of House of Rep. We don't need these guys. It's waste of money. Pay salary allowances of 360 people, to me, it's waste of money. I don't know what they are doing. Senate is okay. We have 109 senators. I think 3 senators from each state. This is enough. Call it parliament. Forget about rep senate. Call it parliament. We need to change this system. It's too expensive. The amount of money Nigeria spend on House of Rep alone, 360 House of Rep members, it is a waste. Buy them cars, buy them no. They're doing nothing. Trust me, they are not adding anything to the country. Get rid of them. That would be my whole solution to this problem. The money you are using to give to these people, you can use it to build standard school, standard hospital across Nigeria. Thank you. That's my point.
Thank you. Yes, somebody was making a comment, and I want you to speak to that. He said that you are calling your leader a clown.
No, they are not my leader. Sorry, they are not my leader.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't call them my leader. So part of the reason why we struggle about it. That's why, like, I am of the opinion Nigeria needs to come together and work together. What you are seeing right now, the incompetent of the House of Rep members, of the senators, you will be astonished when you speak with some of them. They don't even understand what is going on. Just look at him now. How come he doesn't know Adiola is not even in UK? Adiola has been in the social media for more than 15 years, right? How come he cannot even check where is this person? He knows. He's telling me he doesn't know Sahara Reporter. No, you see, like these are basic things they are supposed to know. It's even calling Hello Chamber, Holy Chamber. These are issues we need to take. See, you guys are laughing. You see, like if we that will get us back to the electoral system. South Africa, they just concluded an election. They were able to nominate their own people they need to be in the parliament. Right now, the president is forced to work to form a unity government where they will compel him, listen, if you are not getting this done, we are not supporting it. we need a system that is working. If we have a system that is working, 90% of the House of Rep member will not be there. 90% of the senator will not be there because they can't win election. They can't convince the people to vote for them. If we have a system that is working, you can easily go back home and roll out a plan, say, hey, this is my plan, this is what I'm going to do, this is how I'm going to improve this constituency. They will vote for you. But today, you can't compete with them because they belong to some cabal. So these are the issue, right? So I just pray like we get it right very fast.
Thank you.
Because other countries are moving on. Thank you.
Thank you, AY. Thank you so much for your contribution. St. Paul, yes, we are back again.
You asked KJ one question, and KJ said he's not representing him. Sorry, AY said he's not representing him. And I think I want to succumb with AY by using this phrase. They said Adeola live in the UK, live abroad, not even in Nigeria. So this is how they class us. They say we can't vote. So, and when we talk like they are not representing us. And we did not even vote for them to go in or not to go in. So if we even say they are not representing us, I think we are right. And when you look during the military era, military literally achieved nearly everything, the edifice that we have today called Nigeria. You understand? Do we have this type of people then? You understand? Even people who did not represent us achieved so much. And people who claim that they are representing us, we can't see anything other than seeing very expensive Babariga. You understand? Very expensive. Now it's very, very expensive Babariga. But he don't have his salary to stay for more than 5 days to take care of his family. Is it not funny? You know, so when you look at everything, how do you say you don't even know Adeola? You want to come to the Alo chamber. God, go look the way they question people in the US. You want to come to the Alo chamber that Adeola did this. You couldn't even do extensive research. Pay one journalist, investigate this girl in nitty-gritty, where you can dig out something, where you can even bring the girl down, where you can make good case for yourself. No, they don't do that. They don't spend money for anything. And they have all these essays and advisors and special advisors, but they don't use these people. You understand? They don't use these people. That's why he don't even know anything. If I had to report somebody like that, I will dig into the person. You understand? You will find something that you use in making your own case. But you can't even find anything. You understand? Why you can't even find anything from Adeola? What about yourself? Just even bring the proof that this is my salary. This is what I take. You still can't do that. And everything. Well, talk is cheap. That is what he's doing. That's my take for now. KJ, you mute yourself.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Paul. Yes, Wale, your floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, and I greet everyone on the platform. It's a shame to hear people that are supposed to be intellectual, people that are supposed to know what the problem is and ready to solve the problem, coming on air, saying all that kind of thing. Honestly, don't let me say what I want to say on the air. If that person happened to be my brother, I think if I have the means, it will be gone. Like, literally, except if I'm not patriotic and I'm not a citizen. And like I always said, I think these people, when we look at it, one way or the other, okay, he's a Yoruba guy. I'm probably not from his state. But can you imagine if I'm his family member and I'm benefiting from that? Is kind of shameless talk. Will I be proud that is my brother in a way? But because I'm benefiting, maybe it's Babariga and the shameless, corrupt money he's taking, I'll probably not be on this platform. I'll probably be like, oh, you know, Nigerian people, they are docile anyway. Say anything you can say. He's not going to leave his seat. And that is why I always say, how can we get rid of these people? We can get rid of them if we can get rid of ourselves. We need to be honest. If it's my brother, will I be honest enough to say this guy doesn't fit into that office, or because I'm benefiting from the 260 million or whatever he's getting, then I'll just keep short. So that is why I always said Nigerian people they're too docile. Yeah, for those of us who have japa, directly, indirectly, still affect us because we have our people down there, and every single one of us will probably witness to what is going on. Yeah, except if they don't have your number, they will ask you for money. You'll be sending money you don't even have back to that country. So in a way, I feel like when the only solution to the problem we have is there's no solution, honestly, because the people there, I think Nigerians have some kind of attitude just to flow with the suffering and smiling. They're not going to change anything. The APC or the outlaw makers, they're just going to continue to take them for a ride. It's been for many years. It's going to continue until people rise and say, you know what, enough is enough. But they're not going to rise because I better pass my neighbor in as much I'm benefiting. Why should I become Jesus to die for Nigeria? No.
Oh, can I butt in a little bit, sir? Do you think those of you that are in diaspora probably have not put enough pressure for this kind of news to come from a higher chamber in Nigeria? Because you, hold on, sir, because you are citizens of your nation, even though you are not domiciled right now in your country. Do you not have a right to make comment concerning the affairs of your nation?
I have left. I don't have right. I have right. Right. KJ, you know now. Forget about right to. It's only in this Obodo Yibo that you have right. You can call on your MP or your senator or your mayor to say, look, what you are doing. Like Chim said last week, that is the only petition that they will write, gather people to sign signature. They will get their sense. Even if they are not removed, they will know that people are not really happy. In Nigeria, do they even know how to call their councillor or whatever, or House of Rep? It's too cumbersome. These people don't care about the people they are governing. They will, can you imagine? Maybe what they would do for the 260 million they are collecting is to go and dig one borehole in one village and they will cut ribbon and people will be clapping for them. In 21st century, come on. I don't have right, I have left. Let me end my case that way. The solution to the problem is there's no solution. Until we get that into our head, honestly, let's forget it. Yeah, it's okay for us to talk about it because APC with their propaganda. Where's the Yabelo case now? Where is the National Anthem case now? People are still being power. What is happening? I beg, let's continue to do our village meeting every week. We will talk.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Yes, Olimide seems to be on another platform right now. So we'll go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, you're welcome. And can you make your initial contribution?
Yeah, good evening from here. Greeting to every one of us, or every one of you there. I don't have anything to say for now. I will speak later.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. We greet you. Yes, Olimide, are you ready for us now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you can go ahead, sir.
So, there's I want to react to the GMO topic that Mazi raised.
Okay.
Also,
well, we won't go there yet, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yes.
So we just want to.
Yes, just on your initial thinking, and we are actually dealing with the comment from the assemblyman who said that people.
Okay, I'll just go straight to that then.
Okay.
So for me, I don't want to talk about. Everybody else has kind of condemned his action, and I stand with them. But for me, the question is the fact that I don't know from anywhere in a part of the civilized world where members of lawmakers of a house anywhere in the world, the US, UK, Canada, or any other place for that matter, where other people reside, where they are allocated what they call constituency allowance to make projects. I mean, does anybody know of anywhere in the world where that is done? Who are supposed to make projects for the people? We are talking about the neglect of not empowering the local government chairman to independently improve the life of the people by using the resources at the local level to better their life. And you are giving money to lawmakers. That is why we say Nigeria is a cesspit of nothing but everything negative. Adiola was referring to, so when Adiola he's just being disingenuous. He wasn't referring to his salary or whatever allowance that they get, which we even question for what do they do to earn that much. They're talking about the 500 million naira, depending on the House of Rep members get 200 and the senators get up to 500 million naira yearly to do projects. That is an humongous amount of money. And yet, with these people, majority of these people at the local government level live in squalor. They don't even have lights. They don't even have. So what is it that they want the local government to do? Lawmakers are supposed to use their influence to bring projects for the federal to implement at the local level. I mean, I don't know what else to say. For me, I'm just dumbfounded. And then some people will say we need to be positive about the country. I was on an electricity platform yesterday, and positive about what? What is there to be positive when the negative kind of trounces the positivity by far too many times? I'm short of words. I rest it here.
Okay. Sometimes that comes across that people say that you should be positive about the goings on in your country. They say you should speak positive, you should pray. If you don't know what to say, pray for your country. However, prayer is good, but prayer also requires action. I'm coming to man of prestige. You have heard what the man said. This is supposed to be a representative of his people, who is saying that when he collects his money, he spends it all on his local government people because they come to him to ask for handouts. I want to ask you, let's into your answer. Why would people be coming to him for handouts? Is it because the people don't have where to make money? I mean, I just want you to look at that comment he made. Why are people coming to him for handouts? Why you're answering your question? Please let's get into it. Thank you, sir. Go ahead. You're welcome.
Yeah. Greeting to everybody, afternoon and morning, wherever you may be. Even good evening, people in Nigeria, righteous man. Probably good evening over there. Yeah. So let me to stick on this particular topic. Nigeria has become a special case. I'm beginning to wonder: can we get better? Can we head to the right trajectory? And I have not seen any indication, any threshold to give me that hope. But as a Nigerian, I still believe in Nigeria, but it's getting out of hand that the level where we're going. Of course, we're going to talk about it, and Nigeria debt, how they're using our money to service debt and where we're going to be. So that's another topic, So of course, what I read was very alarming in that area. So speaking about this representative, you see, this is the problem. I mean, a country that believe in handout, will not survive. I mean, that is not the right way to go. Just imagine that, what he just said is just, I call him stupid, yeah, whether he's listening or not. That was I don't even know how to categorize that kind of statement that he made. I mean, like what Akpabio said. I mean, this representative, all they do is just come to play abracadabra on us. They are not there to govern. I mean, this is why politics in Nigeria is the biggest industry, for anybody to ascend. I mean, with no doubt, because when you go there, they don't look after, there's no national, patriotism. It's all about what can I get? And that, has been the epitome of Nigeria. Like I said, I have a friend who left America, working at a lucrative accounting firm because his older sister was able to marry to Atiku. That was a long, long time ago when we was in school. And he left there and going back to Nigeria. And the first thing that he told me, I'm going to get a piece of the pie. That was his statement I put. I mean, read that statement, and I think I heard he was prospering, getting a lot of contract during Atiku. So I mean, I lost contact with him. I believe he was. I think the sister is divorced. They're from a nature area. But the sister is divorced right now. I think the sister was a lawyer, rather. They met in Maryland, Atiku, during that time, long time ago. But it just go to the mindset of Nigeria, whether you are here or.
Sorry, you're muted. Man of Presi, you mute yourself.
Mute yourself.
Did you hear what I said?
The last part.
No, not so long. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay. So, the point I'm trying to make, they say they want to hire so-called autocrat. It doesn't make any difference. Okay. So when you go back to Nigeria, you're going to behave like the zoo they are. Let's call it a spade. I mean, I hate to be coming here criticizing or, they say we need to find a solution. Yeah, but the people in Nigeria have to take the bull by the horn, because Nigeria is not a structured place. And if you look at some of those Arab countries, because I've seen it happen previously, where they organize in America, they're not even up to 1/3 of Nigerian here. But they whatever they organize, they fed the country. But Nigeria, no, that's not going to happen. It doesn't matter what we do. The people in Nigeria have to take the initiative, from the village to the local government. Then we can come in. There's nothing we're going to champion here that is not going to work. Of course, we in America, we can go to the Washington and march or whatever. I thought that was stupid. They're not going to listen to us, because the West is the one manipulating that country. All this money they are borrowing you. They know the benefit, if somebody going to say, Trump coming, it's going to be better. Obama. I mean, Biden. America has the same foreign policy. It doesn't matter who is in charge. They're still going to make their own, they're there for their own well-being. Let's call it a spade a spade. That's what it is. So for him to make such a comment, and I would say, what Akpabio said, I don't know if you heard what Akpabio said, that the reason why that national anthem, he said the national anthem was the cause of Nigeria.
We are coming to that. He said it's a topic.
Okay. Thank you. But anyway, speaking about what this man said, we know Nigeria is, it's not getting better, but it's how can we change the system? Like I said, the people in Nigeria, I mean, you don't have any local government. I mean, the local government are subsidiary to the governor, and the governor have their own, the governor is like, the governor is like the chief, the governor is like the eminent domain of their own society. The federal government, hold on. Are you gone? Okay, bye-bye. Okay. But anyway, the federal government don't have any control of what they can do. So they know what, they know they have a right to manipulate the country. So all this, I consider all this, our federal, people working in the Congress and everything are jobless people who, they know why they are there. So it's not going to get better, So, but anyway, let me stop here. Let somebody else speak. Thank you.
Thank you, man of prestige. Thank you for your contribution. And just like he said, and I want to again say that once a government is in power and the people are not benefiting, then the purpose of that government is totally defeated. I mean, I don't care where it comes from. And you see, hunger does not have a tribe. That's the unfortunate thing about hunger. It doesn't have a tribe. Everybody, whether you are Oyibo, black, or whoever, you must be hungry. Hunger, it comes. It comes to the big, it comes to the small. I will ask the Blackstone to make his contribution on that issue. And as you are doing that, please remember what he said. He said that his constituency comes to him to collect half of what he collects. Is that the reason for the jumbo salary that they are collecting, sir?
Thank you, KJ, and good day to everybody. Hey, why? You are still alive, eh? Oh, wow. So anyway, how we approach this issue from I think this issue is not today. It didn't start today. I think they started from 1999. And then we Nigerians, when things are good, when Nigerians are having good time and everything, you don't think of tomorrow, right? And all these things that's happening in Nigeria, the legislator receiving huge amount of money and all these things, nobody will be fighting against it. And when I look at the allowances, some of them are just, for me, there's no reason for it. I don't expect why you should have wardrobe allowance. Before you came there, were you naked? You know, so all this because all this have been there, nobody fought against it. Now it is being established, like it is a law written down. You know, it's like the British unwritten constitution. Nigeria has some unwritten laws that the parliamentarians they follow. So it has been it has been there, happening there, and nobody has been talking about it. So that is why they can come back boldly, have the audacity to talk about it, and then they don't care. You know, they think it is their own right, so that they are entitled to those huge amount of money they take home every month. You know, so that is what it is. You know, because we have overlooked it for so many years. And I don't think there's anybody going to come up and try to change it and try to fight against it, and we fight back. You know, so there's no reason for it. If your constituency is taking half of what you are taking home, because you are impoverished your constituency. You are made the people poor. You took what belongs to them. So instead of you to provide amenities, jobs, infrastructures for them, you are giving them peanuts, handouts. So you are making them more poor simply because you want to be respected. So I don't think that's not a reason. That's not even a word a matured man or an experienced man or a man that has wisdom should come out of his mouth and say, this is why I'm getting this huge amount of money. There's no reason for it. So this is, actually, that is what Nigeria is. When Nigerians are making money, they think there's no tomorrow. So they are all enjoying themselves. So it is a Nigerian thing. It's a Nigerian thing. Both the politicians, both the private people in the public, the private sectors, it is the way we live our lives. Because we don't care. As long as I'm in control, I can say anything. I can defend even the evil that is I'm doing. I can talk boldly, and nobody can come after me. So this Nigerian mindset, just like a man of prestige said, making a reference to that guy leaving the US to go and be a part, maybe to go to Nigeria, go and have a pie of the cake. Yeah, when we talk about national cake, what do they mean? So that is it. They are told to eat part of the national cake, and anybody that's going there tomorrow also have the same mindset. So less than 3% of Nigerians has a mindset to improve Nigeria, to do something for Nigeria. The other ones are just after what they will get. And every politician in Nigeria, their major reason for being a politician is to take a pie of that cake, of that national cake. Nothing more. No matter where they are. Very few ones I say, I will work for Nigeria. I will try my best to bring in some transformation, to do things for my people, right? And then so very few ones. So my point is this, that it is Nigerian thing. And until we change our mindset, Nigeria is not going to change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like to borrow a word from what you said, that is an entitlement spirit. Entitlement spirit comes when you have impoverished the people. And so they look up to one-eye man as the king in the place of the blind. That is what we see our nation is turning into. And that will, I believe that everybody have commented on this, so we'll move on quickly to our next topic. And the next topic, dovetails into this particular issue also. I'm going to jump it, not in the order it was arranged, but I'm going to go to the next topic to show us what happens to a people who have been impoverished, who do not have any means of survival. Now survival has become of the fittest. a very clear example from this video. Let's watch it together.
Wannan kawukan wasu shanu ne aka yanka a cikin Northwest, an fito tafiya mota ta lalace. Yalla bai, yalla a wani can ya ibu nasa guda biyu. Mutumi na, sadaka ce? Kai ba kai kai biyu na samu. Kai biyu? Wallahi tallahi. Sadaka ce ko kuwa? A'a, namu ne dama. Me ya faru so? Mota ce a Northwest aka yanka da gwamnati suka lalace. Ka ga da mutane suke yi ba? Masha Allah, an yi layya. Yalla bai sadaka ce? Sadaka ce aka yi a nan. Kowa yake diba mutuwa. Inna lillahi wa inna wallahi kayan gwamnati ne. Yalla bai sadaka ce wannan? Sadaka ce? Yalla bai sadaka ce wannan? Wallahi ba sadaka ba ce. To za ka biya ne kare ne. Ce ne. An yi bada iba an tafi da wasu.
Okay. That for those of us who don't understand much of Hausa language, that vehicle was carrying cows belonging to somebody, probably a businessman who has gone to buy cows to go and do his business. And the vehicle got spoiled on the way. And while they're trying to fix it, people came with long knives and slaughtered the cows in the van and pieces it for themselves. Now,
that's a good one.
That is something that you wouldn't have seen in any part of Nigeria before. Because when your vehicle breaks down, even if you don't have people to help you repair, you get people who can help you push it out of the way. But today the society is changing fast because people have been denied of the means of livelihood. Consequently, it is now survival of the fittest. I don't know what Mazi Prince is going to say concerning this because we are coming to you right away. You have seen the video. What will be the outcome of this consequence in the near future? If this is not, if there's not something not done quickly concerning the economy and the well-being of Nigerian people. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ, once again. And good morning. Mr. Righteousman, he's gone already. And then Blackstone, I'll call you Blackman. Sorry about that. You are not a black man. You're Blackstone. Good morning. For me, I look at it in two ways. The system has failed them. You know, the people are hungry. But at the same time, I also want them to understand that the consequence of what they've just done is upon the man who must have bought those cows and also probably the driver. Probably the driver might even lose his job. If I understand very well how Nigeria works, the driver will lose his job. And then another thing that comes to my mind is, where are the security agents? Because from my understanding, for them to have succeeded in killing those cows, it must have taken them up to an hour. If I understand, it will take them up to an hour to do that. So it doesn't mean that there's no police, nothing, no security at all. And that thing happened. It's a sad story. And my heart goes out to the businessman. My heart really goes out to him. People are hungry. They gotta do what they gotta do. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, AY. For the video, what do you make?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back a little from our previous discussion. So if you see what is going on, right? First of all, somebody was talking about constituency allowance. We need to know that these people deliberately created this allowance just to give an avenue for the people they call honorable members to steal. And part of it is they share part of this money with the people, of course, like give them little penny, right? The problem we have here actually big. They themselves creating hunger themselves. It's just like before election, how they're gonna give people rice and salt. I don't know if they will give rice now because rice is expensive. Maybe probably give some salt, whatever, just to tell the people to vote for them. One thing we need to know, there is hunger in the land. Either you like it or not. We need to actually understand it. Even the working population, when you see the salary, the minimum wage, the minimum wage they are fighting for today is around 60,000, right? 65,000 or so. Even before then, minimum wage was around 35,000. Mind you, some governors have not been able to pay this 35,000. So it tells you that even the people that are working, the hunger is much. How do you pay somebody 30,000 naira? How do you pay somebody 60,000 naira today in Nigeria, where a bag of rice is more than that amount? If you have 2 children in schools that are not free, how are you going to pay for that? So you are encouraging corruption. For you to clear up the hunger, what is right is you pay people living wage. What is called living wage, in every city, in every state, you determine the living wage of people, then you pay them salary, then you can go after them when they steal. So that's the reason we have a corruption. What you see on the street is not surprising. The only painful thing, they are oppressing their fellow people that are oppressed, instead of them to go after the oppressors. So this is the only thing. But these kind of things are going to continue. The stealing is going to continue. Even now, they go to people's farm to harvest their crop. All this stuff are going to continue. That is what you find in a society where people are struggling to eat 1-2 meals a day. That is what you're going to find. Because now, I remember when I was in university, the easiest food for us to eat as students was beans. You bake beans, put oil, put salt, food is ready. You buy bread, maybe 10 naira, 5 naira, but today, the story is different. If they tell you the price of beans in Nigeria, you are like, wow. Even Gary nobody was eating Gary now, but the Gary is good in Nigeria today. We need to actually realize that the hunger is much. The president, the governors, the member, wherever they are, they need to take this issue seriously, because they think they get away with everything. It might get to a point when people are ready to die. I don't think they will get away with all this nonsense. They need to sit up and really work for the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, AY. Now I'm coming to you, Mr. Paul. And while you answer that question, I want you also to less it into, if the people are hungry and the farms are not working and people can't go to farm, new crops are not being planted, give us a projection of what is going to happen in the next 2-3 years if this continues and nothing is not abated. Thank you.
Okay, let me go a little bit religion with this. They said evil communication corrupts good manners, not bad manners, good manners. Because the worstest sin anybody can cause to themselves is to watch themselves die of hunger. No, you have to move. You have to use the goat method. You understand? You push the goat to the wall, the goat come back and fight back. My brother, if I see that woman who go watch home video inside his house and leave his beans outside, You understand? Go watch TV and leave his beans outside. And hungry, they catch me. You say, make I not go thief am because my mama say make I not thief. And I'm dying of hunger. Even communication, we corrupt good manners, not bad manners. You understand? Like my namesake in the Bible said, Paul said, I saw myself doing the things that I don't want to do. You see how the society has been bastardized. I was in California some 2 months ago, and see when California increased this McDonald's, this eatery, whatever, to $20 per hour. Oh, in the news everywhere. Oh, McDonald's is leaving. This one is leaving. I didn't see anyone leave. This is how these greedy rich people think. This is how they talk, and they have the power to use the media to gag everybody. We can't pay. We can't do this. We can't do that. We can't do this. And everything. Then they show you one burger is $15 and everything. It will regularize itself. Close. So that you to feel the pain that the poor man will also feel. And everything. They make all these assertions and everything. But to some extent, it's not really like that. Yes. Even Texas, that is paying $7.25 for a long time, for donkey years. Texas just moved their minimum wage from $7.25 to $12. Guess what? We didn't even see any union that negotiate that. But when our president is thinking that he knows how to handle the union because he's gagging the union that these are Igbo people that want to disrupt his party, these are Labour Party people that want to disrupt his government and everything, you think you are playing politics. You are playing politics to destroy the nation that you want to rule. That is what they don't understand. Things are really, really tough. I was in KF's Chicken Republic and Sweet Sensation close to my hotel. I was in Nigeria some 3 weeks ago. Guess what? I was asking the girl that is working in Sweet Sensation, I said, how much do you earn? She said she earned almost 50,000 naira. And one meal that we eat there is costing around 7,000, 8,000 to 10,000 if you want to eat our so-called African food. Do you know that that girl that is working in Sweet Sensation can't afford to eat in Sweet Sensation, except they are privileged to have leftover remnants? Because if you earn 50,000 naira, how can you eat in Sweet Sensation? They become corporate beggars. The people who beg me money today, who beg very many of us money today, up to 90% of the people are working class people. You understand? Whenever there's time for them to pay rent, they beg. Whenever there's time for them to pay school fees, they beg. They didn't lose their job like back in the days that suddenly you just lost your job. So things are tough. They are still working. You understand? Because this pay, like AY will say, does not take them home. Things are hard. These days, even young women go to work. These girls, they told me, they said they sleep here, sir. Because in my hotel where I stay, whenever anybody come find me, I just walk down to Sweet Sensation. I buy food for them. I come back the second time, I buy food for them. Another set will come. Automatically, I didn't know, they profile me. They say, this one a big man. They just profile me. I'm telling you, when they start explaining, the young girls, they said, sir, we are sleeping here. They sleep in Sweet Sensation and eatery. Because he paid them, how much would they spend? They said they spend 700, 800, 900 to come to work every day. So they sleep. Even Sweet Sensation understand. Not like they are hiding and sleeping there. Do you know the painful part of it? They will turn off the generator. They will sleep in darkness in Sweet Sensation there. Then wake up in the morning, quickly clean up the whole place again and prepare for work. The management understand. I really, really felt bad. I really, really felt bad and everything. So this is how things have gone in the country. And the government is not doing anything. Now, remember now, I'm not talking about a school dropout. I'm not talking about a loser. These are people who are willing to work. Very many of them are graduates. You understand? They can't do anything. The country is tough. So when we see all these things, they want to use one type of name. These are hooligans. These are this, these are that. That is a lie. KJ, we saw these things in the pandemic time. The noodles, when the trailer break down, how people rush to get noodles, how people do very many things. In Ogara, as we are entering Delta states, there's a cement truck that got broken. They empty all the cement. You understand? The people realize that when they fall our hand, they come back, they start losing all the tires, start losing parts of the truck. The next day you see this trailer on the floor. You can imagine that. Yeah, so this is how things are so tough. So people will just doing any type of thing that is survival of the fittest, like MC like to say. He say only the strong will survive, only the lonely that will be lonely. So now just like if you want to say you want to keep that integrity, you will be lonely. The society will demonize you. And to some extent, you are doing yourself even more harm than good for even trying to do the right thing. You understand? Because we are talking right thing now, maybe for different place, but for hungry, how will you just watch yourself go hungry? You will beg. Then when you beg, you can't get anything. You start doing other things.
Okay, Paul. Thank you. I hear you. And you mentioned something that I want Olumide to comment into. You said that those people you met in that Chicken Republic, and also Olumide, as you discuss it, put it vis-a-vis the video that we played earlier. Those workers were graduates. They're not like they didn't have anything to do, but they've gone to school. They've done what society asks them to do that will give you a good life. And now they haven't not been able to end that good life in Nigeria. What do you see of the generation that are experiencing this now and the ones that are coming after them? In other words,
thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Hope you understand what I'm trying to say. We got to where we got because we saw that our uncles went to school, and when they left NYSC, they were given 504 saloon cars, and they had jobs. So we had hope of going to university, and when we come out, we'll do good. But now these ones have gone to university, they've come out, and they can't even afford to feed themselves, not to talk of their parents. What do you see of the generation coming after them, and even with the generation that are suffering this consequence right now in Nigeria?
Just give me one moment, KJ.
All right. So we'll go over to Man of Prestige. You heard my question. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yeah, before I proceed, thank you very much. I just want to echo what people are saying in the chat. This is to KJ. Well done, KJ. You have to give a kudo where kudo is due. So far, I use the word so far because the thing might change, but you're doing a great job, okay? You're maintaining a perfect decorum in this space. So I'm giving you a kudo. It's not just me saying it. If you look at the chat, everybody's echoing the same thing. But anyway, thank you. So having said that, you see, we have a problem in Nigeria. KJ, you live in the north. Are you familiar with the north, ideology, particularly their young ones and something like that? They are the part of the country, compared to the south. We term them as some people who are very righteous, not right. Nobody's righteous, but in that way, they never deviate. They're not like the south. If you keep something, I've never lived in the north. If you keep something, you come back, that thing is going to still be there. They're not going to steal it. It's just a general view. It's not that any one of them doesn't deviate from that norm, which is practice. But you see, things are changing. Why is it changing? It's because we're having what we consider to be law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. If you want to use another word, you can use it as a social evolution. That's exactly what is happening in that country right now, particularly in the north. If you notice, they didn't used to protest during Buhari time or something like that, but that has changed. I mean, I don't know whether it has to do with tribalism or whatever, but when it comes to the survival of the fittest, that your norm is going to be broken. That's exactly what is pervading in that country we call Nigeria right now. Things are not good, and just so far people can take it. We're all human beings. For how long can you take tolerate what's going on in Nigeria? Not to deviate from what we're talking about. Look at what's going on in Kenya. Just because they increase the tax and they are protesting. I think they've been protesting for 5 or 6 days right now. One person is dead. One of the police, they say they cut off his hand. I don't know how that happened, but just for taxation, just that showed the Africa that man went along borrowing money from the NYSC and now come back to tax their people. What are they doing? They are borrowing Tinubu philosophy, which is predicated on taxation. That's exactly what's happening there. It's among the Africans. That's where we are. even at all we may be educated, everything is not about education, we still maintain that total, hard slavery mentality. So that's what's wrong. And that's exactly what's prevailing in Nigeria. Nigeria is on a different level. Other African may be surviving to a certain degree. Maybe they don't cry like we do cry, but we need to cry. We are known to be well outspoken. So that's what's going on in Nigeria. For them to do that kind of thing, you don't blame them. They have to survive. All right. That's just a human being. You can't debate for what they are doing. That's happening in the South too. But for that to happen in the North, yeah. I mean, I think now they are calling for the South to join, but for their protests or something like that. But it's a situation we find in our country. Okay, so all of defeaters, as the caption said. That's exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you, man of prestige. And I understand. Yes, really. Before now, the North used to be calm. It really shocked me because these are people that you can leave your property with them, leave your stuff, cows and all that, and you come back, after 1 week or even a month, the things are still there for you. So it's really a shocking, revelation or revolution, I don't know what to call it, or change of character that has, sweeping through Nigeria. The Blackstone himself, they're still on the call. What do you see in what we have shown so far? The Blackstone, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
They are all praising you. You didn't tell them the training I gave to you before you started moderating.
Oh yes, the Blackstone. Tell me.
Yeah. Mr. Righteous Man, I hope you are okay. Because today you are not smiling, you are not talking.
Blackstone, good evening, my brother.
I greet you.
How will I smile when I'm in Nigeria? How will I smile when human beings are not living like human beings? But it is well.
Man, just smile. Tinubu is not so rock. Don't worry. Yeah. Yes. About the issue, right? Actually, it's also a surprise to me that I grew up knowing the Northerners to be people are very decent. Like there was no stealing, no arm robbery, nothing, at least at that time. But it is a society, like what Paul was saying that evil communication corrupt good manners. I mean, that's how you put it, right? So the Northerners are also be affected anyway. The trend of the moral breakdown, family breakdown, is also happening in the northern part of Nigeria. They used to be people who respect their elders, their religion, abide by the rules and regulations, but these days it's no more like that because the situation of Nigeria, in fact, well, we say that a hungry man is an angry man. So it cannot change that fact since that the situation of hunger is all around your country. It doesn't know if you are, doesn't know tribe. Hunger doesn't know tribe. Everybody's been affected. Everybody's been hit by the situation in Nigeria. Lack of food, lack of the means to buy what you really want to buy. The resources is not there and things like that. So I'm not surprised if those things are happening, So I'm not surprised. It has become a part of the society. So not only in the south or in the east or in the west or in the north, it's all across the whole nation. Right. So I'm not surprised. So anybody that's find a way to get what they can get, they feel that every rich man or everybody who has business is stripping them off. But the bad thing about it is that who they are supposed to attack, who are supposed to face, they're not facing them. It's like a poor man fighting a poor man, trying to rob a poor man trying to rob a poor man. So they're supposed to channel their anger to also rock. Change their anger to the House of Representatives, the politicians, their governors, and things like that. But nobody is fighting them. So they are fighting themselves, trying to who is trying to survive, also fighting who is trying to survive. So let them channel all this their anger and everything to the politicians, to their governor, to the House of Assembly member, to the parliamentarian, and so on and so forth. That is when if you begin to have effect on the people in power, the politicians. So all this one that you are trying to, you are bringing somebody's business down. That man that owns those cows spent money to buy them. He's taking them home and everything. He has lost everything. It's not the cause of Nigerian problem. We know who are the cause of Nigerian problem, but we are not fighting them. So I think we should have a renewal of our mindset. That's what I would say. Let them begin to think in a different direction.
Okay, thank you, Blackstone. And I heard your what you said at the last end of it. The ordinary man, your neighbor, is not the problem. It's not the enemy here. If you have enough energy to fight, move it to those who are oppressing you and making you poor. And as Docstar will come in, I will want you to factor that into your comment this afternoon. Do you think that the people are channeling their energy towards the right source, or there should be a reorganization of where energy should be directed at? Thank you.
Hello, thank you, everybody. Thank you, KJ. Well, at this point in time, I think Nigeria is in chaos. So the people will just channel their energy to where their needs are. Unfortunately, I think in Nigeria we have a public that is largely uneducated politically. Let me not say that's wrongly educated politically. Example, in the northern part of Nigeria, somebody, if your senator steals, you say it's the will of God. You don't hold him accountable. There's something Dati Baba Ahmed said. Democracy is actually for people who know how to defend their rights, who know what the importance of democracy and are ready to defend it and fight for it. Now, when it's not just going to happen, I think what we're expecting in Nigeria is that it's just going to happen. It's not going to happen. So right now, the people don't even know. The people don't even realize that, okay, you have these people going to attack a businessman who is trying to make a living for himself. But the people who are putting them in this situation, they will be lifting placards for them. They know the houses of these people. They know the families of these people. They see those people living in affluence. They do nothing about it. So I think there's something happened in Nigeria. We tend to want to jump the gun, and there's something about the microcosm of what happens in the small sector. It's reflecting everywhere in Nigeria. Let me give you an example. In Nigeria, a parent has a child. Your child is 2 years old. You want your child to start nursery. Parents will jump their children, but when their child is 8 years old, oh, my child is going to secondary school. My child goes to JS1. The child will now write SSC when he's 14. You are jumping the gun. Now, that is the microcosm of the Nigerian problem. We are jumping the system. Now, go to the developed society. It's not possible. You can't. You go to the West. Your child at this age, in fact, your child from age 1 to 4, 0 to 4, has to be with you at home before the child goes to school. You must follow the process. But in Nigeria, what we do is we jump the process everywhere. That is why we don't realize where we are. We think our population, we think that we are at the American level whereby, okay, we can expect. So we put in tribal bigots into positions of power. Then we expect equity. You put in incompetent people, then you expect performance. So the Nigerian population, that's the Nigerian populace, is lacking in education. So they don't even know what to attack. They are just attacking based on their stomach, attacking based on where their belly leads them. And if that is the way Esau attacked, and it doesn't lead to anything good. It doesn't lead to anything good, anything it's not going to lead to any result. And unfortunately, societies don't grow by stumbling on success. Sustained success comes by premeditated planning and knowing what you are going to do with the success. So many people that say revolution now, if any revolution comes from what is happening in Nigeria now, it will be more chaotic after that revolution. Because we are not even, there's no plan, there's no set out. This is like China today. The China you are seeing today was planned. This is what we want to achieve. This is where we are going to. Nigeria at this moment, even the revolution now of Sowore, you can see that it's not. It is actually, even Sowore will be a worse president, because this revolution now he's talking about is just about power grab. Because if that revolution now he was talking about was actually for a collective progress of Nigeria, it would have at least been like the EFF in South Africa. Form an ideology. He has been with the youth for how long? Form an ideology. Get people believing in that ideology. This is the Nigeria we want. This is what we are going to do. And then the people start marching one step at a time. One soldier and more soldiers will join. If that was happening by now, you will find out that this inferno that is rising up in the north because of hunger, they would have had an alternative. Like, okay, what is this person saying? And unfortunately, well, that one is a different organization. So to answer your question, KJ, number one, these people are not channeling their frustration.
KJ, the people are asking who is talking because something wrong.
I can't see the person myself who is talking. I think he's frozen.
It's Desta. It's Desta. It's Desta.
Okay. There's something. There seems to be a problem with your video, Desta. That was why I was raising my hand.
It's frozen.
Can you go out and come back in, Desta, please? There's something seems to be wrong with your video, please. Yeah. I was raising my hand. I don't want to interject, so may I speak, moderator?
Yes, please. Well,
Let's see. Why are you taking moderator position?
Actually,
look at you now. You this partial human being now.
Actually, your turn, but I will give you.
KJ,
I raised my hand. I did not interject. I raised my hand.
Don't stop KJ.
Pastor, some few minutes. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Am I speaking? Am I allowed to speak, sir? Thank you, Your Excellency. A vote has just been conducted, and the results has been collected, and it has just come in that KJ has been nominated to be president in the 27th election coming, and not of the IPOB as is always his position. People in the comment section have been saying there's no Glasgow, so we'll have it in a good way. Not
electricity.
In a bad way.
Electricity. Huh? You need to allow Passa to test his patient first. When Passa come here and test his patient, we know.
Not in a good way, not in a bad way. No. Okay, I must commend you, and I hope that you will really take on this offer of Nigeria being a president of Nigeria, because you started by saying you are not going to take, you don't have opinion on everything, your own opinion, which is a good thing, and I think it's a good thing Rudolph is doing, and it highlights the fact that we actually want Nigeria to work regardless of what we want.
Our differences.
It's just to throw a little bit of in a kind of a spanner in the wheel. Hopefully, people will pick it up and they will come after you, KJ. Thank you very much for allowing me.
Thank you so much, and I hope that those who may want to come after me should bear something in mind. This is a talk shop. Our purpose is to raise enough dust for Nigerians in high and low places to pick it up and work with it. We are not against anybody or any political party. We are not rooting for anybody or any political party. We are simply saying we want Nigeria to work. We all want Nigeria to work. As simple and short. Nothing more than that. We don't want to come into political positions. We're not looking for any office. We're just saying, look, if the country goes better, every one of us will enjoy it. It doesn't have to be one person who is the all and all, but every one of us collectively, we can all win at the same time. Having said that, I will still take, go back to Mr. Rich, and I want him to make his own comment on the video of people who were in the streets. Obviously, they must have been so hungry. Some of them have children who have not eaten, and they saw a businessman who had bought his cow, maybe probably taken it to abattoir, and the vehicle broke down, and they went into their houses, brought out their knives, and slaughtered all the cows, and divided among themselves, and left for their homes. The question is, if this can happen in the north, what else can we not expect?
Mr. KJ, good morning and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the amazing job you're doing. But I want to go back to the first topic before this. And I think we Nigerians, we are the reflection of the leaders that we have today. And I say that because we are very docile people, very docile. And you look at that politician from Kogi State, it's a typical example of why Nigeria is today. When you look at since 1999, my wife is from Kogi State, and I know a little bit of that state because their family has some political players in that state. When you look at the politicians that the Kogi people have elected since 1999, they are nothing short of failures. Look at Yaya Bello, for example, and everything Yaya Bello did. Just look at the last election. The number of people that troop out for APC. It makes you wonder what kind of country we want as a people. Okay? Now, going back to the video you talked about, these same people are the same people that when you go online, they tell you so and so tribe will never rule Nigeria, right? Despite the fact that that tribal man is incompetent, they rather have him there than having another tribal man rule Nigeria. So at some point, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of country do we want? Those of us that live in the West, right? I'll give you an example. Before you buy a house in the US, for example, right? You do some personal investigation. You look at schools, you investigate the local government, you investigate the city, you investigate crime rate and things like that before you make that decision if you want to buy a house in a particular neighborhood or not. Why do you do that? You do that because some municipalities do better than other municipalities, right? And when you eventually buy a house in that city, over time, you become a reflection of the government of the city. So we are a reflection of the leaders that we have today. Many of these people that are protesting, that are killing those cows and roasting them and eating them or grabbing or not grabbing, come 2027, they will still vote for the same failed leadership rather than going and look for a competent leader. So when you keep doing the same thing all over again and expect a different result, is the definition of insanity. Look at the North we are talking about today. The Northerners have ruled or they have ruled Nigeria more than any other section of the country. And why do you have so many poor people in the North? You have so many poor people in the North because of the electorate. So at some point, we have to start taking responsibility as a people on the kind of people we put there, right? Look at this current administration, for example. Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to continue from where Buhari stopped. And we all know the failures of Buhari. And if this same man refused to debate for you as a people to understand what he's going to do, and he told you that he's going to continue from where Buhari stopped, why are you blaming him? There is nothing Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing today that he did not say he's going to do. Everything he's doing today, he said he was going to do it. He said he was going to stop from where Buhari stopped. And he's doing the same thing and you are complaining. So Buhari ran Nigeria for 8 years, ran Nigeria to the ground, and somebody else came and said he was going to continue from where Buhari stopped. And you joyfully elected him. So why are you complaining as a people? So, and I'm going to end with this. We need to look inward. We need to look inward. When you look at we Nigerians outside Nigerians, we excel. We do very well. Anything we put our hands, we always dominate it. So why is it that we cannot build our country? Why is it that we cannot elect the right people? Why is it that we cannot stand up and say enough of this so that we can start building a better future for our people?
Great question. Great question, Mr.
Thank
Rich.
you.
Rich, thank you for your contribution. I see you, Mazi Prince, but I don't want to bring you in. If you can hold on to that, your question. I want to get to Righteous Man. He's been around for a while now. And Docstar didn't finish his comment. So when I get there, take the two of them, I'll come back to you. Meanwhile, the people in the comment section are thinking that you guys are too quiet. So it's I don't want to think it's a Nigerian thing that you want to see people rally all the time. Let's have
KJ, this is not Nigeria way. This just look like Sweden, Norway kind of. They want you to go back to Nigeria. That was what my brother is texting me. I was just laughing. But keep it up. We want it like this. At least let's go abnormal. Let's live normal. Let's go abnormal today.
Yes. So I will call on Righteous Man. The Righteous Man, you've heard what Rich said. He said that nothing is going to change, and this is going to be for a while. What do you think, in answering to what we have been discussing, what do you think is the best way to bring Nigeria back to normalcy, where people can have food to eat? You see, Nigerians, if I understand Nigerians, they're not looking for so much. They're not looking for houses. They're not looking for upstairs. They're not looking for downstairs. They're just looking for simple food and be able to educate the children. That's all they are looking for. Is that too difficult to get? And do you think we can get to that point? Thank you.
Yeah, KJ, thank you very much for doing a good job. And Blackstone, who said he tutored you before you came on stage, he has done a very great job. At least leadership, we have to raise others, you know. That's very good. And my greetings to everybody there. KJ and all the members of this panel today, may I take this opportunity to say one of the greatest problems we are facing is our value system. I remember those days when my father was alive. My elder sister, a man came to propose for marriage, was asking for a hand in marriage. So my dad went down to the village of the man to investigate whether that family are thieves, whether they have longevity, whether they run mad, because there are families that this thing exists. So after my father made his final findings, he came back and he told my elder sister, he said, "You're not going to marry in that family, because I have made my findings and I think it is not something I'm going to agree upon, that you should go into that family to be married." My elder sister was murmuring and murmuring and murmuring. My late mom and my late dad called her to order and said, "Well, our family, we have a value system that works. We don't produce criminals. we don't die. No, anybody can die, but it is known in my family that we live long, and women don't abandon their husbands and run away to remarry. So this value system is something that we must pass from generation to generation, and we don't want to break it. So today, does the Nigerian society have a value system? Can you look at our values and say, oh, it is something to emulate? The answer is absolutely not. There is no existence of that again. Those days that we are referring to the Northerners, where if you keep your thing on the floor, you return back to see it. That value system has been destroyed. It's no longer working. That was why that man could encounter what he encountered. If you think the North of 80s and 70s and 60s is the North of this 21st century, my brother, you are just deceiving yourself. That value system has been destroyed. And what destroyed it? Number one, quota system. The introduction of quota system in our Nigerian state destroyed every fabric of our state. It created a room for those who are below the ladder to climb up. Now, the moment quota system was introduced into the Nigerian system, you no longer occupy a position based on merriment. That was why the president could say, Yoruba loko, Tiwa Yoruba emi loko. Because in a system where the quota system is not operational, such an individual that makes such a statement, I'm telling you, the INEC, we call him to order, possibly remove him from the ballot system. But the system we are running acknowledges quota system. I traveled to Benin Republic for a business trip. Now, to shock you, I walked in the streets of Benin Republic, Port Novo, 1 a.m. Nobody harassed me. My phone was not snatched. Police that we saw, the gentlemen that we saw that were patrolling, they only asked me my documents and I gave them my passport. And they allowed me to go. From 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., there was no embarrassment. Then my guest, I was asking him why. He said, no, that people do not have to be rich in Benin Republic. Whoever that is rich today is based on your handwork and what you have labored for. That is to say, there is no room for quota system. Then when we visited the governor of the province, I visited the governor of the province. This thing is something I will live to always tell the story. Now, that was at that time that Nnamdi Kanu was making this his broadcast, Radio Biafra. So we were in that man's sitting room. He went, governor of a province, there was no policeman as aid or security. He had no chef or whoever still want to go and serve us. The man went, opened his refrigerator, brought wine, opened it to entertain us. And he was listening to that Radio Biafra. And he said, the reason why Nigeria is passing through what Nigeria is passing through is that Nigeria was founded on three-legged table. Two joined to break one. And there is no way that table will stand again. That man never knew I'm an Igbo man. I'm telling you, a provincial governor in Benin Republic. So he was saying the problem of Nigeria is that the other two major tribes team up together to make sure that the Igbos does not smell that position. That in Benin here, that the people that are growing the economy of Benin Republic are Igbos because they bring their money and invest without knowing, without saying they are citizens or they are indigenous. He said, what stops the Yorubas and the Northerners to team up to say, after the war, let one Igbo man ascend to that throne. Let's test him and see what is going to come out from him.
Righteous man. Let me butt in a little bit. I'm sorry to cut you in. I like what you are discussing, but you seem to be taking us to another level of discussion. We'll get there.
We don't know.
We have something in front. So if you can just on this topic, so we can move on. We have more videos that's going to take us that level we are taking us. But for now, let's just discuss on what you see from the video we played. Okay, that will help us. And then
yeah, so finally,
thank you, KJ. Righteous man. I mean, we know you're Igbo centuries. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm proud of being an Igbo. But that's not the narrative, okay? It's not about Igbo or whatever. You're changing the narrative.
Okay.
Man, you don't like peace, as you have peace here now, you don't like it.
Round up. Okay, everybody, I don't want to cut anybody's mic. Let's let him round up, please. All right, go ahead.
So,
just round up.
Yeah, so sorry for making that deviation. I deviated in order to buttress my point. It's not as if you understand what I'm saying. Just take it. It's not intentional to create confusion. No. So what I'm trying to say is this. After all, I've lived 48 years in Lagos here. I don't have anything I can call as a business in the East. It's all in Lagos here. So I'm not that kind of person. But what I'm trying to say is this. In what is happening in Nigeria today, the only solution to this problem is for us to go back to our value system. Remove this issue of tribalism and quota system. And let those who merit a position occupy that position. If not, there is no hope for tomorrow in Nigeria. It's going from worst to worst every day.
All right. Thank you so much. And I'll take it from his last statement, Doc Star. He said we should go back to our moral values. These days and time that morality now and truth is now subjective. What do we now hold on to? Because now truth and morality depends on what you believe. If you don't believe in what I believe, how then do you say what I see as moral is what you see as moral? And that is a very serious discussion that the world is even holding. Talk more of a little nation like Nigeria. So what do you see? How do we go back to who we are and not be carried away by the things going around? How do we empower the people to be self-sufficient in themselves? Because once you are self-sufficient in yourself, you'll not be looking for another man's something because you have what to feed your family. The problem is they don't have what to feed their family. Consequently, everybody loses the center. And when the center cannot hold, then we don't have a nation. What do you say to that, sir?
Thank you, righteous KJ. You've partly answered the question already. Unfortunately, one of the things we have in Nigeria is that I think Nigeria we have there's a void, in Nigeria. Like there's a missing gap. There's a link. Nations grow, and lessons are passed from generation to generation. But what happened in Nigeria is that when Nigeria was about to start growing, there was a hiccup, and instead of us to pass the lessons of that hiccup, we told a lie. We told a lie when it was convenient for us. We told that lie. We didn't realize that that place of development and that place of building a culture and building a people with the right values, we were eliminating it. And of course, the system was still moving, but the lie we told, the void started becoming bigger. The void has become so big now that the purpose for which we told the lie is not even defeated. That is the reality. First of all, you don't even have in Nigeria, you don't even have a educated population. You don't even have, so you want to go back to Nigeria, it's like you have to go back analog, because already we're in the jet age. We want to fly the jets, but we don't even have the basic skills. We don't have the basic skills to even manufacture the smallest item that will fix the jet if the jet breaks down. We don't have it. And unfortunately, also, we are in a generation whereby people don't want to go back and say, we've made a mistake. Oh, we did this thing, it was wrong, and we need to build properly. We don't want to go back. We are saying, let's just move forward. We are going nowhere. And it has shown that we go nowhere. Even among some of us here, we think, some of us travel outside and see how things are outside and say, let's go and do what we're doing. It doesn't work. Your foundation has to be, it's like Nigeria, we have the belief that Nigeria can be like the Eiffel Tower. We can build the Eiffel Tower, build some of the biggest structures in the world. But the foundation that has been set cannot even take a 3-story building. But we come back and we start thinking, let's build. It will keep collapsing. It will keep collapsing because, first of all, the value system has been eroded. The moment you tell a lie, it's like you tell a lie to your child. You tell a lie to your child when the child is growing up. As the child starts growing up, if the child continues in that lie, it will expand. And that child will be aloof, completely aloof. And that is what is happening in Nigeria. That even today, even among some of us that are here, that lie that has been told about Nigeria is still, it's like coded, hard-coded into our DNA that Nigeria cannot even move out. Nigeria needs a complete re-education. Truth about it that people among many of us here cannot even, it's like what happened to the children of Israel when you look at Nigeria, you can understand why when the children of Israel were in the wilderness, God said, look, there's a generation that will not see everybody above 20. You people cannot see the promised land. Why? Because their mentality, those were people that saw the works of God, saw what God did. The next thing, they still turned away and said that, no, we saw giants are over there. People that they parted Red Sea in your front. They parted the Red Sea in your front. You saw it. Then
are you a pastor?
I'm not a pastor, And then if you want me to use Quran to give you example. So they parted the Red Sea. The next thing they went and saw giants. They said we are like grasshoppers. God said there's no problem. You people's mentality, is so that there's no need. Let me bring a new set. And unfortunately, the truth about it that what's happening in Nigeria is that we are creeping to that position because there are many of us that if we can't even tell, like because of how history has not been told in Nigeria, there's something about the West. There's something very good about the West. For all the bad things we say about them, there's something. They try to tell the history of themselves truthfully, even if it is bad. That is why you can go and read their books. You will see some of the atrocities. Some of us today talk about the atrocities of Lord Lugard. Do you know that it is in his own writing? We use Lord Lugard's diary to judge him. He wrote it down. He was writing it down. That is the truth. In the West, they document this thing. Something bad happened, they will write it. They won't distort it. But Nigeria today, we cannot even tell the truth about our history. We can't. The people that even committed the atrocities are still alive. They cannot even come and say, please, we made a mistake. This is the truth of. And as long as we continue in that lie, we go nowhere.
I agree with you.
Let me a little snippet.
Okay.
The amount of people, Nigeria fought a civil war for 2.5 years. They have been struggling to remove Boko Haram for over 15 years. The people that died in a full blown out war, for 2.5 years, the amount of people that are now dying, from this insurgent and in a country that is not at war are getting to the same numbers. The starvation and hunger that was meted on the people during the civil war is now being reflected. It's now being reflected in some regions of Nigeria that is not at war. Are we not wise? Prayer will not solve our problem. Until Pastor Oyinkro, what does the Bible say in Chronicles? If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, don't stop there. He say, and turn from their wicked ways. Prayer
Okay.
no go save us.
All right. Can I put a bit? Thank you so much. And I like your submission, and that's where I'm going to start from. Really, that the fact that prayer will not solve these things, and the fact that our leaders have refused to learn a lesson or two that the fact that the people themselves have become dossier, that they don't want to themselves help to push. Because we see a society that is hungry for change, like that of Kenya, which some of you have mentioned on this panel, who have been sitting on the streets for the past 4 days and refusing to go until what they're demanding for is met. When shall we get to that point? While you are thinking about that, we will simply move over to our next topic, but not before we watch this short clip.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Like, stop, be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Amari, hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good. You see, this what I think I've said, why do you people want me to be making commentary, editorial commentary on this? This is your chance to speak, but you guys are making me to make editorial commentary. Why do we think that, hold on, Pansa, hold on. I'll call you when I'm done. Hold on, everybody, hold on. Why do all of us think that we are that important? Anybody, whoever you are. Why is this? Do you think this election will? I've seen the world. I don't know where you live. I don't know how you study history. I've seen the world. Nothing. This is not the end. This is not the end. We can't allow people to come here and talk this way. It's not good. You can make your point and quietly, and people will get your point. You understand? Nobody. No, not yet. I'm not finished. Maybe I'll start treating this as like a classroom. I teach a class. Nobody can speak like this in my class. It's not possible. But I just know that I want to engage. I want people to have conversation. I want to make it free. I don't want to start putting people, banning people, stopping people from talking. I don't like that.
Okay, so it's a conversation we're having. I'm happy that we're all conversation so far, so good. And we will go to our next topic. But before we do that, I want to say one thing for all of us who are here and those who are behind. If we all share this link with our contacts, I'm sure that we'll have much more people every Saturday. The more, the merrier. So please, before we get to our next topic, take your time, play an advertisement, go and share this contact, share the link with your contacts so that we can have more people come into this. And also, don't forget to support Rudolph on this program. You can see the scrolling down the screen. You can take that to do your PayPal or Zelle and all that. It helps a long way. Thank you so much, Mazi Prince. I see you and I hear you clearly. I don't know why Kolata, my brother and friend, is not supporting me on this panel. Please, if you are close by, Kolata, I want to see your hand on yes, and all those people, man of prestige. Let us see your hand on the yes, Paul, my friend and brother, who is now enjoying himself in Canada. Let's have your contribution right on this platform.
KJ, hungry, they catch me. Tell Chin make it bring food for me. Now, so if you feed me for Atlanta.
Hungry at all.
Hungry, they catch me.
Say that. All right, let's go.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
AJ, I have one question.
Because you don't even know what is my tribe. I have told you before that before my father and mother died, none of them spoke one word of Hausa let alone Fulani. But because we don't know each other in Nigeria, I'm looked at, oh, Buba should be a Fulani man. Oh, Buba should be a Hausa man because he's a Muslim. As far as in this country, we don't respect each other, and we carry primordial issues on our head, and we educate our children to hate the other person, we will never be the country that we ought to be. If I were the president of this country, and anybody comes on newspaper or social media and talk to me about Igbo, Hausa, Fulani, or Yoruba, I'll just send him to detention. Have you seen how Rwanda has developed? When they don't talk about religion, they don't talk about ethnicity, are they not better than us? Be honest. If I am the president of this country, you can't talk to me about that now. Everywhere I go to in Nigeria, the constitution said I am free to be resident, I'm free to do business, I'm free to move about, I'm free to own property. Is that what is happening all over the country? Because we don't have strong leaders. That is why, and some people are talking about state police. State what? State police. And some people are talking about regionalism. Do they know the history of why the state police was abolished? If they know, anybody that talks to you about state police, tell him that that is an enemy of Nigeria because he wants to divide the country, he wants to kill democracy.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's Baba Dahatu discussing there on what his view on what he feels of the Nigerian of today. I listened to that, and like I said, because I don't have a view on this, I'm just going to throw it out there for you guys to make your contribution. And I'm happy that the Reverend is back with us. He's going to discuss on much of what Baba Dahatu has talked about, whether you agree with his assertions or you want to prefer something totally different from what he's saying. Yeah, you go take a first shot, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree with him, and you always know my position that if we're going to get things right, and KJ, I think the man is actually talking to you in particular. Hopefully, that going forward, you will represent Nigeria in whole, not Nigeria as IPOB or as a Yoruba person or as and it's right because we have to start to see it the way the man actually said it if we're going to get things right at the end of the day. And trust me, including myself and some people on the comment section, we will be looking out for you, KJ, and see where you'll be standing going forward in terms of so be ready. So be ready for that. We'll be able, but I really don't have much to say, but to comment your great composure and your great handling of the platform. More grace to your elbow, and you will always get our support. I use the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother Pastor. The truth remains that because I am moderating, I don't hold a view right now, and I would not want to take the time of the panelists to say why I hold the view I hold as an individual. But because I'm operating at a capacity given to me by the Honorable Dr. Rudolph, I want to say I hold no view. And
No. We allow you to hold a view. No, we allow you to hold a view on this point, on that video. Hold a view, express your view. We allow you. No, we allow you.
Don't put me into that. So I will move on to Mr. Mazi Prince. Like I said, I'm only going to, tailor the discussion to the direction that we all will be happy about. But my own personal view right now remains inconsequential as long as this panel is concerned. Please go ahead, Mr. Mazi Prince.
Yeah, thank you, KJ. First, let me start from my raising up, the raising up my hands earlier. I kind of differ a little bit with persons like Rich when he says that Nigerians are a reflection of their leader. Why am I saying that? Okay. Um, we all have our freedom of speech, our freedom of association, and our freedom of expressing ourselves in whatever way we want to. It's his opinion. But at the same time, generalizing it is not a right thing to do. If he had said something like some, fine. And when he's talking about docility, you see, I have come to realize that I cannot only talk the talk, but rather walk the walk. And what is the walk the walk? I would have loved to ask him, what is he doing on his own capacity in helping people in Nigeria? We all agree they are going through a lot, but we can also see that they are tired. I take myself as an example. A few days ago, about a week ago, I was sick. And on my first day of being sick, my wife actually prepared my favorite meal, which is a delicacy, our main delicacy. And I was looking at the food. The food was looking at me. I couldn't eat. Does that mean that I didn't want to eat? No. Does that mean that I'm full? No. But something is going on. Okay? So when people talk about the docility of Nigerians, please, they should give those people a break. Things has happened to them. Things has happened to them. Do I want to see them do more? Yes, I want to see them do more. But at the same time, in our own little capacity, we can encourage them by feeding them or doing something that will make them prosper, educate them, and then they will be able to say, okay, this is not the way it should be. But you can't tell a hungry man who they will just give, what before you know it, maybe one politician friend will, send something or there's an event going on somewhere, and you want him to go and arrest my case, on that. And then coming to this man that we just played, what's his name again?
About the Hatu.
What did you call his name?
Al Hatu.
Is it Al Hatu?
Buba Galadima.
Buba Galadima. Buba Galadima. You see, it's easy to talk and talk and talk and talk. Where were Buba Galadima when a student was killed just for the fact that she made a mention that people should take religious activity out of their classroom WhatsApp platform? And if I would say Deborah, and she was lynched just for her religious belief. Where were Galadima when they teamed up? They teamed up with El Rufai and other stuff, and they brought Buhari in. Where was Galadima when his own daughter worked for Buhari and never said anything with things that were going on. You see, it's easy to come and say these people said this, people said that. What about him? How is he educating people of Kanu? And things are going wrong in Kanu. Today they have the Emir Toso. Where was he when Ganduje removed Sanusi? Where was he? I didn't hear him speak then. I didn't hear him talk. Look, at the end of the day, you look at people sometimes when they talk, and even few months ago, he see the same person that said people should go and die because they did not vote for his own candidate. So you see, these things, my knowledge, as a matter of fact, my field, my career path have made me understand that people just speak sometimes. I want to see him walk his talk. When I see him walk his talk, then I will believe in him. Not that what he's saying is not right. What he's saying is right. I don't look at people, as a matter of fact, we should, for some reason, for the sake of sanity, take tribe apart, take religion apart. Dexter, I wanted to tell you, this Israel that you are talking about, is this the same Israel that is perpetrating all these acts that is going on? Because I heard you quoting some chapters in the Bible and all that stuff.
I wasn't quoting
Okay,
chapters in the
okay.
Bible. I
No,
was
no,
referring to
I will not allow that.
historical
No,
facts.
no, I will not allow that.
Okay. No, I was just saying, whatever it is.
No, just
It's good to have
no,
your belief, but at the same time, just like my whatever on my this thing says, live and let live. That's what I promote. We all live, we all serving the same God. And we should, I'm not saying we should love ourselves, but at the same time, have that atom of empathy
thank,
towards each other.
thank you,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Now, remember that he mentioned some things. He talked about the fact that tribalism is a problem, why Nigeria is not moving forward. And then he said something that I totally do not agree. If there's anything I don't agree with at all, is that the issue of the state police. I made reference to the time the state police was introduced in the 60s and the outcome of it, why it was removed. If there was a misbehavior or misuse of the state police in the 1960s, would it also be what we should follow now in this present time that we are in? Whereas in other, other enclaves, you have police even to local government level where people have police. So I want you to put that as you discuss man of prestige. Is Nigeria ready, or can Nigeria have state police and still do well with it, irrespective of the fact that it fell before when we introduced it? Okay. Thank you very much. Good question. I mean, that has been debate. That has been debate in all circle of Nigeria when it comes to Nigerians. What I'm going to say, a Nigerian politician, I don't know what capacity of that man, occupy in Nigerian space, but we know he's a politician, So let's just say that. So what I'm going to say is that talk is cheap. I mean, sometimes we have to listen to what they're saying, not necessarily the messenger, because he's not a righteous man in any means. From little that I know of him. That goes to all Nigerian politicians with that mission word. So when we come here, bring an ideology. I'm talking about the politician. That's why I'm using the word we. So let me put it to the politician. Have they actually tried to narrate a particular pathway to help the country? And none of them do. I mean, they come here and tell us what is good and what is not good. So going back to the topic, we are talking about state police, which is the main conversation right now. I mean, I'm always a proponent of state police, but it has to go beyond that, because Nigerian space, there's many issues, many things that need to be untangled before we can achieve that. And why am I saying this?
Because if you just do it the way it is right now, it's okay, let's give the state police. I don't see it working, the way we perceive it in the, in the Western country. The reason why I'm saying this is because the governors will use it in their own advantage, to utilize whatever their main aim is. Look at what happened. Person like Wike, the way he bribed the police when he governor or something like that, the same happening in my state. Governor, the way he used the ways of the man use the police, to actually achieve his goal. That happened during the election. I mean, I wasn't there, but I have families, and they tell me how the election was conducted in Imo State. So this is the problem we're going to have. There has to be, we have to divide a particular situation whereby the police should be independent, even at all they're under the control of the governor, but they should be independent, hereby they organize themselves. The money and everything that's going to be paid for them, that has to be independent. The governor doesn't have any authority, in that area. So definitely something, it has to be restructured, not just giving a state police. We know it's a right thing to do, because we have to decentralize our police. You can't just have somebody in National Rock or the state police. I mean, we say we are 200 million or whatever, which in my own opinion is a fiction. We're probably like about 100 and something, because there's no data. There's no census that is conducted to actually, say that's where we are, but that's a different story. It's something they have to sit down. I don't have the fact to, I don't have the fact to stay, to give them advice what to do, but that needs to be structured properly before the state police can be given. So let me leave it at that for now.
Thank you. The Blackstone.
Yeah, thank you. About the video. First and foremost, I have to say that coming to the issue of tribalism and language and everything, I believe that one of the greatest problem of divisions is in any country whereby the people or the rulers or the politicians are not matured enough in mind. They don't have a matured mind. Is language and tribalism. And most of the countries today that have a single language, if you go back to their history, they were having multiple language too, but they try all their best to integrate, and then the most common spoken language we adopted as their language, and language is a means of peace, actually, unity. Everybody seems to agree to have one mind together, and we know from the Bible how the issue of the Tower of Babel, how the languages where God gave different tongues to different people. They didn't understand themselves. They begin to fight themselves, If Nigeria can have a single language or try to have a single language, I believe that in the next 30, 40 years, every other language will be less spoken, and that official language will be a major language, and there will be more peace, more understanding, and more at least there'll be that type of oneness, people coming together as one, not seeing themselves differently, right? For me, and I think in the 80s, somebody proposed a language, things like that, a name for a language and things like that, which was called Wazobia, but nobody didn't buy into it and things like that, So there are many things that Nigeria was supposed to do years back that it refused to do, and today is coming back to haunt the country, right? Coming to the issue of state police, this is overdue anyway, right? And we all know that the state governors receive what they call a security budget. So I don't know what they are doing with it. And just like what Man of Prestige said, the issue or the fear of the state police is the governance, right? If today the local government has no autonomy, which in the constitution are supposed to be having autonomy, they're supposed to be having their own revenue right from the state governor or from the federal level, but the state governors are hijacking it. They have no right. So in the same way that the police state police, the police in every state, the governors will also adjust them and use them as a tool. Except we put, in fact, even I don't know how we are going to do it anyway, because we know that the Nigerian politicians, they know how to work against the law, even if they can't even obey the court judgment, the court rulings. How are they going to be able to work or make the state police work? So for me, I don't think Nigeria is matured enough at the moment to have a state police, because let's not compare these things with foreign countries who have people who are matured in mind, who are mature thinkers, who do not think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Blackstone. And then I hear Blackstone. Blackstone is saying that Nigeria is not matured enough to have state police right now, because we're not even mature to drive the latest BMW or Mercedes, even though we're buying it. So the question,
I never said so.
All right, I'm sorry, because you see, when we must understand that things are moving forward, and the way it's moving forward, so also human development. So if you are saying that we're not matured enough, when shall we be matured enough to have a state police?
Look at the mindset. Look at the mindset of the people. The mindset of the people matters a lot. The mindset of the rulers, the governors. If today the governors can flood the law, doesn't care about the law, but care about the constitution, are they going to care about who they use the state police to fight against?
So what then is the difference between the police that's now acting in their favor and the local police that we're asking for, that will be from the locality where those people are coming from? Which is more dangerous? The one they are bringing police people from Kanu to Lagos to deal people, or the one that is going to be within your locality, the people, they may be your uncle. Which one is more risky to have? The local one or the national one that answers to nobody?
Want me to answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, no, okay. The local ones still have a structure, because most of the Nigerian police force have a structure. They still have a leader, which is the AIG, General Police, right? So they take instruction. The IG take instruction from Abuja, like that. So the state governors, except maybe because why even the governors still use it, because it is a political. Because they use their political power, you understand me, right? To dominate the police, and this political power comes from Abuja, comes from the top. You understand me? So that's what is still happening. And if today we cannot have a well-disciplined police that cannot take order from the governor, then how are we going to? The state police is in the hands of the governors, even the local police, because they are there, because they don't have the right to arrest, they don't have the right to persecute. That is why they are still having not having too much issue with the what they call vigilantes or the local police, and so on and so forth, because they don't have the power to do all those things.
Can I wait? Because I've been back and forth.
Hold on, we're coming to you. You have your time. Dexter, as you answer, also factor in the fact that right now we don't have a local police. We have a national police that's supposed not be under the control of the governors or even the local councils. Yet they are being controlled by the governors and the local councils to do their bidding. In answering to what Baba Galadiba is professing, what do you say? Will the local police make it better or make it worse?
Thank you very much, KJ. I think one of the complexities of this situation we must realize is that there's no, I think there's a very fine line. First of all, some things Bagaladima said, well, fine, but I think it's grandstanding talk, because when push comes to shove, I think people like Bagaladima will slip back to primordial sentiments. But some of the things he said are very good. I listened to that. I listened to the interview on Arise. Some of his things he says are very nice, very correct. From history, what he said about the state police issue also is true, and that was one of the reasons they stopped it. But the truth is, Nigeria having state police is good for. We tend to be looking at it from the view of the governors or the rulers, because in Nigeria we seem to have lords over us. State police is actually for the people. So having state police is good for the people, is good for the community. It promotes peace. It enables you to crack down on crime. But the question we should ask ourselves is, I don't think we should jump straight to state police. Why? Why will I say so? Because our system is already so corrupt that the question we'll ask is, if the head of a state police sees a crime perpetrated by the governor, will he be courageous enough to say, Mr. Governor, you are wrong. Stand aside. It happens in the West. In the West, if a governor does, he's wrong, he's wrong. If you are over speeding, you get a ticket. In Nigeria, with that state police, because what happens in Nigeria is that, okay, look at example. Let me give you an example. Look at the Yeson Wike factor. Yeson Wike proudly tells all the legislators, can you imagine? House of legislator, what do you call them now?
Assembly.
House of Assembly members. House of Assembly members don't have a mind of their own. They are so loyal to their benefit. They are supposed to be representing their constituency. They are not. They are representing one man. So imagine that, just factor that and factor in state police. When Nigeria promotes a strong man mentality, if we say we want to have state police in this our current setup, what will happen is that all the strong men in the states, we hijack it, put their loyalties there, that they will start committing crimes and atrocities that will destroy the state police completely. But I think what we should be thinking about is, this kind of state police we should think about is I think we should start with community policing. Let us not make it state. If we put this thing under the state, we are dead. Nigeria is gone. Completely gone. All these men will hijack the system, and Nigeria will become a militarized zone. We should have community policing.
All right. All right.
That community policing, we should give those people the autonomy to handle crime to a certain degree. And we should not make it a situation whereby crime in Nigeria can be reported, documented within 24 hours.
All right.
Why?
Thank you. Hold on, Doctor. Now, you have said that, and I want to use that to dovetail into what the next thing was supposed to discuss, so that you all can take that together. True, I agree with you what you have said, and I also disagree in certain area, because we cannot continue to say the time is not ripe, and then yet we are all getting old and getting white hair, and our children is following the same. There has to be a time we either learn by doing it or doing it by learning it. So let's also watch this video.
Nah, really? President, I'll come back no. Oh, when we are going I can say, but I can't. Somebody should say something. Say something before
Okay. Yes. We were talking about the state police, the reason not to have it because of the strong men and because of being misused by governors and all that. Should we now say because of these factors, our communities will not develop, our communities will not go forward? Remember, there are many ungoverned spaces in Nigeria. A typical example is Niger State, where half of the local government is controlled by, I don't want to call them bandits, by terrorists, because they are ungoverned. Simply meaning there's no government in those places. and we keep saying we don't want to have a state police because it's going to be abused. Are we not all being abused in Nigeria, even without a state police?
So thank you, KJ. So I want to the people who are saying that we should speak positively about the country and not criticize, even when glaringly they do things that will make people criticize them, on a daily basis when they are not making decisions or being proactive about really bringing change to the people, sincere change to the people. I think it is high time that the country embrace state policing. You understand? So there's when you say community policing, it's there's no difference. It's just semantics. When you say community policing, we're just using different names to mean the same thing. You understand? The people who are from that local region understand the region, they understand their community better than anybody else who is from outside of that space. You understand? And when see, there will be laws created to govern the actions of this state police. And see, making laws is an evolving, laws that will serve the people well is an evolving thing. It's ongoing. You hardly find a law that will, some laws may last very, very, very long number of years. You understand that may not need change, but laws can always be subject to change to serve the interests of the people. You understand that is it's a progressive, and this thing can even help the federal government as a whole. Allow the states who want state policing in order to secure their people do the state policing. If they have the funds to fund it, because policing is not just having people wear uniforms. They can invest their resources in departments, investigative departments, forensic departments. They can even help the federal government police solve cases. We know in the United States where some state police force are top notch as the FBI. For instance, Texas Rangers. Some states have their own state bureau of investigation where they'll crack cases where they're even more advanced than the federal. You understand? Allow them run, if they can fund the policing even up until to the local government level. Today, people are killing people in their farms. They can't go to their farms, and it is this another very ethnic group that we know about that is committing this crime. You understand? Allow the people secure their space, and in places where they cannot afford state policing or they don't want state policing, the federal police can concentrate their presence there and give them the protection they need. You understand? And they can better divert resources to better things. You understand? So in terms of securing our space, it's not just the policing. We have the army, we have immigration, we have so many things. They can use that to create jobs. You understand? So this is just my own beat about that.
Okay, thank you for your own bit about that. One man went to more. Welcome to the platform. I'm not going to ask you if you have contribution because you always have a lot. So we listen to your thoughts now. Can you give us your thoughts, sir?
All right, thank you for having me, KJ. Apologies, I wasn't with you all the way through. I did come in when you started, only really to check if Rudolph was back, but you are doing an excellent job, so well done. So well done. I'm not sure where your conversation is. Like I said, I wasn't in rapt attention, which I should have been. So what are you talking about? Just so I'm not talking off piste.
Okay. Now we had gone to a place where we listened to Baba Galadima, who he was talking about the Nigerian space as the reason for where we are because of tribalism, and the people are talking about state police. That state police is not something that is practicable right now, because when we tried it in the 60s, it was disaster, And so anybody thinking about state police right now wants to bring an end to the Nigeria as a country. And now the question we threw out is that because we have failed exam before, can't we rewrite the exam? Can't we now sit for the exam? I mean, how long will it take Nigeria to get to the point where we can now say we can have a state police, a local government police, and a federal police like other nations have? And if it's going to be abused by the governors, are the governors not now abusing the federal police? And the truth of the matter, I ask my own question, are we not all abused in Nigeria? So your take, sir.
All right, I get the broad strokes of it. Just the problem with Nigeria is not tribalism is a subsect of a greater problem that we have. The real and I think this is a carryover from the conversation you were having last week when the chap that was hosting was asking you to list 10 problems and whatnot, but I left before I could get to. I've always thought that Nigeria only has one problem, and that problem is civics. They don't teach civics. So there's no uniform identity of nationhood, and everybody hides within their ethnic stock, their ethnic nation. So you could call that tribalism, but there's no sense of cohesion that binds. We bind under the flag in a football match, etc. But there's such a deep-rooted distrust. I've always felt that there should be a ministry for civics, a ministry for orientation to identify whatever commonality binds us uniformly as a people and wrap nationhood around that. So yes, tribalism is a subsect of that we don't feel binded together as one people. So we retire into our ethnic stock. So partially right. I've never really given any stock to whatever it is Buba Galadima has to say, but maybe it has some point. But in terms of state police, you have to look at it at a rudimentary level. So state police is good, but is there a budget for it? That's the first thing. Is there a budget for it? Also, are you going to split the budget of the federal space to then, have one smaller federal policing and then re-budget that budget to the states? Can states like Yobe, etc., those far-flung states that rely on almost entirely on FARC, can they afford to have state police? So that there is that, and then there's of course that abuse but that abuse can be legislated for. So I don't really buy this argument that if we have state police, the governors will use them as no more than hired thugs to propel their own political agenda. I don't buy that because that can be legislated for. But the real stickler for me, really, if you take Lagos State, if you take Rivers State, maybe Kano State, and at a push Kaduna State, maybe Oyo State as well, my home state, I cannot think of any state that can afford to have any form of state policing that will have any meaningful impact. So where even is the budget for that? So that's my contribution so far.
Thank you so much, and very precise and concise. But I will say this also: nothing stops the states from coming into alignment with other states. 3 states in the north or 3 states in the south or east.
You're really talking about regional policing, aren't you? So that's then translates into regional policing, and then it goes back to ethnic stocks.
Yeah, so but what we're talking about, first of all, is safeguarding lives and property in Nigeria. The way it is now, life has become so cheap. And,
sorry, KJ, not to interject you. You know what I really think we need rather than state police? What we need are forest rangers, because the danger really comes from the forest rather than anywhere else. So we need a good, heavy complement of forest rangers to go and capture that danger at its movement space, rather than all this idea of state police. I don't see that there's a budget for state policing, but
can I interject? This is one man and everybody here. You can answer it. Why are we talking about state? Why are we talking about regional police? This is where the trouble narrative comes in. Why not state? I mean, we should be making state based on state. not regional, because that regional is something, you know, I don't really believe in it. We should get away from that regional. But having said that, I mean, the point you make is very valid. But this, you know, the federal government can subsidize, you know, the state based on their, you know, based on their the state capability in conjunction to
But
what the state
we
can
already
afford.
have state policing anyway, because every state has a complement of federal policing. They have their own CP, and that structure. What we really don't have is sufficient enough numbers, you know. So we already have state policing in some sort of federalized form.
Oh
Well, for me, I think to just add to what they've said, I think even if it's between 5 and 10 states that can afford to establish their own state police force, independent of the federal government funding, that way, whatever is left of the other states, they can rely on the federal government until they are able to financially create their own state police force. You don't have to. No, it's
All right, let me
in a
leave.
federal system of just every line. In a federal system of government, that is why we call it federalism. We don't have to do the same thing.
I agree with you, but so that we don't also digress from the original topic, yes, I'm coming to you, Mazi Prince. We saw a video of the strong man from River State being dethroned from the sculpture that was made of him, or the you know, whatever it's called. The question is,
KJ, to answer that question,
yes,
to answer that wiki factor you are going to, the only way, I have always stressed it, the only way to bring anybody, no matter how highly placed you are, to account is to allow the people choose their leader free and fair. Ibike will leave that post one day, and in a free and fair election, when the people are able to decide that this guy has abused his office, they want somebody else there, then he will come and account for it when he leaves the post.
Thank you. While Mazi gets ready to answer, I want you also to put into the factor. I'm looking for the video. I can't find it now. The one where Akpabio was saying that it's because if the national anthem had been in place, they wouldn't have been what the Boko Haram in Nigeria, you know, when it came. The question is, why has the old national anthem, why didn't it change Nigerians, and then eventually we're able to come into the place where we came into? Do you agree with that statement he made? That is because of the old national anthem that was removed. That was why we now had Boko Haram, insurgents, terrorism, and all the things that have come to be in Nigeria as it is now, because of the change of the national anthem. Do you agree with him?
Thank you, KJ. When you talk about Akpabio, I will tell you that man talks anyhow. Okay, I have no respect for him, and like I said, respect is not just given. Respect is earned, and my losing respect for him is not today. It's not when he became Senate president. It's even when he was, uh, um, you know, governor of Akwa Ibom, because I visited that state and I saw things myself. You know, he would say he was doing things and he was inflating the prices and doing all whatnot. Some of the things in Akwa Ibom belongs to him personally. Some of the hotel that he built that was supposed to be for the state is at Abio's hotel somehow. For me, and then also talking about him, he that even learned the anthem, did that stop him from knowing that we are all in brotherhood when he was embezzling money, looting? Did that stop him? Or does it think, because from my, from what I know about religion, it's just like, say something like, I don't want to use the word here before YouTube. Okay, if you say you buy somebody, buying somebody is not only when you physically use something to just buy the person. You could by somebody from depriving the person of what the person needs? Can he give us a clear account of his stewardship in his state, his stewardship in his NDDC? Because from what I know, my state belongs to NDDC, and I don't think the people in that region have gained anything from that NDDC. So he should just, if it's a Moye Corner will say, let him enter house and just enter house. Talking about state police, KJ, you and I live in a country where things are done. I'm not only advocating for state police, I'm advocating for city police, and then when you have the city, a city that cannot afford to pay their police can also get something we call the sheriffs. So the sheriffs are kind of like a local government police that goes around. And how are those people being selected? Yes, the city police can have their chief appointed, but the sheriff are elected, and then he has deputies, that work under him. But the community elects the sheriff. And then you go up. When you go up, you have what we call the highway patrol. The highway patrol is now the state that controls that. But they are all linked to the Department of Justice, not governor, not president. They are answerable to the state attorney, the state attorney general, and also answerable to the district, the kind of like district attorney, which is a the lawyer for the local government. Those people they all work together. And when things are not working well, then you see the federal come in. The federal can come in and take over the city police, not for long, to either investigate them and fix things the way it should be. And if any of them is found culpable, they go down for it. That is how people do things. Not police is not carrying bags. Even the other day, I saw one video. I don't know if it's what they call Yahoo boy or one guy with whatever. A policeman was opening door for him and also collecting his whatever he bought on the road, some kind of food. And you imagine, how much does this boy pay to have this kind of thing? For Christ's sake.
Okay.
For Christ's sake.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mother Prestige, your turn.
Okay, I'm just laughing when I saw that news. So Akpabio is telling us like we are fools, we don't have sense. There's no intellect, even Mumu have senses. So what he's saying, like the new national anthem will bring patriotism back to Nigeria and stop banditry. Like he stated, the reason why we have banditry is is because of the introduction of the state police. During the time we have the old national anthem, there's nothing like banditry. And if forgotten the metaphysics of where this banditry started and how we are today, and he's putting it on that narrative. So what I'm going to say, this present legislator, particularly in the Senate, they are very scary. They are the scariest in my lifetime in America, in our history. I mean, they just come and bamboozle us, play abracadabra, just for people to listen, whatever they're going to say. I mean, let it make sense to me. I mean, can people tell me how does that make sense? Does that put food in people's mouth? Does that stop insecurity that is ravaging the country? I mean, there's food, but the purchasing power is so depleted. You can't even afford. Gary has become a luxury, commodity in Nigeria. I mean, they just stay because they seem to be jobless. They don't have any inclination on how to legislate something. I mean, they just stay one day. They just okay, let's do this, let's do this, and they're not speaking from the common people narrative. I have to resolve whatever the predicament we have in that country. So it's kind of buffing me out. Sometimes I'm short of speech, to narrate what they say or to try to counter what they say. It doesn't even make sense. I mean, sometimes some of the statement they make, in that National Assembly just need to be not warrant a conversation. I don't have much to talk about because I mean what he just said is purely garbage. It doesn't even make sense. But that's all I have to say. This. So I'm gonna come back, KJ. Put me at the back.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, man of prestige. Man of prestige says that it doesn't make sense. So, but now here's what I want you guys to consider. The Senate President, Senator Godwin Akpabio. Some people write comment and say, "Are we bothering about him?" Yeah, we're bothering about him because they are the ones who are making laws in Nigeria. So his position and his thought pattern matters so much to where Nigeria will be in the next 4 years. So if you say, well, we shouldn't bother about what he says, then who should we bother about what the person is saying? So it becomes a bigger issue. So while we look at what he has said, Doctor, what do you have to say concerning that statement he made? Do you think it's worth examining, or we should just forget about it?
Well, it's double-edged. It's worth examining. However, I don't take Akpabio seriously in the sense that, I mean, a lot of the things Akpabio says are misguided, really. But then that tells us the kind of people we have in position of authority. So it's worth examining. But I mean, it just shows the way we think. It's not like it's not going to. Nigeria, we need to build people. We need to build the Nigerians. That unfortunately, there are no. I think is it Dele Farotimi that says this. There are no Nigerians really. We don't really have what you can call true Nigerians. We don't really have them. We are just different people. Everybody with their um, inclination to their ethnic background. That's the reality of it. And so we are not yet at the point whereby we can say the national anthem would bind us. It's not the national anthem that binds a people together. The national anthem is a symbol of what binds the people together. It's not what binds them together. What binds people together is their values, what they have come together to say, these are our values, these are the things we would uphold. We are not there. So what Akpabio is saying, unfortunately, is absolutely garbage, but that is who we have as our Senate president, so we must take it seriously because we have somebody that is saying something absolutely garbage as our Senate president. So we are like a child. Nigeria is like somebody who is in a house and the place is, you're in a dark room, but the only knife in the room is with a child. That's how Nigeria is. We're in the dark, but the only knife in the room is with a child. So he can use it on anybody without caution, and that's what it is. So I won't take Akpabio seriously, but as Nigeria, we need to take it seriously because that's who we have. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution. Mr. Lemude, you have had a question. What is your take on it, sir?
Well, for me, I just think Akpabio is very disingenuous. Making that statement is somebody who is not sincere, and obviously he's not. He's just playing to the president's tune and trying to please the president. And he's a yes man. He's not a man for the people. So he's only there to line up his pocket. So for me, I'm not surprised at his utterance. I mean, does what he's saying, what he said at that point in time, does it match what is on ground? I mean, where in the world will changing a national anthem or mere words? I mean, words that will be reeled out and then begin to affect such economic change, or is that going to be by magic or what? So it's just unhinged, and for me, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's just, I mean, those are the kind of things. After all, it wasn't even supposed to be there in the first place, if not for the corrupt system that brought him there in the first place, because it wasn't the actual candidate. So this is what we're saying. When you don't allow the people, this is what we will be faced with. It's just unfortunate that the people have there's so much resources that can go around. These same millions of naira and dollars that they are wasting, I mean, it's just a fraction of it that is changing and improving people's life in this part of our world, this society. I mean, this bringing me back to the last contribution of the constituency allowance stuff. The government can even, instead of giving money to people for them to steal, for one individual to steal such a large amount of money, pay this money directly into here in this part of our world. There's social assistance. Document it, make it traceable. Pay if for people who don't have work or who cannot work, you can give them some kind of money. There are people who have been on social assistance all their life. You know, they've never worked one day. Even where I am right now, if your government program is to give people social assistance, go ahead. I mean, but make it auditable. Not that one person is stealing the money and changing papers and changing figures, but make it traceable. You understand? Pay them a certain sum of money to help them live for the month or for the years. You understand? And I mean, if that's the program you want to do, go ahead. But allow the people choose that. This is what we are facing when corruption faces us every day. And then when we tell them, they will tell us we are not positive. You're not thinking positively. You're not being positive. You understand? How can I be positive when I see all this? I mean, you see all these I mean, abnormal situation facing us all the time.
I wanted to ask you a question, Mr. Olumide and Olumide. Now, what you are answering, just oppose it with the introduction of the GMO products in Nigeria as a means of the future agriculture, and as vis-a-vis what's going on in Kenya right now, where farmers are now told they can no longer use their organic crops to farm. Is it a good way of leading Nigeria into the future?
KJ, I want to use this opportunity to kind of educate people and disabuse their minds. Genetically modified organisms or food or plants are not harmful. They are safe. People should do their research before they come out to make statements. There are some advocates who are against it because they are concerned for the safety of consuming such kind of products. But till today, there's been no evidence or proof that they are unsafe. So their fears should be allayed. Even in the West, US, Canada here, or in other parts of the world, in the West, Europe, for instance, what they do is, because of people's concern, there are two options. You can, as a farmer, if you want to use those genetically modified seeds or plants, fine. If you want to go do organic, fine. Even when you go to shop, you will see that some grocery stores have a spot for organic foods. They say pure organic. In Europe, if a certain percentage of your food or raw material contains even a little percentage, more than 0.9% of organic, you have to label it as such. But in America, you can label it as organic if there's a small portion of genetically modified food there. You understand? So they are safe. So genetically modified plants or organisms are just as such because they have been produced through genetic and technological engineering. We have incorporated the DNA. This thing has been with us since forever. It's just like infusing the DNA of a certain species of sheep with another species of sheep, and then you have a breed of a sheep and another goat. You have a breed of a different cow to form a high yielding milk cow. You understand? So the same thing with plants. You kind of infuse the DNA of one plant into another plant, or you can use technology to kind of change that DNA to make it more resistant, maybe to weather, to make it more resistant to maybe pests.
So let me do. So what you're saying in essence is that in your submission, is don't see anything wrong with Nigerians.
It's safe. Genetically modified food is safe.
Okay,
but what I'm saying is that because of concerns like they do in the West, let people have options. Don't force it on people.
Okay.
But if the government is saying that the seeds they have for farmers to give to them as subsidy is GMO seeds, that let that farmer have the choice to either take it or go out on his own and purchase his own seed.
All right.
Some people may have that fear and say, oh, it's going to give me cancer. Oh, it's not good for my health. Let people have option. If you want to consume pure organic food that is not genetic, let them have that option. But as long as information I have, it is safe. Most of all the food we eat on our shelf in this part of the world are GMO.
Okay. Thank you so much for your contribution. I like that. And yes, I'm going to Mazi Prince. What you have to say, is it in 1 minute?
Yes, please. In 1 minute, because I'm also gonna be driving in a few minutes. So let me just say this.
Make your contribution to Ferrari.
Olumide, my friend and my brother, when you talk about safety, okay, nobody is saying that it's unsafe. But what they are saying is this: the methodology, number one. Two, the way it is designed to happen is what is called control methodology. Okay? How can you have something that, one, it has a genetic number and you introduce it to a soil? And what I'm saying, I'm not saying I'm backing it up with facts. Kenya have tried it and they are speaking out. First, the land where you're gonna plant that in, after planting the GMO seed, you will not be able to go back to organic, stuff. Apart from that, it has a purpose.
Mazi Prince, before you continue, make sure you are speaking with evidence and present your evidence.
Do you want me to show you? I have
show
it.
it on the platform.
I've already. Okay, I will.
Yeah, show it on.
I think I will do
put it
that.
on the chat.
Yes, I will put it there.
We talk based on evidence.
I will put it there. You will see the. You will see the case.
Make hearsay or concerns that
Olumide, I'm not a propagandist. So listen, when I talk, I talk. If I don't know something, I will tell you I don't know it.
Until I see your evidence, I don't believe what you say.
And you will see it. You will see it in just
so allow him to talk, okay?
Okay. So pretty much it's just in such a way that it has a number. And what that number means is that you have a specific supplier. That means that supplier in the future is gonna be the determinant of how much they sell it to you, depending on your need. They can actually tell you no, and nobody will be able to sell to you. Because if they sell to you and you introduce it to that land, it will not grow. So you see the problem right there. People have concerns about, what do you call it, cancer. I might not think that way, whatever it is, but is it possible? Yes, it is possible, because it's also discovered that there are some metal used in the preparation of that GMO seeds. It's done in the lab. It's not something that is done outside. It's done in the lab with the introduction of certain chemicals and other stuff too, in order to preserve it. So when we talk, let's please take people's concern. And when you talk about in the US, we don't eat it. We don't.
All right, thank you. I like your the other side of it, and I like us to have an open mind. You see, when we discuss in the open forum, people are full of ideas and knowledge. So one man don't have it all. You throw your idea and let the other person also put his idea forward. All right, we'll go straight to Mr. Ferrari, who have much also talk about this. What do you think? The first time I had counter with this product, the GMO product, was when they came to buy some land in Kogi State. I actually did. I was the journalist in that entourage, and they came in. It was the biggest farmers in America. I don't want to call their name on this. They came in and bought almost all the land in part of Kogi that's used for farming cassava. And at that time, the question was raised: why are they buying our farmland, and why are they buying off all the cassavas in that land? But you see, not much was gotten from the government of that time, and now it's come that Tinubu has also signed this off now to say it's okay to supply these seeds to be planted in Nigeria. What's your take on it?
Okay. Good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, everybody on the panel. Sorry I came in late. It's been a busy day for me. I had some construction work I needed to get done. Okay, good. I've been here. I was listening in the background, and everybody been throwing a comey at you, KJ. You're doing a good job. Let me tell you guys. You see, Yoruba have a proverb. That proverb goes deep. That means you leave leprosy and you're treating eczema. That means you don't know the degree of your ailment, or you don't even know your ailment. I always assess Nigerians as people who have typhoid fever, but they're using malaria pills as treatments. You can try all you want, because the two causative organisms are two different things. So, and then it was the Lagbaja, the musician, the masked man, that says that once the head goes down, that everything else starts to happen. Let me tell you, we have a system of government whereby the people in charge, all they care about is money, making money. You have the enemies of your state in charge of your state. And you're talking about GMO, regulation, this, that, farmland. Look, if these people come with the most poisonous substance and give it to our boys in government and say, take this $10 million, let us spread it to your people. As fools that they are, they will take it, and the people will die, short term or long term. Here in America, I've watched several true life story movies. It's a movie, true life story. I can't remember the title. I told Jagun the title the other day, but right now it's gone off my head. I think it's about was it Monsanto? I can't remember the company that was chemically poisoning people in America, and one dogged lawyer in the state sued them. The case took about 15 years. Eventually, they found enough evidence that this company from the 60s, I can't remember the movie. It's a good movie. I can't just, it's off my head. But the bottom line is that, you see, you all don't understand the importance of governance. If I have to put it in a fictional sense, those who are in governance are like men in black from the Game of Thrones, whereby they're trying to protect the realm from extreme danger. But here we are, like the Game of Thrones, we are busy with who is going to rule King's Landing, while the Night King is raising his army daily, killing your people and turning them into his own army. That's exactly the Nigerian story. The Nigerian story is the Game of Thrones. The Night King is in charge, daily turning your people, your children, into the army of the dead. And the only true enemy is death itself. That is Nigeria. Why would you all think any of these fools who are in government will give a damn about the future generation or the poison they get from the West and circulate it among our people? All they care about is the money they would make. Importance of government and rule of law is overemphasized and is not properly emphasized. We are now the endangered species, if we don't know, because of this group of criminals that are in charge. We are the endangered species because slowly and gradually they will introduce poison into our community, and that poison will slowly kill us off. GMO, according to regulatory authorities here in the States, is something they seriously scrutinize and have not approved. And before they can approve anything, they check the long-term effects of such things. We're not just talking chemicals, we're talking genetic change. But as long as you have criminals in charge, they will take money and think that money is everything, poison their own people. Somebody once described it, this is the second slave trade. The first slave trade occurred when we grab our own people, although most were kidnapped, sold to the white man. Now, we're easily killing our own people. And the funny thing is that our own people are also cheering them along. They think it's a PDP thing, it's an APC thing,
Sorry,
it's a Labour thing.
Sorry, Farah, I need to come in. I don't see where you're going. Can you try to
where I'm going is that your system has criminals in charge. If you're not talking about taking those criminals, you're talking about those criminals complying with your state of health care or future state of your well-being by not accepting GMOs. You're just putting the cart before the horse.
Okay, you know why I had to come in ask that question, because the discussion here is that once we're not being able to take care of those who are now governing that space called Nigeria, the people need to be alive for them to even be called a Nigerian people, because nobody is going to govern an empty space. That what we are seeing is the fact that our own traditional crop and way of farming is being altered by these same people, this government. The question now be, are we lacking land that we're now having to resort to using GMO crops? And if that be the case, do you see also the in Kenya, GMO was introduced some years ago, and now they are telling them they can no longer use their natural organic seeds. Do you think that this sometime can equally happen in Nigeria? And that's the discussion right now.
The discussion right now is that the issue is not that of land. The issue is that we are lacking people with brain.
Okay, thank you. Chi Nonyerem.
Thank you, moderator, and greetings, panelists. Please
Yes.
permit me to deviate from the topic, please. First of all, I want to thank my brother KJ. You are doing well. Like your style of moderation shows how hallowed your journalistic prowess are. Then I thank my brother Ferreira. I think he's one of the same voices I love listening to here. And I was like, before I came on here, I was thinking about what my dad told me is happening in Nigeria, and I was like, God, a few months ago, it's not up to 6 months ago, I was in Nigeria, and how costly everything is, and the rest of them. So I feel it's quite disheartening. It's quite disheartening. Sometimes I come on here to listen to people's ideas because for me, it's therapeutic. For me, it's therapeutic. So that's just all I want to say. AJ, I think you are doing well. Then, my brother Ferreira, I think you should keep on being the same voice on this panel. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you can put me backstage. I will keep listening from.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, my brother. Um, all right. Thank you so much. We enjoyed your contribution, and thank you also for supporting the Dr. Rudolph platform. I see we have a lady amongst us, so I will quickly jump to her. Sister Bumi, and Sister Bumi, I'm not one of those who like to jump at abnormal things instead of the natural ones. I rather would prefer, because one of the things I've come to realize, especially having grown up, sometimes partly in a local area, we realize that those days when we are playing in the field and somebody gets caught with maybe a sharp stone or something, sharp object cuts the people skin, there's a leaf that we normally will squeeze. We just grab that leaf, squeeze it, and then put it on that spot, and it quickly ceases the blood from flowing. Now, those are some of the things nature has produced for us. We didn't need to look for plaster. We didn't need to look for anything to put on it. We just put that leaf on it, and it stops the bleeding, and with time the wound gets healed. My question be to you, first and foremost, I'm sure you also have listened. The Senate president, who is the number 3 person in the government of Nigeria, says that because of the change of the national item to a new national item, banditry, Boko Haram, terrorism is going to stop, because all of them will be singing the new national anthem, and they will no longer have reason to go and be kidnapping people and committing all those evil acts. And also, the government of this time now have fully given approval that the GMO seeds be used in Nigeria. And we know from research or from writings of other people that these things usually destroy the land upon which they are planted. What's your take?
Thank you, Mr. KJ. Thanks for having me, and good day, everyone. To be honest, I only came in because I actually had the same opinion as Mr. Ferreira, and also the same opinion as Mr. Olumide. Um, Starting with the GMO, I don't necessarily think GMOs are bad things. They're not bad. The only thing that we should be cautious about is just who is doing it, how it's being done. It's just the process about it. I think a good example that I think you made a while back when we were talking about religion and we're talking about science, you mentioned vaccines, and you talked about like how that there are certain vaccines or that were given to our people and it was actually harmful for them. That's the same thing when it comes to GMOs. Is if someone outside is doing it for you, we know your best intention, then of course it's going to be bad. So I think that's what we should look at it. And going back to what Mr. Ferreira said is if you have a bunch of people in leadership that don't care about you people, about us, then there is no shocking that you'd have bad like outcome. It's the same with the Nestle company. They have been selling in Nigeria and other African countries for years. It turns out one of their baby formula has a high percentage of sugar. Giving a baby sugar does not make any sense, but they did it and they had excuses. Now, I'm not even angry at the company, but we have a government that has been existing for years. What happens to the people that should double check all of these products? Those are their jobs. It's the same with the GMOs. If we have people who are supposed to like make sure all of these products are healthy for us, then we shouldn't be scared about it. But because people are not doing our job, we are getting scared of it. So I think the main focus is to make sure that we have the people who are supposed to be doing their job are actually doing their job. Then later we would automatically realize that we'll be consuming healthier things. But at the end of the day, anything coming from the West, I'm not a big like person that will just jump on it. I always have to double check because we have history to prove that they have not always been on our side. So I don't think we should just be angry at the GMOs. I think we should mostly be angry at our government. Those are the ones that should do the job themselves. And to quickly touch on the whole what's it called, the national anthem, about it being changed, and if we had the old national anthem, Boko Haram wouldn't exist. Like I said, it's when you have a bunch of people in power who don't know who are just there for fancy, then you have stupid comments like this. At the end of the day, it all boils down to just a bunch of people who are not making sense. And you see the GMO thing, you see the ban, it's just not making sense. It's never the outcome, it's the foundation. That's the problem. That's only the problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Thank you, Bumi. You are always making valuable contribution, and we appreciate that. Now, here is what I will say. I'm coming to you, Ferrari. Here's what I will say. One of the things I've come to learn from nature is that anything that I cannot produce, they don't have seed. They don't have seed that can reproduce itself. It's not a good thing. Anything that you see cannot reproduce itself. It's not a good thing. So you should be careful with it. But I'm not going to go ahead. Like I said on this platform, I don't have my opinion right now because I'm just moderating. So if I'm a panelist, then I can canvass my opinion. However, I'm going to just ask, routinely, if you have a good team and your team is winning, is there any reason to change it? In other words, the seats we have in Nigeria don't have a problem. We have what they call now, I'm trying to remember the name of the places where the seats are done in Nigeria. We have research institutes that are dealing with seats, the Nigerian seats. We have more than 2-3 research institutes in Nigeria that handle seats. If you guys remember, for those of us who like mango a lot, if you go to Benue, there's a mango called Julie mango and there's a mango called Peter mango. They are very big, and if you eat one, you are done for the day. But they still have seed. It was not done from abroad. In other words, if you say the reason is to have it produce a lot better, we have Nigerian scientists that can do that. We do not need, and just like you said, and some other person have commented here, why do we always depend on what is being brought to us and use it without even testing it? My biggest challenge when the COVID thing was going on was, why is that there's no African country that could set up a think tank with the professors that are available? Remember, it was a Nigerian professor that stopped Ebola from ravaging Nigeria. That man is still living. There is a vaccine center in Abuja. Nobody ever mobilized and said, let us deal with this issue. Let us see what these people are sending to us. Now, so we're going to day. Is this how we're going to continue? Mr. Ferrari, while you are trying to make your own contribution, can you also look at those factors I just introduced into the discussion?
Yes. What I couldn't remember earlier on was a movie called Dark Waters. It was a movie based on a true story outlining how an experienced lawyer tried to fight for the people of West Virginia against a company called DuPont de Novos Incorporated. DuPont is one of the largest chemical companies who produce chemicals that have been infiltrating local water for years and causing cancer. Now, that's a true life story. In there, the lesson to learn there is that these companies are okay about their profits. You have to have a functional government that regulates the safety of its citizens against those that want to make profit. The same thing, those who come up with GMOs, they are profit-making companies. If there are side effects to these GMOs, they're not going to willingly tell you. Your government has to be the ones to search for it. But in an environment where what we have is padding of budget, where money is the primary thing to the director general, money is the major thing to the governor, money for next election, or money to just be his big man, where money is all the focus. All these important aspects of life that affect the people will be ignored. And it wouldn't matter if these things are dangerous and unhealthy for our people. You understand? Unless we fix the primary problem and get criminals or non-entities or ignoramus out of our governmental space, we will just be going around in circles. In the words of Fela, we will be that 1 year wind ball. We 1 year wind, they blow for 1 year corner. And we all have to keep putting our mouth for song, you know. This discussion is overrated for the fact that the people who are supposed, okay, the Nigerian, which organization is in charge of Nigeria at GM? Who is supposed to look at it? Which organ? Do you know, KJ? Who is supposed to review the side effects of GMO? Who's in charge of that in Nigeria? What legislative powers do they have, and how have they functioned in the last 5 or 10 years? To your knowledge, I throw that question back at you. Maybe we can start there.
Oh, okay. Right now, the question you are throwing at me, I'm not sure I want to answer, but they have Nigerian Institute of Research, Agricultural Research. We have Nigerian Institute of Agricultural Research. There are many of them. There's one in southeast. There's one in the southwest. There's one in.
No, I'm not asking the question to put you on the hot seat. No, I'm just trying to say.
I'm only trying to contribute.
Okay, this discussion. I just heard that the executive branch of the government has approved it, right?
Yes.
What channel did they go through for the approval? What are the laid down rules for such things, or is it just one big man just say this one make we do, we go do? And you know that's why I'm getting at. The question is not to put you on the hot seat, but to
No.
put
I don't mind being the hot spot, but here is what I'm going to say. Ferrari. You see, that's my biggest challenge with the Nigerian government. The Nigerian government do not obey the laws. They don't follow the constitution. It's a big man syndrome thing. If the president came to his inaugural speech and say, subsidy is gone, and the next day everybody went in that direction. The question we have, and the biggest obstacle in the Nigerian governance, is the fact that once somebody says something, even if it's without any law, even if it's against the constitution, they will go ahead and implement it because the person has said, a big man has spoken. And the rank he has spoken. So since I said it, it must be so. And that is a bigger issue. And that's a bigger issue. And somebody can get up and wave off what has been done and say, oh, well, you know what, you did this thing, but I forgive you, let it be. And that is how it's going to be written down without even anybody looking at the constitution and say, oh, look, this is against our constitution, you cannot do this. Okay. And so that I don't run ahead of what we need to discuss, because we need to move forward. Let's go to Wale and then we'll come back to you. Wale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, KJ. Let me join others. Shari, you did comium of handling this very well. Maybe as a result of your experience as a journalist. Well done. Keep it up. Mr. Ferreira and Bumi and Mr. Lumide, I greet you. When you said something about that Yoruba adage, I shook my head. I thought, you know what? I've got another one to use to back it up. Yoruba will say Iyan Jesin Alomojo. What that means in English is, I don't know how to translate it in English, but let me put it in a literally form. Us that we all know will start dancing and do whatever he wants to do, whereas the poor us is really suffering. But to us, we think, oh, look at that, us is dancing well. Let me leave it at that. When it comes to this GMO, I think to myself, we are in a land that if you put a cassava stick on the soil, just cassava stick, in 15 or 18 months, you will have cassava without any chemical added to it or anything. So we have a fertile soil. You mentioned something around mango now. I'm sure those mangoes are not planted with any chemical. And you can have to and forget about hunger for the day. This is the thing. Like Bumi said, what is the motive behind, the GMO thing? Mr. Ferreira said, who are the people that are supposed to look at this thing and say, is this thing safe for my people? I will raise something that that happened in United Kingdom, I think about a year or two or some years back, about oil drilling. You can all search it. It suffered a back, like it was rejected from the Supreme Court. Why? Because of the environmental implication on people. Now, Mr. KJ, you said something that this is a country where there's no rule of law, it's this big man thing. Oil company, you will say they have enough money to drill anything they want to do. You can search it and say what setback or suffering the oil company or oil drilling suffered in United Kingdom at some point. Even the BB, you can see, you can Google it, you see. These are the things. It's only one, I think, a lady that championed that campaign. I said, look, these oil companies can't just drill because they want to make money, because they will give government money or something like that. They think of the impact it's going to have on their people. It was stopped. So at what point are we not thinking, like, who is in charge of this thing? That which food is coming to harm our people? Which drink is coming? Is there not someone who's supposed to sit down and say, okay, like you rightly said, the research, the institutes of research or something, what is their job? Who is there? Do we just have educated illiterate in that country where they just come with their pulling down a PhD or whatever they call it? And that is why we'll see people who are supposed to be a sensible lawmaker, intellectuals, that will be sitting down and be drooling in the House of Assembly. Give them a simple article they can't even read. And those are the people we think they will make a better law for us. No, they are there to share their own money. So do they care if you eat GMO and you end up having whatever? But when you look at it, and hungry man, do they even care where that bread or that yam or whatever food they give to them, do they care where it comes from? When a bag of rice is going to 80 or 90,000, do they even know? Do they even read the label? So,
Thank you, Wale. Thank you, Wale. I like your contribution, I will, just build a bit on that. The situation we find ourselves is that, we don't really have a laid down way procedure for things to be done. We have a Nigerian Institute of Virology that's supposed to be studying all kinds of diseases and all that. In fact, there's a snake listing in somewhere in Bauchi State, where there is one of the biggest factories of where poisonous snakes are studied and vaccines are made out of them. So Nigeria has quite a lot if we wanted to do a good job. The question is, do we have the people who have the mind and not to want to dance to the West to do what is required? However, I will leave it to Mr. Roma, who is coming. Okay, no, Mr. Roma just coming in. I'll go to Awibam, and to hear your view on the issue I've been discussing. You are a farmer, and you probably may have done some research on what we're talking about. You also have heard that once Nigerians begin to sing, Nigeria, we held you and own that native land, then all the banditry, Boko Haram, and every of those things will be a thing of the past. Do you also agree that this new item will now make everybody become patriotic, and even those politicians who are, cutting away our money will now return all they have stolen, and the country will now move in the direction that we all want it to move to? Your comments, sir.
Thank you, my brother KJ, and good evening to every one of you that is in the studio and those in the comment section. Forgive me, I'm very close to my farm here. Some people are having some party here, so you will be hearing some music from the background. Please forgive me about that. I am so happy. I just wanted to say something concerning my Biafran people. While so many people are there fighting Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu, and Biafra, world of most, some of the countries are now, encouraging them in what they are doing and accepting the work that they are doing. That being said, see, I don't want to go, too much on the national anthem. The national anthem cannot give you or solve this security problem in Nigeria. It is the same way during Goodluck Jonathan, they voted about $2.something billion to buy arms and ammunition to fight the terrorism ravaging the entire North as at that time. Those monies, that what you call Dasuki Gate, those monies were shared among these people, given to pastors and some people to go and pray in mosques and churches to go and pray away the terrorism that is happening in Nigeria. Until today, it has not been solved. So the national anthem will not even do any of those. Then coming to GMO, I do not know the reason why. Examples are bound for every one of us that claim that he or she does not know the implication of introducing genetically modified organisms onto your soil. It has the capacity to destroy the plant and set up a genetic process that will not allow any other natural, products or plants to grow on that particular place. Monsanto tried it in India. You can read what happened to India and the court case that has been going on in India with Monsanto. So I don't see any reason why Nigeria, with all the vast lands they have, would like to introduce this kind of, organism that is alien to the people. Do you want to tell me that Nigeria cannot farm and feed, her citizens? Just like Ferrara said, lack of priority and, confused people that are leading that country. That is the problem. That is the bane of the problem of Nigeria. So GMO, it is say no to GMO products. Please, I had the opportunity to, stop over at London when I was coming from Bridgetown, Barbados. Shopping in some of the, malls. You see, they are labeled GMO and natural. Do you want to tell me that UK government consider it safe and they give you option to select either the natural or the GMO? In California, my family, my mom, the rest of my siblings live for 10 decades. Now, It is completely banned there. Why did they ban it? Why did they ban it in California? Why is Nigeria bringing it to the people? Look, once you begin to accept this GMO, you have lost your food security. And a country that, that does not take care of its food security is gone. I call this food slavery. Food slavery. For the fact that when you plant these things, you cannot get the seed to replant. They don't replant GMO seeds. You have to go back to the person that has the intellectual, property to give it to you. What happens if this man said, I will not give it to you? And your land has been destroyed. You can no longer, the natural seedlings can no longer grow on those soil. What happens if they say they won't give it to you? Everybody is coming out here. Some people are for, because majority of us here and those in the comment section agrees that GMO must not be allowed to come into Nigeria. Because this politician that you have there in generally in Africa has lost their values. They have lost their values. They do not know what they are doing. They are being controlled by these multinational companies right around the world. The globalists, these are the people that are pushing all these things in order to control. I don't know, I don't have any research to that, but my mind is telling me if UK will give you option whether to consume it or not, then there is something to it that is hidden. So we should not allow that to come into Nigeria. I see it as a way, when you take it for a long term, it has the capacity, it may have the capacity to shorten the life of Nigerians.
All right.
With
All
the
right.
population. That is what I see there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like your contribution, and
forgive me. I am in my farm, so it is.
it's okay.
I have to. Yeah, thank you so much.
You're okay, sir. Now, you see, me who lived in the north, and we saw some of the things that untested vaccine did to the children in Kanu, for which Pfizer never paid enough for it, because those families are left. They are families of the ordinary Nigerians, and so who is going to fight for them? Nobody. Their parents are the ones suffering the after effect of that, not the government who allow them to come in. So my question now would be to Mr. Roma, and I don't know whether the comment you're making behind is for us, but it's time now for you to tell us what you feel. And you see, here again, I want to say this. This is a discussion panel. Nobody has any enemy here. We're all saying what we feel, and that's how we feel. These comments are own to us. They are our personal views, and so I think we're entitled to it. So, Mr. Roma, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me clearly. It's been echoing from my end, and I've tried to go out and come back in, but it's still echoing when you are speaking. Yeah.
Okay, but your audio is good. We can hear you clearly.
Yeah, but I'm hearing myself in delay, as if I'm recorded and then it's playing it back to me. I don't know why that is happening. Okay. Let me try and speak. I'm not going to be long with you guys.
Mind about what you're hearing. Just go ahead. We can hear you clearly.
Great. Seriously, I listen every week. But sometimes I get a bit kind of laid down by the level of contributions that are unresearched, unverified. But as you said, that's our opinion. That's the level to which we can contribute to this kind of fora. I don't think it's meant to be overly professional or media savvy in that respect, but that's great. Why I came in is to kind of question this claim about GMOs. It looks as if you are only arguing from the point of view that GMOs don't have seeds. And if they don't have seed, you always have to go back to the progenitor, the originator, to get back those seeds. That's not entirely true. You can genetically modify a seed, a crop, not to reproduce. But you can also genetically modify a seed to retain its seeds. Most of you here live in the West. And I believe that you go to supermarkets, seriously, majority of the food we buy from the supermarkets are genetically modified. And they have teeth that can be reproduced. There are only a few of them, and that is the option of the risk factor if they want to remove the seeds. Genetically modification is not only about removing the seeds, but it is also about making it faster to reproduce or altering it so that it is resistant to pests and all those kind of things. The ones that produce maybe in smaller quantity can then produce in mass. For example, you can make an animal to produce 4 at a time if that animal normally will produce 2 or 1 at one point in time. So genetically modification is not about seeds alone. And I don't like this information that is going out there that when you get genetically modified plant, crop, or seed, you cannot replant them. That is not true. Please check your facts very well.
Thank you, Roman. That is what I try to explain to them, that it even occurs with animals.
Oh, no.
They have their shortcomings. But seedlessness is not the only thing about genetically modified food. And you people should stop pandering that particular aspect, please.
Roma, I like your contribution. And like I said, it's a forum, it's a talk shop. We are not scientists. Some of you are scientists. Some of us are teachers. Some of us are different professions are here. But you see, hold on, Olumide, please hold on. I'm coming to you.
When you're done, I just want to add one bit to what Roman said.
No problem. We're coming to you. Let's keep it civil. Now, you see, knowledge no longer is it's not restricted to one person. Again, because of the information age we are living in, people can get all kinds of information. What I do not like is when information is restricted to one flow. In other words, you tell me that, oh, this is COVID-19, it can only be treated this way. No, if knowledge is always flowing, and then if you try to restrict ideas to one direction, it becomes a problem. It becomes as if you are hiding something. Now, in Africa, the question we asked earlier is it GMO? Is that the problem of Nigeria as a whole now? Why we now should opt out for it when we have enough seed to go around us? And secondly, and I'm still coming to you, sir. And secondly, you said if naturally your animal can produce is meant to produce only once in a year, but now you can genetically modify it to produce 5 times in the same year. Are you saying that same animal will remain the same way and all the product is going to bring out will be the same quality? That's for you, sir.
No, let me take from the last comment you just made. No, it might not be the same quality, but what you will ask is which type of quality. For example, an animal that is usually only 90 kg can be made to be 200 kg. Now, it's not the same quality, but you're imbuing flesh to that particular animal. Now, let me tell you why Nigeria or any other foreign nation may go for GMO food is because we haven't got the capacity to produce food to feed our population. So genetically modified food can accelerate the reproduction of some categories of seeds, plants, and animals so that we can feed our population. But this is just to help food security. It has its ups and downs. It has its negative aspects. But what we have to do is to weigh those negative aspects with the positive contribution that this kind of technology can bring to our population. We can produce food naturally to feed 230 million people. So the only solution is to go to this kind of science that will make us produce food massively, faster, to feed the population, KJ. Yes. Oh, listen, it destroys land. It can eradicate certain types of crops. It can eradicate or remodify animals. Can you just take it from the name? Genetically modified. You are genetically modifying the genome of a certain animal so that they become something else. Resistance to pests, fatter, and maybe bigger and maybe in greater quantities. That's all. Please, we should stop trying to act as if this is a conspiracy theory against the
before
undeveloped nation.
Unfortunately, you are making me to now have a say, which I don't want to have. But say, let me tell you, since I was born and all the so-called conspiracy theories have all become truth. So, but let's not go. That's a different discussion for another day. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Can I just add one bit?
It's your turn. Yes, please go
Can I
ahead.
just add, in just trying to summarize what
Okay, I don't like the way I'm hearing things. Can I go now, please? Because it's not fitting. I'll be listening from the background. Yes,
right,
Pastor.
Thank you for your insight, Roman. So to add context to Ferreira and Roman, genetically modified food. I hear even as healthcare practitioners, regardless of whether you're a doctor, you're a pharmacist, you're a nutritionist, if you work in the healthcare field, there's what we call ethics. Part of the ethics we are taught is that people have autonomy. There are about 6 or 7 pillars of our ethics. Number one, part of it is autonomy, regardless of the treatment, regardless of the evidence base. A patient that we are going to treat, no matter how safe or how unsafe that treatment is, the patient must agree before you go ahead to give that treatment. Whether it's surgery, whether it's medication, whether it's whatever kind of treatment. In this part of our world, I'm talking about Canada, US, UK, Australia, as I know it in the civilized world. I don't know what, I've been away from Nigeria for a long time, so I don't know what obtains there right now in the Shito. So right now, there's what we call autonomy. I understand the fears of people. Those are the fears that those who are against the GMOs have expressed. The issue of food security, allowing somebody to getting your seeds from depending on your seedlings on a nation that is more advanced than you in that aspect. The fact that it can cause the health concerns long term, the fact that they're going to take over our supplies, we won't be able to, local people who provide our seedlings will be out of market, and we now have to rely on the West. Those are valid concerns. What they have done in this part of the world, in Canada, in US, in UK, in Europe, even in India, that Awimbo mentioned, is that they realize the importance. That is why you have a regulatory agency. That's why we say our institutions don't function. NAFDAC is supposed to be the one to oversee anything that has to do with food and drugs being approved. NAFDAC should be the one, I believe, overseeing that. And not just the government coming out and blanket making executive decision. You have to go through the regulatory as specified by law. What the FDA and other regulatory agencies have done is to say, you know what, because of the sensitivity nature of this GMO issue, where we don't want to be reliant on anybody, or any genetically modified seedlings has to be approved by the FDA, has to go through scrutiny as any other drugs or any other device or anything will go through. So what they've done is to regulate it. So there are some of them that they've approved that is safe and farmers are using for consumption. And there are some of them that they have not approved because they're not sure whether to approve it or not. The Nigerian government can allow NAFDAC to do their investigation and see if these are safe. And till today, the Food and Agriculture Organization, FOA, go and look at their papers. The National Institute of Health, go and look at their papers. FDA, Health Canada, UK, go and look at their papers. So you can put regulations around it, but the ones out there are safe. Until today, all of these fears are unfounded. I'm not going to come here and follow the head because I want to look right in the face of anybody. That's not going to happen. That's not the way I was trained. Whether you like it or not, don't accept it. I will tell you the truth, point blank. Stop spreading falsehood. Stop spreading anything that is the problem in Nigeria. Anything not backed by evidence, we will be propagating it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lumide. You have made your point, and you see that's what I said earlier when we got into this conversation. I said when you make your point, don't make it look as if the other people are stupid. No, you have your point, and you have your point which you have made, and you have presented it. Your own is to present it intelligently, and that's you leave the rest to us. That's one. Secondly, you see, you can't have monopoly of knowledge. Nobody has it, not even those who are professors. Because if that be the case, some of us will not get to the point where we got because we were taught by professors who have become professors themselves. So let's discuss civilly like any other person. Make your contribution and leave it. You didn't come to you if you were a professor. Wait, when you go to your class, you lecture the people. But for here, it's an open forum. It's a place with nice ideas. You may have a better one. It's okay. We'll listen to you. But please reduce your tone. Don't make it look as if the other person is stupid for being here. No, they know what to get education if they want to get education. Thank you. All right. Having said that, yes, can I give Friday? I'll come back to you. Let's have Bumi's contribution, please.
Okay, so I just want to quickly say this because I have to go. So I think we're missing. Or I actually wanted to comment on Mr. Roman's submission, and also to Mr. Olumide's submission. My perspective is genetically modify. The O stands for. I forget what the O stands for. Is not the problem, but in this case of Nigeria, I think the problem is that because Mr. Roman said that we don't have the capacity to produce for our population. And I 100% disagree with that. Yes, with the standard of Nigeria, we don't have. But the reason why we don't have, because we don't have the infrastructures in place to produce on a large scale. If you should talk about where you get your food from, you're getting it from the average market woman that puts in time and day creating farming with their hands. We have not yet brought in machines to make sure that we can produce massively. Now we are jumping to genetically modified GMOs that, okay, you don't need to worry about pest feeding on them. And I think like we have just missed a huge space before jumping to the other, because the reason why most Western countries might want to go to GMOs is because they have huge demand. There's a huge consumption. If you check America, how many food goes to waste is just unimaginable. But there's always people are always demanding the people always buying things every single day. So GMOs make sense for them so they can meet demand and profit. They can make all those things. But for us in this case, first thing first, we need to make sure that we have the infrastructure first to produce naturally but fast, and then slowly, if then it makes sense for us to go to GMOs, then we can start going into research, making sure it fits our own needs and that. But I think that what and Mr. Roman made, like, the one of his point that he made sounds exactly that all these Western companies make is Africans, this is going to make life easy for them. Nah, making life easy for us is just getting good government that cares for us. It's not necessarily just GMOs. But that was just going to be my submission in that end.
All right, thank you, and I agree with you. Listen, let's get what she said. If you want to make our government, if you want to help Africa, allow them to choose their governments and allow them to control the affairs of their nations. That's the better way to help us, not your GMO. We don't need it. And I agree with what Bumi has said. The whole of Nigeria is like an agricultural settlement. Everywhere grows crops. It is because of bad government that we have lost our cocoa farms, we have lost our palm tree plantations, we have lost our granite pyramids. It's not because the land was infertile. We don't need fertilizer in most cases to even grow our crops in Nigeria. So what now makes it so pertinent that we must now begin to pander to GMO crops? And by the way, you see, ultimately they don't make it look as if we are against it. Before now, like I said, if you go to Plateau State, I'm coming to you, Ferrari. If you go to Plateau State, I say Plateau, Benue State, a place called Boko, Vandekia, they have an agricultural college there that have improved the production of oranges. Some of the oranges as big as what the other orange that's so big that's not sweet. Grapefruits, as big as grapefruits, and yet they are oranges and they are very sweet. And you can replant them. You can plant them. You can take the seed and plant. So what I'm saying is that these things we are going to the West to borrow, we are able to have it within our own domain. Why can't people who are concerned, this is my own pain, leadership that's concerned about your own people, even look within your own communities. Your own community, don't go anywhere. If you go to the West, you will find people who can improve on the cocoa farm, the cocoa seed. You don't need to go anywhere to get it improved. You don't need to go any. Look, the improvement of there is a palm tree in the east that is short. It's not that it doesn't take that long the other one to produce it. It produces in 1 year. It is modified, but we know what is inside. Now, my question be to those who eventually intervene later is, when they say genetically modified, what do you know? What do you and I know that is modified and put inside? Because we're not there when they're modifying it. How do we know that what they've modified will help us?
KJ, see, I categorically agree with the concerns of the people.
Hold on, let Ferrari talk. We'll come back to you. You are the one leading this, so just hold on, be patient, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to put this submission based on my background as a microbiologist and somebody who studied molecular biology. Now, we're putting out some informations out here that are not scientifically sound. You understand? Now, the issue of genetic modified organism or GMO crops has nothing to do with land and culture. What you all have to understand is that, first of all, agriculture is a business. Like any other business, like the car industry is a business. The plane industry is a business. And every year, scientists goes, and medicine is a business. And every year, scientists goes into research lab, conduct various researches to find out how to make improvement and maximize profit on each business. So that's why your Peugeot 504 doesn't look like what it used to in 1970. That's why cars are moving from gasoline to electronic. And that's why the same thing in agriculture. You see, the farmer and the business owners of the farming wants to reduce the time it takes to cultivate a specific crop. They want to reduce the impact of crop attack on the crop. They also want to reduce the time it takes a specific species, whether chicken or cow, the time it takes to reproduce and the amount of meat it produces. These are business responses to science. And the scientific community does not operate in isolation. You understand? They coordinate with each other across the world. It don't matter what government is in place, whether you're in Germany, you're in Russia, you're in America, there is an international community that does peer review of researches. And this peer review are subject to various experiments and tests. Now, that being said, cooperations are now also interested in research. Sometimes cooperations sponsor research, and then sometimes they cheat. They try to cheat. And that's why it's essential that governments of various countries have regulatory organizations in place to check these corporations against the cheating that they might want to conduct when research are conducted. Do you understand? For example, somebody producing maybe a chicken let's say a cow that produces a lot of milk. You understand? During that process of, if that research was sponsored by a corporation, they might have discovered something bad, but they won't want to release it to the public. That is the job of regulatory organization like the Federal Drug FDA in America, or Food and Regulatory. I don't know what they have in Nigeria. So you understand? And every country needs to have that independent research assessment.
Fair.
Let's not
Nigeria
come
is
here.
not,
Let me
Nigeria is
finish.
not that.
Let me finish. Let's not come here and paint the whole GMO thing as a bad thing. But the fact remains is that there has been some positive GMO outputs in the world. Most of the corn you eat today, I believe, have been sweetened. They take shorter time to grow. Most of the chicken that produces egg have been adjusted to this effect. But down the line, as time goes on, scientists also find out that some modified organisms create problems. For example, the time where they created the cows in England started having the mad cow disease and all the other things. So there is need for regulation. You understand? So let's not paint this picture is good, is bad. Where we have problem as Africans is that we have no rule of law. We have the rule of men. And until we have rule of law, we won't be able to protect ourselves against the unforeseen enemy, which is the corporations that might be sponsoring GMOs for their own financial reason. I just gave you a reason of a movie that Dark Waters. Go and see. That happened in the United States from 1960 to the 90s.
Yes.
They were being polluted and poisoned. So if you don't have regulatory organizations that are independent, that follow scientific journals, that follows research, you're going to fall victim to the dangers of what is out there. That's all I have to say on that.
Thank you so much. And yeah, you see, the truth is, the genetically modified products or seeds are for commercial purposes. Just like you, Olamide, you can't tell me that pharmaceutical industries are doing drug for charity. They are not. It's for commercial. Hold on, you come to answer. It's for commercial purpose. And so even with the genetically modified seed, it's for a commercial purpose. It cannot be ordinary. The question will be now, why do we need to modify it when we have our people, they have their seeds, they plant a year in, year out, they reserve the one they plant for the next year, they eat the one they want to eat. Why do we need to now bring the one that is modified? We're not complaining that the insecticides are killing our crops. We don't have locusts eating their crops. Why do we have a reason to begin to modify it? Since even in our traditional method of farming, we're not using any special technological equipment to farm. We're still using the local way of farming. Why now do we need a genetically modified seed to farm in this local way of farming? Olumide, that's for you, sir.
Before Olumide answered that, KG, there are some already in our food system that you don't know about. There are some seeds we've been using, like in corn and some other. Olumide, go ahead.
So KJ, in answering your question, like I said, the people have a say. Like part of the concerns that Kenyans, the issue going on in Kenya right now, they've expressed is the fact that the local farmers, their own local seedlings, the businessmen who are responsible for the local seedlings are afraid that they will go out of business. There are so many concerns that they've raised that they will go out of business, and because like I said, we have agricultural research institutes all over Nigeria where they are producing better seedlings for local farmers and the rest of it. But the truth of the matter is the companies out there coming to market their own GMO seedlings to us, definitely they are doing it for profit. That's the truth. So that is where government has to be scrutinized, where questions are, why are you see, it's a political, if you let it go through the right authority, that's why we say our institutions are dead. You understand? They're not, these people are knucklehead people. They are not allowing it work. The way from INEC to police to everywhere, you are not allowing NAFDAC do their due diligence to making sure, even if they don't have the resources to do it, like somebody mentioned in the comment section, you can always borrow resources from other advanced countries. There's information out there about what is safe and right. USA has some that they've approved and they're using in their own, like what Ferreira said. In Canada here, we have some that they approve. In some other countries, in Europe too, there are some that they've banned because they're not sure of the safety. And there are some that they've allowed in. You understand? So this is where regulation comes in. Once the regulatory agencies have done their job, then those in power in government can then weigh the political decision of whether allowing a foreign entity take over the business of the local ones, the repercussion, which may cost them in the next election, or you understand. So these are things that have to be weighed. I am just saying that don't in the process of debating this issue and making the decision, or you understand, don't put in fake or conspiracy theories out there that are unfounded.
Thank you. Let me go to Pastor. Are you available, or is it Blackstone? Who is the next person? Yeah, if Pastor is available, I want to ask you a question. Now, if you're a pastor, of course, you must have read through the Bible. Now, the Bible, what happened to the children of Egypt and the whole world when Joseph was in power, is that he was able to control the food supply. And so before you knew it, the whole world was bound to Egypt because everybody came to Egypt. Now, do you not see that what this is intended is to control food supply so that one person becomes the one who gives the food and other people become dependent on that individual who supplies it? So what if for you?
KG, before the next speaker comes in, can I just say this?
Okay, but I've already asked him a question. If you don't mind, can you just wait a bit so I can answer? Are you hearing me, Pastor?
KG, can I just say this? I just want to chip in this before the next speaker comes in.
Okay, go ahead. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Ben, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead. Yeah. I don't think. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. You see, the difference between these GMOs crops and natural organic crops is that GMOs cannot be replanted unless you go to that particular person that is supplying it to you. That is the difference. What happens if that man refuses to give it to you? Now, there are improved crops, seeds in Nigeria, like the corn. Those improved seeds can be replanted by themselves through the seeds of those products. But GMO cannot. When you adopt this GMO, you are automatically, relinquishing your food security to that particular person that is producing it solely for profit. This is what you people should understand. What happens tomorrow if they refuse to sell it to you and you don't have the capacity to produce the same seedlings to your farmers? What happens? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good question. And that's the same question which I just use a Bible script passage to project. When you control the food supply, you control the life of the people. When you control the water supply, you control the life of the people. What happens tomorrow if they refuse to supply you that seed? Righteous man, it's your turn.
Thank you, KJ.
Not my turn.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. KJ, don't forget me.
Oh, Blackstone, go ahead. Go ahead. It's your turn.
No worry. Please, no talk. You're in Nigeria. Make I save your credit for you.
This Nigeria self, may God deliver this country. Hey, okay. I think I appreciate the submission of Bumi and the last brother that spoke. I think the guy that is in Ghana. I appreciate their submission. It's not as if the submissions of others are not okay. But you see, God who planted us in Africa, there is a reason why he made us Africans. Number one, the climate condition of the Western world and that of Africa is never the same. Number two, what is obtainable there is not what is obtainable here. This genetic modified organism or whatsoever it's called, if you bring it into seedlings, it's going to reduce the immune system of Nigerians. In fact, we are not asking them to help us do that in Africa or in Nigeria here. We have good land. God has given us good arable lands that our farmers will farm with natural seeding. And then we eat organic crops, organic food that is very healthy. All these modified crops, the moment you consume it, what organic food gives to you is not the same. For example, the improved chickens here that we go to Cotonou to buy, the taste of that chicken and the natural chicken that is being reared in our poultries here locally, the taste when you use it to cook is not the same. They are quite different. The tastes are different. Even whether you are using it to prepare stew or to prepare soup, you will taste the soup. You use the natural fowl or cock to prepare, and that you use this improved one to prepare, you discover that the taste is not the same. Now, being a son of a farmer, the yams that my father harvested, that they used a substance to improve the size, and the ones that were planted without any improved substance to eat, they don't have the same time. They don't last the same time. That one that was improved upon decays and decomposes faster than the natural one that organically, matured and is harvested. And I so much believe that one of the things that is reducing our immune system here in Nigeria is because we have started adopting to the Western world habits in what they eat. Take, for example, the tomato paste we're using in Nigeria today, the tomato paste. A lot of them have some taste that is terrible. The tomato paste. If you open it up and taste it, the taste is quite, in fact, you will ask yourself, what are you actually tasting? Because of these improved substances used in producing them. Now, when you buy organic tomato and you grind it the way we normally grind it, the stew you use it to prepare or the soup the taste is quite different. So they should hold that their modified whatever seed is. We don't need it. They should allow the blacks, they should allow Africans to choose our leaders, our political leaders that will give us what we want. We have enough land that will give us natural food as we want it, even to the extent that we'll export. When the Southeast was the fastest growing economy in the whole world, they were not using genetic modified seeds to achieve what they achieved. It was our natural crops here they were using, and they got to that level. So I don't think we need it. We don't need it here in Nigeria. We don't. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Righteous. for your contribution. And again, he emphasizing what we're emphasizing. We are coming to you now, the Blackstone. What do you see? Hold on, sorry, Wale, we're coming to you after the Blackstone.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Sorry,
KJ.
Blackstone, before you go, I just want a righteous man that what he just stated was an opinion. It's not backed by scientific fact that something is causing some disease. You need to quote a reference of scientific research that says that is true. But I agree with you, but I still
What is
think
causing diseases
the
in the
opinion
first
is
place?
different from
No,
facts.
Ferrara, what is causing diseases? It's not what we put in our body. I beg, man, leave that fat and the figures, scientific proof. I beg. What I want to say is this, right? The GMO. This issue has been on in Nigeria since I think at the time of Jonathan. That's when, first of all, they came up with this issue of GMO. It's not the first time, second time that this issue is coming up. And at that time, I think it was rejected, because they were not interested in it, or I think most of the people, citizens, stood against it, right? And we know in this Nigeria Senate or House is a rubber stamp for anything that the government wants. So that I think they're not going to listen to the people, right? One thing I have to say is this, right? Like they said that the FDA, all this, they approve all these things they say and do. So there are many research, many things, food, drugs that have been approved years later. They found out they are causing problems for people. They are causing diseases, and they withdraw it. Right? This does happen. So So in Nigeria, we are talking of Nigerian drugs and so. Are those people actually have the capacity to carry out enough research on these things to say yes, the GMO can be accepted? It's a good thing for Nigeria. And let's remember that GMO is a modification of the DNA of those organisms. So if you modify a DNA, it's not a normal organic something anymore. So we have to understand that though these are science, so most of these sciences are not actually really be proved, because most of these things, it takes a long time before you begin to see the actual effect it has on people. They are not poisons, but they gradually poison people, because they destroy people's life. And in the long term, you begin to see the effect. You understand me? Like somebody said, it's a business. You understand me? There are marketers. You understand? Those that went to the laboratory, come up with the GMO technology and everything, they're going to get their money back. They're not going to waste the money they use in carrying out their research. And so, if it's not accepted in their country, they want to find where they're going to push it to. And then we accept it. And then we embrace it. So let's remember that.
Blackstone, do you have any evidence of anybody who had cancer or disease condition?
I did come Olumide.
Do you have any evidence?
Olumide, wait, excuse me. Olumide, you are in the medical field, right? How many drugs have been withdrawn after
That is
years?
what we call post-marketing surveillance. How many genetically modified seeds?
How many people?
Okay,
they don't argue with me. I'm giving my own point of view.
You are comparing apple and oranges.
Hold on,
you're not comparing any. You are not comparing. I'm not comparing anything. This is not misinformation. You understand me? I'm not misinforming anybody. Okay, if you're in the medical field, I'm not in the medical field. I have families who are in the medical field. We do talk about these things.
And so,
are you the only one that knows everything about people?
Okay, go ahead.
You can defend your profession. That is good. No problem. But don't jump into my mouth.
Blackstone, please go ahead. Olumide, we have some decorum, please.
So Nigerians Professionals in the agriculture sector have done a lot of research. They have done a lot of things. You understand me? Like KJ said, there are many things, many crops Nigerians have came and modified naturally and become more efficient in production, even more better. You can see guava. We used to see small guavas. Now our guavas are big. You can see palm trees. They used to very tall, but now have short ones. Can start producing in two or 3 years. These are all from Nigerian Research Institute. So these are there. So why are we now embracing what we do not even know? That is still a problem. That people are not even accepted worldwide. They have to accept it. We have to take it as our own. We have to put it into the society, then try to use it to feed everybody. Nigerians are even dying. Don't even know what is killing them. Want to come and add other things to it. We have what to find. We have land. There's enough land. It is insecurity and other things, and the government that is costing food shortages in Nigeria.
Okay.
It's not because people cannot farm, or we don't have the seed and everything. We have them.
Thank you.
So,
thank you. Blackstone. Thank you, and I appreciate your contribution. Yes, I will allow. Now that the pastor is back with us after the much prayer, we will hear him, and then we'll come to a flagship. So please, I
Can you hear me now? Is it clear?
I'm calling you now.
You have ignored Wale. You said.
Oh, I'm sorry, Wale. Please let me, because I initially called the pastor Andrew. So let's have him. Then I can come to you.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I had to go out and come back again. Yeah, could you put your question back again, please? I know you were talking about. Could you repeat your question, please?
Okay, so which of the questions now? Because I've gone far. The discussion's been on.
Okay, all right. Since you've gone far, let me just yield the floor to the next person. Then.
Okay.
It's about Joseph in Egypt.
No, go ahead.
That was the question you asked Pastor before he left.
The question I asked you earlier is that when there was a problem in the world during the time of Joseph, the control of the world came to Egypt because they came to Egypt to seek for food, even for seed. So everything they owned was now given to the Egyptians because you have to exchange your gold for food. Now the question I ask is it not the same thing as they are trying to repeat? Because eventually all our natural seeds will go out of use, or we can't use it on our land, and so have to depend on someone giving us his or her own genetically modified seed for us to plant on our lands. And an example of recently, Kenya, they can no longer use their organic seeds on their land.
No, the issue in respect to Joseph has nothing to do with control. No, yes, it's about to fulfill. It's just to fulfill a prophecy, which is to bring the children of Israelites to Egypt. So that they're two different things entirely. So you shouldn't mix it up at all. They're two different things entirely. I yield the floor back. Thank you.
Yeah, Wale, can you go ahead? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would have answered that question. Pastor tried to.
You can go ahead and take a shot.
Well, to my own little knowledge of understanding, Joseph, I mean, there are other ministers for Pharaoh who could have said, okay, this could be the solution to the famine coming. Like what is happening in Nigeria now, like people are suffering, there's no food. What is the solution? And Joseph was able to come up with GMO, I don't know, that, okay, let's put all our harvest for these 7 years when we have plenty. So maybe in that time, there's no GMO, but kind of a brain in it. So let me leave it there. But now we know the consequence after Joseph passed. What happened? So let me tell that story. For those who can read the story to the far end, what happened to Joseph, what happened after Joseph and Pharaoh died, before Moses and everything like that. So anyway, that is that. I kind of like the fact that although Bumi is not here anymore, but when you look at a young person, female, coming up with ideas, able to debate among the elders on this platform, you will see that we have younger people with brain who can, present their submission in a very logical way without arguing. Now, coming back to this GMO, there are a few things I kind of noticed. I mean, that anybody, including pharmaceutical company or anybody, would try to promote and uh, present, even if it's poison, they would advertise it in a way that if you don't do your underground work, you might fall for it. Anyway, let me take us back to Nigerian movie industry when it first came, the censor board. You all agree that before we have this 24 hours TV, there used to be censor board that would say if this movie have some kind of nudity or something that shouldn't be watched within the family, the censor board will kind of put a stop to it before it comes to the system. And that is what we are all trying to say, that where are these people who are supposed to look at what should protect their people? Yeah, we all have to drink water, breathe in air, eat food. But how many times do we go to the market in Nigeria to be scanning what is in the label, if we have any? Unlike here in the store, if you want to read how many calorie of sugar is in the package, how many this and that, yeah, there is a body that regulates that makes sure that company comply with whatever they are producing. In Nigeria, would you go to Oselu market and ask the woman who is selling vegetable, do you know what is it, what that vegetable is plant of? She won't know. You just buy your vegetable, go home and cook. If you eat it, that is a poison. Good luck. The cholera that breaks out in Lagos, is it not from pure water? You don't even know where it's made, that people just drink. I've seen in Nigeria where people put water that is not made by Ragolis in Ragolis bottle. Who check it? So those are the things that we need to consider. The people, no matter how you GMO or you grow your pigs, even if it's organic, you're not going to give it to a Muslim to eat, would you? No matter how you try to promote it or present it,
All
would a
right.
Muslim eat a pork?
All
Because
right.
he doesn't know. So when we start thinking of science, all other stuff, let's think of the content of the people it's being presented to. We are talking of Nigerians here. What is that country? Is a country that the land is blessed already. What happened to all those land when you travel from Lagos to Ibadan or going to Benin? Are they being used? This is a country that is blessed, that you can even put any seed in the soil and it will germinate. It's not like abroad where you have winter, where the soil is not probably, good for planting. Can our government, and I kind of agree what we are all saying, is a country where there's no rule. People that are governing them are, their head is sawdust. If they're able to think, all these GMO wouldn't even come into existence in the first place. Why
Okay.
can't they go into mechanized farming?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Wally. Thank you. I like your contribution, and I think has brought a bit different dimension to the discourse.
Sorry, KJ, there's one little thing I just want to add.
Okay.
When we look at the system abroad we are living, it's a fast world where everybody's chasing the money. You go out, you pay your bills, you do all this. So there is no room for me or KJ or Mr. Olumide to go to the farm or have a spare time to go to the farm here. So that's the system that we are living in. Someone have to create a fast food. Someone has to, Bumi said it all about the system we are running without me just going back and forth. So
Okay.
think about
Thank you. And while I try to remain balanced, and as I'm going to bring, the great forefathers and the flagships and the Okija is Okija, I want you to understand, those of us who went to school in the secondary school in the mid 80s, when you used to do your chemistry, there was a table behind your chemistry book, okay, the periodic tables. And in the course of doing chemistry, we were told at that time that microwaves was dangerous and was not good for the human skin. I'm just giving you, please follow my train of thought before I ask the question. Now, we were told in those days that chemical waves were not good to interact with your skin, so you are protected from, contacting those things. Now, what has happened? Fast forward to this decade, we now have, that same microwaves we're used to wave our food on our phones, on the earbuds that we put on in our head. And just yesterday, I was watching a documentary that the iPad, the iPhone, their own earbud have been done such a way that it can actually communicate and send feedback of your thoughts and your thinking back to the manufacturers, so they can actually monitor your thinking, your everything. Now, before I come to you, sir, the question be: we are not very technological savvy from where we are, our continent, our people. How then are we sure that what you say it is what you're giving us, it is what it is? That's for you, sir, for the flagship.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me, KJ?
Flagship, where have you been? Long time.
My brother, how are you? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. I've been away, but I've been watching off and on. I hopped on because of this GMO topic that we're talking about. And it's something that I have been paying attention to a lot lately, and have had the opportunity to play within the field for a short period of time, and there's still so much going on. By the way, KJ, great job so far. You're doing really good. Great conversation going on.
Appreciate it.
GMOs, genetically modified organisms, on the plant side and on the animal side, are considered super plants or super animals. They are designed to do what the natural plant or animal cannot do within a short time frame. The idea behind the science of designing GMOs is to increase production within a short period of time for the purpose of making money. That was the idea behind it from when it started. However, when these things were being produced, they now started noticing changes and side effects, and they had to look into it a little bit more. That's where the FDA and all the other regulatory bodies in the US hopped in and said, we need to pay attention to how you guys are doing this thing, what is involved in it, how does it interact with the human body, the changes that you are making within the proteins inside that gene, that DNA of these organisms or plants. How would it interact with the human body when it is consumed or put on the body? Is it going to be beneficial? Does it have anything to do with all these diseases that we are seeing and that are popping up around the country here and there and in other parts of the world where these things are being used? You don't expect the scientists or those that are doing this thing to come out and tell you that, oh, yes, our product is actually the cause of those diseases. They won't tell you. The data are considered exclusive and private. It's not privileged to everybody. So even if they find it, they are not meant to tell you that that's what is causing it. There are a lot of people who have millions of dollars invested in this business that are looking to get return. Their goal is not to feed anybody. Their goal is to make money. But here we're now seeing the health effects of these changes that are being made in the DNA of these organisms. DNA, if you break it down, the minute part of it are the proteins. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. You can read on it. The proteins in these organisms, they change them. They cut, they take away, they add, they bring from the back, put in the middle, take from the middle, put somewhere else, and boom, inject it into an organism, and it expresses itself in a different way. So when they kept on playing with that, they started saying that, oh, you know, we can make these tiny little tomatoes that grows to be about the size naturally, to grow to become the size of a football. We can make it grow, instead of spending 3 months on the farm, from the seed to when it's ready to get on your plate, we can actually do it in 2 weeks. It was money making for people. But when the health concerns were coming up, the business guys in this process really didn't want their money to go to waste or go to loss. In the US, we waste food. In the whole world, the US wastes food. The food that is thrown away every day in the US, there was this paper I read some years ago that if you put them together, you can feed an entire continent with them. But we throw them away every day. If you go to a restaurant, at the end of the day, you see them tossing this food away. It's not because they can't use them tomorrow, but it's because they've been regulated in the sense that for restaurants or businesses that are using GMO products, they are only designed to last for a certain amount of time. What happens after that given time frame, science has not told us yet. So in order not to make or create or cause any other harmful effects, the FDA has said that if it goes beyond X amount of time without the preservation, either a freezer or your chemicals or salts, whatever you're using, you have to toss it out and throw it away. And that's how it operates here in the US. Now, I'm going to Africa. When I heard this in the news some weeks ago, and I was very concerned that we are now beginning to imbibe it. This government, I think they were at the stage where they brought it before Tinubu and he was looking into it. And now he's considering making it a part of our agricultural system. Yes, like Ferreira said, and somebody else, it's being tested for some time, but we really didn't know. The fact is, why are we being forced to use it when we have our seedlings and our animals that can go through the natural process and give us what our bodies can tolerate versus what we cannot tolerate? I was opportune to be at a farm when I was doing one of my research in breast cancer. I needed a strain of the cancer cell. But before it becomes a cancer cell, it is found within chickens, normally. I'm not going to call the name of the farm that I go to, but it's a big time producer of poultry here in the US. So we went in there to look and just do some observations. And part of the data we were collecting for the research that I was involved in. And I bet you what my eyes saw made me change my mind on chickens. And that's why till today I don't eat them. I'm not saying it's bad, but the conditions were not good. For growing up in Nigeria, I know that chicken takes about 4, maybe 5 months naturally for it to get from the chick to when it's ready to be put on your plate and get in your mouth. But I saw these things being grown in 3 weeks and they can't move. They are just on the ground like zombies. And I asked one of the guys there, the farmers, that, why is this so? It's like, well, it's what they fed them. You know, they got to get them ready to be back on the shelf in the store as quick as possible. These things have health risks. It is not to benefit us in Nigeria. My worry here is this, and I discussed it on a radio show in Nigeria with one of the OAPs that talked about it briefly. My question is this: where are our research folks in Nigeria? The University of Agricultures that we have, the professors and doctors and researchers that are within the agricultural business or the agro business in Nigeria, where are they when this conversation was had that we are introducing GMOs into Nigeria and we want you to use it?
They are doing election.
We want you to replace it with your natural seeds and animals that you have that have done your people so well for donkey years. Listen, there are different diseases that are popping up in Nigeria today, and we don't know where they're coming from. I've been paying close attention to cancer lately in Nigeria. That's my specialty, by the way. And I'm wondering why we're having so much increased rates in cancer in Nigeria. And surprisingly, the demography between the population where these things are popping up has no bounds. You're seeing it within the upper class, the middle class, but little within the lower class. What is causing these? These are the diseases that are showing up. Where are we getting it from? We're not used to them. We never hear about them. Maybe they were there, but you find it very scanty.
Flagship, have you collected the data?
I've looked into the data, and we're still looking into it. The data is still
about the disease in Nigeria that is
No,
popping up. Have you collected data?
Let me land. I've seen the data, Olumide.
From where? From which institution? From
Listen,
which organization?
Just to give you, let your mind be at rest. I've been to Ife, I've been to Ibadan, I've been to Benin. And I think that the Port Harcourt was where we were going to go to, but we could not make it just before COVID. These things are being looked at by schools back in Nigeria, but they are based on patients that are coming to the hospitals that are being treated for these diseases. And when you look at their history, it was nowhere in the lineage. When I mean lineage, I'm talking about the last 2-3 generations.
So has it been linked to GMO?
No, you're not going to the right direction.
I cannot tell you that. And even if I know, I will not tell you because it's not in my place to tell you.
Just go ahead and give us your conclusion. Go ahead.
So what I'm trying to say in essence is this. We need to be slow at accepting these things that come out of the West. It is not to better us. It is either to make money or to conduct some kind of research and make some comparisons somewhere. And lastly, I'll end with this. This aspect also I thought about, but I was glad that KJ mentioned it when he was speaking a minute ago. And I think it was the Blackstone and somebody else hammered on it a little bit. You see, with GMOs, what they found out here in the US is, when you put them in the ground, they grow up. If a seed drops from it and falls on the ground, it will not grow. There are specialized conditions under which these seeds can be cultivated and made to grow. The economic power that these guys are trying to take out of our hands is massive. 5, 10 years from now, maybe 15, if we fall to this and accept this, count our food independence rather, gone. We're going to be dependent on what they produce, when they give us seeds, when they decide we grow it, how we're going to grow it. And if we grow it, what species of the seeds are they going to give to us? How they are trying to look at, all this kind of science has this crazy way of thinking. So the economic power in this thing is massive. They are going to take it out of our hands. Our farmers will have nothing to do. We're going to be looking at them for what to eat and how to eat it. And the day they decide not to give it to us, we don't have the original seeds. If we don't have a way of preserving our own, even if we're going to buy into this GMO program, so to say, we don't have a way to preserve our own natural seeds so that in case something goes haywire down the road, we can fall back to what we originally had. So in summary, please be careful with these products. Here in the US, if you go to the store, the FDA mandates every farmer or any business that is cultivating anything GMO or growing any animal that is GMO induced to label it. You have to.
Thank you.
At the store.
Thank you.
We need to think about this. We need to ask questions, and our government need to get into the conversation, not just accepting it because It came from the West, and it looks like it's good and it's going to be massive, or rather, it's going to be abundant in production. That's the side
Thank you.
more to it than that. Thank you.
Thank you. You've done justice to it. You have touched all corners, and again, like I said earlier, we all have our views on this issue. So it's not that Flagship will come to give you a lecture. I mean, you can hold what you hold, but listen to the other person and give him a chance to speak. Thank you very much. And I like the submission I've made. The question we keep asking is, why is it so easy to walk into any African country and just present whatever you want to present? And, the government picks it up and runs with it. Whereas we can't do the same thing. We can't even come into this place without a visa. You can't. But you can go into any African country, you present whatever you want to present, and the government swallows it hook, worm, and stinker, and then takes it and begin to give to their people. That's the dangerous part of it all. Forefather, you have been sitting behind the back, and so I want to bring you in. You have heard what he said. You have had arguments. You have heard also the mere fact that we take certain things and just throw it at our people without even doing any research. You have heard one of the things he said, and I forgot to mention earlier, that we have almost more than 20 universities of agriculture with well-grounded professors of agriculture. Why are these things not passed through them? What is the modality for regulating such product in our nation? Can you give voice to
Thank you, KJ.
In the backstage, please. Thank you.
Let me see. Yeah. So, thank you, KJ. You know how everybody's commending you for doing a great job. I think your journalistic skill is coming through here. So, thank you. I appreciate the way you're handling. Rough people like us don't do it like you do. Regarding this GMO wahala. The reason why you know why we are not a strong people. That is the reason why. This is why whenever I say security, people think I'm joking. Everything is tied to it. Everything you do, because they can tell you what to do, what to buy, how to live, whether you should convict. When you convict your people, you convict them to death, or what LGBTQ. They will tell you everything that they will tell you what to do. You don't have a choice. The idea of GMO is a very okay. I will start from the actual technology itself in terms of meddling with the crops and stuff like that. Whether it's going to do a lot of damage to us in terms of changing the nature of plants is not well known. We know human beings consume all kinds of natural creation, and in the world, the variations have not been known to necessarily alter whether we are going to be doing well or not, or giving us some kind of disease. Otherwise, you probably see that some people that consume different type of animals in different regions suffer some this kind of disease. But then again, it's adaptation. All this stuff we understand as natural, or things we are used to. It's because our systems have been used to it for thousands of years. Hence, it doesn't cause us serious diseases anymore. So, introducing new variations now could be a problem that we've not necessarily looked into. So there are two sides to this from that point of view. We don't necessarily know what the new stuff is going to do. But one thing I know is that natural things don't necessarily mean that you're going to suffer disease. Like somebody that has never eaten snake before, suddenly because they eat snake doesn't mean they will start suffering some new disease. That's a new introduction of genetic material and all that stuff into their system. However, the technological part is the one I have a serious problem with, because if we don't control the technology, it means that they can tell us what to do, and if it's going to do us harm, they don't necessarily need to tell us. They can use that to do us serious harm. And how our leaders go on to sign on and start giving their people this stuff to eat, I don't know how human beings can do that. There are certain things that are sacrilegious in this world. You don't take food from somebody that used to be your enemy to feed your child. You don't do that. It's common sense. Most people understand that instinctively. Especially somebody that has killed, dethroned your chiefs, colonized your people, killed your people, this thing, all kinds of stuff, and he's still messing with your lives every day. And then he tells you, this is what your people should be eating. And you're like, okay, that's good. And this is, then they'll bring vaccines. This is what, less than 10% of vaccines are manufactured in Africa. So it means most of the vaccines we use is from them, from outsiders. And I'm telling you, man, if African men, and we are black men here, if we don't know the mess we are in, the mess we put our people in, man, if we don't know that, we don't know how rotten the whole thing is. It doesn't even make sense. How can some other person make a drug for you, tell your people to shoot it? Yeah, they give you food, you tell them take it. Who does that? Our people, our research people. Somebody mentioned the research people at the universities. Most of them are working for foreigners. When the foreigners they are saturated, they don't have a lot of people to do their research for them. Those bring it to the third world countries and tell them, you know what, do this research for us, because those are just low level research. Do it for us and we'll pay you. And most of our researchers are working for them. So everybody's working for them. Our leaders are working for them. Our researchers are working for them. They are getting stronger while we're getting weaker. The equation is all wrong. And I don't know what game our leaders are playing. Maybe they are very smart. Maybe they are playing this kind of sly game where they will trick these powerful people to fall down and die. What kind of trick that is? I've never seen it happen before. Because this kind of mumu behavior is not going to get us anywhere. They've literally damaged every facet of our life. The only part that is remaining is a few of our cultural stuff. That's the only one we hold. And that is the one they always leave for us, isn't it? Look at the African Americans. If you look at the way they treat African Americans, they would strip everything from them, but they left the music and left them to be doing sports a little bit, let them buga. Like we are the minstrels, they let us dance and act as if we belong to the club. When the areas that truly matter, we don't control anything. How can you not do those things? And the question remains, you're asking me, I've told you the answer a long time ago. If your people are not strong, everything is up for grabs. They will take anything they want, do whatever they will like, and tell us what to do. And you will see your leaders doing it for them.
Thank you so much, Forefather. I agree with you, and I see the dividends of allowing our present president to be president over the nation is gradually showing up in the corners, because when you compromise, for certain things, they will also demand of you certain things to be done. So when they present such things, you have to accept, or your secret will be exposed. So could it be that, these things are playing out the way it's playing out because we don't have leaders who can stand their ground and say, we will not agree with this one? I remember that when the other people introduced their agenda, Jonathan refused. I don't want to call the name so I don't censor this channel. But Jonathan refused it. Jonathan said, no, it's not our custom, it's not our tradition. We will not accept that. And so they conspired against him, sent their people to come and campaign against him, campaign of calumny and all that. And then my question be to you, Kija, and I'll go from Kija to Jagun before Ferrari. What do you see? Is it a calculation? Because we still remain Africa, whether a dark continent or whatever continent you call it, still remains the cradle of civilization, the place where the cocoa, where everything is. Do you think it's aimed at a long-term run so that genetically modified stuff probably be able to reduce life expectancy or something else, or eventually at the end of, say, the next 25 to 50 years, the population will have been reduced to a point that we can no longer hold sway in our own continent? What do you say to that, sir?
Good day. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Very clear.
Okay. Yeah. KJ, I mean, good day. The way I look at it, is people don't bring solutions to you if you don't have a problem. I mean, if you have water, pipe-borne water, good water in your house, And a tanker driver will not be, drive to a house say, you need water. It just, Africa is the continent that has the most land, arable land, uncultivated land, but Africa cannot feed itself. So that's why they're coming to you. I mean, look at Israel. It's like almost a desert. They have nothing, but they feed themselves and they export. So how do we feed? Like in Nigeria, we have the population growth. We are just growing. How do we feed ourselves? We're not even talking about how do we feed our animals. How do we feed ourselves? We don't even know how to feed ourselves. But in Nigeria, just like KJ said, we have research centers. We've been able to, do modification like a palm tree in the east. Used to be like tall, but now we have different varieties there. They were modified in Nigeria. So then let's go back. What is GMO food? GMO. That's what if something is modified, is it GMO, or is it that you need to get a certain level whereby we say this is GMO, we don't accept it? Because we've seen modified crops in Nigeria. We have seen cassava that 3 months cassava, 6 months cassava. They're grown. We've seen with modified animals. We see different breeds of cattle. With they match and then they produce a different one. So we've seen all these things. The DNA of what is in there modified. Once breed and another breed comes together. Once you make like a palm tree that grows taller, you make it to grow smaller. You've modified it. So what to me, what level of modification is acceptable? How do we feed our people without using modified something? Are we going to wait? In Africa, we have water issue. People don't even get enough water to drink. You have areas in Africa, like East Africa, where they have drought. They have famine. How do they feed themselves? So all these things, question we have to think about. Just not just we say this is not good. This is not good. Yeah, if it's not good, what are you doing about it? What are what is research saying? Nigerian researchers, what are they saying? It's just people say things, okay, why not them go to the lab or whatever, do your own experiment or research on these things and come up, just, people were here, talking all the time. So it doesn't make any sense. That's the way I look at it. If you can feed yourself, like I said, they will not bring all these things to you. And we also know that, in our traditional farming system will not sustain us, because some people, who've been involved in farming here, especially in Igbo land, there are certain times, you plant and then you have to leave the land, fallow for a certain number of, years before you come back to that land, for the land to breathe. So what are you going to do? Population, we have huge population. How do we feed our people if we have to do traditional? We have desert encroachment for the north coming. It's still coming. We have flooding taking place. What are the plans? So is it possible that we have to accept some GMO, at least maybe use it to feed animals? It's a question, because we're here to provide a solution. It's not just to argue, counter, do all these things. How do we like if GMO is not good, how do we feed our people?
Thank you.
That. How do we feed our people?
Thank you. And thank you. Thank you, Okija. And why Jago is thinking about how we feed our people, I want to remind Jago, when we were growing up, there was a time we went to the village and I saw them eating cassava. I was trying to say to my mom, this thing has cyanide, it's going to kill them. And she said to me, no, this one is called panya. Okay, he said she had to show me. It's red. It has a red body, almost like yam. The only thing is that it's cassava, but it's just like yam. You boil it and you can eat it with palm oil. All right. Now, and the question is, how did this? So no, they had a way of bringing. They brought this one from a place called Panya. Panya is somewhere in Gabon or thereabout. So now,
KJ, Panya is Igbo people. That's they refer to spade as Panya.
Okay, wherever Panya is,
Portugal, so one of them.
That species was brought from there, and they have had it in Igbo land. In other words, if you don't have food, you can actually boil it and enjoy it. It's just as fresh. Because I had to test it. It's as
Can I
fresh.
ask a question? Is cassava indigenous to
No, it's not.
our region?
No, I'm not even going there now, please. So don't take all the way. I'm just
No, I just
No,
want to find out
it's
because
a
if
fair
it
question.
was, I wanted to find out whether it could do us harm or not. Because if it
no.
was
Let me say this
indigenous,
to you.
unlikely. Mm.
Let me
What,
say this to you. In
yes.
fact, sorry, KJ, continue your question.
The
Sorry.
point I'm trying to make is this: that our people already know how to help themselves with what they need, and they've always gone for the natural one. Why now are we looking for the unnatural one that is being treated with what we don't know? If you can genetically modify it, what makes me to be sure that what you have genetically modified is you didn't also put something in it that eventually will take me out of the game in a very short time? That's a question for you, Rajagun.
A big question. Thank you for that. Before I've got 3 serious points to make. But I will begin by really thanking you, KJ. I saw you begin early this afternoon, and somehow I just knew that it was going to be smooth running. Somehow, as I've popped in and out, I've seen the conduct of yourself initially, and the conduct of indeed the panelists as probably one of the highest levels I've seen for a long time. So, well done for that.
Thank you.
I will go on to say, Panya, I like that. In that, our brother Okija, he just broke it down. Cassava is not indigenous to Africa. Cassava is South American, and they brought it an awful long time ago into Africa, and it works even better in Africa than it does in South America in terms of the fact that you don't really need pesticides to control it. It controls itself very much. I've done a lot in farming in my life. At 18 to 21, I was in Nigeria, and we had pineapple, orange, and mango plantations, and we were exporting to Europe. It was one of those businesses that went right up and came straight down. And I remember on my first shipment, when the pineapples came in to Geest in Peterborough, which are the largest buyers of fruit and veg in the world. I offered them my pineapple, and they looked at it. They cut it, they tasted it, they looked at the growth pattern, the freshness pattern, how long it would take to mature in terms of the highest point of its fruitfulness before it begins to spoil. So in all these chemical or logical business aspects they have, they said there's one thing about what you've brought, that the shapes of all of the produce are not the same. And we in Europe like to buy at the same level for the product. So me, I'm scratching my head. What are you talking about? It's not the same. It's pineapple, my friend. They grow as they grow. But it was already pertinent in Europe to be selling products that are pleasing to the eye, the European eye, that is. So they didn't want any higgledy-piggledy kind of shaped fruit. They wanted some level of perfection in their fruit so as to the middle classes are not offended by the fruit on their table. Now, that should give us all an aspect on certain ways that this world is being run. I really thank God for Flagship being on the panel today. We haven't seen him for a while. But what he had to offer is what we should take, and not the puritanical position of those who are locked in laboratories and not looking at the real world at all. So I continue to say this, that my 3 things I wanted to talk about really is the global and political aspects on control. Now, if we're not awake, because it seems like a lot of the people that were actually waving the flag for GMO products, it was really bemusing to me. It means that people aren't really reading or following what's going on, or connecting the dots.
Now, I put it like this, in that there is a global control going on. This is actually happening. They would tell you what it is you're going to think and do based on their own agenda. And when I say they, I mean the West. Let's be clear. We don't understand. A lot of us who are now in the West, especially freshly in the West, and I'll call freshly, if you've been in the West for 10 years, you're fresh. You don't know anything. You just come. You understand? In your understanding of what takes place here is all for control. And it's always been for control. And they'll use any device in order to gain that control. It could be soft, it could be hard. But they will use whatever they have in their apparatus to afford themselves control. And we haven't seen that the control of food, they are coming to us to tell us that GMO is a thing. GMO, I will go on to say this. That's my first thing about control. Secondly, I will speak about the land, what GMO does to the land. Forget what it does differently, and I will come to that aspect. But what it actually does to the land, these things have been proven over a good 15 years looking at GMO places. America is the first. If you go to the States, they will tell you that this land can no longer produce anything. It is now wasteland. It will not return to any kind of productivity until the next 150 years. That's what they're telling us from what's gone on in America. If you're not looking at that, people like Olumide and others, I don't know what it is that you're doing in that lab. All you're doing is following direction, obviously. You're not investigating anything. You're just following the direction of the FDA, and whatever they tell you, you swallow it. Now you want to tell us to swallow that rubbish as well. I won't spoil KJ's show by swearing. I just edited myself. So I'll go on to say this. What does all this mean for our future? Given the context that GMO is still a thing with a big question mark behind it, given the fact that all these things connect from the whole COVID period, that they took 2 ways away from our lives and showed us a picture of how they think the world was. That connectivity between chemical and biological, that they said that they are something called a virus, and now they have antidote for that virus. What is this? Is this virus electrical? Is it biological? We don't know. We just let them put them in most of our skin. If you understand that period, if you looked outside on the high streets, there were all these electrified towers going up. And what were they doing, these electrified towers? They were looking at raising the frequency of telephone connectivity through walls. So they took a lot of the lead out of the walls, out of the paint that we used to use for the walls. So these frequencies can come through the walls much easier, which is the 5G, 6G experiment that they're doing. How does this connect to our food? How does this connect to GMO? No one's asking these questions. No, wait. Let me land, please. No one's really asking these pertinent questions about what's going on in their minds, because control is being taken place. Now, when I speak of the future, I'm really asking us to speak as people, as Africans, as Nigerians particularly, to really begin to investigate our environment and what is going on. We've spoken about cancer. People say that there's no proof. We've spoken about all these other things. I like the way some of you guys answered it. I think it was the Blackstone that asked somebody to keep the aspects of statistics to themselves. When is it not the food that we put inside us that would either make us well or make us ill? And I think that was a great submission by Blackstone at that time, because these are realities. Now, in my life, in the fact that I've put things into the ground, seeds. I've put seeds into the ground, and I've seen these seeds perform, and the performance is food. And when I saw the glory of God in the fact that from seed to food to inside my stomach to niceness, when I understood that, I understood an awful lot about the food that we eat. By the time now, I'll get a whole melon in this England of ours, a whole melon, and there will not be one seed inside that. Are you telling me that I shouldn't question that? Are you telling me that I should follow the GMO nonsense that you're speaking about? I think you're off your holy mind. You're not in yourself. You're speaking from a paradigm beyond. You're not speaking to me. Because seeds have always been in fruits. And when in my lifetime, imagine somebody else's lifetime who will never see a seed. He will never even know that it's odd not to have seed in fruit. We who still remember that there's seed in fruit, we have to tell it as it is. All this rubbish that's coming out of idiotic laboratories all over the world. Is it not COVID? Did it not come from a laboratory? It didn't come from a factory. It came from a laboratory. Look at our laboratory man sitting there with his square head. You understand? That's the people producing nonsense for us there. I bid you farewell. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your submission, Mr. Jagun. We appreciate that contribution, and I'm sure that both sides of the divide, whether you are thinking about it in a positive way or you're not thinking about it at all, like me, who like I stand with Jagun. I have read in the Bible. My parents have told me my mother is getting to be 90. She has said anything that don't have seed that cannot reproduce itself is not good for you. That's how God created it, and that's how God has made it. And that's where I like to stand. I am not against science, and we're not against science in this panel anyway. All of us science, because science have done so much to humanity, both for the good and for the bad. However, we're not about to carry our life and hand over to scientists because they are just science. No, we also make informed decisions. That's why God gave us some thinking brain. Having said that, I want to move on to Mr. Tone, who has been sitting quietly since and listening. I'm sure he also have another angle to what we are talking about. But where we have been able to push this discussion to the point where we're now saying we have some people we don't trust as leaders in Nigeria, but they have come with a wonderful idea that we can no longer feed ourselves. And so now they want to borrow the technology of the West and to bring to us in the form of GMO to begin to feed our people. The question is that the most important thing as it is right now in Nigeria? What's your say? What thou say?
Yeah, can I speak now? Okay, hello everybody. Right, okay. I guess everybody has touched on all the salient points. But the thing is, I'll urge every one of us, regardless of the polity that is going on, go beyond the main news media. There are loads of alternative news media. You might call them conspiracy theory because that's the attack they put around your neck if you choose to look beyond what the main news outlets are telling us, and you begin to have understanding that the world we are now living is a very dangerous world. We live in a very dangerous times. And I'm starting to believe even that Tinubu perhaps is being teleguided by some external influence, very, very strong external influence. Because if not, why would a country like Nigeria that have very educated people? My first cousin is a top scientist. I said that. I tried bringing her to this show and all that, but she thought about it and declined. I mean, it doesn't just make sense. We're not a small country. We have very, very intelligent people in Nigeria and out of Nigeria in every field, and nobody's talking about it. See, guys, begin to think outside the box. Whether it's Tinubu, whether it's Obio or anything, begin to think, investigate, wake up your brain. Listen, they are about what this is about is that they're dumbing us down. Like a lot of foods that that they buy from the markets here in the UK. I don't eat them anymore. I get my food from Nigeria, from the farm. Cost me a little bit, but yes, I'm happy to spend that little extra. At least I'm happy. At least I'm sure rather of what I'm eating. I love my grapes, but I mean, for the past 5 years now, I noticed seedless grape. What the hell is seedless grapes? What the hell is that? I started looking at the good book, and I just realized that listen, these people are onto something. And like the last speaker said, I know that you will come to a time that what we see as abnormal, they want to make it normal to the children that come that are growing up now. I know that some kids will not even know that it's abnormal not to have seeds in the fruit. Sometimes even the watermelon. Sometimes when because watermelon is not meant to be chewy. I know that it's just like a rubber. I know that things are not normal, you know. All that's all I can just say. I know that we can talk and talk and talk and talk. They see Tinubu and his crew. They already make decision. They make decision they want to make. They don't care. Listen, it has done, and that is why I said last week, and I will stand on my thing. The only thing that the politicians in Nigeria, in Africa, the only language they will understand is kinetics, because they know that there's no consequences to what they do, so they can come out. How can Nigeria be suffering like this, and you're ordering two airplanes, and Akpabio opening up his dirty mouth to say that the life of Tinubu is and his vice is more precious. Where are you going? What are you? Is Tinubu now running an airline, Agbado Airline, that he's buying a brand new jet? What happened to the previous one? After all, our previous presidents used those jets. The only issue is that the maintenance regime is probably not is not. The guy is just there to just enjoy himself and then just go, and that is what we're just seeing. See, we can talk and talk. See,
All right.
I was speaking to one of my friends here. I am tired of talking and talking and talking, because come
Thank you.
2027, we will
Thank
still
you.
be singing from the same hymn book. Thank you.
Thank you, Tone. Thank you so much. I appreciate your contribution. It's a talking shop, so we'll continue to talk. Whenever we come to this platform, is to canvass ideas, is to throw it out there, is to let those who are making the policies to listen to it, is to allow those who are related to the policymakers to also hear and probably see the need to run or dance to a different tune for which they are dancing now. We may not have the opportunity of making a change that we desire, but we'll be able to throw out ideas and comments that make people go back and think about it, just like we have done today. And I appreciate every one of you. I am happy that Paul is here, and so I will circle back to the earlier discussion we had before everybody came in, which Tone has just touched a bit of it. In a nation of 230 people, 30 million people, two individuals have about 15 jets to themselves, 15 jets to themselves, and they want to add two more. And the oldest of them I hear is about 30 years old or thereabouts, and the newest is the ones that are, I think, about 19 years old or thereabouts, or so they say. You see, these things are even hidden in secrecy that we don't even know. The question being now is that the assembly is requesting for two new jets for their president, President Ahmed Tinubu, and one for his vice. Now, the question that is in the lips of Nigerians are, this is different from the purchases of the vehicles that they've spent money on the maintenance of the house they've built for them, and every other executive rascality that's going on. And now, above all that, or beneath all this, they want to buy, executive jets for the president. Labour is asking for 250 32,000 naira for minimum wage, which they have refused and they say they cannot pay. They are offering 62,000 naira in the present Nigeria, where a pint of a paint, the 4-liter paint that you buy in Nigeria of pepper is 10,000 naira. Gentlemen, as you hear this, what comes to mind? Is that the best thing that Nigeria can do with its resources now, to go into further debt by buying 2 executive jets for its president? And in answering that, please bear in mind, there are many people who are not eating in Nigeria now. Earlier on, we showed a clip of a businessman transporting his cattle, maybe to the market, and the vehicle broke down, and the people came from the street and slaughtered everything and cut it into pieces and went away with it to their houses. And they're not doing that because that's what they want to do, but because they are now forced to behave in this way because there's no food. In a nation where we now lead as the highest people with the highest level of poverty, 25 million people and counting, above India, do you think our president should be thinking of buying, and the House of Senate or Assembly should be thinking of buying more luxury, executive luxury for its government? Please, I will leave Paul to lead, since Paul is an aviator. He works in the aviation industry. He knows a lot about it. By the way, when you're answering, put into perspective, how long does it take for a plane to be totally grounded and can no longer fly again? Thank you, Mr. Paul.
Is he a dealer? It's not selling now, so it doesn't add a zeppelin.
This KJ no go kill me, so they can put that into perspective. The one that will just wind out completely is the one that fell off the sky. Then they'll write it off. But like I said, aircraft is meant to be on air. It's like bird. Whenever you see the bird on ground, you say that he's hatching his egg or he's picking something to eat, then fly back again. So we call aircraft bird. You understand? They are not meant to be on ground. And the aircraft has nothing to do with years that this aircraft was built. The only thing that comes with the year that the aircraft was built is just advancement of technology. But every part in aircraft has what we call wear and tear. They all have expiring dates. Once they get to the expiring date, it's not like anything go bad. You take it off and you put new one for the safety of the aircraft, for the safety of the passenger, and the most important thing, insurance. Because the insurance to also investigate this thing for them to insure this aircraft. You understand? So you must meet every other thing up to date. So when that Air Force man talk about this aircraft is unserviceable, that is a lie. That is a lie. If you tell me about advancement of technology, you want to bring new type of technology, maybe you want to put some modern technology like they have in the Air Force One, you can't shoot the aircraft down, you can't bring the aircraft down anyhow, and then that thing bulletproof and the like. Yes, we understand. You might say that for security and safety, but saying that the aircraft that we have now is unserviceable, it is a lie. And I make mention, I said it in the morning when we started the show. Look, when you see the big airlines everywhere in the world, Delta Airline write off 200 aircraft and everything. They don't just write those aircraft and you see them in the cemetery. No, you see them, they convert many of these aircraft to cargo. You understand? And when they convert this aircraft to cargo, what do you think it does? For the most part, cargo weigh more than humans. So which means it still carry more load, it's still flying, and it flies very well. So that excuse don't cut up for me at all. And I said something in the morning. Let me repeat myself again for others to hear. I have an uncle who works in presidency. If you are buying an aircraft like this so-called government want to buy an aircraft, it takes nothing less than 2 to 3 years to get one aircraft. If you are buying that aircraft, say you are buying it in a Bombardier or you are buying a Boeing, Embraer and the likes, you send your engineer up to your technicians. Your technicians, they'll be in that plant. They're going to stay there for 2-3 years. They watch the way they put everything together. They master this aircraft because when they take delivery of this aircraft, these are the guys that will monitor and take care of this aircraft for the security of the president. It's not like a commercial aircraft where we just ask Boeing, make us 10 aircraft. They make us aircraft, we started using it. If it needs for servicing, we send it back. No, because we don't want anybody to control or remote the aircraft of the president. So they put in consideration all those things. You understand? So you see this engineer, they travel for long, they make good money, they do everything. This is how serious, this is how you plan an aircraft. Let us even say with what is going on. If the presidency had even come out and say, oh, we are buying an aircraft, but it's going to take us to make it even much easier. Let me just, like I'm speaking for the presidency now, just say this aircraft will come the next 4 years. So many people believe that, okay, their tenure will already be over anyway. You understand? So people, you still understand that we are paying this money bits and pieces. We are paying it little by little. I think to some extent that can be much understandable. This is the time when Nigerians are suffering. You didn't come out to say, oh, we just sold 8 of our fleets and we'll raise this SY amount of money and then for that thing. We want to do this. We need these things. We make a lot of revenue from our presidential fleet because we still use this aircraft to also help lift up some of other neighboring African countries. We still use it to carry their president and we make revenue from it. There's a way you talk to the Nigerian public. The people will understand, but they just feel so entitled that whenever they say these things, or they just feel that, you want me the aircraft fall? Like the spokesman just said, oh, that's how it happened to the vice president of Malawi. That is a slap on our face. That is a sense of entitlement. Do you understand? Because of I'm in the saddle of leadership or power, I'm entitled to do whatever I want to do. That is not leadership. That is not servant to governments.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Paul has made a very important point that I want to, buttress. While I'm coming to flagship, he said that if they had said, well, we need it because the president may fall off the sky because the planes he's using is not good and they are using it to make money for the presidency, or maybe because we've never heard that the presidential fleet is used for making money. However, sir, as you look at what is going on, and Tinubu's government, Tinubu before he came to government has his own private airline. He has a fleet. He has his own line, which he used around. And before he took over this job, his wife said to the Nigerian people, "We are not here to make money from you people. We already have our money. We just want to serve you people." Will you say, from what we've seen in the last 1 year, that Tinubu's government have been serving the Nigerian people, even with that this bill they want to put on the Nigerian people right now? Will you say that this government have actually been serving the Nigerian people just like they said?
Well, thank you, KJ. Before I answer that question, let me, in 30 seconds, say this with reference to the last topic. Here's a word of advice to our Nigerian farmers and our agricultural experts that are at home. Please do not throw away your natural seeds that you have. Find a way to store them. And if what is being pushed on the Kenyans now is brought to Nigeria, push back with every fiber of your being. We cannot let go of every aspect of our living to the control of the West. Thank you. With reference to the aircraft purchase, my question is this. It's been 365 days, and Tinubu has flown to so many countries in a bid to secure investors to come to Nigeria to come and invest. How many has he succeeded in bringing to Nigeria? How many investors? What is the product of his travels within the last 365 days? If it has yielded no profit or no good result, I don't think purchasing an aircraft at this point is a priority. I kind of saw this coming when they left those 2 aircrafts in the Netherlands and flew on a private jet or rented jet to Saudi Arabia for that conference. At this point, I don't think Nigeria is at the place where we can let go of whatever amount it's going to cost to purchase 2 jets. In my opinion, those are not priorities right now. if he can fly on commercial jets or rented jets right now, we need to focus and keep that money right there. So the conversation should be, what is the benefits to leasing an aircraft versus purchasing a brand new one? And like Paul said, if it's going to take that amount of time to get a brand new jet, so they order it today, it's going to take that amount of time for it to get to Nigeria, I don't think we need to buy it. We just need to lease one or perhaps rent one and put it on standby for the presidential use wherever he travels to, until I begin to see yields from his foreign trips that is bringing businesses back to Nigeria, which will in turn put money in the pocket of the nation. Then purchasing a new aircraft should not even be thought about right now. I don't care what Akpabio or anybody else says. Nigerians fly on commercial airlines. The Queen that just passed flew on British Airways, and I don't think it belongs to the British people. Other presidents fly on commercial airlines. I don't see anything different. Nigeria just had Air Peace come in business. They could lease one of his Boeing 777s and permanently assign that to Tinubu and get one other for Shetima if he needs one. But at this point, I don't think traveling abroad on a brand new jet is a necessity. They need to scrap that and put that money back in the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm coming to you, righteous man. Will you say that Nigerian Aso Rock have now been turned to a retirement home where people come now and relax themselves, fly themselves around the world, eat the best of food, entertain their family members with the Nigerian resources, and at the end of the day, we start from beginning? Why I ask you this question? Because nobody, just like Flagship said, since I've been going around the world looking for investments, even the so-called friends from India, none of them have brought any money to the Nigerian economy. Is it wise to continuously to say we are buying this jet because we want to continuously to fly around and get investment for the country? Because you have spent more than you have brought in. Is there any reason? Is there anything to show that it's going to change going forward? I don't think Righteous Man is ready for us, so we'll go to Ferrari. Righteous Man, are you listening to us?
Yeah, I'm listening to you. I'm with you.
So if you're with me, I just finished asking a question. Did you hear what I said?
You can help me to repeat it. Sorry, there was a distraction a little.
Okay, I said, he spoke so well about the topic. And the question is, okay, I'll come back to you because you have a child.
Okay, maybe.
Yes.
Okay, come back.
Yes. Ferrari, are you with us?
I'm here. Go ahead, KJ.
Yes. Oh, you didn't hear the question too?
Yeah, repeat the question.
Okay, is there anybody on the panel who heard the question so that person can go ahead? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, KG. And good evening to you again, once again. Senior Comrade Tony, how are you, sir? Well, what is going on with the elected, so-called elected politicians in Nigeria is an aberration to me. Their attitude, their behaviors towards themselves, anytime they climb such high political offices, is nauseating to me. Nigerians are suffering. Insecurity everywhere. I do not know if there is any Nigerian that will be able to ply the roads with his or her eyes closed. I don't think so. There is hunger in the land. People are attacking, they are devising every means in order to feed themselves. You look at the workers in Nigeria, the labor union in Nigeria. You came into power, you you increased your salary to about 300%. The same people that are enjoying so much from the resources of Nigeria is debating on 62,000 naira for an average worker. Today, you are proposing to buy a brand new aircraft for themselves. That is bad. That is very, very bad for Nigerians. Because you see, the reason why they are doing what they are doing, KJ, is because you did not elect them. They bought their way into those offices. So you don't have the strength, the energy to hold them to account. We are going through the same thing here in Ghana. Especially when you look at the West African countries, apart from Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, that have taken a new thing of their lives, in their life. The rest of the West African countries seems that they don't even know what they are doing. By the way, nobody elected them. They bought their way in there. So they are at liberty to do anything that they want to do. They cannot even consult you, when they are taking these vital decisions that is going to take out money from the common fund. It is bad. It is bad, KG. I do not know why Nigerians have not, risen up to tell these people that, no, you cannot do this. And one thing with Nigerians, that some people, they are divided in their opinions. Nobody wants to take on these people. And that is the reason why they do what they do. I tell you today, Buhari is going to be a saint for Nigerians. Nigerians will begin to call Buhari to come back. Within how many months? You have added over 20-something trillion debt. And these monies are borrowed. These monies are borrowed. You borrow money to go and live a lavish life. I don't think that is right for Nigerians. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Ferrari, did you hear what he said? Are you ready to go right now? Yeah, you are muted.
I asked you for the question. Instead of you to give me the question, you skipped me because of that. I don't understand that logic, but
It's because
it's your show.
that means that you're not ready if you didn't hear the question.
Okay, you might want to move on to someone else because I need a question to answer to, or I'll just start speaking.
I'll move on to someone else. Thank you. Wale, yes, you are in. Can you go ahead?
Do you want me to answer any question or just talk about the plane thing?
Yes, the same plane thing. I'm not asking any question. Just the
when it comes to plane, I mean, I could agree with what everyone has said. I think when I think of why the presidency are buying plane and all those stuff, to be honest, I don't think I blame them on anything Nigerian APC government do. I don't blame them. You know why? When they first of all test the water, they say, "Oh, we're going to buy a yacht." They got away with it. They said they're going to build a vice president house and blah 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 all that. They got away with it. They said they're going to borrow money. They're going to do Calabar, Lagos highway, blah blah blah. They got away with all sort of rubbish. So there's nothing else they would throw at Nigeria. Even if they said they want to buy the universe, that's even not possible. Or they want to buy the Atlantic or Antarctica or whatever. Trust me, Nigeria will still pay for it because they know our mumu botting. They will bring all sort of propaganda every week for us to discuss, debate. What I think we should be thinking of, or we in diaspora should be thinking of what we can do, is get the diaspora voting. Because all these things we are saying, probably we are saying it for our own sanity because we love Nigeria or something. If we get diaspora voting, and whoever doesn't vote, then whoever refuses to vote and now complain that Nigerian decide to put a rubbish person in the government, then we'll know that we know what we should do. Then we don't do it. But when you look at people in Nigeria, do you think they were able to think? They can't. An hungry man is an angry man. They are not hungry yet. They still follow the politician to get 5,000 or one bag of Indomie noodles or whatever. You can't really blame them. They don't have light. They don't
Okay.
have good roads. They don't have hospital. Education is rubbish. Minimum wage, they are debating it. So how do you now think they? If you go to Nigeria now, trust me, you are the one Nigerians will strip naked to kind of siphon everything in you. There are people that are oppressing them. They have the police to, who wants to die. They have the military, the police to oppress them more. So now you can see why Nigerians, people who are living in Nigeria, they don't have the power to even
Okay.
their government. So
Thank
that's why they can get away to think of they want to buy a plane. That
thank you so
who is
much.
not going to die? If I'm not trying to mock Tinubu, but imagine when he fell during that June 12, whatever, and he bled in his head.
Thank
Is he
you.
going to think of plane?
Thank you.
Vanity on vanity.
Okay, thank you, Wale. Yes, I'm coming back to you, Ferrari. The question I initially asked you was if we have turned the ASO to a
Yes.
retirement home, because before now, when Buhari came into governance, he ordered for a plane. A new plane was supplied, and even his daughters used to go to Dubai with the planes to go and do shopping. And now we have another president who is also asking for a plane. The question, and this plane is used for pleasure, which they say is going around and looking for investors. I don't know any time that the other nations have gone out to scout for investors, because if the environment is right, investors will look for you. But he's done this trip for over 1 year now, and we've not seen any increase. So the question I ask you is, have we turned the presidency of Nigeria to a retirement home where we now service the people instead of the people servicing Nigerians?
Well,
It
let me
is.
start by quoting this statement, and I hope each of you would know who made this annoying statement. If you know, well, if you don't know. By now, every one of us has seen it practically that the blacks cannot rule themselves. Give them guns and they will kill each other. They are good in nothing else but making noise, dancing, marrying many wives, and indulging in sex. Let us all accept that the black man is the symbol of poverty, mental inferiority, laziness, and emotional incompetence. Does anybody on this panel know who made that statement? Does anybody know? P.W. Botha, former president of South Africa during the apartheid regime.
He's 100% right.
P.W. Botha, former president of South Africa during the apartheid regime. As sadly as it sounds, what is not true about that statement with Tinubu as your president? What is true? What is wrong with us? Rudolph always say, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct that racist if he's wrong on that statement. He said more horrible things. I don't want to read them. I think the fact has gone beyond the issue of whether the place is turned into a retirement home. It's how we respond here. Somebody on the Kulata on the chat was saying that how many of you saw the discussion on the aircraft at the House of Assembly? To spend time watching those.
It's not Kulata. It's not Kulata. Is a half illiterate one that calls himself one Nigeria. Thank you.
One Nigeria. Okay, somebody did ask that question. I said, who wants to waste their time watching Akpabio talk? Akpabio should be in jail in a normal climb. Tinubu was coming from South Africa. Guess who the pretty lady behind him was? The woman that should be in jail for stealing all your money. Kiniko Edu, I don't remember her first name. So we're here, Beta Edu or whatever her name is. We're here talking about whether they turn it into, it's not retirement, everything is SPV to them. This plane issue is another SPV. It won't matter if they get a third-hand plane or the most useless plane, but somebody will get 50% of that money is going to go into someone's pocket. That's what this is all about. And I think when we tackle issues like this, we should tackle it the way it is. These people have told you repeatedly who they are. And for us to keep giving them place of honor in our discourse, it baffles me. First of all, they don't represent us, and we need to let them know when we have mediums like that they don't represent us. Because we are not people of inferiority complex. We don't belong to that range. We are not mentally inferior. We are not. You know, for a man who thinks that money is the only thing they have, that shows how poor that man really is. That's why Pieter Bota represents them as a symbol of poverty. People who are mentally lazy cannot mobilize 200 million people to build their own plane. They don't belong to us. Those are not my people. They don't represent me. People who are emotionally incompetent, that all they have to do is create new SPV at the expense of the pain of their brothers and sisters, they don't represent me. When you come on here, you need to let them hear you because they are listening. They're not part of me. They are fools. That's why I read that man's speech. That's what Tinubu is. But Tinubu is not the problem. Tinubu is a symptom of the problem. I don't want to be tearing down Tinubu. First of all, Tinubu is a wounded man, a man beholden to the West. He will do their biddings because he's injured. There's something here they do here, and my daughter recently went through it in America. When you want to go for either a state or federal job, there's some job categories they say you need security clearance. How Tinubu passed security clearance in Nigeria to be a governor goes beyond me, and we have intelligent people in the Nigerian military. You got to look at this thing. Tinubu is not our problem. Tinubu is the symptoms of the entire system, which we need to be on this medium calling on how we tear down that system. You understand? Now we are living the fruit of what we planted. It has now grown into a fruit. Let us enjoy the harvest.
Okay.
And cry less.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ferrari, for your contribution. And the flagship, I left a message for you in the private chat. You have my number there. Please read up and then respond to me. And on this faithful point that you've made, I want to, before I call on the flagship to make his contribution, I want to say that it's been nice anchoring this program for today. I've enjoyed every portion of it. I want to say that I'm also going to take a dive out right now to find something to eat and maybe organize myself better way.
KJ, you have skipped me twice.
Sorry.
You skipped me.
Sorry, no verse. No verse. The next after flagship, you take over and speak. But then that will be someone else will be coming in to continue with it while I take a break for myself. I've enjoyed it. And then I want to conclude on this. You see, when we meet on this panel, it's because we have concern for our nation, because we have concern for our relatives living back in Nigeria, because we think that we can better govern ourselves. And just like Ferrari have said, we are not a people with blockheads. We can govern ourselves. We are the cradle of society. It started with us. We have the ability, acuity, and whatever you think about to be able to build, develop, and govern our people and make Nigeria a point where people can come and be proud of the Black nation. When I was, hold on, Mr. Alistair, when I was in the university, we came to receive planting in the Women Development Center in Abuja. And he said to us, we believe that Nigeria should be a leader in the next generation. That generation have come and gone, and yet we are not anywhere yet. Not because that people are not intelligent enough, because we have a leadership that do not care or don't seem to care or don't seem to want to do the right thing. So our prayer in this thing is, in this channel, that once these ideas are canvassed, people should take it and run with it. Don't see that any of these people making comments are against the government. We're not against anybody. We're not against any political party or political lineage. We're not against any society. We're just saying that we like what is happening in the West, the development to also come to us, so we also can live a better life and not live in foreign land. Thank you so much. Thank you all. And yes, no, hold on. Once the break is over, we'll come back and then we can talk. Thank you. I am looking for Mr. Rudolph.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, mawulaga do ni piazugo, akwa mwilo chiyo bikora puzo, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro because abamba wazoro dasari Ibya unyane gwana Ulaga dori biazigo Ulaga dori biazigo Abamba wilo chino Bigora fuzoro Mazi wekoma Odogu no kwerezi neka Onyoma niga delemo Mazi ni biazi kama Ibu go wuti baladi Odogu na chalanoka Ezi wane mliga delemo Olaga doni pezigo Olaga doni pezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzo Anabazi Say Onyama zoro Abama wazara nesari Ibya muyanu kwana mo ofube naru Mulaga doni biazugo Nasaboy Mulaga doni biazugo Abama wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Ayes Edogu kenenu bikechofo Ama kwa mnika bugodia Oligwe kwelo Ikecho mabele bege Hey, you want? Eku kampu nekene Omogo ndi nso Chukwu emekalumo Ike chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene mi Ịlapụlụ ife nini na-eme wee bịa Nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wizemonume ekene gị gbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ zoro 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 Geduru joy na bugwu Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. How to? Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Our PSKJ has stepped out, and there is a new administration here now. It's just what it is. All right. So where are we? Where were we? I don't know what you was talking about. Who is next? Or is he over? Or we should start a new topic.
And
Hello?
the next person to speak on
I
the
think we've
topic.
talked so much on this topic. Can we move on to the next
Okay,
topic?
move on to a new topic. Okay. Okay. There is the idea that Nigeria wants to send its first astronauts to space. That one is interesting. And you heard about the matter of the president going to South Africa for the inauguration of Ramaphosa as the next president of South Africa, and that the president was put about the back row really. Appears that they didn't give him the kind of respect the Nigerian president deserves. So that was a bit of that was a bit of a controversy. Righteous man, easy with your. Let me see. Let me just mute Righteous man. Yeah. So there was a bit of a bit of argument about that. There is also the news. I saw this news about what's his name again? Barrister Okonkwo. He was on the Njenje media. I did like the interview. I think it's regarding the economy, how the government have run the economy, and what they've done with the floating of the currency. I like his take on that. I think I would like to cover that because it's also fair. Because I did cover the one when he said something about the national anthem that we felt was bad, but the way his submission on the economy and the fuel subsidy was quite solid. So I think maybe I will play that later on so that people see what it's about. But this the major one I think I felt maybe we should look into is this space business, that the Nigerian is to fly to space. And when I did a bit of research about it, it turns out that it was a kind of SERA, they call it. SERA is it's a kind of organization that is trying to get people to start going to space, like democratize space, as they say. So, and they took one person so far in history to space. I think it's with Virgin Atlantic or maybe one other aircraft. So, and it turns out that our Minister of Technology has managed to go and get them to sign that they were going to have one Nigerian go to space. So I don't know what Nigerians think about that, because that is not one. It's not independent space. This I don't know why they even make it. It's not independent. It's not our own. We are not building our own rocket that we are sending somebody to space. And secondly, it's not even by a national. It's not like a strategic national relationship between us and the US or the UK or France or anybody. It's just an organization that maybe, which is normal, really. If you have the money, you can pay to go to space. I don't know why is somehow now an astronaut, because even a Russian billionaire has gone to space. British millionaires have gone to space. So I don't know what you think about that tone. We can start in according to the the lineup. It's a good thing that if a Nigerian goes to space, it's a good thing. If it's a scientific thing, so that people don't think that I'm trying to badmouth it. It's a very good thing. The just that we have to open our eyes to some of the things our leaders are doing, because they will tell you that they are making progress, but why in reality not that much really. It's just pay. It's not even basically the person is barely an astronaut. It's just somebody that is trained to go to fly them to space and come back. Basically, that's what's happening here. So I don't know what you think about it, Tone.
Oh, person never finished primary school finish. He's talking about doctorates. That's what it is. You see, Nigeria is just a joke. I tell you, see, I think they just push out all this narrative to because they know we all we do is talk. And quite honestly, I'm tired of talking. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm sick and tired. Although we say here that yeah, we need to talk and talk and talk because they listen. We are providing entertainment for them. I'm tired of talking. When are we going to stand up and tell these people enough is enough with some kinetic actions and tell them, listen, you have taken us for a ride all these years. When are we going to just rise up? Ah, it's only now once man they die. Oh. See, everybody wants to go to heaven. Nobody wants to buy. Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to buy. That's the thing. You see how big illiterates all over the place. They don't even understand what is going on, and they'll still be supporting this bunch of fools. Plus the educated ones. That's the problem we have. I'll rest my case for now. Thank you. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you. About not wanting to make the sacrifice. I think people are not necessarily people are angry enough. It's just that they don't know what they are sacrificing for. They don't know. There is no clear message, and I've said it before. We need to have a message that we are sending out there, so that people know what they are going to be signing up to. And it's about time. I personally, I always say it's resources. We don't have the money. Give me the funding, you will see whether we're not going to have a message soon, because it takes resources to do all this. It's not mouth. You have to have the resources to do it. KJ, this is Ferrari. Go ahead if you want to say something.
I think you hit the nail on the head, but it's not money for father. First of all, on the space project, that's another elephant project in the room, just like the Nigerian airline, and it is actually private. It's not government. I don't know why they're trying to share the glory of that. You understand? I'm not saying we shouldn't go into space and all that, but we shouldn't talk about that kind of garbage. We're only giving them credence as to their stupidity and their errors. So that, but what you hit, somebody is talking in the background. Somebody is talking in the background. Okay, you got it. Okay, now you hit the nail on the head, and I feel you, Tone. I feel you, Tone. This is therapy for some people, just entertainment, but you and forefather just hit the nail on the head. You see, the fact is that when we come on here, we have to keep letting them know they don't represent us. They are failed. They are losers. They are this. They are that. You got to call it what it is. Don't sugarcoat it. Don't. Oh, they are trying. They're like some of their supporters don't know. Anybody that does that, you're not helping the situation. You're right, forefather, on there's no clear message. There's only one message we all Nigerians, whether educated, uneducated, stupid, smart, slow, or a nuisance, need to agree on. Nigeria cannot continue like this. And if they ask us why, we say because the pain is too much. It's a simple logic. It doesn't need party affiliation. It doesn't need party support. It doesn't need this. It doesn't need tribal sentiments. It doesn't need any of the Nigerian paraphernalia that we are all used to. Nigeria cannot continue like this. That being said, so what's our own role here? Our role is to constantly tell those who have hijacked the power that they don't represent us. Because the moment you keep letting them think they represent you, you are endorsing them to their stupidity and the foolishness of what they are doing. You don't represent me. I am not mentally inferior. I am not, how did P.W. Botha describe it? I am not emotionally incompetent. I am not lazy. I am not a symbol of poverty. I am not money is what makes me a man, like these people think. So they don't represent us. Yes, we might have come from the same geographical space. They might have hijacked power, but they don't represent us. When we constantly, if all they hear is that we're doing something, that then thirdly, it doesn't necessarily has to be money, forefather. We have resources, we have people. You understand? Look at, for example, what Idris just did with his music. I don't know if you all know him, Idris, the musician.
I heard about
his
him.
first name. Who knows his first name? Huh?
They were talking about him on TV even. So,
Idris, yes.
Yeah, even the federal government heard about him.
Abdul Karim, thank you. Abdul Karim. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. What that man just did is, he's not an activist, but he's an active Nigerian. And that's what we need to use this medium to get, to recruit or talk to people. We don't need you to risk your life, but we need you to be an active Nigerian. If you're a star, if you have medium, if you have followership, whatever you have, if you're a pastor, use your platform.
But what he did, it did not cost money. That song
what do you mean
of about
cost money? Before we start analyzing, what do you mean cost money?
It cost him money to do those things. Now the music, put the video.
I don't know about the business aspect. Let's not focus on that. But I know he's an artist and he has used his art to be an active citizen. Although citizenship we don't have. That's a debate for another
He's
day.
always been a social critic anyway.
Yeah, but that don't matter. That's what every person, every Nollywood actor, if we can get them, because listen, guys, when US fought segregation in the 60s, almost every one of their people were involved in whatever role they have. The likes of, I can't remember their name, the likes of those actors, those singers, there's things they say, there's things they type, there's things they, the people are not ready. Only very few people know the problem. The few people who know the problem should be talking to those who don't know, get them on their side, get the likes of the Kulatas to see their foolishness, the like of One Nigeria to see their foolishness of pushing this madness. You understand? Once they've seen their foolishness, then they can convince others. Then everybody should, all we need is Nigerians to be active. We're not asking you to go and die, to go and march, and that way, once we start increasing in that critical mass number, then we can go to what Tony is talking about of acting or making political demands. But right now, our only responsibility is just to keep denouncing these people. They are not us. Yes, they look like us, but they don't represent us. You see, it's step by step that will get us there. We shouldn't all just throw into towel. Somebody called me over this weekend. You're doing too much in your activity with these people online. Don't go and give yourself high blood pressure, this, that. That's a friend of mine trying to save me from an imminent death of getting involved in Nigerian problem. You see, we don't need discouragement like that. You know, and another one called me who happens to be a pastor, you know, and told me, you know, Nigerian problem is spiritual. If it's spiritual, why are you not on the podium addressing it spiritually? But he argued, I threw that back at him, and he argues that, well, the Nigerian evil that Nigerians have done is so much, so they deserve to suffer. I don't understand that kind of logic. If that's the type of God they serve, I'm confused. But point is, each one of us need to be active. More people need to be like Idris. Each one of us needs to be saying the truth like we do on this platform. Let's stop all this sugarcoating, sugar wrapping, trying to make them look good and calling it patriotism. You saw how a racist described the black man, and he's not wrong. Let me read it again in case you didn't hear it, forefather. This is P.W. Botha. He said more horrible. He said, by now, every one of us has seen it practically that the blacks cannot rule themselves. Give them guns, they will kill each other. They are good in nothing else but making noise, dancing, marrying many wives, and indulging in sex. Let us all accept that the black man is the symbol of poverty, mental inferiority, laziness, and emotional incompetence. Is that you? Does that describe you? That describes Tinubu and his cohorts. But it doesn't describe any one of us on this stage. That's what we need to let them hear every day on Niger Watch, here, everywhere we go, that we have, God has given us that voice. That's what we need to keep saying. You are incompetent, you're lazy, you're this, you're that, but you're not us. Period. We would have achieved something. It might look small, but it's a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's Righteous Man. Ojago is not there, so let's go to Righteous Man.
No, it's my turn. It's my
Oh, were
turn.
you
You
there
thanked
already?
me and
Okay.
welcome.
Oh, I thought okay. I thought you came in. Okay, Wibon, please go ahead.
Thank you, Niger Watch. And KG is gone. I wanted to,
Hey,
you know,
hello. This is not
give a
Niger
shout out
Watch.
to KG.
How dare you? How dare you? This is not Niger Watch. Are you having a this thing? This is Dr. Damages. All right, please go
You
ahead.
see,
Go ahead.
so he did well. Yeah, he did well. He did well, you know, today handling this platform today. I really enjoyed him, and I hope that he will continue like that in the coming days. To Niger, you see, when you look at the Nigerian political leaders, I say they are incompetent and clueless. They don't even know what they are doing. There is total confusion in them. They have no clue of how to lead a nation. That is how it is. And for me, I think the first African to go to this passenger space, thing is a South African. And the man paid, I think, billions, billions of dollars to, to do that. So Nigeria is now coming, in the same vein. And I ask, who is going to fund it? Is it the individual that is going to fly in that passenger aircraft, space aircraft, or the government? Are they going to fund it the way they funded the Hajj with 90 billion naira? Is that what they are going to do? Because if it's an individual that is doing it, when the South African man did it, the South African government did not raise any fund for him. When he did it. Is it the Nigerian government that is going to cough out money to or assist this man to go into this space passenger thing, this private space thing? That is my own question. You see, it's quite obvious that these people don't know what they are doing. It is a private thing. Why is it now coming into the government? Why? To Nigeria, we must interrogate more. The funding, where is it going to come from? Is it from the government? Is it from the same poor Nigerian that has been rendered poor? Over 150 million people below poverty line. Where is this money going to come from to Nigeria? That is the question I threw at you, sir. If you have any clue on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, they will find a way to squeeze it out of people now. They are borrowing money left and right now to defend the so-called naira. People say they are not defending. They are defending the subsidy that people say they are not defending. It's like, I don't know how anybody can even read this government, the way they've governed Nigeria in the last 12 months. How can you give them beyond 10%? I don't know. Okay, maybe student loans, maybe that's the 10%. Everything else, they've just screwed it up. And I don't know much about student loan, whether they've actually started giving people how it's working yet. I guess the result is going to be in soon. So I don't know what they've done right. I'm trying to find something positive. That of what's it? Kiyamu Oyema. That's positive, isn't it? We have to take positive where we can find it. And which other good one that they've done? Lagos Calabar Road is not finished though, but they started, isn't it? So that too is not too bad. It's a good thing that they started. Which other one? Yeah, it's very scarce. There are not that many good things that's happened. Righteous man, please, what do you think about Nigerians going to space? It's a good thing, isn't it?
Forefather, there is nothing good. There is nothing good about Nigeria. Absolutely nothing good. When I talk now, people will say I'm always complaining. You can't live in Nigeria without complaining. You can't. If Nigerians in diaspora that only hear from newspaper and television could be lamenting like this, there are much more Nigerians that are living in Nigeria facing this thing on every second, minute, hour, day, week, month, year. What do you think? When I talk, they say, righteous man is always complaining, always complaining. Why won't I complain? The heat we're facing here is much more than what human beings should face. What is it to celebrate? This is a private visit. It has nothing to do with Nigeria achievement. It's a private visit, and the interview, I listened to the live interview at I think it's this television station, the Rise News, when they interviewed the two astronauts. Not that the guy going is an astronaut, just on visit, but they say it's on no cost. The government is not paying for it. The individual is not paying for it. They just want to include a Nigerian to go and also feel a part of it. So there is nothing to celebrate. It's just like me now buying my ticket and getting my visa. So I'm coming to Sweden or to US for a holiday. That does not mean that Nigeria is doing well. So it has nothing to do with the country. It's not promoting Nigeria. It's not adding to every good thing that we are mentioning about Nigeria or whatever. So for me, it plays no part. There's nothing good. Forefather, see, the truth we need to tell ourselves is that let all of us say this is actually what is bad. Do you know that if you sit down and play from last year, all the meetings we have been having here, we've not been able to agree that this is actually the problem and this is the solution. Because whatever I present here as a problem of Nigeria, another person might counter it and say, maybe I'm saying it from sectional point of view as an Igbo man, maybe I'm saying it because I'm saying that my people is marginalized. So we've not been able holistically to present a common goal and say, actually, this is the problem and this is the solution. Then we agree on it and then begin to hammer it for these people to hear. Because look at the country, it's gone. Look at what happened to your president in South Africa. The South African president did not greet him when he was shaking the rest of the head of state and country representatives that came for that inauguration. He was bypassed, and the president was there, Dobale for the wife of the South African president. To remove the shame, they organized a private meeting with him to interact. If you listen to that interview,
is of no use. It is not bringing anything home. The companies that South Africa owns in Nigeria, some of them are folding up. So, my brother, Nigeria is in a pity state, in a pity condition, and the only solution is not to paint this thing. The solution is for Nigerians, which I think is practically impossible because we don't speak with one language. We are so divided racially and tribalistically. We are so divided religiously. There is nothing that unites all of us together. I'm just telling you, this is a bitter truth. And so when there is no unity, it is very difficult for you to have a common goal achieved. You know, why Kenya is doing what they are doing, though they are different tribes, but they see themselves as Kenyans. And that's why they have come out to oppose the imposition of taxation, increase in taxation in their country. And they're going to get something out of it. But Nigeria here, if you come on the street, you die as Sarah. Nobody cares what happens to you. So it's one day, monkey go market, you know, go return back. That is just it. Nigeria is sitting on a time bomb. One day it will explode. How it will explode, I don't know. Look at what is happening in River State right now. I don't know whether you are following the news second by second, hour by hour. Look at what is happening in Kanu. If you listen to the interview they granted to Baba Gladima, he said this present government should be careful with Kanu State because it's, when Kanu explode, River State explode, Nigeria will be on fire. So that is just what I have to say.
Thank you, and I think I agree with everything you said. You know, this is the way things are going. I don't know how people can allow a government. If this was the UK or America, you topple their currency, like you depreciated it by 100% in 1 year. By 30%, you are going to step down. If you like the UK when they left the European Union, and the currency depreciated by 30% or so. No, not up to 30% actually. It was about, it lost about 3 points, just about 20 something percent. The prime minister stepped down. Our country, I think we are just used to taking nonsense. They treat us anyhow. And the truth is that even when I wasn't participating in the Nigerian space for how many years, but anytime you listen to Nigerian news, you almost as if there's Armageddon coming all the time. There's always Armageddon. Because they are not running the country on there's no direction at all. There is no real plan that people can say, okay, this is solid. They don't even tell you what they're going to do to you, or they're going to do for when they get into office. Look at all the presidential candidates when they are running for president. They tell you they're going to do that. But nobody asks them, how are you going to do it? How much are you going to spend here? How much is going to remain? Nobody asks them. In the UK, you have to do that. You have to tell them. Do you know the argument they were arguing? Because they're going to have an election in the UK on the 4th of July, I mean. They were having an election argument about how much you are going to tax people. That if because of the tax the president this party is trying to tax people, the budget is not going to be enough. The amount is not going to be enough, so they are going to tax you more. Okay, because the details are so intricate. They go into detail about everything so that you cannot cheat them. So when you get into office, they will know what to expect. But our leader, our people, they just tell them, "Oh, I'm going to remove subsidy." What are you going to do with the money? Nothing. Nobody will tell you. Do we know what they did with subsidy money? He just shared it among themselves, and that's it. We don't know where it went. If you keep getting rude like this, and we as people in the diaspora are not telling the people to demand these clear answers from them, don't be surprised that we keep getting swindled. We can talk all we want here. This is why I know where my own weakness is. I'm telling you, you're not going to tell me not to go and work, to go and provide money for myself and all the rest. But if I have resources that I can use to do engage in this issue, I will. I will put the money in there, create an ideology, create a campaign, and make sure that these people are put under pressure. When this young musician, I don't know whether he's young, this musician released this song, the minister, they heard about it now. The government heard about it. When Adiola released that video about the lawmakers, about what they were doing with the Nigerian state, the lawmaker was complaining about it because he saw it. So they do see some of the things we say about them. It's just that it's not organized. If it is organized, they will feel the pressure and they may actually do the right thing. So I'm just saying that maybe it's past time to just keep talking and complaining. maybe we have to start telling them what to do, because some of all these people, maybe there are even people that support us there, but we are not telling them clearly what they need to do. So, man of prestige, please go ahead. You know, this
man of prestige, father, you're right. They're listening. They're watching us, because if that's House of Rep guy who go talk about Adiola in the house, that means they're hearing us. So the only problem is that we need to clear just one message, clear and be persistent on it. You don't represent us, your failures, your losers, your this. You know, you pound negative on them. They at least they know. Then they know something, you know, I don't know, I can't repeat it more. And then our brothers who are abroad, who are educated and well-done, that are still supporting them. I don't know what's wrong with those ones. I don't know whether they want their own people to suffer to death or they want the destruction of their own country. That one is between them and God. But at least those of us, instead of regurgitating problems, we should be saying that those criminals, those this, those that, and they know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See, Kolata, it looks like you're missing me. It's like say ideology creator. Soldier, ideology. See, the ideology has to represent something that works. And I believe that in Nigeria right now, if we don't strengthen our border, because I will show you guys the news. They are talking about jihadis moving from the Sahel now into Nigeria. And I've said it before that the reason why you see maybe even some improved security condition in Nigeria in the north maybe because what the other Niger, Burkina Faso, all the other countries are doing in that region is affecting Nigeria more than what our government is doing. And now it looks like the jihadis, maybe they have been under fire there. They are beginning to move into Nigeria now from what the report is saying, and that is beginning to scare leadership in Nigeria. So, righteous man, please go ahead. What do you think about, Nigeria going to space? Don't be enemy of progress. We have to take pride in our fellow Nigerian going to space.
No, I've just made my submission now,
Oh,
forefathers.
sorry. I thought I was saying man of prestige, not you. It's man of prestige. Sorry about that. I don't know what I was thinking.
All right. Greeting to everybody. I think I understand what you are talking about. I was there earlier, so I have to leave. So we are talking about the space which Nigeria was about to embark right now. You see, the problem with Nigeria, I mean, what is it a time for us to do something like that? Would that be a very noble thing? Would that be very advanced thing to do? Yes, but Nigeria is not in sole position to do that because we're just missing what we're supposed to be doing. There's more priority. That's kind of missed priority right now because there's different issues we're having in Nigeria. I mean, from insecurity, from inflation. People are starving, a lot of people are dying, I mean, we have a lot of problems that needed to be done. Space is our least priority right now. So I don't even know do they know how much embarking on space costs? I don't think they just do that, part of distraction. That's what I think, because they have they can do that. They know that, and they don't have the fund. Speaking about having a fund, Nigeria is in a dilemma right now. Look at what I just discovered. I'm forefather. Nigeria planned to spend in 2024. They plan to spend 8.7 trillion for debt servicing, and they already allocated the debt services for 2025. That's 11 trillion. Go and look at it. Then on 2026, next 25 is going to be 10 trillion. 26 is going to be 11 trillion for servicing debt. I mean, if you calculate that, we're already short of revenue. We are not just dealing with shortness of revenue. We are dealing with, maladministration. I mean, people in the government are in aid. Now they can't do nothing. They don't know how to govern. So we have many, many issues surrounding us. And you're talking about going to space. Going to space is not cheap. You have to collaborate with people like USA and some other people who have been there, and involve a lot of investment. Just go and Google it. The preliminary, just the process of researching how to go there, how much it's going to cost you. Let alone, I don't know why. Unless they don't do this for distraction, because they have no in my own opinion, I don't think that they have interest of doing it. They just want to bring something for people to talk about, that we are doing well, or we want to do something good. I mean, Nigeria's in trouble. I'm a believer of one Nigeria. Okay, but the trajectory we are heading right now, I don't foresee anything good coming to that country very, very soon. It's gonna be very difficult. What is he saying?
Carry
Come
on.
on now, Kulata, stop your propaganda, okay? Neither you're bantering or sometimes you're not serious. You're wiser than that. When you come here, you come out with your figure data. I don't know why you be bringing your data. Sometimes when you see the writing, it's kind of it kind of skew the data, in order to favor your narrative, So don't be coming here. We are not stupid. But anyway,
no, but let's thank him. Let me thank him. Kulata, thank you for the $2 donation. But if you can be breaking it to $5, we'll even sing your praises more.
What are you thanking Kulata? Kulata is a rich man in Atlanta. They come here and begin
exactly.
$1,
Make it $5.
You just want to use that. You just want to use that to just make noise. Cause his distraction and all that kind of thing. That's what Kulata is doing. I mean, yeah. I mean, I've been following Kulata for a long time. I know how he behaves. But he's a good guy. But anyway, having said that, I mean, the trajectory we're heading right now, so I don't even want to talk about this space.
Sorry, man of prestige, please. Can I? Man of prestige.
It's a distraction. Look at where we are right now. Spending about 35 or close to 40 or 50% servicing debt. There's nothing wrong borrowing. Borrow because America do borrow. They do print money. That's part of their borrowing. But you have to invest in. You have to see a result in order to cover what you invest your money for. I mean, what you borrow the money for. But that's not in Nigerian space. When they borrow, they use it, they embezzle the money for their own benefit. There's nothing, they are doing to benefit the country. That's the problem I have when it comes to Nigerian space. Sometimes I get tired about Nigeria, we are in serious trouble. Okay, we are in debt to the Western country right now. And they are loving it. Why do you think they are coming out? Why do you think IMF coming out with different policy for us to follow? Are they for our own good? Who control the IMF? Is it not the Western nation? Because it's something that's going to benefit them, and that's exactly what's happening, in Nigeria, particularly in African country. Look at Kenya. Kenya is an example. This president that just came in, they are praising him that he's doing well, but he went along borrowing money all over the place. Now he wants to tax his people. That's why the young people are coming out to protest right now. I think they are still protesting. They've been going on for about six days right now. I hope our people in Nigeria with their slave mentality, the young people, can come out and protest, civil protest, you don't have to riot or whatever. But in some way, I understand where they're coming from. Because if they do that, they're going to send the police to come shoot them, kill them. So I can understand why they are scared in that regard. But at some time, something has to be given. They can't depend on us to say something because they have to start whatever kind of revolution. I don't mean war revolution. So people don't come here, say I'm advocating for war revolution. I'm the least person.
Man of prestige. Please, I want to say something. Man of prestige. You made some submission that I think maybe you didn't get it well. Nigeria is not sending anybody to the space. It's not a space program. It's an individual. It's this leisure journey. An individual was selected to go from Africa, and it happens to be a Nigerian. It's not as if Nigerian government is sponsoring anything or engaging in any space program at all.
And you notice that the head of NASA, the head of NASA that is supposed to be the Nigerian Space Agency, he seems to have gotten involved in it. I don't know whether he was the one that contacted the
Can I correct something? We are all saying space. We're all saying space. Nobody is going to any space. It is called space terrorism. They get to the periphery of where you say, they don't actually go to space as it is in the broader definition.
Yeah, low Earth orbit.
Yeah, they don't get to orbit at all. It's space tourism. Is a private thing. See, this government, all they are doing is that anything good they want to, say, yeah, we're part of it, so that they will look good. That's all what it is.
That's true.
But as an ex-military, you're familiar with that environment. Is that not going to cost a lot of money?
I am not an airman. But the little I know about this topic and all that, they are not actually. It's space tourism. Even there are some very wealthy um, British businessmen that pay for that sort of service, and it's just a thrill. Anybody can do it. If you've got money, you can do it. It's just
Okay,
like
what?
today. If
Okay,
if
there's
you're
no
so rich,
benefit to us. Is that what we
exactly,
need?
that's what I'm saying. This it's not a
What is that
space.
for?
It's not a space program. It's not for research or anything. Putting money there for research. It's just tourism as it is, as it describes. If you've got money right now, you can jump on one of those things and all that, and they'll take you up there.
Thank
But
you.
forefather, I'm praying that we need to get our act together because eventually, you know, eventually everybody's going to be in hot water in that country. I mean, people will riot and revoke, and I don't want that. I don't want that for my country. You know, people are suffering. We may stay here saying talk, all day we want or whatever, because if you come here like in America, you work, depending on the state where you work, make 11, where I'm right now in Florida, $11 an hour. California, where I'm, it's about $20. I mean, that's enough to sustain you. You will live happily, ever. I mean, you have the healthcare, everything is just good. But in Nigeria, it's not the same thing. There are just few people who are enjoying, the pie of that country. The common people are suffering. So it's a very, the Nigeria situation, is very bad. Okay, the predicament we find ourselves in that country, I don't think that's sustainable. For how long? I mean, there's so much people can take, then it become like a jungle justice, start following it. But I hope that didn't happen. But anyway, that's my submission right now today.
Yeah, thank you. You see, this matter is something that is like everywhere in Nigeria. Everywhere you turn, you see the same problem. I read just today that the Nigerians are looking for a way now to create a special commission so that people that are stealing our energy infrastructure, like power supply stations, substations, and all those things. I don't know. Maybe they are including that of crude oil again in that one, so they can be able to prosecute them quickly. They are stealing so much from Nigeria that they have to set up a special commission for them. That is the madness that we live in that country right now. And these leaders that we have, they don't want to do any. They really don't want to do anything about it. Maybe because they are scared, or maybe because they just don't want to offend people. That's why they are not doing it. And we can pretend all we want to. All this stuff we are talking, you're going to keep talking round and round and round, and they will keep playing you. Nigeria is not going to break up. Make no mistake. When this thing gets worse, they will find a way to help a little bit. Then they will, when you want to rise, they'll bring you down. This is the game I've been seeing in Nigeria since my adult life. That's all I've been seeing in Nigeria. You see, when Babangida wanted to hand over to this in Obasanjo, no, Abiola, I mean. And he just chose, knowing full well when he did, if he does what he was going to do, he's going to set Nigeria back 10 years. And he did it anyway. That should tell you that your leaders, they're not there to serve you. He was the one that organized that election, got us there, and cancelled it. And this is the name of the game. They will see, when they see Nigeria trying to make progress, the whole country voted for one man, and he cancelled it. He drew that one away. Anytime you see one program, they'll say, get power. Oh, they will remove it. Even refinery, they are telling us that the refinery is going to start working since last December. As a matter of fact, from November last year, the Port Harcourt refinery is going to come on stream. Oh no, it's not. It's not October anymore. It's December. It's this first quarter. Now it's second quarter. No Port Harcourt refinery is on stream. Not to mention Warri or Kaduna. Where are they? Nobody's asking them. Where are all these things you promised us? And you wonder why they keep getting away with it. They're not telling us what is happening to all these things.
Forefather.
Please go ahead.
Forefather. Yeah. No, sometimes when you people say nobody is asking them, it's not true. If you have your time and listen to Arise News and News Central and Channels Television, these guys, these youthful guys that are anchoring program in these three TV channels, they are doing pretty well. They ask these government officials these questions. The thing is this, that these people have lost, I mean, their heart is sealed with a hot iron. They don't have human feelings.
So, but why
These
you don't
leaders
report
in
as, hold on, sorry. If they are doing their job, because I watch them sometime in the morning, I don't hear it too. I don't hear it. Now and again, when the president spokesman show up, that's when they ask the president spokesman, why are they not sending journalists to that refinery? Let's show us what you are doing in this refinery. What is happening to Ajekuta Steel? What is going on in Nigeria? Because these are our journalists. They say they are doing a lot of work, and this world they are owned by big people that have money, so they have a level of protection. So why are they not sending them to all those places to show us? They are very happy to show us about Fubara and all these people protesting. But it's that same River State that refinery is in. How many of them have gone to those refineries? How many of those media people have gone to the refinery to go and find out what is holding that refinery up? This is something that is for the whole country. They don't do it. But Fubara is, they are telling wicked statue. That's the one you want to show us. You see what I mean, righteous man? You see why I feel like these people are being dodgy. They are not telling us the full truth. Ferrari, please go ahead. You want to say something? Or righteous man.
What happened is that you see, forefather, the media has also been captured. The media represent the voice of those that are oppressing the people. They echo whatever those ones wants to say. Nobody is speaking on behalf of the people. Nobody. None of those media houses, no matter how we love Arise or Channel, they still speak on behalf of the oppressor, because they are, most of all, they've been held tight by the oppressor through laws. And secondly, the Nigerian culture of, money exchange and all that. So nobody within the spheres of communication is speaking on behalf of the oppressed. And that is the issue. And that's why even we that are speaking here is because we are abroad. You understand that we have this type of, and this medium is not getting to them because they can't afford the electricity or the data to hear you. So there's so many obstacles. But the fact is, don't think any of those media speaks on behalf of the people. No, they don't.
Imagine that's the problem. And I think Rachel was thinking that they are doing their job, but you can see now they are not doing it fully.
No, forefathers, I disagree, because at least I'm in town here. I'm within the space. I'm within the Nigerian space. I travel out of Lagos and visit other states. Listen, I will give at least score 70% to Nigerian media. They are trying, both television, print media, and radio. They are doing marvelously well. I am
let's backbone on that, righteous man. Let's backbone on that. No, they're not trying. For example, when let me tell you, for example, during the Nigerian election,
Ferrari,
listen,
let me ask you a question. Hold on.
Before you ask me, let me tell you why I said they're not trying. During that Nigerian election, I don't know Nigerian law. That would have been a golden opportunity for the Nigerian press to take Nigerians through their own law. You understand? The US did it when there was Gore versus Bush or any of controversy, but none of the press, they were following the orders of their godfathers. None of them used that as a teaching moment to teach Nigeria about what Nigerian constitution say. All through that trial of that case, none of them. So you're saying they're trying. When you praise them for little stuff like that, that's why we are where we are. You need to call them to it. They failed, Nigerians.
And when you see the way our president, normally when you are if you look at body language when our leader meets other leaders, the person that is stretching out their hand to shake the other person is the one that is weaker. And that is how leadership is. Generally, that's the signaling. And often you see how Tinubu is the one stretching out the hand. Let me shake the South African president, as if he's supposed to be the head of something. I don't understand. This is what they think they are running kindergarten. Nigerians are some of the strongest people within the African continent and the entire black race itself. Within the black world, everybody knows that. But these our leaders treat us as if we are just babies. Like we don't deserve representation at all. You go there, go and embarrass us constantly. I really don't understand what is going on with this leadership.
Forefather, let me surprise you and let me say what you will disagree with me, because I know you will disagree. Because most times you have kicked against this submission I want to make now. Listen, one of the greatest problem that the Nigerian people are facing is the Western world, because the Western world is supporting these criminals. They are aiding them so that their companies will keep ripping us off here. Look at our waterways that have been destroyed by these oil companies, Shell Company, Ajib, and the rest of it. Can it happen in America? Can it happen in London? It can't. These companies are owned by foreign countries, and when they see there is an individual, a Nigerian person who will not take this rubbish from them, they will do everything to make sure that the person will not win election to become the president of Nigeria. I'm telling you, part of our problem, because if the Western world will not aid these people to rule over us and to decide our life, I'm telling you, the Nigerian masses will go out and confront these people, knowing they will get the support of the Western world. But the Western world will tell you, democracy is the best, you don't do anything, but you are rioting, why should you riot? But in their place, they riot and they don't kill their people.
No.
So part of our problem is the Western world.
That is it now. Ma, you see, my issue is we have one central problem. Unless Nigerians not make a mistake that we have a electricity problem, we have a security problem, we have this thing, light problem. I think we're talking about electricity already. We have a currency problem. No, we have our people problem, including our leadership. There's something about our people when they get to the top, they become apologetic. They become, oh no, the whole world is the same. It's level playing field. It's not only them, because I've seen people, some of them on this panel and everywhere, young people like us talking like this, and they will be like, don't worry, it's level playing field. The whole world is the same. Let's work with everybody, without knowing that they are supposed to be different. You have to know that you are different. If you have a next door neighbor, that just because you live on the same street doesn't mean you are the same. Even your own cousin has our own children. You are still different. Yes. But our leaders don't seem to understand that we are different from other people, and we need to set our own boundaries. You know what they call personal space? We have to be able to do our own thing. That is at the core of our problem, because all this stuff we are talking, they keep thinking that, we should listen to Igbo people here, we should go follow UN here, we should follow climate change. We are listening to everybody else other than ourselves. That's what I think is at the core of our problem. If we don't deal with that, all this stuff we are talking, they're not going to fix anything.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah. Can I say something? Help me, please. Just a minute, because some people, somebody on the chat want an update about the European Cup. I just want to make a comment on that. The European Cup is.
How dare you? How dare you? You see,
I don't know why they request for
how dare you?
The European Cup is going all right, but there has been some disappointment. England, where you stay, is a typical disappointment. They're going to qualify, but I don't see them progressing. They are very good, but they are showing an individual artistry. There's no cohesion, there's no system. It's just like Nigeria. They never had a system, like Finidi said. There's no formation. Having said that, France is another disappointment. They played draw yesterday. I don't know, because Mbappe's face was injured, but he's supposed to have come in. So having said that, and I'm going to give you just one or two people who are striving. Germany, of course, they're the host country. They have a very good chance of winning. Spain has been very delightful to watch. Of course, Belgium won today. So those are my 4 teams. I just want to mention: disappointment, and striving. Thank you.
Okay, man of prestige. Okay, so while you are giving us updates on football, do you know what's happening in Nigerian football in Nigeria?
Of course, I can educate
Give us update on that. Give us update on Nigerian football.
Okay, Nigerian football is a calamity.
That's not what I asked from you. That is not what I asked from you. And don't start by Nigeria. You see what he's doing now? He's not about Nigeria. I asked you what is going on in the league of Nigerian football. What are the scores?
Nigerian football is in a chaos mode, okay? And I'm telling you,
so
Finidi, as a
No. None of his speech. I disagree with you.
About local
he was not interviewed. Just hold on.
I disagree
Somebody
with
will not
you.
interview.
I disagree with
It's
you.
1 minute to ask.
This
Oh,
is a coach.
man of prestige.
Somebody who have not coached any national team. He coached a little bit of team in Spain. So that's not that's not that's not
Okay,
the ingredient for you
that
for you
is
to
the
coach.
national team. How about our national this is football league? What is going on? Because you seem to know what's going on in European one.
They are
What's
not
going on in
doing
the
well. We are
national
full of
football league?
chaos. We have the most talented team in Africa, but talented wise, it's not going
Do
to.
you
Just
know
like
any
England,
team
they
in
are very
Nigerian
talented.
football? Hold
It's
on.
not
Do you
going
know
to lead
any
you
team in
nowhere. You
Nigerian
need some
football at all?
cohesion.
Hold
You need a
on, man
system.
of prestige. Because I'm trying to highlight something here. Do you know any team in the Nigerian this is a local team in Nigeria? You don't remember one local team in your country?
Yes, I do, and I can tell you, Enugu
Okay.
Rangers just won the league this year.
Okay, good. That's what we want to hear now. Let's promote the local
I'm not saying
team.
what about Nigerian team, okay?
Next time when you want to give us sports rundown, you give us local teams
They already
too.
won the league. You know,
Good.
and people are advocating for them to hire the Enugu Rangers coach, but I don't think so.
So Enugu Rangers are the top now in Nigeria.
No, they already won the league. It's not a matter of top.
Okay, but they are playing now, aren't they?
Yeah, it's 2 more games to go, but they already won the league.
Okay, who is number 2?
Enyimba.
Eyimba. Okay,
Yeah.
all of them are in the southeast there. Okay. Well,
hold on. It's not about southeast or south.
yes.
That's not happening in Nigeria right now.
And you chose to forget them. If I hadn't called them out now, you would promote them here.
Every tribe is hold on. Every tribe is naming by. It doesn't matter. Maybe it was dominated by South.
The last match.
Maybe about 60%.
The last
No, I
match.
know what you mean. I was just saying that if I didn't mention it now, you wouldn't even promote them. You'd be promoting Nigerian football.
The last match Enyimba played with Rangers had a sum up of. The last match Enyimba played with Enugu Rangers. The stadium had over 35,000 people.
You see, that is beauty there.
It was a record-breaking match.
You see, that's very good. You see you see, Nigerians are engaging.
But righteous man, what happened? The game didn't end. The game ended in a stalemate after they awarded Enugu Rangers a penalty. You know, so
yeah, correct.
There was a chaos in the stadium. People jumped, you know, but later on they penalized Enyimba and award Rangers the game because they deserve to win. So
you see,
I follow Nigerian football.
You see, that's good. Then be covering it whenever you want to cover Igbo, cover the Nigerian one to promote our football. Don't even bother with the Igbo one. Promote local football because people need to know we have a league that 30. See, hold on. Now, people all over the world may be watching this. Some people in America now they know that stadiums are filled.
You're missing the point. Nigeria has got this imperial mentalism, colonial mentalism. If you look at people in Nigeria, right, about 80% of them, they watch European football. That's what is happening.
Yeah, but you don't have but you had righteous man. But you just had righteous man say 35,000 stadium was filled by Nigerians.
Listen to people in Nigeria who they follow.
Godfather, it's a question of colonial mentality. Most Nigerians have it. They would rather watch Arsenal and Manchester United than watch their own. It's a Nigerian team. They've been mentally colonized. That's why you should read the fatherless people by
wait, guys, wait. Man of prestige.
Go ahead, sir.
Man of prestige. Somebody says we don't watch our local league. Is it covered? Is there any channel that we can say I can watch ICC, Shooting Stars, or Rangers, or whatever? There's no channel.
As I said,
you see, they don't cover it. Our own local media don't cover it.
No, you're right. You made a good point.
It is a weak argument to say it is a colonial mindset.
And that is how the foreign clubs will see them and even poach them. We don't see these guys.
Because if Righteous Man didn't say that 35,000 stadium was being filled, which means they have the resources to be able to promote themselves on the channel. So why are they not doing it?
Righteous Man, did they come on TV? Did the Nigerian League come on TV?
I watch it. Yeah. I watch it via a private network that covered the match.
Wow, You know, that is good thing to know, you know. You see, all these type of little questions we should be asking them. If I didn't ask this,
Myself, when I saw that crowd and the analysis, I couldn't believe that could be possible at this economic time of situation in Nigeria. I couldn't believe it. It was like European playing EPF. I mean, it was something else.
see, the spirit is there. We're not tapping into it. The spirit is there in Nigeria. Please, Amy, go ahead.
Look, Nigerians love sports, and football is the hallmark of that love for sport itself. If you go to Kano today, when Kano Pillars are playing, you will know that football is loved everywhere in Nigeria. But the thing is, when leadership still fails you, that is what you get. Look, if you're playing chess, you understand that you push your pawns forward to make strategies to build strategies for you to checkmate the opponent's king. What am I trying to say is that leadership utilizes the weight and strength of the populace to achieve goals. Now it depends on what kind of goal that leadership wants to achieve. When you go to all these other places that you see their people go to watch sport, it's because the environment is conducive for people to do that. The love is always there. Go to Ibadan today when Shooting Star is playing, you see people want to go there. But where's the security? Where's the leadership? And when I'm talking about leadership, I'm not even talking about the government now. I'm talking about the club's leadership itself. How many jerseys are they printing? How many advertisements can you see all around? And these things even it shouldn't cost you much. How are they putting themselves to the people's face to buy their support? You understand my point? These are things that other clubs, when you talk of the European clubs that we are talking about, especially the English clubs, because I think it's more paramount in England. They understand that marketing system to put, they use media, they use all the strength possible to make sure that they get whatever they get the juice out of the system itself. And that is the problem we have. When you have a leadership problem, you realize that you can't just get it. So it is not the fault of the people. It's not that maybe every Nigerian doesn't want to support a Nigerian club. No. But the thing is, you did just say, oh, and wake up and say, I'm supporting a club that is not putting itself in front of you as a person. It's not doing anything. You can't even hear any news about them. There's not who was the last player they signed. You can't even hear about it. All this information is what make people gear towards you. So that is my point. And going back to Nigeria itself, because it is still the same issue that we are trying to address. You said the other time that it is not even a problem of security, it's not a problem of electricity, it's a problem of people. And that is what we are talking about. People, I say leadership. Fine, these leaders come from us. But the thing is that it is still from them that we can solve our problems. And the only way that you get, because if you look at an average Nigerian person is not a docile person. But as a collective, we are docile. In fact, we are too docile as a collective. And it is one of the reasons I advocate for regional system of governance, because I think the reason why we are docile is because we just can't manage that togetherness as a whole without pointing fingers when you want to give punishments. And when you have a system that doesn't punish, a system that is scared to punish because of ethnicity, because by the time that somebody wants to punish, at least that person will come from one part of the system. And if he's trying to punish another part of that system, the other part will begin to clamor for issues like, no, this is a how do you call it? This is not fair. You get the point.
Is that how you think?
That is what has been happening. The only way the punishment has been is because the elites now have now come together to make it work for themselves and against their enemies. It is not for the fairness of the country. It's not for the nation to move forward. And that is it.
Then why don't we go change those elites and their mindset, like the way
Because
that musician is trying to
now,
do, and
how
other
do
people
you
are trying.
how do you change it? How?
One is to shame them. Another one is to call them out, and another one is to make specific demands that you
Now, when you
want
say
done.
who is going to shame, who is going to call them out? You remember that person that is going to do that is also coming from one particular group.
No, we have to organize. It's not about one group now. It's about everybody.
That is the point. How do you organize? You don't look this.
Okay,
If you look,
let me give you an instance now. Let's say all the people that come on this panel.
yes,
There are some northerners there. There are some southwest. There are some south. There's some southeast. All of them come together. Can you accuse them of being sectional? You can't. They are
when
coming
the
to
wait,
demand something that doesn't have anything to do
when,
with tribe.
when the push comes to shove, you'll be surprised. I'm telling you, you'll be surprised.
Why? I don't know, because they do it all the time in Nigeria. Oh.
You'll
When
be
people
surprised.
went to protest for Abiola, it wasn't sectional. Oh.
There's
Thing, forefather, I don't mean to interrupt. They can't come together because they have already caged themselves in. Like, oh, I'm APC. Oh, I'm PDP. You need to, if you see it yourself, you see it in Niger Watch when people argue. That's why I don't get involved in those arguments. You see how when people cage themselves into this is what I belong, then the other party becomes the enemy. So, and it doesn't matter what this side is doing. You understand? It's just crazy. It's a Nigerian thing. But it's because they've caged themselves in that I am this, I am APC, I am PDP. So to them, that logo or that team they belong to is stronger than their national interest. And here comes John Abba, who threw stone at the glass house the other day, and I've not responded back to him. But I'm going to respond. Anything John Abba says, nobody should
Jonathan doesn't
take
look
it
like he's in a good mood. Don't annoy him now.
I mean, so let him be annoyed. Let him be annoyed.
It doesn't look like he's here to take nonsense today. Oh. Please go ahead.
We have
they killed a lot of people anyway. They killed a lot of
which is not possible.
So Jonathan will not take it easy this night.
Righteous man, can you just please now? Until we have a sense of nationality, a sense of our patriotism, then you can say, okay, we can correct it as a whole. But for now, I don't think that, in fact, there's no sense of nationality in that system. And the funny thing is that if you look at Nigeria from the glasses of the elites, they see Nigerians as pawns, number one, and they see Nigerian resources as theirs, not even as Nigerians. They see it as theirs, as the juice of the system of the country is to them, and anything that gets to the populace is just the crumble, and it is by grace, not that they deserve it. That's the thing. So when you have a group of elites that is like that, and funny thing is that mindset is like an organism. If you have a new elite to that system, that new elite, it gets corrupted by that same mindset, and it doesn't. So that's why you question.
It becomes a culture.
That is it. So because now, if you want to solve this problem, this rot is you have to tackle the politicians. The politicians will point hands to the civil servants, the permanent secretaries, that these are the ones giving them the expo. You look at the permanent secretaries, it trickles down, and you now question yourself, where do you want to go from here? Because if you want to cut a can, kill a cancer, it's better you just cut it off totally. But how do you do that now? How?
I have a suggestion though. Go ahead. Have you finished? If you are finished here, then I can talk. But please go ahead.
If my suggestion to solving this problem is that it's going to take time, except we have a revolution, which I don't see that it's going to work that way, because revolution will mean all of us come together as a unit, but we can't come together as a unit because we have these divisions of ethnicity, favoritism, and so that can't work. The only thing I can see now is for somebody to galvanize 2, 3, 4 persons again. These 3, 4 persons galvanize 12 in person. And before you know, we have this kind of pyramid. And that person will, in all fairness, be just and be selfless. Not just that person, that there should be a sense of selflessness at a particular level of leadership that can help us out. That you are going to do things not because of what you're going to gain, not because of what you're going to get from the system. You're just going to do what is right. And by that, it is by that definition, what is right must be right. It doesn't matter who is it or what is it. And that is why, for me as a person, if like a Peter Obi, that is where I think it can come in. Now he needs to start spreading tentacles and ideologies into that system. Because this obedient movement, for example, shouldn't just end like a mob alone. There should be a think tank behind the system. There should be a group within the obedient that is a think tank itself. There should be an ideology school where this is what we are looking at. This is how we should start thinking henceforth from here. That is the only way you can begin to, when you look at nuclear fusion, by little, they come together, to form that mass. So you need those ideologies to start from somewhere and begin to move on. But if it is just all this surface, superficial mob, like, look, these things won't work. They don't have deep roots and foundation.
Yeah.
You get the point. So that is my own suggestion, that we must have think tanks. Now, this is the time that those think tanks would have, because they would have envisaged where this is going, and they would have had strategies on how to even tackle the government on what they have said. Because now, if you look at it, we have already forgotten what the government have said, promised in the past. A lot of people can't even remember those promises.
I've not forgotten. No.
That's the point. And now, and it is normal for humans to forget. But it is now the work of these vehicles that are already put in place to begin to trigger those mindset back and say, come, this is what they've promised, this is what they are doing, this is why are they doing it. You begin to question. You can't question. Funny thing is, even as an individual journalist, you can't even question much before you be shut down. It is when these think tanks come together, then you begin to have civil groups within those think tanks. And those groups will begin to make questions out. Now, that is how you raise publicity. That is how you engage the people to wake up to what they need to do. But when everybody is quiet, nobody's taking. You see, Nigerians won't just wake up by themselves, because we are too divided to wake up by ourselves. We are just too divided. Even if the hunger kills everybody, nobody will wake up. That's a fact. It's not going to happen. We need think tanks. We need people that will now be the trigger. That'll be the trigger.
Let's start the think tank in here then. The idea.
The point is, you can't start it from here. That is the truth. You can't start it from even here.
You have to start from somewhere.
Well, maybe you have to, but I think the best people that can do it, sincerely, are the obedience. Not
are
even
you not
the labor
obedient?
Okay, fine. Maybe.
You're not. Yeah. So all the ingredients are there. So, like I'm saying, so like for me, what I've
I see somebody asking a particular question. How is nuclear fusion coming together little by little? Does he understand that nuclear fusion simply means hydrogen, the little hydrogen coming together to form something bigger, and from there they move on and they produce more energy? But that is what I'm trying to say. Your little voices need to come
nuclear
together.
fusion, isn't it?
Yes, fusion. Your little things need to come together, because for now, when the push, when you know how do you say it, when it gets to that point, that division is there. It's forget you. And when you think, if you are going by this rate, I can guarantee you by 2027, APC will win easily without any stress. They will win easily.
Let's not be all defeatist. We are not. Personally, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure they will, because if the economy remains like this by next year, it's going to be very difficult. If it remains like this next year,
that means
next year,
you are grading Nigerians more.
No.
Them higher than
Nigerians might be corrupt, might be everything, but they're also quite selfish too. So
what could have made Nigerians vote for Tinubu after seeing what Buhari did?
Because they didn't vote for him. You see, your mistake is that you are saying they voted for him. 36% voted for him.
Forefathers. It's your uncle Tinubu.
No, 36%. No, I'm just trying to say that he's not.
I'm asking that question because of what I want to say next. Is your uncle?
No, he's not my uncle now. Of course not.
Well, we're not sure. We cannot be sure because Nigerians.
Good to ask.
So now, let me tell you something, forefather, and take my word to the bank. Go and write it somewhere. Tinubu, if he does not die by the grace of God, because I'm not pushing him to die, it's not what God, what am I going to gain from his death? There was one time which somebody said if it was I'm trying to remember the politician who said that he's going to, if he doesn't do so and so he will die for Nigeria. So Wole Soyinka told him not that he's dead, he's living is not favoring Nigeria. What's his death going to do for us? So he shouldn't die, he should live, he should be alive. So what I'm trying to say in this is that if God keeps Tinubu, he will still be on that throne 8 years from today. The only difference, even if he does, if the Nigerian people get worse than this, they no go do nothing. Take it from me. We will do nothing. Nothing. The only time there will be issue in Nigeria is if the North today decide say enough is enough. That is the only time things will happen.
Okay.
If the people in the North continue to pacify their people, forefather, me and you go there for this thing in the next 50 years. Nothing will happen. Take it from me.
KJ, you are right. KJ, you are right. But
let me
let
just
me tell you,
let me just add something to a
let me
righteous
tell you
man.
something.
Hold on now. It was me who was
KJ,
addressing before you go
okay,
ahead. So
okay.
when you see, the thing is, if there's any time for Londoners to get involved in the political disagreement with the government, these are the times. If you remember, during the time of Jonathan, one of the reasons why the Jonathan fell was because there was a lot of discontent in the north. A lot of discontent, not only because of the geopolitical rotational system that they felt that Jonathan was usurping, but also he was southerner. They find it harder to rebel against their own son like Buhari, but it's easier for them to rebel against a southerner. So don't make no mistake. So don't assume that it cannot happen if this torment carries on. And also, let me say this. Hold on. I just want to make this point so I don't waste people's time. So I finish quickly. The point is that we have to start engaging in acts that increases the nation's collective intelligence. It's a term. It's basically group intelligence or ability for the nation to have a common goal for the better. Our actions have to be targeted towards such events. Things like having the people do something together, like football or like that national anthem. If the Nigerians were made to write the national anthem, that will increase our collective intelligence because the people are having a common agenda. So when you want to do anything, let's say you want to have a protest or something against the Nigerian government, you link all the problems you are trying to highlight, how it's affecting every other region. That will increase the national intelligence. Anything you do should be targeted towards raising the national consciousness for them to have a common agenda. If you do that, sooner or later, just by that alone, you are going to see things start improving. You're going to see, because once people have their collective intelligence start improving, they'll start picking up on things that they wouldn't normally pick up on because they are more organized. Their thought process is more focused instead of always thinking about, well, the way we approach this is often scattered brain, where south is doing their own, southeast is doing their own. You have to do it so it resonates everywhere at the same time, and it rises up at the same time. See, you can laugh at it all you want. It's just words I'm saying.
No.
But what it represents is what changes nations,
including
including when revolutions happen. That's what happens. What do you think? Why do you think revolutions happen? Because people are tired of being dumb, and then they have this instinct within them whereby all of them start thinking the same way. And when that crescendo occurs, you see the people just explode, boom, and you see revolutions occur. That is when what do you know what unite those people is one suffering. Sometimes it's just increase of price of bread, increase somebody died, something like that could trigger the whole nation, and then they will act to remove that thing. That is what they call when a group intelligence rises, because now they will choose to do something to fix that problem as a group. They will not wait for one person to do it. So I think if we target that part, we might get a result. I don't know how to do it in peaceful terms other than what the examples you see from Nnamdi Kanu and the examples you see in Ethiopia, where the government got the people involved in building their dam. you have to have something that unites the people. If you keep targeting that, hammering on that side, you see that the government will not be able to shake. They will have to do what the people want.
Okay, can I add a bit to what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, now, right now, we have a situation in Kenya. The Kenyan youths are on the streets of Kenya, and they've made a demand very clear. In fact, the government decided to negotiate, and they said, no, we don't even want negotiation any longer. We want you to remove that law totally, because you cannot continue to tax us, okay, because you want to please your foreign friends. You see, it takes a people, like you said, I agree with you. But the problem with that a people is the people must have come through a struggle that they can all decide to stand at one. And I give an example, and I'm not saying that because I'm Igbo, but if it were the Igbo, and that's the reason why majority of the oligarchies are afraid of the East, because they've seen this thing and they can take a decision, and each person can say, we stand on this, and they will stand on it. For us to come to that point, we are too fragmented in different directions, in different pockets of people. We cannot come with that collective understanding that, look, we are doing this now not because it's Tinubu that's a Yoruba person, and that is what always causes.
This is what I'm saying, that you have to now start moving in that direction.
When the NSAS started, when we all started say, okay, NSAS has come, we no go agree. They tried playing the religious card. It didn't work. They tried, it didn't work. And when they saw that the religious card wasn't working, the next thing they moved to is to try the tribal card. And the tribal card worked. The tribal card worked good. Okay, because it was said that it's Nnamdi Kanu who wants to burn down Lagos and do all those things. And so
Buhari even said they wanted to overthrow him.
Yes, the Igbos planned to overthrow him because of what he did during the Civil War. This was what they sold the people. And the youths of the North rised up. They went to Nasarawa State, Lafia, to go and carry all the Agboros from there. Brought them in government SUVs, distributed around Abuja. And we still have videos of it. They started burning and beating people, breaking people's cars and all that. And, all the youths, they pursued them out of the Freedom Square where they have been gathered.
But it didn't help that Nnamdi Kanu went on the radio and got himself into the mix by encouraging people to go and do those things. If Tabini stayed quiet, they would not have any reason.
No, that is an accusation the government leveled, and I can tell you because I was right on ground.
The recording is online.
No. He said they invited him. I told them no, he will not be part of it until they can hold it for 2 weeks. He never got to 2 weeks. He didn't say that. So I don't want to, I'm not trying to, that's not what I'm bringing in now. What I'm trying to say is that
Nnamdi Kanu got involved. It was recorded. Abba, make we talk through.
No. If
that was why they wrote.
I'm coming. I did at Abuja that time when this happened. I was in court when this was happening.
Okay,
I'm coming.
I'll look for the video. Next weekend we'll come up with it.
I've had it played several times. I don't know why he's saying it.
I'm coming.
He encouraged people to go and attack people and burn houses and kill people.
I'm coming now, Augusta. You see, if that was the truth, okay? If that was the truth, the first case they took against him as treason would have stood. They would have been able to present evidence. This evidence people are talking about, they would have been able to bring it to court. It has not been brought to court. It has not been brought to court, my brother.
The way he was apprehended.
No, not even the way he was apprehended. The court has not been able to bring any evidence. If they have been able to bring anything that can hold him, they will have jailed him since.
That's why they are holding him. Why do you think they are holding him? You think it's because he went and sang Hallelujah in the church? They are holding him because of that reason.
No, that's not. Forefather, I don't want to get into that because it's easy for you guys to spin it and say make it tribal.
You are telling me not to believe my own ears now. It's not fair.
I'm telling you what the reason why. So the position you're canvassing cannot hold. The people are too fragmented. That's what I said. Let's not begin to chase different rats. I said the people are too fragmented. We are fragmented on religious line. We are fragmented on tribal lines. Okay.
Is it more fragmented than America, the way they are talking about if Trump wins, there might be a civil war?
No, don't believe all those things. I tell you, nobody is going to any civil war. Nobody says that here.
Keep saying that.
Nobody says that.
Keep saying that.
Yeah, nobody says that.
KJ will carry his bag, run from America, come to Nigeria. Where do you
No,
start?
listen, you see, the people here are more reasonable than that. They can make all the noise. The moment the election is over, everybody comes together and build their country. They're not as stupid as we are. Okay? They come together and build their country. You know, and I'm not saying that the country is a perfect place because I've seen a lot of flaws. Okay, but that's not for me to discuss. The question is, we have not even gotten to half of what they have got. Okay, if we have, we can't have people like Tinubu doing what they are doing. People are suffering, people are dying. You know, you know how many calls we get on daily basis?
Now let me ask a question then. So you say we are fragmented. So do you agree that if we are fragmented, we should be doing things to remove the fragmentation so that we can actually solve our problems?
It is difficult. It is difficult, my brother. See, let me tell you. Okay, let me give you an example of John Abba here. Are you talking to me? I can't hear you, forefather. You're muted. You're muted.
Oh, sorry about that. I think I managed to press my mute button by myself. So the question is, do you agree we should do that? Because he didn't necessarily answer the question by saying it is hard. Do you agree that we should be doing things that brings us together so that we can be able to confront these people once and for all? Because we have to.
I don't know how to answer. Maybe Tom can help me answer that question.
You see that? Why is it so hard for you? Unite and deal with this problem. Don't you want the problem to be solved?
See, forefather, I'm more of a realist. I like to face things squarely and deal with it the way I see it. Look, I told you, majority of my friends are northerners. I don't even have southern friends. That's the truth, except my relatives. But I am talking from the point that I know we are too fragmented.
So you believe that we can never be united on
Not
any
never. Never is the wrong word. Okay, let me give you an example of how bad it is. We have a national orientation agency whose work is to do what? Is to keep giving these positive messages you're talking about. The place don't have money. The man who is there can't even run the organization. Okay, he doesn't even have enough money to run the organization. What more to do?
And then maybe we should promote him now. That's what I'm saying.
So what I'm saying that the people know what they are doing. Those who are on top, they have climbed the ladder. They are on the top. They remove the ladder so nobody else can come up. That is why it is.
Then maybe you should make sure the ladder never puts there. You don't allow them to put the ladder when they want to come down. They let them stay there because they would. No, hold on. Leave them at the top while you take care of the ones at the bottom that belong with you. You see, don't worry about the ones that let them stay there and do their own thing. But you have to start taking action to unite the people that are at the bottom. If you don't do that, how are you going to win?
Let's take a River State for example. What's going on in River State now? Of course, you know what's going on in River State. The chairman of Obiakpo local government, whose tenure whose tenure has finished after 3 years. Some of them, because they are loyal to an individual, said to themselves they will not leave office until the governor organizes election. Meanwhile, they didn't come to that office by election. They were appointed first as caretaker chairman before they went now to do a kangaroo election for which they now became chairman. Now, the person who put you there has gone away. Your tenure finished. You as an individual, listen to what I'm saying, Professor. Please pay attention. You stood against the whole institution of Nigeria and the constitution and said the 5 of you will not leave office, even though people are 19. 5 of you say you will not leave office until the government, if the government does not organize the election, your tenure is not finished. Because in the constitution, there's a specified tenure for each of you. The other people left their office, handed it over, because now if you are in the administration and your tenure is finished, you don't have anybody who has been posted, you hand over to the secretary. You hand over to the most senior person and move on, because yours is a political appointment, but they arrogated to themselves the power to stay in office. How do you say it? Now, that's one. Two, the people who came to the television houses and declared that 27 of them are no longer members of PDP. They have now defected to APC. Went to court, and court ruled that they are still members of PDP. Even though they were in a conference, there was a conference tape showing them saying With the letter they wrote that they have defected.
Listen,
Where do we go from there?
KJ, you're giving these people too much credit.
Jonaba is still waiting, but try to be brief.
Yeah,
so
hey, I'll be sure. You're giving them too much credit than they deserve. These people at the top are not really that smart. You go back into Nigerian history, you will see that they are not. You're just giving them, they've just been lucky so far. And because nobody has really stood firm against them. And that's what Forefather is trying to push. If one message, these people are really not as smart as you think they are. In fact, I would advise them to keep doing what they are doing. They would make it easy for what happened to Samuel Doe to happen to them. They're not as smart as you think. You're just
exactly. Because you forget that you have another advantage. Like when you said they went up, okay, fine, you want to stay up there, because you'll never be able to come down. You never relate to the people anymore. Sooner or later, they will kick you out. Because their ability to go up and come back to the people and come and give us rice. That's where the problem is. But by the time they remain up there, they want to come and start sharing rice. You sensitize the people to be against that. They will not have anywhere to return to. They will be completely out of touch, and you kick them out. Let's let Jonaba say something, please.
Okay, but just one second, Jonaba, to Ferrari. Ferrari, that's what I've heard all my life. I grew up in the north. Whenever we come to the east, and they we're playing, and they say to me and my sister, you people are taking first. Then they respond. The next response tell us, why would they take first? They are in class with goats and sheep and all that. And why would they take first? What do Hausa people know? That's what I've been telling us. I am over 50 years old, and yet those people who do not know anything are still ruling us till today. That's what you keep saying. Don't deceive yourself. These people are not like them that are ruling now. They are still doing the same thing for over 50 years. You still say they're not clever, my brother. Let us think
Who
again.
is the one that is not clever? Is he Hausa man that is still in office? I don't know.
All of them are in the office. All of them are there.
Okay.
They are clever.
Including Rivers people, South, all of them, they are all doing the same thing. The thing is, like I said, we have to start uniting the people. Whatever way we have to do it. If we don't do that, the truth is that's the only way out. Any other direction is not going to go well. You see what Eme is doing? Yeah, I would. Yeah, let me just let Jonaba
talk. Don't let Jonaba talk.
No, Jonaba will say something. You see, Eme is undercover separatist. His thing is he doesn't want you to talk about. He acts as if Nigeria has a problem. Let him run to the end. He will say, "Let's break up the country."
Absolutely.
Exactly. So don't act as if you are not. That's not what your position is. That's why you're hostile to what I'm saying.
No, I'm not hostile to what you're saying. I am a realist, as KG also said. But please, I don't want to say anything. I want
exactly. Can you are not the moderator, please. The idea is that you have to stand on your ground. If you say you want separation, then there's no point pretending as if this thing is hard this way. No, you don't believe in the country. That's what your reasoning. That's the reason why you don't want to see it.
You should ask me, how did I come to my decision?
Have anybody thought, while we are trying to prevent Jonaba from talking, has everybody ever thought about these people doing this thing just because they want to break the country and take whatever they can take before it breaks? Have you thought about that?
Let them go now. Like as if Benin Republic is doing so well and Cameroon is doing so well.
Because nobody in the normal sense will be doing what they are doing.
They will just shift the suffering to another area. Okay. Jonaba is one of my elders here. Actually, he's a very, very respected personality, and nobody should interrupt him. Be polite, just like we respect the elder KJ. Welcome. I think Righteous Man wanted to say something briefly, because I didn't give him a chance to say. Please try to keep it brief so that you all are elders. Okay, please go ahead, Righteous Man, so that Jonaba can say something.
No, let me yield the floor to Jonaba, because they killed a lot of people in Benue State last week, and he's drinking Zobo. If you see his cup there, he's taking Zobo by this time.
Oh my goodness, that is not something we should be. Okay, I will leave it for him to take on. Jonaba, thank you for joining us. I appreciate your patience. And what do you think about what you've heard so far?
First of all, before we go to that, I want to thank my brother KJ for hosting the show today, and he did well. uh, just to say thank you for doing that. And righteous man, if you check it out, a lot of people die in your place as well today. The notion that and that's not true. You are a fake news carrier, by the way. Uh, all you show envy about, you never see yam the way you see sheep because monkey they walk back on the chop. That's the thing you are making sure now that every Benway must die because they are not getting yam as you want. Then refresh your can you brief me on whatever the area you want me to talk about?
Yes, yeah, it was regarding
Kunu
how
was at work.
how
Kunu
we
was at work.
yeah, do they make kunu in I guess everywhere in the north makes kunu. There was kunu in the south too. So regarding how we can sort our issues out, because we talk about this all the time, and we also know that the leaders hear us. We heard about the lawmakers complain about Adiola, accusing them of making a lot of money and all the rest. They didn't like it because Adiola was saying those things, and I've heard of cases where people higher ups are not very happy for the way I'm bad mouthing them here, and there is also uh, people dismissing what Aisha Yusuf said that this in Tinubu was snubbed in South Africa. So they do pay attention, even if Aisha Yusuf is on her own platform when she said it. They do pay attention to what people are saying. So, and the question now is, if they are listening to us, what is the best way to help transform the people's mindset so that they can be able to hold these leaders accountable? And my own suggestion is to encourage Nigerians to do things that increase our cooperativeness, our unity, so that we can now start um, having a common front to push forward an agenda that we truly want. Like if you want 24 power supply, you push an agenda for that. If you want security, you press them for that because they promised us that we're going to do these things. And if we do that, if you are fragmented, they can divide you. But if you're not fragmented, you are likely to get your way. So the suggestion is that KJ believes that it's very difficult to do that because experience has taught him that that is the situation. Amy believes that he tried to swim this way, swim left, swim right, and then he say, "Oh, break the country up." So that's the solution. So that's where we are. So what do you think?
Thank you so very much for the briefing. Um, by the way, these are I'm in a wrong place somehow. KJ, my friend, has gone, or he's and even righteous man that NEMPA supposed to take light is still there. What makes KJ just disappear like that?
He probably come back.
Okay. I'm in a difficult place because KJ and these people ahead, thank God is back, uh, are not helping the situation when it comes to sell of ideology, how to move Nigeria forward. You mentioned that, of course, we know they are listening to us. Even before the election, I was telling us on this platform that if we don't put it in mind, it doesn't matter who come and go. There are many things that unite us in Nigeria than what is dividing us. But those on the social media like this that are supposed to sell that message are the one that are selling the message of divisiveness and discord and create this disunity among us because the notion that we can not work together, I don't believe that. People that believe that can believe that. I believe our differences are strength, and if we know for a fact you can be twins, and you are different, and you still work together. And now we are talking about a nation in between a small country like Nigeria, only because we have that population. There are
by the time you put maybe one big state here in America like Texas or California or Alaska, you are looking at the landmark of Nigeria. And people think it's because of the population that we are somehow too big, that we have to be break off by the segment of northeast, southeast, all of those things. I don't think that is a good message. I think what I believe is that all those asking for us to go separate ways are being engineered by those who don't want Nigerian to work. And even if you go separate way, the same people from that region that have been in the corridor of power will be the one that hijack that area as well, whether the north, the east, or the west. It's the same people that they're going to be in charge. So that doesn't solve our problem. What I would love to hear more is about the encouraging and the strength and empowerment of individuals and the awareness of a common ideology that we all can promote that unite us than what divide us. In doing so, those that uh, have captured the state of Nigeria will be scared because once they see us uniting, they know they're in trouble. But the moment they watch places like this and they see us talking like this, they know they will be in power for a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Let me just respond to one guy on this in that whether they are listening to us. They do listen, you know. I'm surprised that not everybody watches Aisha Yusuf, but yet they feel so strong that you were talking about it on Arise News. The government responded to it, brought a video because of Aisha Yusuf's statement. That is how they listen to these things. Okay, okay, I'll go with elders first. Righteous man, please go go for that. Amen. Said next.
Yeah, I want to disagree with John Abba respectively because John Abba refused to hit the fundamentals. This thing is not about the size of Nigeria. It is not about the population. This thing is about the value system. This value system differs. And for you to merge everybody together, force them to adapt to a system that is not culturally or traditionally known to them, you create a problem. And that's what is happening in Nigeria. We don't have the Nigerian system. What we refer today as the Nigerian system is corruption. We don't have any positive Nigerian system that other countries of the world will copy from. So when you said, let us do something that will make Nigeria work, what are those things? Then I'm going to list 3 things. No matter how you try, these 3 things will make it not to work. And I just want to be fair. I want to be real. Number 1, lies that have been told. These lies are passed from generation to generation. And these lies have led to the cancellation of history in our curriculum in Nigeria. Now, let me give you an example. My tailor that makes my traditional wears is a Calabar man. One is a Yoruba man. Now, the Calabar man, I went to his shop few months ago to amend one of the clothes he made for me that was it's not fitting me well. I wanted him to amend it. So we're discussing about the politics of this country. So you know what he told me? He said he hates Zeke, that even as he's dead, that man is not a good person. I said, why are you talking evil about a dead man? He said, do I know that it was that man that was responsible why they removed the capital of Nigeria from Calabar and brought it to Lagos. I said, how? Then I asked him, when was Zik born? Zik, by record, was born November 4, 1904. Okay? And Nigeria was amalgamated in 1914. Zik was between 9 to 10 years when Nigeria was amalgamated. How could a 9, 10 years old child influence a white man to remove the capital from Calabar to Lagos? Can you explain that? But when I analyzed this into this man, he said, but that was what his father told him. Does it mean that his father was telling him lie? And the man I'm talking about should be in his... there is a noise coming. There is a feedback noise.
KJ is having a cultural experience. Why he's on show? Please go ahead.
So, and this man is in his middle 60s. And he has passed this wrong message to his children. And that will generate, each time they say any Igbo man or any Igbo woman, the first annoyance is that your brother made us lose the capital. And that was not true. And these lies, nobody is about to correct it because history had been removed in our curriculum. That's number one. Number two, why it seems to be impossible to make Nigeria work. Our colonial master, which happens to be Britain, does not want a strong, a well-willed individual. Let me use the word. Let me not use the word strong. A well-willed individual to be the president of Nigeria. Because he will correct the abnormalities that is going on here, and then it will make them lose some of those things they get from Nigeria. Like royalty that is paid to them, share companies here destroying the Niger Delta and the rest part of Nigeria. And they're not paying for anything. If you carry a protest, Shell will go and look for the traditional rulers, connive with the government of the day. They will settle traditional rulers to their youth. Look at the 9 Ogonis that were killed. My Oga was part of those people, the man I was working with them that was killed. Up to today, what happened? That case ended there. How about Sarowiwa? Did Nigeria not move forward? Did it not go forward? Sarowiwa died and others went also. What happened to Niger Delta? If you talk, they look for one person and settle you. And that. What about Asaro Dokubo? Is he still pioneering anything for the emancipation and liberation of the Niger Delta? No, because he was settled. Now they are giving oil pipelines, the guiding of oil pipelines, the securing of oil pipelines to these former militants and pay them in billions of naira. And these are the people that are supposed to motivate the youth for an action. Now they have captured them. So how do you think that we can come together? It is not possible. Are you talking of the North? The North religion is partly, in fact, is the major problem they have in the North, because their youth are brainwashed, and what they see only and what they understand is religion. Religion dictates the next step they follow. And as long as religion is used as a tool, there is nothing you can do about it. Then, thirdly, illiteracy. Educational illiteracy in Nigeria is of a very high level, but people don't understand. How many Nigerians are literate that can sit down and articulate, that can sit down and look at what is going on and say, this shouldn't be? It's few. Going to secondary school does not make you educated. And how many people that attended secondary school goes to the news line and pick up a newspaper to read, to understand what is happening in the society? No. How many of them is on social media trying to listen to political analysis and make a change? No. If you see them there, they're looking for a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Hook up.
But
That's what
righteous
Nigerian
man,
youth are
though,
into
but
today.
righteous man, many of these countries that transformed their nation, they had quite a large illiterate population before they transformed their nations. Um, from Russia, China, Singapore. Singapore was known as a dirty country, like dirty, like bad, really bad. And India, we have a. So, is it the reason why we have not progressed? That
But
we have
those
illiterate
countries you
population?
mentioned here now, forefather, those people you mentioned, those countries you mentioned had what I refer to a willed individual. That is an individual that sacrificed himself to say, I want to put this country right, and I'm not going there to loot. What I want to bring is about change. It happened in China, it happened in Singapore, it happened in Russia, and so many other countries.
So you can
But
put it under
Nigeria, yeah, we
leadership.
don't have that will individual.
So you
We
can put
don't.
that under leadership, righteous man, that we need a leader that will take us there. Not that you generalize it, that is the reason why Nigerian cannot work is because of illiteracy. If you get a good leader that can empower the people and turn around the vision of the country, it will go under that. But then I come to you on the issue of a religion that did not.
Jonaba,
Wait, I'll interject it briefly and I will let you go. I will let you have your way, please. Sorry. I want you to turn the mirror on yourself. Religion is opium of everybody in Nigeria. It's not only the father, and that's the issue we'll keep having. If you think I'm not religious enough, or you think or my religion is a problem and you have one at all, you also have a problem. So the fact that you are not a Muslim man and you are a Christian and you think that Islam is the problem in the north, you also have the problem of the Christianity in the south or southeast. So if where the gullible society, people full church every Saturday to Sunday, and what happened? Are they not still going to do the wrong thing to the people in their area there? Is it the northerners that live in the east and south and west? So when you talk about religion, and if you put it in the perspective of the leader can invest in the people of the northern youth, then and it's the same place here. When they have that standard to encourage the people, we say, oh, you cry, so oh, why did they say double standard? And that is the way they are trying to bring their people up. But every time.
Jonaba, let me puncture your submission. Let me puncture it. What was the
After you do
sin of
not eat yam
Sanusi?
tonight, you can't
Hold
puncture
on. What was the
my
sin of
submission.
Sanusi? Emir Sanusi, what
Eh.
was his sin against the Northerners that led to his removal? Was it
He
not that he
talked too
was
much.
campaigning?
He's on the media guy. He talk and Ganduje don't like the way he talks, and when he has the power, he push him out. That's what he believes.
What was he talking? What was he talking?
So you think everything he says? Now let's put things in the right perspective.
Jonaba, you're supposed to be a pastor. What was Sanusi
No, now
saying?
they pay me tight now. You go there, the dark, inside the dark, I can't even see your head apart from your lips when you open mouth. Now they tell me, say, I'm supposed to be a pastor. Don't go there with me. The point is that let us talk about what I believe in my submission as I exit. I believe Nigerian can work, but it can only work when we have
Senior
people that
citizen,
have
I ask you a simple question. Senior citizen John Aban, what was the message that Sanusi was, selling that made the Northerners hate him?
No. It was on political reasons and what he's talking about on construction of road. He has nothing. There is a road they were constructing, and Ganduje says that
Was he
it's a
road or
political thing.
was it only road or did he not mention about education?
Yeah, of course, it's not just
So
it's not only
what makes it wrong?
implies to only northern Nigeria that the education need to be an issue, and the education you are selling doesn't work anyway. Let's talk about the issue as it is that let us promote whatever the ideology that can bring us together. And even if we're going to go separate ways, we're still going to have borders, right? And you will love your neighbor to do well. I'm not campaigning for that, but then if we're going to do it, let's do it in a healthy way, and let's do it with the heart of humanity, not about I'm
Do
better than
you,
my neighbor.
Donovan, do you see why it is difficult to make Nigeria work? We don't want to face
People
the
like you,
reality.
people
We don't
like
want
you.
to face reality.
People like you
We
make
try
Nigeria
to
know you're going to stay there.
listen.
The time I'm speaking, and your time is
We
very
try to
valuable
paint
on
it.
this platform. And you are pointing about religion somewhere, and you also are a religious person. So, what's the difference does it make? It's people like you that
But
make it
why
not.
is Jonah quick to always point fingers to South once anything about the North has been
You do
mentioned?
the same thing all over.
No,
That's
no, no,
what
no,
you
no,
are a
no, 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 no.
separatist.
No, it's yes, people do it, but I have noticed your stand most
That
of the
is the
time.
stand I took, and you cannot decide that for me, can you?
I can't.
Okay,
But that's why I'm
thank you.
asking the question because it's for me. It doesn't.
Because it's
He's saying
on
that he
this
doesn't believe
platform,
in
if
division.
no voice like that, you keep beating one certain part, it's become a pattern here. And if we don't have that,
No.
this channel or this platform will become more of a threat to other region because of your rhetoric here. Some of you do not even see they not have more light than you. They have a better road than you. You don't want to talk anything that is in the benefit of Nigeria, and then every time is to beat another setting, like your governor, they come and rob them of their own whatever they will use to develop their own place. You never turn the mirror on yourself. Rather, you come here all the time to prove that you are better than this side and you want to go. Please, if you know what to do, do it. Everybody is tired of all those stuff.
It's really tragic, really. And the thing is, what makes it tragic is the history of Nigeria because of what happened in this thing. Because sometimes the reason why it's tragic, you can't necessarily fault people that believe those things. Because how do you live in a country that you've gone through that? You can see why to an extent. That's what makes it tragic. Because what makes it even doubly tragic is because it's not the solution. It's not.
Fathers.
If you think about it rationally, it's never been the solution. If you break up, you were there once, they colonized you, enslaved you, it didn't make any difference. Benin Republic is not doing well, Cameroon is not doing well, no black country is doing well. How can you not even learn from that? That breaking up is not going to be the solution. How can you not even learn from that? I don't even understand.
Forefathers, this is my point for look. When I say breaking up, although I'm not shy about that, and the point is this: it's not that maybe I don't love Nigeria, but there's a reality that will make one question: what is the solution? Now you're asking that how do you find the patriotism in an average Nigerian to see that Nigeria is its own and everybody's one? Yet we can't even find a single solution to that. Because if you go down that route, you realize that not that it is not possible, but the probability of it happening is extremely small. And that is the point. Now you question yourself, how do you bring people together that there is no way that there won't be divisions? How? I believe it's possible. But how will you do it? The question is for you to take that energy, it is better off that maybe we should just go our separate ways to go and solve our problems our unique ways. Why am I saying our unique ways? Look at the north. I do not have any problem with the north. I do not have any problem with the southeast or the middle belt or anything. I have no problem with any region. My problem is that once we are together, we don't let the best come out to lead us one way or the other. We don't allow the best to come out. Because once the best wants to come out, there's a way that there's a cahoot, the system will just come out and swallow that best. And the worst, or the
Are you
ones
talking
that
about the best from the southeast now?
not
Because
south,
the
not south,
southeast they voted for
not
nobody stopped them
southeast.
from voting for P2B.
No, this is not about southeast. I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. If one person will come out, okay, now for example, I would love to vote for an Akinwumi Adesina from Yoruba land. If I see him come out against the Peter Obi, for example, I wouldn't care if it is the position of if it is fair or not for the Southeastern, because I would look like on the virtue of skill, I think this person has done something. In agriculture, we saw what he did. Now, that is my stand, not because I'm a Yoruba man. It's because I'm sensible. Now, if I see that kind of a person, it doesn't matter wherever I see that person. I can vote a Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, against a Tinubu. You get the point? And that is what made me feel I should vote for a Peter Obi against a Tinubu. It is my choice. I'm not saying maybe Tinubu is. If it was Tinubu in the past 8 years, pre-APC, I would clamor for Tinubu hands down. You get my point? So
the point I'm making is that you know that a lot of people voted for Peter Obi because he's a Southeasterner, just like a lot of black people voted for Bama because he was black.
Look,
there's nothing wrong with that. You know that.
There's nothing wrong with. I have no issues with whatever reason people want to vote for anybody. But so you understand that for us to have good leadership, we must go beyond, because he is a Southerner, he's a Southeasterner. We must go into the reasons why we are voting for that person. Can he solve our problem? Can this person solve our problem? Why did I clamor for a Buhari pre-2015? It was because I felt, okay, if a Jonathan can sit down and $20 billion was disappearing, and nobody could account for it, yet we have somebody that can, at least, if we know nothing, we know that it was accountable. Then if we can keep our money, it's still better off than saying we don't know where our money is. As at that time, pre-2015, that was my argument. And that was why I was clamoring for Buhari. So you can realize that my decisions are not because of, hey, I want power or not. No, I want a Nigeria that works, because a Nigeria that works benefits everybody, especially the hard workers. Look, I work hard, I read hard. So why shouldn't I enjoy the benefit of being a Nigerian? But if you look at the hard workers, they are the ones who are even more devastated, more troubled for a system that doesn't work. Why? Because you can't necessarily cheat, because you work hard. And number two is that the negativities around the country falls on you as a person, because you're trying to be the better one.
Emma, quick question. How would you want to see the country divided? Across what line? Like, can you just give us a brief?
Look, that has been a question that I've been asked. How? But the question is, are we benefiting from what we have at this moment? Are we benefiting? Now, wait. I look. I would prefer that I don't know how they want to break it. I don't care the way anybody. It's not by fight. I'm not talking about fight this time. I am not.
I know. Yeah, can you just educate us? Like, what do you think will be the best thing? Can you give us a solution?
Well, that is not an answer.
Okay, just your personal opinion. Just your personal opinion. What do you think would be the best division?
I want Yoruba to be on their own. At least let us govern ourselves the way we want to go. I don't know the way any other person wants to govern themselves. You not may feel like the Sharia law is the best for them, and that is fine by them. The middle belt may come together and say, okay, since we don't have too much voice, let us put our heads together, and that can drive a better system. The Southeast can drive a better system within themselves and lead. And if any region feels like they don't need any good leaders at that time, look, growth is relative. We don't have to grow the same rate or the same pace.
So is the Southeast not governing itself now?
No. Understand my point. These are just examples of my
Yeah, but the question still stands: is the Southeast not governing itself? Is it not being governed by Southeasterners?
No. Look, it's governed by Southeasterners, yes, but we can't underrate or underestimate the influence of the federal power on everybody.
Just like the UN, the UK, America is influencing everything else. So the influence is always going to be present. The question still remains: if Southeasterners are governing you, are you holding them accountable?
How do you begin? Look, when those people influence you, you don't even know how they influence you, because how do your leaders come to be your leaders? That is the question. How?
So
how do your leaders become your leaders?
So by saying that they are influencing you, what makes you think if you get your own country, the influence goes away?
Look, now that is where this is my point. If I get my own country, if we get our own little country, now the discourse will be more robust. It may take time before it gets there, but it will be more robust eventually.
The robust doesn't mean anything is going to change. What makes you think the influence is going to go away?
Please, can you listen?
Okay.
if we get to that point, at a point we become aware that okay, this is our own. Now there will be a sense of nationality within that system. Then you ask, wait, yes, you might say we've not done it in the past. Yes, maybe the past, but you realize that there's a generation coming that can do that. But now there will be a sense of nationality within that system. It might take 10 years for for a certain group of people. It might take 2 months for a certain group of people. It's not I'm not bothered about that. But now everybody will know that this little thing is now my own after a while. And
What
that
makes
time
you
people
think?
begin to wait.
Sorry, I need to clarify something, because when you say little thing is not your own, the only thing you own is calling it your own nation. Nothing else has changed.
Can you let me talk, please?
No, I want to get to the point, because somehow we ascribe calling something our nation power. It doesn't necessarily make it power automatically.
Do
I
you know
just
where
want to
people are researching?
clear
Wait,
that out. I want to get you. Sorry, I'm not breaking your brain. I'm trying to get you to elucidate what is it that is going to happen, that is going to stop the influence that has killed Nigeria to this point, killed Benin Republic, Cameroon, Congo, all of them. Tell me what you are going to do within that nation that is going to change that trend.
forefathers. When we get to that level, we will solve that problem. But for us to solve that problem, if it happens, there must be a sense of nationhood within each person, such that that nationhood will make everybody make decisions that will at least benefit the nationhood, the nation itself. That's my point. Because right now, people are making decisions not because of nationhood. They are making decisions based on ethnicity, religion, and other divisions that are within that system. And that is why we don't
Hold
have
on, you just
freedom.
said something just now. So they are making decisions based on their tribes and all the rest of it. That's what you said, eh?
Yes.
Are the tribes any better off from those decisions?
That is it. Because when you don't have the mind, when there's no sense of nationhood, those people who make the decision, they don't query it because they're already satisfied. They're already satisfied by my person is already there. It doesn't matter if the benefit or not.
Emi, sorry, my brother. Here's the thing.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't understand what forefathers is saying, and that is what I keep saying for people that are calling for breakup of Nigeria. Listen, you think that we will have problems now. By the time you go on your separate tiny units, man, some people will be begging, please, let's come together again. I will not see. Can an Igbo man that has even lived in Oyo State, for instance, speak Yoruba very, very well, speaks Oyo language very well? Can the average Yoruba man vote for that person to be a governor? You and I know the answer. It's not going to happen. Right
Why is that?
now, in all the Yoruba, wait. Right now, in all the Yoruba states, are you people not managing your own your affairs? So what are we talking about? So the thing is not in breaking up. You're breaking up, and that's why I tell people that advocate for all these things, Biafra and all that kind of thing. Listen, it's not going to work. It's even going to
When I mean
reinforce the
breaking up,
problem, the division. Even in Igbo land, right? Listen. Right now, even in Igbo land, we are not even united. We are not even united. It's
you
not.
cannot. I hope
It's
you.
not.
I hope
Listen, breaking up is not the solution. Breaking up is not the solution. The solution is changing our mindset. Listen, you know why? Let me wait, Emmy, wait. You know
no, sorry.
why?
Can I just
With
ask you
all
one
due
question?
respect to all people, with all due respect to all the people that support Biafra, where I'm coming from, Biafra is I see a dictatorship. I see a government where I don't want to be in a part of a country where you cannot even criticize anybody. Listen, we can fully criticize Tinubu as it is now and all that. Listen, in Biafra, you criticize Nnamdi Kanu or whoever or that little finger in Finland and all that. He will send people to. He will kill you. They will tell him not to come back to Biafra. They will dispatch jungle justice. I don't want that kind of country. We need to change, and that's why I'm saying that everybody economically, let us go. That is what we need to be concentrating on.
Okay, my
Let
question is
us
this to you.
start challenging each and everyone with a healthy competition
Soon. What this
economically.
is my question to you.
That
You
is
are
what
talking about.
will
You're talking
that is
about
how we're going to
mindset.
fare better as units and collectively. That is all.
Wait. You are talking about mindset, okay? You're talking about mindset. Now, how do you change the mind? How do you influence the mindset of an average northerner towards governance?
Amen. Amen. Let me ask you another question.
No, please. I'm asking him a question first. Sorry. How do you change? Because this mindset, how do you make an average northerner think like a southerner, or an average southerner think like a northerner? Especially when you know that the northerner, an average northerner thinks.
A northerner cannot think like a southerner. An average northerner will never think like even no matter how educated they are. It is a cultural thing, and the average southerner, I know the average southerner too regards every northerner as a terrorist, as a Fulani terrorist, which is wrong.
Yeah, no. Don't try and make this topic like. Let us just talk about the mindset that you are questioning. That if we have a national mindset, that can make us work together. My point is,
what I'm saying, listen, all I'm saying is going back to how it was in the beginning. Yeah, there was this healthy kind of competition for each region. That is what that's what we need. Your father is daft, Dan. Your father, your mother is daft.
You know,
Your mother, your father
a
is
lot of
daft.
people just think that, and it's crazy because some
Forefather,
of these we did one saying that the leaders don't have brain. Some of them, their analysis, if you push them, they are not going to give you a clear answer. They will be telling that the leaders are stupid. They don't know that their own solution doesn't have any answer to it at all.
Exactly.
They don't substance to their argument.
What I'm saying very quickly. One microsecond, yeah. What I'm saying is that economically,
Tone and AY has been quiet for a long time. It's only fair we let them.
Okay. Look at how. Look at that. AY, wait now. Wait. Look at how Abia State did what they did and all that. The man did not shout. He produced. We need a healthy competition rather than carrying flag and all that, calling for one nation and all that, which even the person that spearheaded is dead. Even before he died, he said, listen, forget Biafra. And some people are still pushing it. Are you people crazy?
And the man that headed it told you not to do it, and you are still going that direction. What?
No. Forefathers, wait. When I say, look, I'm talking. Wait, when I say that we should go our ways, I'm saying I told you something. It's not that I don't like Nigeria. I want Nigeria to work for me because I said it benefits me more for a Nigeria that works than a Yoruba system that works.
You guys
But
let me
now,
speak. It takes 30 minutes.
Sorry, with the problem that we have right now, being Nigerian won't solve that problem even in 10, 20 years, in 50 years. That is my own solution.
Okay, that's your own analysis.
And I said that system is
but I have shown you several examples where it is possible, but you refuse to see it, and you are saying that if you go on your own, somehow it's going to solve the problem. I don't see that.
You are bringing history. Have you considered the peculiar system we are running in the system? But AY,
let us.
AY, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
It was AY. It was getting interesting because I wanted to try to get to how people that believe these things believe that just by separating somewhere along the line is going to kind of materialize to transformation of their society.
Let me come in.
That would be interesting to actually get an answer. Yeah, please go ahead.
Come in. Yeah, I was actually trying to. Good evening, everyone. I was actually trying to ask him very genuine questions, right? He seems to believe what he believes, but since we are educated people, we have enough exposure. I think you can allow people to voice what they think, but you should give us some data, come with conviction. One of the issues I wanted to clarify here is, even this afternoon, I heard a lot of people, oh, we are not the same. Oh, they are this. We don't have the same culture, blah, blah, blah. We don't have the same religion. Okay, my question is, how many countries do you know that have the same religion, that have the same culture? We need to study what is going on. When I used to be in the same class with a lot of India students. India hold the third largest Muslim population in the world, over 200 million. India have reasonable population of Christians, Hindu. Even the China you see, China hold population of over 50 million Muslims. High number percentage of Christians, the same. Not only in terms of religion, even in terms of tribes. You think these people are the same? They are not. They are actually divided. They actually have they are from different regions. You hear when you talk to them, is there you will know. But what do you see when you meet these people? They don't discuss this issue. They see themselves as one. That has really worked for them. Of course, the country is progressing. When I have enumerated it many times. Sudan was just similar to Nigeria. Muslim population in the north, Christian population mostly in the south. Oh, discrimination, blah, blah, blah. We got to go separate way. There is oil in the north, blah, blah, blah. The country divided. What followed? South started their war. Not after 2 years, North started another war. I see Nigeria. If you divide Nigeria across this line, probably only one region will survive. Only one country, according to you people. But I have also, my own suggestion is, I'm actually very strong on regions. It's always going to be better if we are one. I will want to see regions where you have a federal government that will deal with less issues. Let the regions deal with their issues. Let there be some level of competition, which is healthy, right? But I'm not saying this based on let Nigeria divide across tribal line. If you regionalize Nigeria, I feel there might be need to be healthy competition that will make all the region in such a way that if I have to move to Northwest to live, let Nigeria have free movement, free whatever, and live anywhere. If Southwest is not good, I go to Southeast. If Southeast is not good, I move to Northwest. When you do this, probably it's going to be more helpful. People that are calling for Nigeria, looking at Nigeria from ethnic lens, I don't think we're going to have solution, even when you divide it, because the same people that are ruling us. Hold on. No, you are talking of division. I'm talking of regionalized.
What's the meaning of division? Region is regionalism, not division.
You said divide the country, right? Is that what you say?
Wait, you guys. That means you guys didn't listen to me.
Hold on. Okay, let me finish. I don't want to. You see, I feel these same people that are in federal government today, the senators, the rep member, the executive, the judges, whatever, they are from all these regions. They are the same people that will come and try to hijack power. Mind you, most time in countries, it's not that the most intelligent, they are the people that rule. Not even in America. You think Biden is the smartest person in America to be president? No, it's not. So sometimes people can hijack power based on their influence, their financial power. This issue can come up. Of course, in America, the difference between America and Nigeria is in America, you can share your idea. You go to the public to raise money, to raise funds and run your campaign. Just because of your idea, people will buy into it and put in their contribute to your campaign and stuff like that. In Nigeria, we don't have that yet. Even, for example, Peter Obi that was able to raise some money. What was the percentage? It's not really, because you need election is capital intensive. It's a lot of money, to be honest. Don't be deceived by anybody. You need a lot of money. So how many Nigeria have the cash to even run for even a state governor? So it's a lot that goes in there. So I think just like what Father was saying this afternoon, we need to actually look at collective intelligence. If we want Nigeria to progress, to move forward, we have to reduce this rhetoric about tribe, religion. We need to actually look for solution, like the real solution. Eme, I will really, really love to listen to you more, because for me, I'm open. If I see like, okay, I feel what you say is going to work for us, I'm it for it. As long as you are not passing through religion and tribal line, I'm it for it. I want the good for the country. I want the country to progress, because it is a shame, the state of the country. It is really a shame. We need to do something very urgent. It's just unfortunate the people we have the power, they don't understand the urgency of these issues of rebuilding Nigeria. Thank you.
AY. Sorry, righteous man. I know you've been listening.
Thank you.
You still, forefathers, please. You still come to my point. Fine, I might have sounded like excessive in what I was trying to say. But if you listen to my submissions over on this program, it has been regionalism.
Okay.
And
yeah,
yes,
I'm with you on that.
and that is why I said I want a Nigeria that works, because it pays me for a Nigeria to work. I need a Nigerian system that will benefit from it.
I
but
agree
my
with
point
you.
is this, and that's why I'm saying this, that but for us to have a Nigeria that works, what is the worst of it now is that we can't have a Nigeria that works with this crop of leaders. They know how to infiltrate and divide us. And that's why I said, let us go our ways. I might be saying let us go our ways, but I'm trying to say let us go in regional system. Let everybody manage their problem.
I agree.
That's where I'm going. And what is the worst of regional system? Is okay, everybody, maybe you talk about separate. I'm not a separatist. But I've come to reason to that point that I need, maybe if we can break up, because if you look at, there are some systems. If you have a big problem, the best way is that break it down into smaller chunks. Let the regions take their own problem and solve it their unique way. If they want to use Sharia to solve their problem, fine. If they want to use Ahmadiyya to solve their problem, fine. If the Southwest feel like the Bible or Ogun or whatever is to solve their problem, you get the point. But if we are coming together as one, then we won't have a universal solution. We can't. Because that universal solution is going to hurt certain region more than the other. And those regions will claim that you are going against them, or you're trying to chase them, or you get the point. There will be reasons why it won't work. That's my submission. But I want regionalism. That is it. I'm not talking of separatism, but eventually, when you have regionalism and you question whatever, maybe it has to be that there's no reason to be afraid of going our ways. It is not a big deal. So I submit. Thank you.
Cool. Can I make my contribution now? I think forefather, you allow me to at least make contribution.
Okay, now, go ahead.
Yes. So I will go back a bit, and
let's not make it too long, because there are a lot of people that want to seem to want to contribute now.
No problem. I will not be too long, but I'll be. Now, in Africa, in West Africa, some time ago, there was a country called Senegambia. I don't know if any of you remember. Senegal and Gambia came together to form a nation, and it was practiced for some time. It wasn't working, so they decided to quietly go their various ways. Now, I like AY's contribution. I talked about India. Out of India came Pakistan and Bangladesh and all that. There are other nations that are divided. Out of Serbia, Montenegro and all that, all those were one block before. All of them went. Some of them are not up to 8 million people.
Yugoslavia.
And they are still living. They are making headways. In fact, some of their living condition is better than some of us who have a larger population, because people are able to think, and people know what you are doing, and they know how much you own. So if tomorrow you come up with a very high margin on your account, everybody will mark your house and make sure that you return that money. Now, the question that he has been trying to canvass, which we have all stood and talked about. The reason why we are saying Nigeria, let us go our various, is because people are tired of repeating the same thing over and over. Which of you can beat your hand on your chest and say, truly, Tinubu won the last election? And if you have an empirical evidence, show me. Because even BBC that has not up to the regional BBC Igbo, that operated in Port Harcourt don't even have up to 10 staff. They were able to do an investigative journalism to find out that LP won River State. They were able to do other investigation in the journalism to find out that there's some, something went terribly wrong. But till today, a nation as big as Nigeria and with intelligent professors who conduct elections, nobody has a complete result of 350 billion naira that was expanded on top of that election. If you guys, any of you arguing here, was the one who released that kind of money from your account for a project and you don't have a conclusion to it, will you go to sleep? Will you leave the person who conducted it in that office to still run the office for you? Will you leave the staff members, senior and junior, in that same office till this moment that we're talking? Let's be realistic. You see, the problem I think that's worrying us as Black people, that we are not realistic with the situation we face. If we say, okay, tribe has become a problem, why have we not adapted the Somalia, the what's his name? What's his name? Kigali. What's his name now? The Kigali approach. Okay. We say, okay, yeah, for Kigali, for whatever. I think you all know the nation I'm talking about. Why? Is Celsius one of the countries in the world that has some of the highest paid, wages? Okay, not in Africa. When we're talking about things that are not working, I say, oh, it's just Africa. No, Celsius is an African country, and it is working.
KJ, quick question.
I'll conclude very soon. I can ask you a question. People are going from Europe to go to do holidays in Celsius because the people have been able to organize themselves. Simple, what's it called? Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, what's his name? The one that is 5 minutes flight from Calabar. Come on, I've forgotten the small nation.
Thomas Principe.
Yes, I'm Principe. Okay, are they not working? It's a very small island, just by us there. If it were a nation that the leaders were intelligent, we should have announced that long time ago. It had been part of Nigeria. 5 minutes flight, less than how many minutes flight out when you take off from Calabar. You are right there. My question is, can't we look at the situation that it is not adding up? It's not adding up. This other guy, a man, was asking a question which you all misunderstood. Forefather talking about our mentality. How do we have a mentality when all of us are not even reasoning at the same level? Remember that even the Europeans saw this when they came to colonize Africa and colonize Nigeria, and they said, we cannot use the same system for the North and the South. So indirect system was introduced in the North, direct system was introduced in the South because of our difference in thinking. Now they have gone. We know who know our culture, our tradition, and our way of life that is totally different. Decided to say everybody must come together and do the same thing. Is that how these other nations you are talking about operate? The laws in America, each state has a different law. Each state have a different law. In fact, let me tell you something funny thing that happened to me like on Thursday. I was driving to another state, and I passed some police people on the way. And the next thing I saw was a bike man following me, and I parked, and he came to me and said, yeah, can I have your this? And after asking all the necessary questions, and he said to me, you know why I stopped you? I said, no. He said, because I didn't move away from the lane I was when I saw them, because they were having an issue with somebody. I should have moved away from the lane. But he's seen the number plate behind the car and knows that I'm not from that region. I said, okay, where you are coming from, this is not a law there, but here is a law. But I'm not going to charge you, okay? I'm just going to tell you, here is a law. And so when you see this kind of situation, move to the other lane. Now, why am I saying this? He said this is still the same nation. It's still the same nation. They run themselves differently, knowing the peculiarity of their people. There are some places you carry guns, it's called carry or open carry. The other place you can't carry, you have to be concealed. see, when we think that things must be done, unilaterally, it becomes difficult. It becomes difficult. Okay, so but if we decide to say let's have a loose nation, just like we have always canvassed, which was the purpose of the Aburi meeting, to have a loose nation where people can develop at their pace, that will help us if we want to be together. But if we don't want to be together, or if we decide that some people are more Nigerian than others, then I still stand on Aburi. On Aburi, I stand. I, KJ, stand on that. Thank you very much.
So what? Let me quickly.
Leave it now. Let righteous man have his. I thought you've made your point too. You were for regional system. Righteous man, I think you've said something before, so don't keep it long. 1 minute, please.
No,
I've waited for. I thought you made
I have waited for over 45 minutes, and you say I should keep it 1 minute. Okay. It's better I keep quiet and listen to all of you.
I thought you spoke. It's not 45 minutes. You didn't wait for 45 minutes. You spoke before Emmy spoke.
No, Emmy dominated the talk.
Okay, 3 minutes then. Let's go for 3 minutes.
Yeah. My brother Tone, there are some statements you made that I don't agree with you. I've been in Europe. You know the country very close to Belgium called Lisbon. Their population and their landmass is not up to Lagos State. They are not even up to 1 million people. Their income is one of the highest in the whole world. So balkanization do help, and sometimes it doesn't help. Okay, so you talk of civil war. These United States that people are celebrating today, did they not fight civil war? The South and the North, they fought. So what is bad in fighting? And at the end of the day, you come together. If the Southern Sudan and Northern Sudan are fighting, or if they fought war after separation, it doesn't matter. Husband and wife, they fight. When two people that got married, you see at a time they will disagree, and you see the house will be on fire. They fight. At the end of the day, they reconcile. My father always
from that one again. What do you say about that? They should keep separating until it's a nation for every street.
No, that is not what I'm saying. I am only trying to say that separation is not bad. That's number one. Number two, every good-minded person would want Nigeria to remain one, because it profits if we are one more than being separated. But in a situation where the system does not aid to growth, the system does not build nationhood, then every right-thinking person will ask, what is the next alternative? For example, the Constitution of America, does it recognize Islam and then does not recognize Christianity? Why is it in Nigerian Constitution we have Sharia law embedded in our Constitution? Why the Christian law is not there? Why?
The question, hey, hold on. You are a pastor. Do you have laws in Christian? Do you have laws like Sharia laws? Or you just want?
No, I mean in the Constitution. No, I mean in the Constitution. Nigeria is a secular state. If by definition of a secular state, in our Constitution it should be secular. Religion should not be brought into it. But now in the Constitution of Nigeria, we have acknowledgement of Sharia in the Nigerian Constitution. And that Sharia law governs the North, not the South. So if anybody comes here and mentions the issue of religion concerning the North, the person shouldn't be crucified. He's right. Okay, tell me in a nation where the government will vote 90 billion for Hajj. This is a personal thing. I mean, I don't need the government to sponsor me to go for pilgrimage at all. But because it is part of the system, it is now becoming a national thing that people will be going for pilgrimage, will vote 90 billion for them to spend. for another man's country to grow the economy of that country while your own is going down. And you are telling me that the Nigerians should be happy. Now, if, let's assume now, God forbid, let's assume we split tomorrow. Do you think if we have a nation of the Igbo people, then they will vote 90 billion for anybody going to Jerusalem or going to Mecca? That can never happen. It can't.
Righteous man, do you realize there are some Igbos that are now Muslims? Do you realize?
Did I say that? But you heard what I said. I said, if Igbos become a nation tomorrow, do you think during Hajj or during Christian pilgrimage to Jerusalem, they will vote money for them? When Igbos have no king, everybody you're on your own. You decide what happens to you.
That is why I'm aligning more to what Emmy is submitting. That we should have a regional system where everybody is responsible. So if you blow your budget on Hajj, that's one of your problem.
Okay, the regional system now, Tom, the regional system. Hold on, the regional system has been submitted now. But are you hearing the interview on television? The northern senators and House of Rep is rejecting it. It's rejecting
Who submitted it?
I don't understand. See, let me say this about the regional system that they are talking about now. I think they are talking about 6 regions or so, if I'm not mistaken, and that includes the South. You see, for me, the South are the ones that are going to benefit the most if they have a regional system, by far the most. And all these people that are
it's not true. It is not true. It's not the South. It's the North. It is the North, not the South.
If they have a regional system, the South are going to benefit by far the most. And all these people that are saying
it is not South. It is not South. The northern region will benefit most.
Do you know most of the oil resources come from the South? If you know
how much is oil? How much is oil?
Billions of dollars a year. That's what it's worth.
Okay.
Billions of dollars.
Okay. We are exporting oil now. Nigerians are hungry. So what happened?
But the point is that they are taking their resources and giving it to the entire country. Now that money goes away. Now you have to.
It is not true. It is not true.
So you don't know what you're asking for. You see, you didn't know what you were asking for. That money goes away. It goes to the South, and the only one you get is the only one they give to the federal government. You don't get anything from it at all. Not the one you are getting to build the cities that you have right now.
Let the money go away.
Exactly. You see, at least this one is honest. He's willing to lose all the money.
Yes.
Let the Southeastern region govern themselves.
That is what triggers creativity.
Yes.
I'm not afraid. What is the money? Just one point. There was a time the Southwest was known for cocoa export. Isn't it? Now
they will have to go and plant cocoa now.
What did you say?
I said they will have to go and plant cocoa again.
And that is the good business.
What is bad in it?
That's what I'm saying now. They will have to go and work hard. But you see, the thing is, Benin Republic is there right now. They are not planting cocoa.
Can you see the mindset?
They are not making any money out of cocoa.
The thing, right?
They don't want to work hard.
I'm happy. Like Emme understand the issues, right? You understand the challenges that are coming with it too. Righteous man, I'm sorry, you don't seem to understand the issues here. The thing is, why I support regions, just like what Emme said, when you regionalize the country, every region will wake up. Every region can do well.
Why does it even have to be region? Why don't they just give the states autonomy? That's for their resources.
See, I'm actually.
Why not the states? Why does it have to be regions?
My opinion is not cast in stones. Look, I'm actually of the opinion like anything that will work. If it's local government that will work at this point, let's go by it. Let
them by state, because we already have states and their governors are already powerful.
If it is the state, let's touch the constitution, Let's restructure the country so that the state will work for the people. I want the country to work. I'm just saying.
What do you mean restructure? You are saying you want regional government. The reason why I don't like regional government, you are creating another sub-government. I was just saying, give the state resource control.
Forefather,
let me say this.
Let's say why I finish. I want to say something.
Let me say this. Forefather, we need to. This is actually a very good discussion, right? I'm not looking at this issue from one thing I really like about Peter B kept saying, we gotta move from consumption to production. This is the language we need to understand, because people go to Abuja every month, share oil money, and they change the money into dollar, crash our economy, load the money. We need to stop this nonsense. By the time you regionalize the country, let each region. I am also of the opinion.
Ferrari, wait.
Regions
I
that
have
are
to
doing
do a
well,
clear analysis of all this stuff.
that are doing well, of course, you will still pay taxes to pay money to the federal government. Federal government should use that money to help the regions, other regions to set up. Help other regions to set up, match their investment, match their development for some time. Let other regions set up so that every region will be doing well. The federal government will still have the upper hand. They have control of the military. They have control of the customs.
But why do we like to use the term region? Why not just give the states the control?
We can. That is what I'm saying. We can.
Father, because it has
let's use the term region.
64 years of failure. You can't keep the same structure.
Region is going to be worse if you think that one is bad.
Let's discuss it. Let's discuss it.
Hold on, Ferrari. We'll get somewhere. We need to get somewhere with this.
We have a mathematical problem to solve. How you get to the solution does not matter. You have to solve the problem. That is what we are solving here. We have a problem. We need to get to a solution. How do we get there? It doesn't matter.
But my worry is that. Hold on now. My point is that I think we like to use the term. Hold on. I think we like to hack to the term regional because we remember when we had region, it seemed to be better. So it's a nostalgic statement without taking into account that we have 36 states right now on the ground that are relatively quite powerful states. They do their own thing. Like, look at what's happening in Rivers State right now. You can say the only thing that is missing is their own policing and resource control. That is the only thing missing.
Let me quickly tell you
why complicate it any further?
You're wrong.
Let me quickly tell you what. Sorry, Ferreira, I'm interested in this topic. Let me quickly help you with this. Here is it, right? When you create regions, you actually reduce the power from the federal government. We don't need the Senate. We have only member of parliament. We have member of parliament. The president should be member of that parliament. It should be.
So you are changing the type of government, not.
We gotta change it. We gotta anything. We gotta change it.
But the UK is not parliament. It doesn't make the UK regional system.
So we are not UK. That is what works for them. We need to look for our
solution. Hold on, Ferrari. I need to get somewhere with this. I need to get to the bottom of this because it looks like we are using a term regional.
No,
because we want to. Hold on, Ferrari. Hold on. I'm going to put you back. I'm not going to waste time. We are using the term regional because I need to know why we keep hacking back to that word. Because we have states now that human beings are governing. We can say whatever we want for that region goes to each of the states. Why not?
Father, I agree with you. I think we are technically saying the same thing. If that will work, I'm in for it. That is still my stand. If that system will work, but we need the template, give us the template. How do you want this thing to work? Because the state governors are mini.
I just said now, give them resource control and policing. Isn't that what is in regional system?
So this would be like a real discussion, right? If that will work, let's go with that. I just want the people not to suffer. I want the people to have a life.
No, we all want that. We all want that. There's no point adding that. My point is that we have because I don't want anybody to bamboozle this discussion today with just slogans. Because slogan is just not going to get us anywhere. If we just use regional, what is regional? Are you going to elect a regional government in that region too? Is that what we want to start doing now again? So we'll have another sub-regional conflict amongst ourselves, fighting each other for governorship.
How do you checkmate a criminal governor?
But what AY is advocating for when they use regional is you're going to have a governor, or then you might have to elect somebody to govern that region too, and that will even be more competition again amongst the regions, within the regions.
No, Fofana, let me tell you, I'm gonna say this. I'll give the mic to Ferreira.
Don't worry, Ferrari
Okay,
will
go
jump
ahead,
into his
Ferreira.
roof soon at this rate.
You know, Ferreira is a moderator now. He's
What
doing
does it
better.
matter? I'm the one in charge right now.
KJ.
He's the one. When you are moderating, they follow protocol. You know, no matter what they are still loyalists. Go ahead, Ferrari.
Guys, on a serious note,
sorry about that. I called you.
This talk, guys, on a serious note, this topic you guys are discussing is a very important topic, and you're all handling it very well. You remember, forefather, when my wife dragged me away from moderating the other day, there was a third video I left for you that I said you should play. You understand? It's at the heart of this matter. But first, let's get the things we all know out of the way before we get there. One, we all know that when we started, we had regional system, united at the center, correct? Then something happens among the politicians in the West. I won't go into detail, whereby was it Akintola and Awolowo? Instead of, and then regionally, the Western region dealt with it the way they know it best. Operation Wets here, they were able to attack the Awolowo crew, were able to attack the Akintola crew used during Operation Wets here, which got the federal involved. Okay, you will say, okay, if we have a regional, does that mean federal should not get involved? But the problem was that when the federal got involved, they got involved unjustly. So the key problem that has created Nigerian problem that started it was injustice. I need you guys to pay attention to history, because if we don't know our history, we won't know where we are going. Now, it's not a question of semantic as you're pushing for further. States and regional system are not the same thing. Don't even compare it. And even if they are, the mere fact that we've operated states for over 60 years and it has not delivered for the people means that logical people will do a review and say, this is not going forward. Can we have another one? Like AY said, could it be local or could it be regional? You can only mad people keep doing the same thing over, and this is 60 years we've been going with the state system. Anyway, that's number one. So we agree that what started Nigerian problem was injustice. The injustice now led the army into our politics. And when the army got involved, everything Dabaru, I'm not going to bore you with that history. But what has happened since then till now was been an alliance of criminality that serves as impunity, because nobody can be held accountable. You go to your ally. Your ally protects you. You understand? And there are criminals from every region. It's not a regional problem. It's a selfish problem. But Nigerian problem has always been selfish. That's why I put that link of that video there again. Start from 44 minutes, 45 seconds. Start. Let's all on this panel listen to that video and hear that general talk. That general was there. Listen to what he has to say, and then we'll continue from there.
Yeah, Nigerians are the only ones that will go through a system that led to a civil war and say, let's go back there again. Please go ahead.
Because we are dealing with the same problem.
We are the only people that will do that. But it's okay.
Ferreira, all the thing that man was trying to say is, because there is no consequences, that is why these people are taking a piece.
Well, that's one.
That's what I've identified.
Selfishness also has been the bane of our politics. But play the video starting from 44 to 45, then we'll discuss. This is an intelligent discussion. The problem with
now
Nigeria
hasn't
is
said
that
anything now, and
we
can
don't
allow discussion.
For those who are clamoring for one state in Nigeria, a single Nigerian state. Now the question, and that is the point. Alaba was right, and you're correct. You see, where there is injustice, where there is lack of punishment for wrongdoing, you create divisions automatically.
Automatically, those are the
Can
real
you
enemies.
say that in the next 20 years, you can sort injustice out? Fair justice can take over, can rule Nigeria. Can you say that comfortably? I mean, confidently with your heart.
Why do we conflate things so much?
Next 50 years, next 50 years, it
Other
cannot
nations
happen.
should be able to function. Those are two different things. If
Why
of
do you
course
say they are
injustice,
different, forefather?
no,
Why do you say they are
the reason why I
different?
say that, like, if there's injustice now in the UK, does that mean that they should start? The solution is breaking up the
Not
country?
injustice on the state level, forefather.
Just the percentage
Injustice
of
on the
justice
state
in the-
level in South Africa was what they fought against in apartheid. Injustice at the state level in America was what they fought against segregation and slavery. You have to understand.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying.
At the
If you want to
state
do
level.
that, you fight it that way. But the solution, you see, injustice, you fight it. But you fight it for the right solution, not fight it to create even a bigger problem.
No, how do you know? How do you can't see the future? How do you know those that are proclaiming
How
that
do I
solution
know? Now I will
is
tell
the
you
bigger
exactly
problem?
why. The reason why is because you look at Benin
Meanwhile,
Republic.
try and play that video while you're talking. I need that video.
Let's try to be rational about things
Yeah,
here.
very
Let's
important
calm down. We
discussion.
have time, because if you look at Benin Republic, you look at Togo, you look at Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Congo, all of them. Then you go to Cameroon, to this in the DRC, that they are killing each other right now. It tells you that something is going on in our region that is causing our problems. What makes you think you change the deck chair in Nigeria is going to make any difference? Nigeria is the biggest
What do you
one.
think is going on? You answer. You said it. What do
I've
you
said
think
it
is going
before.
on in those countries that
What
is
I've
causing their problem?
What I've told you before is that if you don't fix your national security, forget all this other talk. You're wasting
Well,
your
that's
time.
your own theory. Other Nigerians too have their
I
theory.
can give you examples of why. There are real world examples of why. You can many nations have different shades. Why is it that only our owns have not had
Let me put this to
lucky
you.
of
This is
one
a
good
dialogue.
leader?
I'm not trying to override you. Even if we have security and injustice still persist, do you think Nigeria will still have this problem? It's just a question for
we'll
you
have
to ponder
issues.
on.
You see, that's the
If
thing.
we have injustice and we have good security, would we still have problem, or will we just suppress all
Let me say this to you. Then I will throw one question to you. Is it better to be crying on the ground, flat ground, or crying on a Lamborghini? Which one is better? You are crying as a poor broke guy on the pavement of a street, or crying as somebody that is
Try and
sad
make your
on a
question
Lamborghini?
meaningful in
What I
relation
mean
to-
is that one is better than the other. One is better. That's one is
So
a
you
better.
prefer a better way of suffering.
In other words,
you are the moderator. You are taking the whole time. No other person can
No,
talk.
I'm not
It's
a
only you.
moderator.
I
Why
don't
do you
understand.
call me a moderator? Hey. I'm here to have a discussion with people. If you want a moderator, that's KJ. KJ is a journalist. I'm not a trained journalist.
Father, don't you think it's tyranny? Father, don't you think it's tyranny? It's dictatorship.
Can you play the video
hey.
so that the
That's just
audience,
bad. If
so
I
that
hear
the
you start
panelists
again, we are
can
going to have
listen
trouble
to this
here.
general, and we can discuss.
You said that again. We're going to have trouble here right now. Be dictator. How dare you call me dictator? Oh, forget about it. You just want to tell me about moderation.
Please.
Because you don't like what you are hearing.
Give room for the discussion. You know why?
If your idea is strong, you see, the problem with people is that I will debate every single one person point for point. If your idea is strong enough, don't be scared of it.
Yeah, that's why I want us to have this dialogue.
Your idea should be strong enough to hold its own.
Yes.
So hold your idea. Let's have a strong debate about this.
Forefather, if you
speak, I speak. Let's see how we get.
Let's do. I'm ready. Let's go.
Forefather, if you listen to Embe, right? Embe and Ferreira, they make good point too. I want this kind of conversation that is not coming from hate, that is not coming from. It will be good. Like if I was in the same parliament with Embe, we can have this discussion and find a solution, a common ground solution that will work for the country, that will work for everybody. This is the kind of conversation that we should be open for it, but don't come with it. Don't come and throw a tribe and religion here. This is a very good discussion. Hopefully,
it's a very important
discussion. Our
senators. But my brother AY, In the issue of Nigeria, there is something you guys are trying to cover up, which can never be covered up. Tribe and religion is fundamental problem.
We know it's there for righteous man. We know it's there, but we are saying
we know that even the UK exists right now.
Brought it out. Righteous man, we are with you. We know it's there, but we are saying from Nigerian history, injustice brought it. And listen, let's play that general's video, and then we'll take up this conversation. This is a very important conversation. There's a reason.
Is that the link there? Let me see. Okay, so the point I was adding to it was that if regional system would have solved our problems, then all the other nations in the world would have had regional system that would have succeeded better. And if our system of governance is the issue, then how is it that 40-something African countries uniformly haven't been able to strike out and be advanced?
Do the 47 African countries have regional government?
Some of them do.
Right.
Some of them do. Some of them don't. For this, no, when you
use that, then take that out. Withdraw.
No, some of them do. Some of them don't. No,
how many of them have regional government? We have to be. We got to deal.
Okay, fine. That's a fair point. But the point I'm making is that hold on now. Let me talk. The point I'm making is that
important conversation.
Yes. Yeah. The point I'm making is that if they have various systems of government and they all remain dysfunctional, then you look at the other parts of the world. They have various systems of government. They are all very functional.
Okay.
What that tells you is that the type of government you have may not be at the crux of your problem.
So you're agreeing with the racist Peter Botha, PW Botha from South Africa that says that the black man cannot rule himself. Is that your conclusion?
I don't agree with him because his own analysis, and in a way, he might actually be honest.
He might be right in a way. He
might be honest with his own opinion. Because
PW Botha, did he put into context the trauma that the black man went through colonialism? Did he put that in context?
I can see why
they set us up with a system of government that doesn't have the requirement of running a government. When they train our people before independence, they train them to be typewriters. They didn't train them to be professionals, and then they handed over government to them, and they expect the government to function. Did those people put that into context? The trauma of colonialization.
Let me explain what he's trying to say.
Go ahead.
Because even Africans, black people say the same thing sometimes. What they see on the ground, if you look at it just ordinarily, you will say, oh my God, definitely. If you remove what I know, you will say definitely there's something wrong with us. Because how can 40-something countries uniformly are useless?
No, I said you don't use that data. That's misuse of data.
Hold on now. 40-something countries in Africa, black ones are almost entirely useless.
Sorry.
Why is that the case?
Can I help?
52 countries, 52 countries, not 45.
Not African countries have got their act together. It's within the.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Forefather, hold on. If you are going to take this on this debate, and let's be fair, you cannot hold on to the mic. So somebody has need to.
No. The reason why I hold on to the mic, sorry,
because you are going to talk more than.
Hold on, now, let me explain. Now I will just fit 15 seconds. The reason why is because most people hold the same opinion, so there has to be your own opinion.
No, don't assume that you are speaking for everybody.
I'm speaking on the other side. Otherwise, everybody will just be singing the same song.
Everybody will get the same number of times.
I say play the general's video.
Left for me, if I wasn't here, AY has already signed on to this one regional government, and this one was already signed on to this one. They will just have their own.
Play the video.
So, hold on, that's the problem. So I have to.
Let it be a flat. Let it be equal. Let's have.
Wait, guys, wait. Do you realize Steph has not spoken an Ife?
Because
if he has a right to speak anytime, if he has,
looking at you.
And Steph knows that he can speak whenever he wants to speak.
How can he speak when people are shouting? How?
They are special people. They are special people. Steph knows now. He's my man. If he wants to speak, all he has to do is raise his hand, and I'll give him the mic because he's been here for quite a long time. And then if he also knows, whenever she raises her hand, everybody clears the way for her to speak. Is that simple? So now let's have ground rules. Let's have ground rules.
Okay.
Let's have ground rules
can I
now.
talk?
3 minutes. Okay, yeah. Okay, fine.
Yes,
after Steph speaks, then we have ground rules. 3 minutes. one person submits, and I counter. If somebody joins my side, we should have.
Forefather, why don't you play the video? Why don't you
How
play the video?
I will play the video.
Forefather, play the
Righteous
video.
man, can I
Play
talk
the
please
video.
before you play your video?
The video is long, oh. How long do you want me to play the video? The video is very long.
No, I said start from
stop.
44, 45. Go through the
Okay,
time.
okay. Steph wants to speak now. So Steph has been very patient. So let him finish speaking. Then we can play the video. Then we'll go back to our ground rules. Everybody take their own side. Anybody that is on my side, then we debate the other side, so that we actually get to somewhere with some of all these these discussions. The backstage is now full. Okay, let me see.
And I want to tell you how the general also helped kick Babangida out.
Let me get the.
I don't know. Most people didn't
I
know
think
about that. It was
should AY let Steph please finish speaking. Then we'll play the video, please. Steph, sorry about all the.
Steph is not. Is there? Okay.
He's there now. He's there. Welcome, Steph.
No, it's all okay. How righteous man finished talking and then he suddenly remembered that the video should be played. You know, it's all well. What I have to say is that I don't know why after about 60 years we still think that or blame our level of development on colonialism that will pass through. You know, I think we should have seen it as a motivation to do better for ourselves. But we didn't do that. That is one. Number two, I think forefathers have won a disciple in me. I'm beginning to see that the insecurity that we're having in Nigeria, the effect, it should have been better if we begin to prioritize that if we are more secured as a nation, some of the issues we're having presently would not have been there. Because I'm beginning to see that there are forces behind this our insecurity beyond what we may think that it is locally. You know, no matter the people that are benefiting from it locally, or we are quarreling among ourselves that is caused by this or caused by that. There may be people that are not in any way seem to be connected to it locally, but are actually the one engineering the whole thing based on their own ulterior motive. Because take for instance, for how many years now our farmers were chased away from the farms, which made us to be food insecure. If we have food security, they wouldn't have brought about the issue of giving us a genetically modified food or crop or seeds, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry. So what does it tell you? That there are so many things, so many hands, which we are yet to understand that are responsible for those insecurities. Because they have to first of all make you weak, make you vulnerable. Because on the surface, it seems to be a laudable, justifiable decision because we don't have food to eat. It's easier for them to sell it to you. You cannot farm all your land, so you can use this one and farm just a small portion where you can secure and have food for everybody, which they cannot sell to you maybe like 10, 15 years ago, or let's say 20 years ago. So I think that if we still continue to pay lip service to our security, we've not really seen it yet. A lot is still going to happen. And when it happens, we'll be approaching it from a position of weakness. Just where we are. I don't really think that solve all our problems. I've always pushed that argument. As promising as it seems, you still have to ask yourself, why did we move from regionalism to where we are today? That's a very big question. Then number two.
That's why I said you should show the video
when you
from
start
the general.
I'm coming. The general, if he has all the solution and the explanation, what has he done over the years? He's also
he
part
helped
of the
you
problem.
kick Babangida out of office. He might not have done much, but he stood up in Dodam Barrack and said, sir, what we know is the military must leave on June 12. And he sat down. And when Abacha took over, he resigned. So he did his own role as a citizen.
You are derailing his own point. It's separate.
Can you guys
He
let me?
asked, what has he
think there's
done? I'm
one thing.
telling him.
Let
I'm
him finish
coming.
what he's
That was
saying.
a rhetorical question. And I want us to try to understand one thing, that we are not necessarily here to try to, make another person buy into what you want to say 100%. I could pick one or two things from it, but that does not necessarily mean that I'm going to buy everything completely, because I don't really believe that that military leaving government to civilians is actually an achievement, judging from where we are today. I don't see it. Some people see it as an achievement, but I don't really see it as an achievement. If military had given us good leadership, I would have preferred military regime to what we have today, because we would have been able to make progress, better progress than we have made today. The problem we had is that we had a military government that does not love the country. We have civilian government they handed over that still did not love the country. So what difference does it make? None of them is patriotic enough to engineer that change that would have made the country better. So it's still the same thing, the same mentality. The policies that Tinubu have brought in since he became president is still the same kind of thing we would have seen in military regime. Somebody waking up in the morning telling you this is how we want to do this thing. After in the military regime, they actually did some they do better consultation when they want to introduce something new. But it's lacking when we say that we have democracy. What I'm trying to say is that for the mere fact that we turn to regionalism today does not mean that we're going to do away with all the people that are in charge of the government that we have today. They are still the same people that will still go back to run the regional government. So it's just like a way of people trying to run away from their problem instead of looking for a way to solve it. The same
And
group
to
of
you,
people.
what would that solution be? To you, what would it be?
I may not have it, but that does not mean that when I see what is not the solution, I will not say no. I don't. This one doesn't look like a solution to me. I may not have it. That's why I'm still looking. If anybody brings suggest what you think is the solution, I could say, yeah, this one may look like it. So what I'm trying to say, or what I've been saying, is that it's still the same kind of people that will still go back. Somebody said that if we have a Igbo government, they will not send people to pilgrimage. But you have governors from your state that are sending people to pilgrimage. Is it Abuja that tell them they should send people to pilgrimage? They decided on their own, with your own money. You didn't ask them question. And you believe that if you have a government that is called Igbo government, they will
Are we
not do it.
derailing
Why
from
would
the
they do it?
topic that we are interested in? Are we changing topic, or are we just
I'm
going all
touching
around?
everything because
Ferrari, he has
I'm
not said
oh my
anything since
God.
he came in. Can you let him finish? He has not said anything since he came in. Let him finish.
This attitude of is either my way or the highway. I don't understand. I've yielded the floor, please.
All right, thank you. Listen, Ferreira. I should be calling you properly, actually. You need to start allowing people to finish what they are saying, and not everybody likes to be interrupted.
You know, he's not a moderator.
You
so
derailed.
he knows how to deal.
Why you want to be a moderator?
No,
You can be a
I
moderator.
never reached that level. I never reached that
Moderators
level.
don't argue amongst themselves. We all do a line. You see, we all have.
I'm
You see, we do
surprised.
maintain discipline. You know, do you see moderators
The
arguing on
next
panel?
moderator should be Jagu. I'm nominating Jagu to be the next
That will
moderator.
make a good one, actually. I think he will make a good.
More, he's not gonna say hey, like he's not gonna
Yeah.
use those language, man. The British
So he will
language.
cough you out like if you say nonsense. I mean, because you get out, stop talking nonsense.
I'm nominating Jagu, man.
He will cough you out. That will teach you not to make that mistake again. Let me see if I can play this video that was requested by our dear Ferreira. Let's see. Yeah, that should be it.
Please, after the video, make sure you have your ground laws back so that everybody can talk.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Intelligence and criminal agency. Okay. What do? They will act like FBI. How the FBI support the state police in United States, and town police and local government police you create them as an IBI. Although DSS is confusing his own job, but leave DSS alone. When you then create that agency now, you appoint a DG. The second one, you create a paramilitary police. Now, people tend to forget that the mobile police was created as a paramilitary police to be separate on its own. But the police took it. Like they are begging now that
they want to take
road safety should join them. Because the IG now becomes, everybody wants to become a god, all right, which is not good for the public. Now, you then have a paramilitary police, so you just move the paramilitary police as a separate agency of its own. Now, what's so interesting about that is that in the French area, they call them the gendarmerie.
Yes.
Okay. So, and what happens is this, all the officers of gendarmerie or paramilitary police will be trained in Defense Academy. Why? Because when there is counter-insurgency, they are the first people that insurgents will come across. If they cannot solve the problem, take them. Two, if there's a lot of violence through armed robbery and things like that, that the state police cannot handle, they come in, the paramilitary police. Three, international law does not allow the military to be at the border.
Yeah.
It allows your paramilitary police to be at the border in case of any incursion.
Yeah.
So they do that. Then you create a border agency. You fuse immigration and the customs together to form a border. That's what they've done in most parts of the world now, to form a border agency. Right. Okay. And they look after your borders. With the support of the paramilitary police, if anybody then crosses with force, they've declared a war on Nigeria. But who will declare a war in Nigeria? Benin or Niger? Who would go to declare war in Nigeria? So as a problem, it's internal. So with a good paramilitary police, border agencies, you don't need the military. The military can now concentrate on the Northeast. Now, what I've also discovered over this year is that we create agencies in order to offer employment. Not because we want them to be functional. It's just to put as many people as possible into jobs. And that's a mistake. In that public safety sector, you need functionality, not mass. Okay. Now, why doctrine ambition that are important is that once you know how to fight, how you are going to fight, and to fight, it will determine the sort of structure, security architecture you need. It will determine the number of people that you need. It will determine the equipments you need to be able to fight with to make you win. You see how the whole thing works out?
Yeah.
It's simple. It's simple. But when you go with chop and less chop and things like that, I look at Nigeria and I said, oh no. And my sadness is this, is that I am 80 years old. I don't know how long I have left more, but it's not getting better.
Interesting. Very, very useful insights. I wanted to ask you about, as we begin to conclude, about your experience as a Army general. I recall that you left the military in 1993 when General Abacha took over from Shoneko. And I also recall that you were one of the officers that supported the June 12 in 1993, the same year. Please, can you tell us, for the purposes of history, General Shola Williams, what actually happened?
No, very, very simple. No. I got into the academy in 1964. 1966, the coup happened. Okay. And Civil War came up, and we had to pass out from the academy and went into Civil War. And after the Civil War, I reflected and I asked myself, well, because I survived so many things during the Civil War that maybe that's why I'm.
Ferrari, are you gonna let us know when to stop? You're gonna let us know, eh? Or are we to play to the end, Ferrari? Ferreira.
I will let you know, but you started way too long. But anyway, this is the beginning of what I wanted the crew to see. But I'll let you know when it's going to stop.
Okay.
Living so long now that I did ask myself, why did we fight this war really? I just couldn't find any cogent reason, except that two lieutenant colonels, one was smart, the other one was not too smart, got us into this situation. One was prepared, ambitious, politically ambitious. The other one was just a military officer who was, following a career, and that's all. Okay, it got us into this war. And thank God that there were some pump sex at that time.
Some what?
Pump sex at that time.
Yes.
Who were the other pump sex? Who knew what was going on? I managed to convince the military that the steps we have taken in Aburi is not good for Nigeria. But then what happened was that I expected at that time that after General Rosie's death, which also was unnecessary because they could easily remove him. But what people did not forget, what people do not know, or maybe they know, and so not to care about it, was that what was the role of the president of Nigeria at that time in that coup?
The president as
Dr. Azikwe. And when I read Colonial Office report about his role, and he disappeared, they couldn't contact him, and sending a letter to the Commonwealth Office in London to send to his vice president, who is let me not say anything. Okay. And the situation of preventing Alhaji Bukar Charima from becoming the prime minister to replace Tafawa Balewa,
who had been killed.
To me, it's inexplicable.
You mean the then ceremonial president prevented
because the ministers met. The ministers met after they managed to stop the coup with Izegu and co. Listen. They met and they were to decide who's going to be next prime minister. The Northern People's Congress.
Yes.
Were the majority. And they were having the prime minister. So naturally, you would have expected. And there was no need to call in General Rosi at all.
So tell us what happened.
Then they called him in. He should have refused. But that's past tense now. But he decided to take it on. And see, that time, it gave many of us that motivation to say that once the followers or the citizens of Nigeria complain about something, we can take over at any time. Okay. And that has led to a series of coups. And because of that motivation, they did not go there. I visited some countries in Latin America, Brazil, Uruguay, and co, where the military had been in power. I saw what those guys did there. You can't compare to what was done in Nigeria.
In terms of?
Yes, in terms of infrastructure and so on. Therefore, you then ask yourself, what did they do? And if Gowon at his young age said that he had plenty of money, doesn't know what to do with it, that is a country that has less strategic vision. Clearly. And I'm surprised that he, as a military officer who is supposed to be trained in strategy, could make such a statement. But the one mistake he made is this. Yes, he divided Nigeria into 12 states at that time. It did not devolve the powers of a federation. Because there's one word that is very, very important in the federation, subsidiarity. That's what the Europeans call it. Subsidiarity is very important. Or what is it? Again, simple. If a particular level of government can do something,
yes,
you don't need to give it to a higher level to do now, which is what's happening in Nigeria today. And because of that, the governors who are kleptocrats are hiding under the federal government. So everybody's talking about corruption in the federal government, corruption in the federal government. The states are worse. Okay. And the state government believe that nobody can do anything to them. And that's what's happening. All right. So you don't have a situation. And what has happened also is that what they do is that they give the security agencies, apart from their budget, nobody knows how much is spent on security in this country. Nobody. Because the governors too contribute millions of naira every month to the agencies. So all the agencies, they tell everybody, they give them plenty of money, apart from the one that is budgeted for. Okay. All right. And there are some that are hidden that we don't even know about. So therefore, the case of coup or no coup in Nigerian sense, any military officer in the right senses will know that it doesn't work and doesn't solve problem because it's temporary in nature. And that's the mistakes those boys in other West African countries like Mali and co, have been making. The only person who really understood that is Absalami Abubakar. Within 11 months, he handed over because he knew that he couldn't solve the problem of Nigeria. And about 1990 constitution, I think that constitution, they are blaming him for that. But I'm sure, and I'm told, he called some people to look at those papers.
Right.
But what was happening in the case of Nigeria was that, let them just go. Yes, the constitution is okay. Let them just go. Once they go, we politicians, we know how to do. Till today, they have not been able to. You see. And that's what I'm talking about, the selfishness of the human being and the greed. Till today, they have not been able to do it. And you could see the reluctance of every president that has come since 1999, right from the Obasanjo to date. They don't want to touch that constitution. They want the status quo to remain. Why? Because of the power that it gives them and the greed and selfishness. Period.
Interesting. So that was why you left the military when you were
still 50. But in the case of that one, because I was not, I just described why coups are not necessary. So why should I join? Except if for personal something, I want to become a minister or a governor of a state. And
you stop the video now, Godfather. The key points they made.
All right. So points have been made, and we are all in a good place now. So now, I don't know whether KJ wants to come on. When Tune returns, we can bring it back on. We take everything that he said on board. I think people can address that later on. So, but I don't know who is on my side in terms of. I think Steph is on my side in this debate we are having regarding the regions. Some people just want to break it to smaller regions, and some wants to even separate from the country. But I think that we have states already, and that we should have the powers transferred to the states, because the states are mini regions on their own. And the difference is no the work you need to do to transform the country. It's not that big, because you just hand the power over to the states to control this in oil resources, whatever resources they have, if it's cocoa, whatever, they control it, and they send their share to the federal government. So that is my position. And people that believe that breaking the country is going to solve the problem, just look around you. Just yesterday, was it yesterday or the first day, Russia and North Korea signed a defense pact. They are going to come and defend each other. The Sahel nations come together to want to defend each other. People are forming bigger blocks all the time. NATO is getting bigger and bigger every day. And some of us are arguing, let's get smaller and smaller, as if that's going to get us.
Father, can I come in?
Yeah.
Let me
let me just round out. I think there was one other point I wanted to add to it, to make it difficult for you to reply. It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'm not even taking 2 minutes.
Can I start since I showed the video?
No, I'm the one
Let
starting.
KJ start then.
No, he's gonna change. He's gonna change.
I think
starting.
you should allow Ken speak.
I have not spoken here.
He has been here, man. Ken and Ife and Jago, let them start.
We're having a debate now, but we can allow Ken speak and then listen.
Let the debate start from them, though.
Okay. Let if that's the case, then
Ken,
I still have 3 minutes.
Ife, Jago. Yeah, I think they'll be here, man.
And Tone is back. Okay, please, Ken. If you know when all you have to do is raise one finger and everybody will. That's it. You see, that's all. That's all you need. You're welcome, Ife.
Question, forefather. So, what's your point? Because I don't know what you guys are talking about, but from the little discussion I heard, are you saying that you're against disintegration? Is that what you're saying?
Because it's not going to solve our problem. Yes, it's going to make us weaker.
Okay, region.
So what's gonna what's gonna solve our problem?
The argument everybody seems to be making is let's go regional, the states or the people control their resources. Then I said, okay, let's move it to the states. But people keep arguing for region, and I don't understand the logic behind that, because it seems like it's a nostalgic hack back to the past, because they want to go back to the regional system that gave us the civil war. Exactly. You heard what the general just said. That system resulted in a civil war, and it didn't need to happen. You saw they could have elected a second prime minister and everybody move on, but it didn't need to happen. But my point is that we have states already. Tell them to have their resources. That if you argue with that, that is more easier to make happen in real life. Because if you have a regional government, you have to have an election now in that region to select somebody to represent that region. That becomes another complexity again that you create. Why not just go with the states we're already used to? I don't know.
I thought you guys said I should speak.
No, the queen is speaking
Kick off this debate.
There is a lady here. A lady has to finish her statement.
Ken, go ahead. Ken, sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Welcome, Ken.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. For me, having looked at the whole scenario, looked at Nigerian history, looked at everything that's been going on, I think my own solution would be to break it up. Everybody go their own way. In the absence of that, the only way I see that, for Nigerians to still be together is to probably go the regional way they are talking about. But when you're talking about the region, go to region. Not necessarily just saying, oh, this is geopolitical zones, because first of all, you need to go back and find out how were these regions created. Then when you are talking about states, we already have states. Why don't we just go on the states? What motivated the creation of the state, first of all? That's what you should need to go back to. Before the Civil War, before Aburi Accord, Nigeria had how many regions? 4 regions. Now, when Ojukwu and Gowon came back from the Aburi Accord, when Gowon was advised against implementing what is signed, that was when he created the 12 states. Now, the question people should be asking is, why did he have to create the 12 states? What was it to the interest of the development of Nigeria, or to the interest of really bringing Nigeria together? No. And if you go and check the history of the state creation in Nigeria, almost all the people that created states in Nigeria were military administrators. It was for administrative purpose, not for the benefit of us. So if you are telling us to go back, let's go back, let's go back to the 4 regions. When we had the northern region, we had the eastern region, we have the western region, we have the midwest region, those states, and the Delta states. It is on record that eastern region and western region were one of the fastest growing. They had one of the fastest, one of the fastest growing economy in the world. It's on record. In terms of agriculture, Michael Okpara had one of the biggest farms in the east. Awolowo, through cocoa, he was able to build cocoa house. One of these, I forgot whether it is Germany or UK. The Western region had television station before that country.
No, France.
Yes, before that country. So why would somebody be saying, oh, this thing failed? That was why this one was created. It didn't fail. That was not why war came. So let's say the facts. It's not because it failed. That was not the reason why war came. Nigeria was, when I was growing up as a little child, I still remember when going to primary school, we still see tap running in my village. When we are coming from the farm, we still drink water from the tap. Show me any village in Nigeria today that you can drink water from the tap. In fact, the city. So, are you going to compare the when we're in the region and now? Which one is better? Then my friend's dad went to US, graduated, and came back to Nigeria to take up appointment as a principal.
Yeah, that's true.
He told us he bought his first car, Beetle car, as a copper. Immediately he finished service. So why are you telling us that he failed? The last another thing. Okay, let me say this before I say the last thing I want to say. One thing I noticed, forefathers, especially forefathers, you don't want people. You want to run the platform in a way that's like an ostrich. Put your head inside the sand and pretend that the body is hidden. Nobody is seeing you. You don't want us to speak to the truth of what is going on. You just want to narrow it down. Oh, when it comes to religion, don't speak. Oh, don't speak to religion. Don't say that. So we should bury it. On Sahara Reporters today, it's on Sahara Reporters that over 300 Christians have been killed for blasphemy since 1999 to date. And it specifically said the Nigerian police has refused to prosecute it. Did you read it, forefathers? It is you I'm talking to directly.
No, I didn't read that.
But it's on Sahara Reporters. Over 300 Christians. So you want us to bury that. The next thing you will say now, you say, oh, that it's not just Christians. Oh, other people are still dying. And police is not persecuted. That's what you will say. Because that's what you said last time.
Let me ask you
So,
now. Do you think how many?
Let
me ask you one quick question regarding that one. Okay, it's true. 300 people have been killed tragically, needlessly, due to religious intolerance. How about, do you know the numbers of people that were killed because they were suspected to be witches or idolaters? That's people that cheated on their husbands in Nigeria, women. Do you know the number from 1999?
You see, that's what I wanted. That's exactly why I pointed out here, because I knew what you were going to say. You have a smart way of trying to divert the attention. You are going to compare religious killing to villagers or anybody killing the people they accuse of witchcraft. Is that what you are doing? You know why I brought out this point? I know you were going to say what you are saying now, and I know a lot of people are listening. They are listening to you.
Yes.
A lot of people are listening to you.
What does that tell you, though? What do you understand by that?
Can we stay on the topic?
What that tells you is that people have issues.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also good to fight to stop those things from happening.
So is there any comparison? Is there any comparison within with the context of a situation that is as sensitive as religion and witchcraft? They kill somebody with witchcraft. Can you genuinely do a comparison that makes sense with that?
If it is capable of killing somebody, I'm sure it's very serious, don't you think?
I don't
know.
The reason I brought it up, I knew you were going to say what you say, but I leave the viewers to judge your statements.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is next? I will allow all the double barrelers to go first. Then I will reply. 2 people against 1 person, and then my friend Steph will come and finish you all. Okay, who's next? If you want to say something,
Ferreira, I don't have anything to say, but back to what Ken said earlier. This issue of I said it, I think, sometime last week. We usually say, "Oh, it took America 200 and something years, to get to where they are." And he just made an analysis about somebody that bought a car after his service. And what I was thinking is, are we going forward? Are we going backwards? And what I mean by that is this. For people that are thinking of or keep saying this, so Nigeria, we have to wait for 300 years, and we're not even making any progress at all. That is even the main thing. We are not making any progress. We are getting worse and worse and worse. I cannot even say that, okay, from 1970 or 1960 or 90, that this is, where we are going. We are getting worse. If you get to a point where we cannot even afford to eat 3 square meals, where a tuber of yam is 3,000, 3,005, pint of gari is 2,500. We are not even talking about rice and beans. I listened to, Yusuf Usman again today on Arise television. And I'm like, okay, if all these things are happening, why are you people not speaking up? Why are you people keeping quiet? If you all feel that this government is not doing anything, you people need to rise up. You are the part of the problem that kept Nigeria where they are today. So we have a long way to go. When people say disintegrate, I agree. I know where they're coming from. But this thing, one Nigeria, is not working. It is not working, and it's not going to work, whether we like it or not. Eventually, this country is going to sink and sink and sink and sink inside a deep hole that we cannot even come out. I just pray we don't go into civil war.
All right. Okay. Maybe we should just pack our loads. Everybody goes to your plot of land, dig a hole. Let's not bury ourselves because it's over.
Jagun is next, please.
Okay. Who is next? Is it Jagun? Okay,
It is me,
okay, Jagun, are you pro or against my position? Because
well, it's quite deep. It's quite deep. What I want, if I may, I would like for Ferreira to go before me. I would like to hear, as he said, he was the one who put this forward. I would like to hear him. If I can go after, I'll be pleased.
Thank you.
I was the one that actually put it forward, just for the record.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The problem with Nigeria, as you can see from the historical perspective of that man who was there, was the key issue of injustice. And then you notice that majority part of that story, I was hearing it for the first time, and I'm 55 years old. They hide our history from us. So let me key on the key part that the man said. On the first thing, he said, when the Izeogu coup failed, they met and they were supposed to pick an Hausa man as president, but somebody opposed it. They didn't. That Nrozi was not supposed to accept that presidency, but for selfish reason, he did. He left that mistake right there. Then civil war happened. No, Aburi happened. Aburi, they agreed in Aburi, Ojukwu and Gowon. He said, what caused that war? 2 lieutenant colonels, one experienced, one was not. And then they left Aburi. He said some permanent secretary, we don't know what tribe they belong, he didn't say, prevented the Aburi from being held. That was what the man said, his own word. He said, then Gowon, young as he was then, said we have problem of spending money, which he shouldn't have said as a military officer. But he divided the country into 12 states. The most important statement, which is related to our topic today, is that when he did that, he refused to devolve the powers of the states. The most important statement. You listen to an Agbalagba and you monitor Agboro. That's a Yoruba proverb. Go back into your history. The answer to your problem, don't interrupt me, please. Let me finish. You know, so he said he divided the states into 12. But the biggest mistake, the evolution of powers. Then what happened? So, and subsidiarity, I put his words there. Then this goes on. Then we had all our Nigerian issue, various injustice, Asabi rule, no civil rule. Then we start with the 1999. Military were rushed out. They said this thing was not right. I said, no, we the politicians will fix it. From 1999 to 2024, the state powers are still not being devolved, and none of them wants to touch it. The man emphasized only one point, that is Nigerian problem: selfishness and greed. And that's a great man. They might not recognize him. You know why? Because when Babangida thought he was Maradona, he was going to dribble Nigerians on June 12th, at the Goddam Barrack, when he called all military officers to convince them on why the military has to say, this was one general who stood and acted like a citizen. He just stood up with no disrespect and be like, sir, all we know is that on June 12, the military will go back to the barracks. And when Abacha did his Maradona against Shonekon, he just resigned. These are men, you can take their word for it. These are not just any ordinary man. That's why I picked his video. That part of history, I'm 55 years old, I never heard about it. Selfishness for all of them. So you have an alliance of selfish, greedy people from all the tribes. They don't care about their country. They don't give a damn. They don't care if 20 million died in the civil war. They just care about themselves. It's easy. Devolve powers. And everybody will be happy. The injustice will go down. And here we are, forefathers asking us to keep continuing with an insanity of a country that has not worked for 60 years. That rate of injustice increases from one level to the other. I've used my time. The next person can go. But pay attention to your history. Thank you.
Am I the next person or am I?
Yeah, I think Django is next. Just to clarify, during the 1960s or so, the formula was 50-50. Federal government gets 50%, the local state governments or regional system gets 50. So I'm sure, I feel like some people think that the federal government just get maybe 10 or 20%. It's 50-50 that we're getting even at that time. Okay, Jago, please go ahead.
That's interesting because that would make the state extremely rich, I would suppose. I'm thankful for Ferreira clearing up that whole matter that I don't have to go through that history. We've heard that now. We understand where we are. When it comes now to where we are going from this point, in order not to remain stuck as we are, I can only see that a regional agreement amongst the people of Nigeria, driven by a system of referendum in voting for what these regions may mean. I've seen the 8 put forward by the gentleman who's said we should return to regionalism and what it will cost, and he broke it down. I hope most of us have seen that video. For me, if we're really serious as a people and as a polity, I think we need to really push that regionalism. I hear what people say when they speak about, Nigeria devolving ultimately. And whilst I understand where that comes from in terms of our individual frustration of the country, I just can't agree with it. I can't agree with it. I can't agree with it because I'm thinking of the bigger picture. And I'm thinking of where we are globally now. Because, we may think that we are solving a problem but we're not solving any problem. We're just making it far easier for people to pick at us and pick us apart. So as a nation that really should stay a nation, and really by now, whether we dislike this or dislike that about ourselves, whatever, if we can't see ourselves as a nation and as the nation, if we can't see the performances of individuals, many individuals, not just one or two, individuals by the hundreds and thousands, and we look to the politicians and see how divorced they are to us as individuals who are all around the world, including Nigeria, grafting away, hardcore. There was a time in the 80s when I used to come back from club, then I would see dark shadows walking at 4 o'clock in the morning in the cold. What's going on in this dark shadow? Now our people are going out in the morning for early morning cleaning to go and clean people's toilet. I'm saying this to say that there's no Nigerian that hasn't worked hard, and we must say that we've worked hard for something. There's a legacy in us, in our bones, in our very bones. There's a legacy that says we must still continue to strive for what this thing called Nigeria is, as much as our elites are pulling away in the direction of the superpowers. I need regionalism. I need this regionalism to be agreed by the people, and I need Nigeria to move on. We don't seem to understand the power that we've got. If as individuals we've done all these things all across the world, if we have a correct direction that we're walking towards and a leader who can bring us there, won't most of us really, really return home and give what we can left of our minds and our physiques, our spirit to pour into the country, into the nation, and into the next generation for them to prove us as valid as we know ourselves to be. I sometimes, I know how frustrated we are, but it doesn't pale into any significance, the pain that our forebears have been through. And when I say forebears, I'm speaking beyond most of our memories. There have been people clamoring for our freedom, our sovereignty, our will to be men and women justified in our actions. I don't see how we can throw everything away just because we're in pain. And I'm not saying to you that there's not good reason. I'm not taking that away from you at all. But I'm saying that if we've reached the end of our tether, then we have to pray to God for more material to create tether out of. Simple. We have to pray. Because there have been, imagine slavery. Imagine one life of slavery, let alone generations of it. Do you think that those people weren't fed up, that they wanted just to kill themselves? But no, they prayed for more tether and they continued to strive. They continued to strive. And they got to a point where there was encouragement enough for them to become the people that we recognize who have done so much in front of the whole world today. There is no America without Black America. There's no America without Black America. The whole character of that place is built on that went there. So, we really got to really wake up to our own responsibilities. The people that are fed up to the point of, I can't do anything anymore, I want to give up. Those are really, you're coming to the point where you're people that will have no use in the better Nigeria. You would have no use in the transmission from what Nigeria is today to what it will be if you have that belief. So I pray for all people that, I don't know if this agrees or disagrees with what you're saying, forefather, but I've seen the way forward. And I feel I know how I would get involved in that way forward, tangibly, because they're generally things I'm doing at the moment, and I'll just increase upon them. So that's my take on it. Nigeria, we know it's as spoiled and as defunct as anyone would like to suggest. But that is not the killing. That is not the killing of Nigeria. That should really be the awakening of Nigeria. I thank you.
Thank you. The truth is that most nations around the world, the states own everything, really, especially everything under the ground and comes from the ground. The state tends to, not the state, I mean, when they say the state, they mean the federal government. In the US, there's something unfair that is going on. If that was happening in Nigeria, people would be irate. They said the federal government owns a lot of land in the US, somewhere in the western part of the US, but not generally everywhere else. If that was Nigeria, where the federal government owns land in some region, but not in other regions, and they are extracting the wealth from that region and sharing it amongst themselves, people will go irate in this thing. But the states control the resources in the US by and large, and the federal government, the areas they control, they share it. Don't worry, you'll get your chance to respond.
Can I say something?
Regarding that?
No, in general. Yeah, I want to comment on what...
I thought we agreed the 3 minutes...
Okay, boss, go ahead. Who is the next?
So, the point is that the states around the world have their own, control most of the resources. I checked this in Denmark, United Kingdom, France, Spain. The national government controls all the resources. If you check China, probably the same thing is there. There's only one country, though, in Europe that I found that the regions control the resources. which is that of Switzerland. And the cantons, I think it's probably in other languages, probably regions, they control the resources. And in principle, I'm not against state controlling their resources in Nigeria, especially resource control. I'm not against that one at all. Because why should I be against that? Is their resources, they should have a right to control it. And most of Nigerians, they benefited.
Right?
Pardon?
Using your 3 minutes, huh?
Of course, I'm using my 3 minutes. What do you think I'm using? I'm using yours. Now I've cancelled the 3 minutes and it's starting again. If you interrupt me,
by degree,
leave it now.
degree.
if you interrupt me, I cancel it. Leave it now. He thinks he's the only one that knows how to cheat. He wants to interrupt me, so he distracts my point.
3 minutes by degree number 10.
In principle, I'm not against the state controlling their resources, because there is a lot of states that will gain from it and a lot will lose out from it. But that said, even when the states contribute to the federal government, they said that there is a pool of money that will still be used to support states that are that don't have a lot of economic power. So it doesn't mean that those states will not still get anything. But I'm not in principle against it. But I worry that people are not paying attention to what will happen to the center, because before the center was so weak, it led to the chaos we had. If you want to transform Nigeria, you have to make sure that if you want to make the states more powerful, or you want to create regions, the center has to be strong enough to hold things together if there is a crisis, because we are all going to pay for it if we don't do that. Thank you. Who's next? KJ, the elder.
What do you call a strong center?
A center that is well funded. In terms of security, has a very, very strong hold on security, and that's very, very important. That is one state or one region cannot defy. That's what I mean by strong center.
Forefather, the Nigerian state has always had a strong center, because even at that time it controlled the military and all that. So it had a strong center. The reason for the coup wasn't because, or the civil war wasn't because the center was not strong.
That's right.
But because of the other factors. I just want to point, some people keep hammering that the Nigeria, everything is okay with it. And, some people are just trying to cause, ferment trouble here and there and pull out. But I want to go back to certain things all of us seem to be forgetting. When the Nigerian state was created, even before it was created, there was already a particular portion, and I want to be correct. The North had already determined at what level they want to deal with the rest of Nigeria, they want to trade. So it was for them the fact that they were not even ready. But even when they got ready, they decided that there are certain parameters that will govern the governance in the North, vis-a-vis any Southerner coming to take job in the North, more especially if they are Igbos. That is there and its history. Now, I want to point to certain indices. When the war eventually ended, there is, even till this moment as we speak, a traditional cloth, agbada, being designed. There's a symbol that's on it that you always put, which almost every Northerner wears in their agbada, and it's called the Arewa symbol. If you get into Kaduna, that's the first thing you see in that major roundabout. Now, what's Arewa symbol? The Arewa symbol indicates that the North is the same. We are together. They are together. In other words, they are already existing as a country within a country. And after the Civil War, they went ahead to form that Arewa symbol and had a meeting of the Northern Governors Forum, for which led to the building or the establishment of Bank of the North, which is one of the worst banks that ever existed in Nigeria history.
Well, what happened? How dare you call them bank? The worst. They didn't like that. Who is next? Is it
let him come back? I like what he was saying.
Yeah, but before he comes back now, let Eme go then. Eme, you wanted to say something, or is it AY? Since AY has joined the crew now, AY Amy now united. Who wants to go first?
Okay, but here
KJ,
is
log
it.
out
Godfather, why
and
did
log
you
back
play
in.
it like a
KJ.
game? This is a serious discussion.
Let
No,
me come in. Let me.
sometimes I know. Sometimes you have to
Serious.
take it a bit light.
Sorry, I beg. Please, one masker, wherever it is, you stop sitting my line. Okay, sorry, I'll just backtrack a little bit. Now,
They say Arewa Bank is the worst bank in history.
Absolutely. Well remembered.
Now, I'm going. I didn't call Arewa Bank. I said Bank of the North. So don't begin to give you the term now before they start.
What is the difference? Okay, Bank of the North. That's where you froze. I'm just trying to remind you so that you know where.
Okay, I know where the network went off. Now they went ahead and established a Northern Governors Forum that went ahead and established a lot of other businesses that ran within the states, that was run by the states in the north. Okay, they went ahead. They normally will have 2-3 meetings in a year where all the governors in the north will come together and decide how the north should govern, how the north should be run, what they will do, and all that. The south never got to do that. The south couldn't even hold that. Okay, the only time, and when I'm pointing these things, I want you to understand why we don't seem to be thinking and moving in the same direction. Because once you have a divided country, how then do you bring about unity? The certain people meet and they can decide that this is how they want to run the affairs of Nigeria, and you from the south cannot meet. In fact, Akpabio of blessed memory, who just passed some days ago, when in this era they tried forming the Southern People's Governors Forum, you saw the problem he brought. In fact, El-Rufai made a statement that it cannot hold, that they don't have any right to hold Southern Governors Forum. You understand what I'm saying? But for more than 40 years, they've been holding Northern Governors Forum, but where they determine how the North will deal with the rest of Nigeria. That is not the problem. That is not the problem. Wike came to government and said he's governing, even though that is just a political statement, that's going to run Cross River State, River State, as a Christian state. The whole nation went wild. They say it cannot happen. But you have had Sharia running in the north for more than how many years now, and nobody complained. And then you sit down and say to yourself, you people are on the same plate. It doesn't work that way. Even those who came to colonize you recognize the fact that you guys do not have the same lifestyle. Consequently, design two systems that will work for you. What makes you think now, all of a sudden, you have become so brilliant that we all can come together and work in one direction without having those differences? Now, I'll end with this. When Nnamdi Kanu said to Tafawa Balewa, let us forget our differences. Let us forget our differences and work together as one Nigeria. Tafawa Balewa said, no, we cannot forget our differences because you and I are different. Okay, but we can work together, but you keep your own difference, I keep my own. How come in this year, this time and season, you guys don't think those differences still remain? Consequently, that we are thinking that one day we will all be one, moving in El Dorado, circumcised, no problem, all of us are together. It will not happen. That means that we're not telling ourselves the truth. And once you don't tell yourself the truth, you are already built to fail. Okay, I stop there. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question of KJ?
Okay.
Yes.
You forget that America is very diverse.
Emma, you want to go first?
I really like what you had to say. However, if you were to put everything you said in that, what I would perceive as correct history that you have given there, more or less, and I would also add, I'll go straight to the question. What should have happened in order for us to have had a Nigeria that we wanted for today?
No, we shouldn't have I think this is a debate where we have.
Wait, I just wanna.
We have a structure that we are going with.
No, I think this is
don't want
quite
to do it
important.
to have
I think it's quite
structure.
important.
Otherwise, it's going to have 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 9 minutes. It's not going to end.
Exactly.
No, I think it's important to the discussion. He has a lot to say, man.
We agreed a formula that we need to try to see what it leads to, because the debate is about north-south. He's made his argument right now. And if you were on my side, Jagon, you would have been able to counter him, but clearly you want to ask questions instead. So, but United States is very, very diverse. United States is very diverse. In terms of Nigeria, there's always room for differences. Let's face it. If you go to the southeast, I've seen a video where people were saying this man that is from this town in the southeast is not allowed to vote. You have divisions everywhere. If you want to have reason to divide, you will find reason to divide.
See,
interrupted you now. Okay,
you don't reduce it to the barest minimum. Don't reduce it to a barest minimum, because there's division.
You use anecdotal cases to make a bigger statement that it shouldn't, that it doesn't even apply to it at all. So,
what did I use?
Are you saying that the Yorubas that are different, that are Muslims, should separate from the Yorubas that are Christian because they have a different lifestyle?
Father.
Yes.
The formula you are using, is it like one person speak 3 minutes, then you speak 3 minutes, another person speak 3 minutes?
Yes, because they are all against me. They are, apart from Steph. Steph is on my side. If Steph want to speak, because as you know, you didn't know that I told you that from the beginning.
Okay. No, I needed to be
because
sure.
if there's no use having a debate where it's only one side you are hearing. You see my point? It's not a debate anymore. It's just opinion based.
We are here. I'm here tonight to let's discuss.
So I think I have 1 minute to round up. No, it's a fair question. Or maybe he didn't understand it.
It's fair.
But that, because a debate is two ways. It's not one the same opinion. Isn't it? It's not a debate.
Everybody.
And me and Steph. I don't know where Paul stands on this, or I speak the truth. I speak the truth might be on my side. I don't know. So when they speak, you know what? I will cede my 1 minute to Righteous Man is on the other side. I'm not ever going to cede my.
It's me then.
Paul, 1 minute now. My 1 minute. Paul, please go ahead.
Thank you, Father, because I did party safe. I just want to contribute quickly. I'm in a party. Yeah.
Welcome.
So, Father, I don't want to support what you said, but I want to teach towards that direction, though in a different way. What about the North? We are the first people that keep asking that they want to go that separate way. But because of the economic structure of the country today, virtually nearly everything is coming from the South. That's why the North will never agree. Then let me divert a little bit. KJ makes something that El-Rufai said he will not agree when the South try to sit down. You don't need their approval to do whatever you want to do. They have the right to make their own opinion. Like we all banter here, we argue. But be that the case may be, the biggest problem we are having is our government in terms of the center are very, very weak and docile in terms of how do we make revenue from the North. It is so sad in what is going on right now in Zamfara State. Guess what? Even Buhari closed the airspace because Dubai, they are flying private jet, throwing weapons everywhere and taking gold and everything. And this gold is going directly to the hands of big men. You understand? When I mean big men, in terms of governor, not state revenue, but governors just make money in terms of big men. Until our government will stand up and said, let us harness the wealth in that North. We have a lot of mineral, natural resources in the North. But how funny it is, no revenue is coming from there. So maybe we can do that. That will also help.
They were the first to want to leave. And
Father, when the North started making a lot of money, we don't need to fight that we want to go. There we want to go because they have what the world needs today.
I don't see that happening. No, they still need access to the seal. They will never agree to go anymore. That's the problem. They will never agree to go. I think it's okay. Righteous Man belongs to your club, but still you can. Okay. AY, go ahead. No, because you and Righteous Man are on the same side, though.
No, we are not on the same side. No.
Wait,
Let me.
No, it's AY to be fair. It's AY to be fair.
Yeah,
AY
it's
has
me
been
now.
trying to say something.
You see, there is something. I was expecting us to talk based on the video we watched. It's only Ferreira that be able to raise issue from that video. One important thing here, the idea of my tribe are innocent. We need to stop it. You see, if you really want to go into Nigeria history, especially from 1960, all the three major tribes, they are part of the Nigeria problem. The leaders from the tribe, it was all power grab. That's what they were doing. From the north, from the east, from the south, west, especially. It was power struggle. We need to stop deceiving ourselves. The major war there is greed. Today, that is a lot of greed you still see. How is it happening today? The president, the Senate president, the Speaker of the House of Rep, these people make decisions based on how they feel, their personal interests. If you really want to govern the people, you need to look beyond 100 years. You need to think forward. You can't just because you want to benefit today. Not that you are really hungry. You can't say because I just want to benefit today, I want to allow 100 million people to suffer. Nigeria is projected to be how many million by 2050? These are issues they need to table.
But the debate is about regional system versus
I will go back there. I just want to come through this way. So this issue needs to be taken very seriously. We have youth population that is kind of wasting away. Nigeria has some of the brilliant youth in the world. I can tell you that. We need to do something. The governors, the all of them, they need to do something. On the issue of region, I'm looking for a solution. I'm not interested in whatever you are Igbo, you are Hausa, you are here. I'm just looking for a solution. If Nigeria is going to go focus on South and North, that will make Nigeria work, so be it. If it's going to be region, North, West, East, South, whatever, so be it. I'm looking for a solution. What I'm looking at, I'm looking for what will work for us. If it is the states, as you earlier stated, that will work for Nigeria, but one thing I know for sure, Nigeria needs to be restructured. How the country want to be restructured, that is discussion that needs to be, we need to have it genuinely, devolve power to the local government. If it's local government that will get the job done, so be it. We need to, I know the level of corruption in Nigeria is one thing that scares me. It's very high, but we need to, we don't have to be greedy. We need to look at what will work for our people. Nigeria population is blowing up. If we keep discussing at that low level of, oh, my tribe, it's not going to help us. So we are not moving. What I'm saying here, I'm not saying don't be Hausa. I'm not saying don't be Igbo. I'm not saying don't be Yoruba. I'm not saying, that's not what I'm saying here. But these are not the most important thing. We need to look at the general issues and look for profile a workable solution that will make the country work. If we don't look at it this way, I'm sorry, we are not ready, man.
Thank you. Sometimes I wonder whether you're on their side or on our side. I don't know. Maybe you should cross.
I'm not on anyone's side. I'm on my side, though.
Righteous man, please go ahead. Righteous man has this hand up.
Yeah, I will soon be going to bed. I know that I'm watching I'm being part from Nigeria. It's not easy. Since 5 o'clock p.m. Nigerian time till day, it's not easy, you know. You see, I want all of us to agree on one thing. Is Nigeria working? Answer now. I need everybody to respond. Is Nigeria
Some
working?
things are
Make
working,
you
some things are not
rhetorical
working.
the thing and move on.
Working.
Things are working. Not
What
everything
is
is
working? Forefathers,
Huh?
what is working in
What is
Nigeria?
working? Afrobeat is working.
Afrobeat
Nollywood
is
is
working.
working.
So that is how you're gonna develop our country.
Our
That's
Edu
what's gonna
culture
give
is
us
very,
our
very much
security.
alive. See,
As
you are asking me now which one is working.
It has a new jet.
Forefather.
Oh, no, that one not good.
Forefathers, I was just examining you today and see that you have added weight. I think you need to come back to Nigeria to shed that weight. You know, once you are back here, that weight will go. So back to the issue we are discussing. The truth is this: I don't know why it is difficult for blacks to accept realities, facing them. They are seeing it kuru with their eyes, yet they will be dancing around it. Nigeria is not working.
Which part is not working? Yeah, not everything is not working.
Our father is working for those that are destroying it. Is that answer acceptable to you? Nigeria is working for those that
I
are
understand what he meant. I agree with him. It's just that if everybody just says Nigeria is not working, it's not good. You know, some people actually believe that some things are improving. Like Nollywood is doing fine.
Forefather, allow me now. Forefather, allow me.
Thank you. Yeah. You have 1 extra minute. 1 extra minute.
Is that what's gonna improve our economy? Please, you all need to stop. Be serious for once.
Okay, go ahead.
Forefather. Yeah, when I say Nigeria is not working, the system we're operating here is not working. It is not a system that we can be proud of and say in the next 20 years, we're going to be like Turkey. Like one of the panelists made mention, I think Ken, could you believe that the western region of Nigeria had television before France? France that is a world power today. As at the time the western region had television station, France had no television station in France. Now, compare France with Nigeria today. Something is fundamentally wrong with the nation, and let us accept it. What are those things? Number one, hate me, like me. The truth remains truth. Number one, Nigerians have not agreed to live together as one. There is no nationhood. So how do we solve the problem? There should be a constitutional conference or sovereign national conference where all the nationalities in Nigeria will come together and agree on how Nigeria should be. That will give us a new constitution that will make every Nigeria equal to each other. That will make everybody equal. Until we do that, we keep painting curtains, we keep romancing dirtiness, corruption, using all kinds of English fluency to romance what is not working. In the next 100 years, if Christ tarries, Nigeria will still be worse than what it is today. We are founded on a faulty foundation. There is nothing, when you sit down and look at Nigeria with a clear conscience, without a biased mind, you will discover that we are founded on a very wrong foundation. And to correct that foundation, we need to come together and say, come, are we ready to build a nation? How will this nation be run? That was what that general was mentioning, that the constitution the military gave, they discovered something was wrong, but the politicians said, leave it, we will correct it. 25 years gone, it is worse than ever before. So anybody that likes Nigeria, anybody that is thinking well for Nigeria, should be pushing for a new constitution, a dissolution of what we have today.
Okay.
For the ethnic nationalities to come together to agree on how Nigeria should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, if I would have agreed with you if other countries that have similar problems as Nigeria didn't go on to do very well. I'm trying to be patient and trying to say that all these problems are true, even if they are all true. It's no reason. Look at the UK now. There's an election, and an Indian is about to lead the Conservatives to an election, and they are going to destroy the Conservatives in this election, partly because he's Indian. He's going to lose at least 5% of the vote just because he's Indian. Let's make no mistake. That is going to cost. And they said the Conservative Party is facing the worst defeat since 1920 something. Because of what is going to face them right now. What does that tell you? People, there is division everywhere. But these people went and they had that division. They used to conquer the whole world. And this is why I keep saying that we have to try to see the bigger picture here. There's something else is going on. It's not just because we hate each other. Oh, you people hate each other too. They kill each other in the millions. In the millions. Just barely 100 years ago. Not 1,000, not 2,000, millions. And look at them today. What you think we hate each other? Compare the hatred they have for each other to us. But yet they are able to look past all that bloodshed and go and do what they've done now. If our own is paralyzing us, does that not make them superior? Let's face it. Because if they can use all that, all that massive.
Father, I don't mean to interrupt you. Our problem is not what you're listening. It's selfishness and greed. I have to go. All these. He
didn't interrupt. He didn't interrupt. This. Why is it that when people are talking down to Nigeria, nobody interrupts them? But when somebody is trying to show examples of things that are even worse, and those people still go on to function. How can people slaughter each other?
There's nothing worse than committing economic sabotage against your country.
Okay, because you've never lived through it now. You've never lived through a nation that lost 20 million people in one go. You've never lived through a nation that lost 10 million, 1 million in one go like that in a short period of time. If you have lived through that, and those people, they saw the people that killed them, and they went around the table and signed a deal, created the European Union, and created the world that you have today. If they are able to do that, and we can get past ourselves. We keep saying, oh, we are different. We are different. Maybe they are better than us. Let's face it. It's just obvious that they are better than us then.
Is it wrong for a group of people to say, fine, this is not working for us. I think we should just leave the system.
There's nothing wrong with it.
That is the point. And look, you see,
you can say it, but it doesn't mean you get it.
No. Look, that is the when you try to tie people down on their rights, it gives them the idea that you are forcing them to do what they want to do. Let them come to that decision themselves that we need to be in this system. It pays us more than to be away from it.
Are you in the US?
I'm not in the US. But
if you know the history of the US, they were forced to remain together. They didn't give them options. So, and they are the superpower. They are the superpower of the world today.
That it works that it worked in the US doesn't mean it's going to work in Nigeria. And that doesn't.
No, but you know the difference. You are making that the main issue of the country when you know that there are other examples where they have those serious problems. They still go on to create great future for their children.
I think sometimes you confuse people. You need to say region. Because you don't want division, it's regions you want, right?
No, I don't want division.
The issue. Let me tell you this. Let's tell ourselves.
He wants division. He's saying it, and you're not hearing him.
Let me say this. To be honest, to break out from Nigeria is gonna cost you a lot. Nigeria will not let you go as a country.
Why would they ever sign up there? Another would never sign up.
Very hard.
Even if they have resources, they still need access to the sea. They will never sign on to it.
It's a lot.
You've not seen that geographical reality, and you're still talking as if you're going to get it.
This is why I say somebody needs to moderate, because you seem to have more of the, of the opportunity.
I'm bringing the reality, realistic facts. We cannot be hiding some facts and just stating only some.
No, but contribution also. If he should talk,
are you going to force Ife to talk now? Are you going to force her to talk?
That is it.
If not now, when you should talk? Like, allow other people to also make their contribution, not just.
You see, when Righteous Man was talking, he was listening to it like some kind of nice
You have
highlight.
time that every person. Yeah, you have double of their
Okay,
time.
fine. Who's? Yeah, please go ahead.
And please let it follow through like that. AY has already spoken. He spoke before me.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 3 minutes. Yeah, it's true.
So let me speak and let it go like that, please. Now, this is my.
I thought you'd be speaking now.
I've not spoken. When did I speak?
No, please go ahead. Please don't mind. He's your partner. He's your friend today. You guys are on the same side.
Look, this is. Can I say something? That's my point. I am not against a Nigerian nation. I have said it and I will continue to say it. I want Nigeria to work. But at a point, for example, for me, I'm not emotional about anything. I am just logical. I'm a scientist, so I need to think like that. I believe that there are several solutions to a particular problem. And because of that, I know that what is the most probable solution that will require the less energy for me to expend. And that is what I'm trying to say at this stage. I don't want Nigeria to break. No. Because it's going to benefit everybody if it works fine. But the truth is, at this point, is it working? The answer is no. We are managing it. And that question is, will it work the way we want it to work? Because for some people, for some set of people, it is working fine. For the groups like, I remember Rotimi Amechi said, he said he never knew Nigeria was that rich. That it is when you get to the corridors of power in Abuja, that's when you know that Nigeria is rich. And he said, until you start stoning the politicians and nothing will change.
Hey, come on.
Now, that is a submission from one of the elites. The question now is that can we start stoning them? The answer is no, can't. Right? The moment I start stoning from Southwest, maybe I mistakenly stoned a northern elite, there will be problem. The moment a northerner stones a south, there will be problem. And that is the cause of injustice in Nigeria. Because we can't just make punishments for anybody that fails, irrespective of your tribe or religion. There will always be an issue behind that. And if that is the case, that means we can't be uniform in our decision making. There will always be a problem.
So how do you expect to split if you already know you have that problem?
I speak the truth. I have told you.
Let him have his 3 minutes, please. And then I speak the truth. You can go ahead next, since you want to say something.
How do we split is now something we need to discuss. Then let us deliberate on it properly. And for me, I'm not saying, look, I'm not saying Nigeria should break. But what is caring, even if we want to break? You get the point. Don't hold me from saying I can't break. Discuss with me that even if you are going to break, it's not going to work for you. Let me come to the decision myself that truly it won't work for me. But don't deny me the thought, the capacity to think that I can go my way. When you begin to deny people that capacity, then you are cheating them. And it begins to make people feel agitated that, come, why are you denying me? People become defensive. Let it be thrown. Let the discussion be thrown on the floor.
Thank you.
Is that my time?
Yeah. You made a strong point already. Don't worry. You can't. There's no point repeating it. You made a strong point. I speak the truth. Please go ahead. 3 minutes, whichever way, if you want to, whichever position you want to hold, we'll know. 3 minutes.
Well, you know me, I'm more of a, I like discussions. I'm not really a fan of monologue. I'm not a fan of just listening to my own voice. So I just like to interact with whoever I'm talking to and ask questions, which is what I tried to do with Emmy just now. But I'm really glad that that tape was played with the general, because these are things I've raised on here before. And, you know, back when, well, I can say back when, because this show is moving away from the clownish past, where you'd say something and people will shout you down. And I wish Alaba was on here so I can remind them and say, you're saying you're on here saying this is your first time in 55 years that you ever heard this, but when I was bringing this up, you, Olumide, and the other kid, I don't want to mention his name, would just make fun when I talk about diphtheria and why power wasn't handed to him by Nwafo Rizu, and when Nnamdi Azikiwe was disappeared into the Caribbean, and even his own doctor had to leave when there was no ESTA code, even though Nigeria was having the first Commonwealth of Nations meeting, and the president was nowhere to be found. You bring this up, and they start making all this joke. But I want to bring something to Emmy. You and we don't have enough time. They say we only have 3 minutes. When you keep insisting, and like AY said, do you mean, because I brought this up to you the last time, do you mean a devolution of power or division into regions, or do you mean division in terms of like each region has their own country or Nigeria gets split? Because I think there's a confusion when you say that. And I brought this up with you the last time too, and you said the same thing. No, I mean regions. Then you go back to, I mean, the country needs to
He's
split.
swinging between them.
Confuse people. Wait. So you confuse people when you say that. I would have loved to hear your answer, but I don't have enough time. So I just want to say, if you want to break up Nigeria as it stands today, it is not gonna happen. You can forget it. Just forget about it. It's not happening. Why is it not gonna happen? There are too many diverse interests that will not let it happen. Let me tell you, even the people you think it'll favor, when they lay down the plan to them and put the maps in their face, the Southeast, the South is, even they themselves will not want to go, because you will find out that the core Igbo groups are also landlocked. The North is not going to want to go. They need access to the sea. That's my time. Oh, that's cool.
Thank you. Well done. Well done. I do like your point. I could have let him. I could have rigged it so that he carries on. But I like what he was saying. But who is speaking on behalf of? Is it KJ or? You have spoken already now.
No, you can ask the question.
No.
Okay, you
Uh,
don't. Is he?
No, let him move on. When I tried to ask a question, he didn't allow me to. Let him continue to move.
Dragon, you want to say
I'm gonna
something? Because Dragon
I'm gonna answer the question.
Okay.
What
If
do
not
you
now,
mean?
if not now, go ahead.
So
If not now, has been quiet, so let him speak.
somebody asked if anything works in Nigeria. Of course, things work in Nigeria, but not everything. You know, we have an exchange rate regime that is determined by the market forces. It works. And now we're going to have food security, and food inflation will reduce because we're going to have improved food seeds that we distributed to the farmers. So that works. We have new national anthem. Those are the things that works. So when you say nothing works, it means that maybe you don't really understand what you're saying. And then to the regional government, I'm still going to ask the question again. You have charlatans running your affairs for about 25 years. Citizens, you cannot hold them accountable. You cannot place demands on them and get something out of them. Then you think that that system that works for them, they are going to change it for you because you are wishing that regional government is going to be better. Where does it happen? This is just distraction. Distraction. If you're ever going to get it, the effort you're going to use to get it, you can still use the same effort to place demands on them or force them out of office and get people that will make the country work. Because it's not really that the country cannot work, but the issue is that we can't get the people that will make the country work. And if we can't get the people that will make the country work, how are you going to get the vision of that your region actualized by giving you a region. I don't really understand what, it's just wishful thinking. And as I said before, a way of one trying to run away from his problem by wishing that there is a solution somewhere other than what is practicable. This marriage is for better for worse. If you think you're going to get something different, arrangement politically, guy, just sit up. It's just wishful thinking.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just do something regarding. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. As you can see, the discussion is very, very stimulating, very, very important, and nice conversation. As you can hear, the quality submissions from Steph, MA, AY, KJ. Augustine hasn't said anything, but I'm sure it's going to be great. I speak the truth. Very, very insightful submissions. And Jagun, as always, giving us very insightful analysis. A righteous man is in Nigeria. He's been putting up with us he's the longest guy here. We are all putting a lot of effort in trying to be here for everybody. And fellow Nigerians, contribute to the channel while you are listening to this, because Dr. Damage needs all these funds to keep the channel up. And there's a lot of things that are coming on in the pipeline. You want people, you see, KJ has been recruited. Somebody has to pay KJ. And they will recruit Jago soon. Jago has to get his pay. How are we going to fund all these people without proper donation? So let's just be putting our hand in our pocket to help the channel so that the channel can grow. Thank you all. And also remember to subscribe, like, share, and subscribe so people can see some of the videos. You can even record it with your mobile phone and share it with your WhatsApp people. Some areas that you like. If you like a KJ submission, you record it. If it's AY, you record it and share. And obviously, Jagun is a very famous face. If you share it, people will come to the channel. Because Jago, without his beards, people will want to hear more from him. And so, thank you. Jago, I think it's your turn. You have not said much. Please go ahead, Jago.
Well, thank you. It is an interesting conversation. Well, I would like to speak a little bit about the demographic of the picture painted in terms of the regions given by the man who did so. I've forgotten his name. It's not on my tongue at all. But I want to tell a quick story of those who pilgrimaged from UK to America. They set themselves up more or less Massachusetts, I believe, and kind of New York, New Amsterdam, as it was then, area. And they went into these regions on the eastern coast as people who were extremely religious. They ran away from England because they felt that they were being squeezed by the Catholic and Protestants that were raging there, and they themselves wanted a Puritan way of living. So they escaped to America, and they set up shop in Massachusetts on one side, and on the other side, there were different pilgrims that came from other areas from England who set up kind of like Washington area as we know it today. Now, today, the majority of the people who are in Massachusetts who came with religious fervor are now mostly atheists. Atheists have no belief in God. Now, I say this to just have us in today's thinking about Nigeria. We must understand that people aren't going to be the same people. They are going to change in their ethics, in their manners, in their being, in how they live, in their mentality. They will change. What we are responsible, I believe, to do is to make sure that there's a system that works, because the changes we don't have any hand in. All we can do is set up the apparatus. If it is such that 8 regions and the federal capital is agreed upon, and somehow I believe that would change us from a presidential setup, and it will more or less walk into parliamentary setup in real terms. How long that stays, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, it will expand into different beings by the time our children and our children's children come to bear. But it is the setting up of this thing that we're responsible of doing. So sometimes when I hear a lot of this negativity and we can't get there, and it's like, I don't think we really have an understanding of the future. I think we're so, right now, people, we're so looking back, people. We don't have any viewpoint necessarily on what kind of future we are trying to build and why we are trying to build this future in this particular way. And I'll put it to everyone that, boy, we're building this future in this particular way. Me personally, I can see it. I'm ready to start serving speech on it. However, I'll just put to you that we're building this future in this particular way, in returning to some level of regionalism that did work. This is us taking our country back in real terms. And what we're building is for our children's children to come back into the space that we call Nigeria and master the world from there. Master the world from there. You see, I keep saying what we are doing in the West, no matter how sheepishly, there's only 3 million black people in England. There's about 27 million of us in the whole of Europe, compared to America, that's almost 50 million. Well, all I'm saying is that most of us, some of us are scraping in order to exist. Some of us have built ourselves to the top of the pile. But what I'm saying, in looking after just 3 million people in each area, is a power base. And we have to be thinking of how this thing called Nigeria is going to work. Because as it's been said before, it ain't breaking up for nobody. It's not. Thank you.
Thank you. As you can see, a lot of people did donate money today, on behalf of, they are supporting KJ. KJ, you need to be hosting more often. Maybe we'll be getting 50. You need to be voting more. You need to be more. But that 50 pounds is heavy, man. That's not even $50. 50 pounds, that's heavy. It's equivalent to $75. So let's be encouraging our people to contribute, because I know Dr. Damages he spends his money to hire all this stuff that he does, pictures and everything, graphics. It's a lot of money. So let's welcome the new contributors to the debate. So we'll take one from KJ. Yeah, it's only fair. You want to say something? Okay,
Yes.
take 1 minute to respond, and KJ can go.
Guys, I'm not saying I'm not scared of Nigeria breaking. That's the point I'm making. And that I'm not scared doesn't mean I can't. That means I can discuss issues. So if I've been saying, because I think I speak the truth and Ewa kind of confused what my stand is. My stand is regionalism. But what is the worst of it? What is the farthest in that spectrum? In that spectrum is division. And I don't think I'm afraid of that. These are conversations we must be able to hold and then come to a reasonable conclusion without fighting. So that is my point. So if it means to some people that is divisional, fine and good. But the truth is that we must still manage our nationhood within that Nigerian space. Every nation must be able to hold their leaders accountable. And I think that will be better suited with regionalism. That is.
I think someone was saying that we should hold our state governors accountable. I think the states, the people in the states don't tend to. I don't remember. Is there any state that they've ever held their governors accountable in Nigeria? Is there any state?
It doesn't solve the problem.
No, they will not hold them accountable because we are not practicing regionalism.
Yeah, but the states are a form of region, though.
It's only when
electing them into office.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Well, okay, look at now. Peter Obi was got a lot of votes, but when he came to the House of Assembly, they didn't give him those votes. They gave him in the presidential votes. Well, House of Assembly, they allowed the others to go in again. So there is a phenomenon that somebody said that is going on, that in the national level they hate all House of Assembly, but their local one is good. That is the problem. People think their local one is different from the one because that local one came and helped them build a primary school, maybe gave some people some money or whatever. So they will support the local one, but they don't support the national government. So I don't know how you solve that kind of problem.
I think that assertion is correct. Most people hold their local assembly accountable. In fact, I know certain fight that was done in the local assembly for some of the states for certain laws to be passed. So people hold their local assembly, more accountable than they hold the
Did they
federal.
hold them accountable for the jeeps that they were buying?
That the what?
All the SUVs that they are buying right now. How many of them hold them? How many of them drag them? Why did you go and change the national anthem?
KJ, does the local assembly pass? Do they make laws?
I'm coming.
No. I mean, like a senator now in Nigeria comes from their local area.
Yeah, but no.
You're not holding them accountable.
No,
KJ said they held them accountable for the laws they make. I'm asking, does state assemblies make law?
I'm coming, sir. Hold on, sir. I think we're speaking different things. Local assembly here means State House of Assembly.
No,
it's not.
Do they make laws?
Of course, the State House of Assembly make laws for the states. You don't know that?
I don't know that they make laws. They only pass bills that governors send to them.
No, they make laws for their states. Okay, the only time they don't make laws is when they have to do with the federal level. They make laws. They run their states.
They don't discuss anything that is not governor that I want them to discuss. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Okay, sir. But that is, you see, there's a normal and there's a misnorm. What I say is the misnorm. What the normal thing is that the state assemblies are supposed to help make laws for the states, and that's the assembly. All right, but what we are saying in essence is when we say these things won't work, I think that is a fallacy. If I still remember my small, philosophy and logic, okay, you are looking at this thing and just concluding on your own that is not going to work because certain indices you have seen before now in the federal level is not working. Now, who said that if the regions, if the power devolves to the region, it just simply means that you just walk in there and begin to operate the way you are operating before from the federal? It not be so. People will sit down and have a conversation, and that conversation.
Why are they not having that conversation now?
Come on, man! I didn't interrupt you. Now let me talk. I allow you to speak.
But when you say such assertions that they will have conversation, I see that conversation will magically lead to a better solution. Why is it not happening now?
Then you are doing committing that same thing that fallacy that philosophers say is fallacy. You are just assuming that this is how it's going to be. No, don't assume anything because we are human beings. And
to be fair, it's just to kind of give people a reason to believe that that conversation is going to lead to a different outcome.
Okay, but can you allow me to talk?
Yes, of course. Of course, I'm just trying to
be fair to me. Let me talk. Because
what we are looking for.
Breaking my train of thought. I can't even remember what I want to say.
Oh, sorry.
If we decide to go to our regions, or if we decide, and I don't even stand for region, I stand for total, complete breakdown. Let everybody go. Now, so I want to stress two things here. Somebody said earlier on that, his forefather that said that, the North, he doesn't know why the North have abandoned the resources. Who told the North don't know what is in the North? The North knows what is in the North. The North knows that there's oil in the North. The North knows where the gold is in the North. The North knows where there's one other mineral resource that is in
uranium.
Yes, they know where all that is. They know. Please don't deceive yourself. Okay? And somebody makes an assertion here, which I've always believed, and it will come to pass in our lifetime, God's willing. Once your oil that you're making noise about gets to finish or gets to the point where it can no longer be useful, you will see them now come out to divide. Okay, this is my own view. All right. So don't say the North don't know what is in the North. The North knows. The North knows exactly how much mineral they have and how much gold they have and how much of oil they have in the ground in the North. Now, is that the reason for our nationhood? No. What we're asking for is for fairness. And if you cannot achieve that, let us sit down and quietly, nicely make a way that works for every one of us. There's no need to beat about the bush. If the Western region was able to get television, color TVs, television station before France, where are we right now? NTA is the worst television house in the whole of Africa. And I round up with that. So if you think that we're making progress, please look at what happened in the Western region. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether they should have spent more time looking for nuclear instead of getting color TV.
Do we actually have
All these kind of pursuits that we have, vanity pursuits. That's what got
can
us
you
to this point.
confirm that assertion that Western region got television before France?
Oh,
It's a truth. It's a reality.
People are listening.
Okay, let me confirm.
No, it's a reality.
No, let's verify it, please.
Okay, specific. I'm not sure it's television. It's probably color TV. You have to specify. Is anybody specifying it? Because if I go for the answer, somebody might get a red face or whatever.
The thing is, it's actually on videotape. It's a very old tape in black and white, where Awolowo is
it TV
opening.
station?
Yes, it was a TV station. When Awolowo was opening that very TV station, and it was pronounced at that time that it was at least a year to 2 years ahead of France. So one would have to look, as I have done, for this kind of material.
Yeah, let's get that. He said no. Nigeria did not have a television station before France. Television broadcasting began in Nigeria much later compared to France. France established its television station in 1935.
1935?
Yes.
If that is true, that is 1935, there is no competition. However, I don't believe that to be true.
I don't believe it too.
It could be color TV or something else, but it could be something else that they are talking about.
Excuse me.
No, they were talking about TV.
I read media arts, okay? And right from the school, we got to know that Western Nigeria got TV before France.
Well, okay, when was your date? When is your date?
I can't put the date together right now, but I'm telling you.
That was after our independence, eh?
No, it was in the 50s. It was in the late 50s.
Late 50s. Okay, so now let's find out when. So I will find proof when was the first TV station established in France. France. Okay, look at what they said here. Okay, one of them, they are giving us two different values here. Okay, now let me share it so that it doesn't look like I'm making it up.
No, read it out. Read it out.
Read it out.
Okay, so television in France was introduced in 1931 when the first experimental broadcast began. Color television was introduced in October 1967, and I think that's why I say qualify it. I think that's the one they were referring to. That it's a color TV. Maybe the one they had in Nigeria, was it color TV?
I don't believe it was.
Okay, then France is ahead of on both sides. Then they established in 1931, and it makes sense. They are in Europe now. Come on, they're not exactly.
I still. Yes, we can be biased based on the first information we get on these things, and that was the first information I received. What you're speaking about, I didn't look up at the time.
They give us propaganda too much. This is why, for me, when I look at Nigeria, people just think that we had the glory days. There was never any.
No, that's wrong to say.
I don't buy into that. We never had it.
I don't know why you keep saying this, forefather. In my primary school, excuse me, in my primary school, I had Europeans come to visit Nigeria to teach us in primary school. People from Canada, people from England, people from America. What are you saying? We had a good day.
What about this, forefather? What about this?
Where we are now.
What about this?
That was an
Did you know? I mean, again, because of what you're saying, I take it on board. But it was common knowledge in the 40s, 50s, and 60s when they compared Ikoyi as a landscape to the new world countries of Australia and all these other areas, America included, of the world, that the Ikoyi landscape was the best developed landscape in the world. Now, again, it's something I heard from an Oyinbo man's mouth. It's from an Oyinbo I heard this thing, and they were talking about a certain period of time. All I remember is when I was born and when I used to travel back home from England to Nigeria, that Nigeria was blessed in comparison to the England where I was living. You understand? And that's all I would have
You
to
do
say.
say a lot of nonsense, so that we buy into their garbage. How can you believe that France, that has been around when they were colonizing the entire world, they were an empire? Equally, one part of the empire is more
Well,
developed
you
than
must
their own
understand
empire.
economically, all of Europe was economically, all of Europe was busted. Europe was in debt, and there were obviously gains that they had. There was a time that Ghana and Nigeria were actually feeding Europe based on in the war. They was getting so much from us, it was feeding them. Things have happened at different times. Wait, my brother. Wait.
Who came to be?
I don't know why you should be fed up to that point with this kind of news. For KJ,
No,
this kind of
because
news.
we don't
No,
seem to realize
wait,
that
my
we're in a
brother.
bad
Just
place.
wait.
We've always been.
You're putting your mouth there again. Wait.
Okay.
I understand where you are coming from. However, it is understandable for us to appreciate that where Nigeria is concerned, there were serious glimmers of light where really Nigeria should have performed out of. We should have performed from. But hey presto, that didn't happen. Now, these areas of light, flashes that I'm speaking of, we must still pay attention to them because it's the same flash of light that will come tomorrow and we're going to miss it because we don't appreciate it. So I think, with your exasperation of good news coming out of Nigeria, which is very fantastic in itself, with that exasperation, I ask you to take your time because one has to observe everything that's going on. Because the time when we need to jump, and there are those like you that don't want to jump, we put in voice there as to why we shouldn't jump. We better jump on that time. So we have to be reasonable in what we think about when they say glory days in Nigeria's past.
Yeah, and I think I hear what you are saying, that there are anecdotal statements of positive, developments, but none of those things are strategic. If you have a radio station, so what? If you have a car, so what? Those are not the things that keep your nation standing. That is my problem. We celebrate minutia when we should be worrying about what is going to stop these colonizers from coming back again. The moment they left, that should have been our first priority. What is going to stop them from ever coming back again? But we didn't do that, did we? Yeah, please go ahead. Kandu, welcome.
How you all doing?
Yeah, we are doing good. It's an interesting debate. Clearly, KJ is losing. He just decided to take himself backstage. I don't know why.
First, let me give our brother KJ. He did a very good job today, and in spite of all the naysayers, forefathers is still the forefathers. Granted, there are tweaks and stuff that can be done, but I don't think forefathers is going to change. We've had this conversation many times. But, sometimes I just really wonder if we just like to major in minors, We talk about, first television station in Africa. Not before France, not before. And even the first television station, we talk about it as if it was Nigerians that built it. We bought the components and brought it to Africa. We didn't build it. Even your Ikoyi, your Port Harcourt that were so well laid out, were those laid out and designed by Nigerians? I'm not saying that Nigerians are incapable, but they were not. Those were the things that the bricks that were there laid out. It's like when people talk about, it was this first thing was invented by Black people. That other first thing was invented by Black people. Why don't you redo it again and again? If you're the source, repeat it. Look all around the world. I don't know why it appears to be. How many Black nations or nations around the world that you say are primarily run by black people are functioning, or a place that you call a functioning state, for whatever the reason or lack thereof. I don't know what the reason is. So me, I don't deceive. My father used to tell me something when I was a young boy. It's bad enough for you to be deceiving other people, but once you start to deceive yourself, you are finished. We have a long way to go. We need to start work. We need to start. We need to have started working at least in the 70s, while other countries were busy building a future. We were busy doing Owambe all over the place. We did not do the work that will have put us where we ought to be today. Look at pictures of China, Beijing in 1960 something, and look at the picture of Lagos. Totally different thing. So while they were working, developing, they needed education, stealing everything that they could steal, producing the cars and everything that they could produce that were no good at that time. We were busy. I don't even know what we're doing. So where we are is not surprising. This is where we, I guess, ought to be, because we did not do the work when we had the resources. I still believe Nigeria is going to be one of the greatest countries on this planet. It's probably just going to be 50 or 75 years from now, because the people there now, they're not ready. They're not ready. They're not. You see, real leaders think about the future that they themselves will not live in. They think about the future of their children and their grandchildren, not what they can grab for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Who has said? Oh, Oga Augustine. Thank you for
Yes.
joining us. I really do appreciate your joining us today. Please go ahead.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. KJ is out. I'm not happy that everybody is just supporting KJ.
Don't worry, he's back for the praises. You know he cannot
Yeah,
resist.
good. Thank
He
you.
cannot resist.
KJ, I am.
Please leave me alone now. I
am so disappointed.
The moment you mentioned him, he came and sat down.
KJ,
So
I'm so
good.
disappointed today. You made this program to be so professional. This is have your say. I mean, you made it so professional. It was so organized that everyone was like, no, this is not where we come and banter and fight. And thank you for the great work. You did a very nice job today. Thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you.
So Father, let me just, because I've been listening all day, I wanted to come in. I couldn't because I went for a party and I just came back. So let me just make a throwback a bit, then I will come to the question. So I so much love what the discussions we had today. And when I hate the fact that people come into this place thinking that they know everything. The few people that came today with, all what you're saying is crap, they ended up repeating themselves. They ended up saying the same thing every other person is saying. So we only come here with our opinions and make our submissions. You might be professional in your field. And when you're professional in your field, you shouldn't call others idiots because we are discussing your field. Because we have other field we are discussing the next 5 minutes that is not your field. So when people were talking about GMO, when you talk about GMO, there are a lot of things you should think about it. Today, obesity is a problem in America. Where is it coming from? Today, people, the rich based on organic food. It's the poor that go to McDonald's, go to the Walmart to buy those cheap foods and come to the hospitals in the Western world. You see people packed in the hospitals because of these things they eat. Now, we don't have these facilities. I have a patient. They were using a helicopter to spray chemical on the farm because it's GMO. They were fertilizing the farm with chemical. and the thing it splashed on him, and one of his eye got blind. I was discussing with him 2 days ago. He won $2 million. His lawyer told him that you're getting $2 million. When that happened, a court that could not say when the tenure of local government will end, would they be the ones that will advocate for the poor? So when we condemn these things, it's not that there are no advantage, but we are not yet there because we don't have the lay down facilities to handle these things. We don't have them. Now, stroke in the Western world, once you are hit by stroke, 5 minutes, they have a mobile stroke van. They will be operating you while they are driving to the hospital. Inside the van, they are doing surgery on you while they drive to the hospital. We don't have these facilities to handle this, and that is why we should be very, very careful when we want to copy these things. Now, the man that is bringing GMO to Nigeria, the mosquito in Nigeria is still giving malaria. The mosquito in Florida is not giving malaria. Why won't he come and handle that one for us? He will not. So they want everything is profit. The first time I came here, my manager told me that the answer is money. Now let us have the question. Let us now set whatever the question is. The answer is money. So we should be very, very careful. And further, when you talked about America having the greater percentage of the land, I am privy to have somebody that works with the federal government. What the federal does now, if you have a large farm, they will come and buy that farm from you. You will return it, but you won't sell it to estate developers so that they have their green land. So this is what they buy so many portions of acres of land, and you will still have your land, but you're not selling it to developers so that they will return the green areas. So this is what they do to preserve their nature, to preserve what they have. Now, coming to the question of what can we do in Nigeria to help Nigeria? When I subscribe for regional, it's not because I am Southeast, I want Southeast, no. But because I want to have a front where I want to have a bigger front where I can go to the table and negotiate. And this bigger front is that you get 6 states together, you lump them together. One, they have a landmass that they can negotiate for agriculture. They have a landmass they can finance any big factory. There is no state in Nigeria that can finance a big factory without going to take loan. And they can't be able to sustain themselves. But when you go to regional, they will be able to sustain themselves. And you have a better country. You see, I have a reason that when the when the regional government was doing well, it was the external influence that showed the idea to us that it is unhealthy. This is my reasoning. That it is unhealthy.
What regional system do you have in mind? Like when you say regional, because it's different in people's minds.
So the regional system I have in mind is, see, look at the forefather. If some countries have gone to other countries because they are doing well, say, let's march together. So if you have a good regional system, those that want to be regional, let them come together and know the effect. When they get the effect of it, like now, if you say, let states develop, then that means River State will go and build their own oil refinery. Bayelsa will build their own. Cross River will be there. But if you have a region, you see that South.
But is that not the same for America, though?
No, America, one state in America is like, most of the states are bigger than Nigeria as a country.
Yeah, but it's good enough for their states. Why is it not good enough for us?
Because our states are small. And our states are small.
Okay, so the regions, I asked about the regions you have in mind.
Most of the things we call states in America were nations.
Okay, but Nigeria is going to outpopulate America soon. In the next 10, 20 years or so, we are going to outpace America. So what would you call, what region do you have in mind? What structure, when you say region, what structure do you have in mind?
The structure I have, I can even reduce it to 4 regions. I have the mind of 4 regions. If you have
what
4
are the regions?
You said?
What are the regions? Can you define the 4 regions?
In the north, you get 2. In the south, you get 2.
So
South, who and who in the South? No, it's
hey, why are you asking? You are looking for trouble.
See, however you want
can
to.
you define the state? Can you define the regions?
I can't divide it because if I'm dividing it, I'm deciding for you. So you have
you are being decisional right now. You need
no, don't tell him that. That's wrong. What he said initially was the 6 states of the Igbo. He said that you can put them together and you'll get a lot more out of them. That's where he said. So he really actually answered the question.
But
going into the question itself is not a bad idea, but it's still part of the negotiation. These things aren't decided just in somebody's head. Even though each of us can come with our own mindset. Each of us can come with our own mindset. But that is not the end all and be all.
What he's saying, because he's saying
he wants speaking on his behalf.
Exactly, he's saying he wants 4 regions, but we used to have 6.
No, but he was pushed to that.
No,
because we have to what he's saying when he says he wants regions.
Yeah, just let him speak now.
He said we used to have how many?
Currently we have 6.
So currently we have 6. So when I said 4, I mean a sizable number. So whichever one that out of that 4, whichever one that wants, if you have a solid table conversation, a round table conversation, and they want to buy the idea, they come in and so you bring the idea on the table.
No. Okay, let's say, because I know that the Southwest will be Southwest, isn't it? The Northwest.
So, okay. Now you have Southwest, you have Southeast. Now the other ones can combine with Southwest.
The South will combine with the Southeast.
I'm not dividing it. It's not my role.
You divided it already now. We are just trying to get to where you are.
Somebody
you don't put those words into my mouth.
Allow him to speak.
Let me even ask this question. Let me ask you guys this question.
He says he
wants. Hold on. Forefather.
Where does the 4 come from?
Anybody can answer this question. Let me ask you this question, Forefather. Is there any other nation in the world that you have heard them use the term South?
Okay.
No, they don't need it. South is the name of an area, not like it's a regional. Yeah, you can use it. Yeah, you can use, but not the same. But you can have. They have some in Switzerland. They call it cantonment. So
you have not. You have not. You have not.
You have
not is a name. It's not a geographical sign.
I see. These are some of the things you need to see. You even use it here.
No, it's not. It's a name.
Don't want to do name.
No,
you want
to map, geography.
When you look at the map,
so now you see what you are saying now is that those people don't exist.
You see where you're going. You see how you're...
but you two are going there. I must say. You see, when we say South, every one of us who is Nigerian know what we're talking about. Be it geographically correct or not. Because when they say Middle East, there's nothing called the Middle East anywhere in geography. But they have the Middle East. It's there, right in the middle of us. So we forget this complaint. We have to ask about whether those people there in what they call the South, are they the same as the people in what we call the East? Even the East that they say is the East, is not the East. It doesn't go all the way to the East. It's more like the Mid East.
You see, that's the thing. When they say,
like this, what are you complaining about? The real issue is who are the people on the coast of that Atlantic? Who are they? Who owns that territory there? That is what is spoken about. So if you're not going to get with the geography, get with the understanding of the ethnicities that are different from your own.
Okay, I think you guys are arguing further on the why that question came up is because he has spoken and said you could divide the nation into 4, and now you didn't jump at the question that AY was asking, but you jumped at mine. If they tell you to divide Nigeria, even by me looking at the geography of Nigeria, can you say you don't know how to divide it into 4? Can we confidently say we don't know how we can divide Nigeria into 4?
Why would you divide it?
I said to you, what we've unfortunately done, we've rammed a lot of things down Augustine's throat by questioning him in what he was trying to explain. So he was pushed to the regional disposition of 4 regions. Now, for me, I don't believe, I think about this, so I can give an answer. The 8 regions that have been proposed are more or less the same kind of regionality that I would depict. However, it doesn't have to go like that. It's a negotiation. What would be stronger, in my terms, is that it's split into 3, that the whole of the South somehow becomes 1, that the whole of the Midwest again becomes 1, that the whole of the core North, as it's spoken, becomes 1. That is 3 regions. We can speak on that. But
So,
8
Okay,
regions,
let me quickly
wait,
say
wait,
this.
wait, wait,
so
wait, just allow me.
yeah.
Even the 8 regions that have been pushed forward, those 8 regions, if you look at them, they are a great starting point to have this negotiation upon. What we end up with at the end of the negotiation is based on the skill and the intelligence of those arranging these regions. Because regionally, if we come into that aspect, then each man in that region counted. Is counted because it's going to cost. Because that is what the money that you put into the central government is coming from each man by way of taxation. So because you can't tax a cow, there'll be no ill counting of the regions. And we will have a clear picture. This is one advantage. We'll have a clear picture of the actual um, population in that country. Right now, everybody's just guessing. We don't have anything in that country to really hold on to say, yes, this is information.
Okay,
So,
thank
Okay,
you.
let me quickly, Formula, please, 30 seconds, please.
Okay, 30
You
seconds.
see, KJ, when you say that, like, when you
Please,
ask
AY, after you finish, I have
hey,
to make my
oh,
submission, then I go to
when
bed,
you,
please.
okay, let me finish my
Crawford,
thing.
am I
So,
done with my time?
when
No,
you
it's
make
not
that,
done. You're not done.
just quick
It's
minute.
almost
When
done
you
Go,
though.
make
go.
that
Yeah.
We're
argument,
going strictly by time, but
Yeah.
when
because
you
you are
make that
very
argument,
critical.
when you make the argument that if there is any place in the world called South, it doesn't make sense. There is no place in the world called Southeast. There is no place in the world called Northeast. But if you want to talk in terms of geography, we only have 4 cardinal points: North,
So,
East, West, and South.
sorry.
Let
There's
me
no,
finish,
sorry.
please,
No,
please.
I just want to say there's no
North,
place in the world except in Nigeria.
North, East, West, and South. If you want to go by that, we can say, okay, let Nigeria split across these 4 regions. Each region, if they decide to split more, they can split in smaller unit. Whatever they want to call themselves, they want to call, I don't care. That will be their business. Let's speak to what is called fact. That is the geography. You want to talk in terms of geography. Thank you.
Okay, so, on
Okay,
my point, when I mean going to regional, my own argument is to actually change the reason why we brought the divisions. The reason why we brought the divisions were not economic, were not unity. So if we can go for these 2 things, economic reason and the unity, then it will help us to come up to what we want.
Who does it favor? What you are describing? Does it favor the South people?
It favors Nigeria.
People know as South people
No,
now.
it favors Nigeria.
You are not answering. When that region, who does it benefit the most that you are creating in your mind?
It
Which
favors
region?
everybody.
No, some region will favor some people more, right? We gotta be able
No,
to speak the truth.
no.
What are you? No, it's gonna favor some people more.
How?
Because of resources. Because of
resources.
No, please allow him.
Resources here.
Somebody can talk now, please.
What do we call resources? It's going to favor everybody because everybody is.
Then why don't you leave it as it is now, since it's favoring everybody?
It's not favoring anybody as it is now. It's not favoring anybody. Because
okay, then why don't you just leave it with the 6 geographical spaces that we have now? Southeast, South, Northeast, Northwest, South.
What benefit is that? What benefit is that? What you're proposing, forefather?
The reason why, what the benefit of that is that the South remains separate. You see that they remain separate on their own, because the reason why I say this, the first secessionist movement in Nigeria started from the South, almost the same year as the one that happened in this thing, and a lot of people choose to forget it. that there was division there, and a lot of people felt like they were being hard done by the major group in that southeastern region, and they pretend as if they don't know it.
Yeah.
And you want to go and create that dynamics again. They will. Why do we always look to repeat history?
So do you?
No. Take your time. Wait, please. I want to understand.
Yeah.
I hear what you said, forefather, and I think you're speaking about during the war when Adakaboro, yes, was speaking on the South as we call it, and we know what went through then, and I feel that's a fair enough point, but that doesn't take away from the negotiation. You people keep missing this important point out in order not to bring the conversation on. We are staying stuck in pontification or pointing the finger. There's a negotiation that would go on, that the conclusion of it is not in your mind, it's not in my mind.
And it's not what I said. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, I have my own mindset on what it should be. And I'm willing as a...
I've been waiting for a long time, please.
Righteous man, I thought you've gone to bed. Last time you spoke,
allow righteous man.
Yeah, it's only fair. You can have Southeast and Southwest go together now, if that negotiation can be had. Righteous man, please go ahead.
The question I keep asking, you guys are still dancing disco around it. Whether you create regions, you create states. As long as we don't have a constitution that gives equal rights to the citizens, Nigeria is not going to work. Nigeria will not work. Now, there are two submissions somebody made here, which I want to please correct. You know, my being in this panel, it has opened me up to understand a lot of things and the reasoning of Nigerians. More especially, Nigerians are getting their information from what they read from newspapers, and they hear some columns, some people did a write-up, and from there they build it to become truth, which is far from the truth. I think one person spoke here and said that the Southeast is landlocked. Can you prove that? Do you have statistics to prove that? Do you know a place in Abia State called Azumiri, the Blue Sea, that is 23 nautical miles to Atlantic Ocean? I don't know. There is a lot of trouble in Nigeria. The kind of rotten information and history, people will just conjure things in order to malign other people or other tribe or other region, you know, for them to look at themselves as if they want nothing. I beg your pardon.
No.
We should go beyond those things.
Wait,
now listen.
Can I, righteous man? Can I quickly
hold on,
stop?
hold on, Jago,
I need to stop you a minute. You're going to continue. You're going to continue. Just take your time a minute for me, please. You see, there is Sudan, Ethiopia, and Egypt. All of them contain the River Nile. That River Nile, it pours into the Mediterranean Sea, and it does that from Egypt only. Now, given that it is the same Nile that they speak of, the same Nile that belongs to all of them. However, Egypt has the responsibility of that ocean, of that sea port. You understand? So what Ethiopia has is the power to stop that water from flowing all the way down into the Mediterranean. So if you do not understand geography, you see, you're saying from your part of, there's a part of the blue waters, which I know of, in the eastern region, that will take you into the Atlantic. We can agree. But it will pass through other people's territory in order to do that. If the Igbo territories were supposed to become one country, wait,
If they were supposed to become one country, and then the cutoff, the border from that country to the part where the Ijaw and the Ibibio and those people are living, therefore you will be landlocked if you understand geography. I've given you a good understanding of geography. You can take it how you wish.
Righteous man, that's what it is actually. And I've been seeing people on the comment saying, you're saying, oh, we have more than 4 cardinal points. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Please go online.
There is something like northeast, northwest, north south. It doesn't cardinal.
In terms of cardinal point in geography,
I've not finished
4 cardinal points.
I've not finished my submission.
Yeah,
I've not ended.
Any other thing that is coming, they are just sub, not direction.
It's a way of identifying the quadrants.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe these people.
Please, can I finish up my time?
Yes, please.
Righteous man, if I may add,
can we stop harassing him now?
No, the way he came up, for me, I prefer making a submission, because if someone is touching an elephant is so big that if this person is describing an elephant from that point, you don't necessarily say the person is ignorant. You give your own opinion. It's educative. That's the way I look at it.
Fair point.
Yeah, like what Jagu said is what I know about the Blue River. Now, but you came in that all people that are saying that you are landlocked are ignorant. So we should always.
You have to go through other people's territory to make it.
Emotions.
Hence, you are landlocked.
Emotions.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Much emotions.
Yeah, it's not about emotion. It's not about emotion. AY, the countries that are doing well in this life today, they're not doing well because of water or natural resources. It's what God has deposited in their brain. And this is why, as much as we have
water, though, you need water.
Hold on. Water does not contribute in your doing excellently well. It's your brain. Okay, Nigeria has water. What have we achieved? It's a question. What have we achieved?
No, water is useful. I agree with you. Brain is what matters
no,
most.
I am not saying water is not useful. Without water, you cannot be alive. Okay? Without water, you cannot be alive. But making it a subject matter, excuse me, making it a subject matter to determine your economic value, I said no to it. It's technology that is ruling the world today. Now, listen, let me make my point.
Let's just let him finish. Let's not keep interrupting him. I'm sorry. Don't ask us questions so that you don't force people to get involved in your conversation. Just make your submission.
Don't force us to take your opinion. Just make it.
Why will I force you? Reverend Father, when you made your submission, I didn't. Some people were asking you whether you went to party. Whether Reverend Fathers goes to party.
Reverend Father not be human being.
Exactly.
I don't know. In our comment section, they were asking whether Reverend Father they go party.
Righteous man,
make your submission. Stop asking us questions.
So back to our discussion. So when you have taken my time, what I'm saying is this: if you go to Google, find out the Nigerian gas reserve, the states with the largest gas reserve in Nigeria, you will find 2 eastern states with the highest natural gas reserve. So when we are talking about maybe if South goes, then Southeast will not have anything to hold on. I think that is coming from a pity mind. If I were the rest of Nigerians, I would say, okay, since they have nothing, let them go and let's see how they will survive. But that is not even the issue. The issue is that let us find out what will work for Nigeria. What will make Nigeria be an enviable country in the world? What will make Nigeria to be an outstanding nation in the world? When other committee of states or countries come together, Nigeria will be referenced as a progressive nation. That should be our topic. It's not this east or south or north or west or this. And I have told us here that our fundamental error is that Nigeria was built on a faulty foundation. And until that foundation is corrected, even if you split Nigeria to 20 regions, nothing will come out of it that will be good. Never. It won't yield anything good. So we can speak all the grammar, we can do an analysis. We have to go back to check what has been the problem of this country. That problem, how can we solve it? We can only solve it when we are truthful to ourselves, when we can look at ourselves and say, this is actually our problem and this is the solution. Nobody wants to proffer solution to the problem. All what we are doing is guesswork, dancing around. What is the problem of Nigeria? Our problem is faulty foundation. The constitution that governs Nigeria does not give us equal right. There are some people that are superior to others. There are some people that by virtue of that constitution, they have better right than you. And that is what we should be clamoring for. So I think I've done enough. Yeah. Jaguar, I see.
Thank you. Yeah, it appears like
can I just quickly make mention, if I may? Righteous man, thanks for what you had to say. But I'll say this. I think where people are speaking now is on thinking forward and of giving us a picture of what could be if well negotiated. We understand the problem that we're in, don't get us wrong. But sometimes when you project and you can think forward, you can unstuck the position that you are currently in a lot easier, because you have seen a way forward. You've seen a position where all the stuckness that we are in now can actually transform. So the question is, how? That is the question you're asking. And you need to put that question in a realistic term, not just the term of frustration. You see, unfortunately, we are so frustrated. We bring ourselves to be in that stuck position. You know that in order for a bushman, and when I say bushman, I mean a person of bushcraft, they put honey in a ball, in a circle, in the tree, and the monkey goes there. Salt, not honey, salt. The monkey goes there because they need salt, and they grab the salt, and the man will come and hold the monkey. Now the man is only able to hold the monkey because the monkey won't let go of the salt. So his hand cannot come out of the wood. That is the position that we are in Nigeria, where we are not letting go of that salt, bringing our hand out so that we can make use of our hands. Now, the man who is catching this monkey, he does it for the reason of making that monkey lead him to water. Because after he's licked the salt, he will need a drink. So the monkey will find where the water is. The man will go there and collect the water and keep that monkey. So I'm just saying that right now, Nigeria is in a position of stuck. We are stuck, and we are coming here to speak. How do we get unstuck? I think the exercise of this question is a fair way of looking forward at the laces that are tying us up and not allowing us to walk in a straight line. We have to know how to untie the knot in order to walk forward correctly. Thank you.
The truth is, I think we already, given all the conversations we've had here, most of us are aware of what needs to be done. What is needed is I'm concluded quite a while ago. It's about the resources, because I can have the will, but I don't have the ability to do it. You know how they say in the world of this thing, they will say this person has the will but doesn't have the capacity to deliver. And you can have all the will you want, and I'm sure a lot of Nigerians do, but they don't have the capacity to deliver. They are not in the position to do those things. They don't have the resources. They don't have the support. So, well, if we have the resources, you see that changes will start happening. I guess one of the ways we could do it is to find a way to band together and start making things happen on the ground. And that is what everybody's working on. I think electricity is working on some things. I'm doing my own. Everybody's doing the least they can do, everything they can do to help the homeland, because we all know it's all we've got. We like it or not, right down to our bones. That land is in our blood. Literally, we literally had to gain malaria resistance from there. All those things is infused. Nobody that didn't and that is not indigenous to that area has that same blood. It's in our blood, just like a parent gives you life. That's how that land gave our parents life. It's all we've got in this world, and we have to do what we can to retain it. Like I said earlier on, it's funny because I never really put it like that before. That our priority should have been the moment the Igbo left to do everything to make sure they never return again. That should have been our number one priority. That would have forced us to think carefully that the reason why they didn't do it because some of them thought it wasn't such a bad thing. It wasn't such a bad thing that way, yeah. And because they were all brainwashed. Their priority should have been we will never be subject to the control of other men and other societies again, and do everything to stop that. But our leaders, without any shame, they didn't close the boat in mud, and here we are today. Yeah, righteous man, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your dedication.
Why are you dismissing righteous man?
No, he says he wants to go.
Okay.
No, he said he wants to go. He said he wants to go. And he's from Nigeria, you see. He's from Nigeria.
Forefather. Oh my God.
What did I do now? I didn't do anything. What are you trying to accuse me of now? KJ is there watching from the background. The journalist of the year. Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
Forefathers. My question is this: why are you scared, or let me say, why are you dismissing people's pain and their own emotions, or why are you dismissing their take on their sovereigns?
I don't dismiss it. I said it earlier on.
You make light of it, and it's one of those things. You have to be sensitive. Look, if any group feels like they want to leave, they have the right to feel that way. And don't make light of that right. Because these are one of the things
I didn't say you should not have the right to feel that way. It's one thing for you to feel that way. It's another thing not to allow that to paralyze you, not to fix problem. Because there are people suffering, right? Your people are suffering right now, and you are focusing on something that cannot be delivered in the near future. You want to focus on.
Are we free to make are we free to make a deduction? Because when you are scared of, because you supported the South complaining and wanted to separate, but now you do not want the entire country to do a regional. Are you scared that if the separation happens, you will be marginalized?
What I said was that
hold on, not answer yet. Don't answer. Let me ask another one so you can answer together. You see, some minutes ago, you didn't want the Southeast, okay, to want to separate. You called it all kinds of names and say it cannot succeed. But you are reminded of your history, okay, and you are quick to also support the fact that you don't want the South to join the Southeast because you will be marginalized. You have all kinds of idea of what's going to go on. But you are quick to support your people who are also doing the same thing. So where are you? Are you a bat or a bird? Let's know.
Like I said, you have to learn from history. If something has happened before, why go back there again? You already know how it's going to play out. This one is going to feel marginalized, then will destabilize, and you end up in the same cycle again. What you want to do is work with what we like it or not. We hate this dispensation all we like, but it's the one that has lasted the longest, 24 years. We've never had that before in Nigeria. And you just take it and throw it in the bin, and then the next one shows up. It doesn't last 5 years. You start regretting what you just did.
Forefathers, he says something that I was with you before, but he says something that doesn't really make sense to me. So, have been in this dispensation for 24 years or 30 years, without progress? Is it really important?
It is important because having an element of because we could have been in the situation that Congo is in. It could have been worse. The what is happening to Nigeria is not only Nigeria, it's happening everywhere in the black world. This is why I said if you want to change it in a way that doesn't take us backward. Change it in a way, maybe incrementally in the right direction instead of going the wrong direction. Because people look at the past with a kind of rose-tinted lenses. They try to feel like the past is nice. But when I look at the past, from my point of view, not what has happened since 1960 is the same thing that is happening today. It's just that because things are bad now, things are getting worse.
Then
It
why
seems like
are you celebrating that we've been here for 24 years?
I'm celebrating it because if you understand how to remain still, one system, you can maintain one system for 24 years, maybe there's a lesson to learn from that. Instead of just jetting in and get a new one and start all over again. Then that one, what if that one doesn't last 3
Let's
years?
say that's the lesson. Let's say the lesson is to get out of this trap that allows the whole nation to have malaise and to be jettisoning the country by the millionfold. That is not something to celebrate, my friend. You see, sometimes wait, please. I've got to push back on you to some level. You see, there's a way that you look at things that makes us wonder if you're not reading the same newspapers, if you're not seeing the same thing, if you're not looking at the same television. Because you see, the last 24 years, though they may have been long, there was a lot of dream put into those years by the people. However, the main thing remains. The time between let's say 10 years before our independence and 5 years after, so about 15 years. That 15-year period was more or less the same. I tell you why. It was just emblematic that they came and rolled and brought down the British flag and rose the Nigerian flag. That was just an emblem. However, for 15 years, the regions were running themselves. The East was running itself, the West was running itself, the North was running itself practically. So when we came into independence and it was still running like that, the befuddlement of the civil war and the first coup, this set Nigeria ablaze. And basically, Nigeria has been the same since then, no matter if we had military or civilian government. It's been the same. So this last 24 years that you're counting as a celebration, my friend, I'm not celebrating. You can go to the public square. You'll be celebrating that one by yourself. I can tell you that for nothing. Now, given that, what we are saying, my brother, what we are saying is that this is time for us to be men and negotiate our present and our future. We have to do it as men. The agreement is that things are not going right. Everybody agrees to that point. There's no point in sword fencing over it. None. If we agree that that's the case, then what is the route forward? And this I'm very well happy to entertain as a discussion, because all the rest of it, all the negativity and all the, oh, we can't, oh, it's too much, oh, we've done all of that. We've done it for a good 3 years on this platform. If we have now come to the semblance of understanding, wow, there might be a way forward, and we are not buying into that as though we don't need relief